He read botanical journals from Europe and collected rare flowers from all over the South, and designed and cultivated an enormous garden at Riverbend. He died in bed in 1824 after receiving the sacrament. In 1799, Marie Claudette gave birth to the last of her children, Marguerite, who later became the designee of the legacy, and who lived in Marie Claudette's shadow until Marie Claudette's death in 1831. There was much gossip about Marie Claudette's family life. It was said that her oldest daughter, Claire Marie, was feeble-minded, and there are numerous stories about this young woman wandering about in her nightgown and saying strange, though often delightful things to people. She saw ghosts and talked to them all the time, sometimes right in the middle of supper before amazed guests. She also knew things about people and would blurt out these secrets at odd moments. She was kept at home, and though more than one man fell in love with her, Marie Claudette never allowed Claire Marie to marry. In her old age, after the death of her husband, Henri Marie Landry, Marie Claudette slept with Claire Marie to watch her and keep her from roaming about and getting lost. She was often seen on the galleries in her nightgown. Marie Claudette's only son, Pierre, was never allowed to marry either. He fell in love twice, but both times gave in to his mother when she refused to grant permission for the wedding. His second secret fiancée tried to take her own life when she was rejected by Pierre. After that he seldom went out, but was often seen in the company of his mother. Pierre was a doctor of sorts to the slaves, curing them with various potions and remedies. He even studied medicine for a while with an old drunken doctor in New Orleans, but nothing much came of this. He also enjoyed botany, and spent much time working in the garden and drawing pictures of flowers. Botanical sketches done by Pierre are in existence today in the famous Mayfair house on First Street. It was no secret that about the year 1820 Pierre took a quadroon mistress in New Orleans, an exquisite young woman who might have passed for white, according to the gossip. By her Pierre had 2 children, a daughter who went north and passed into the white race, and a son, François, born in 1825, who remained in Louisiana and later handled substantial amounts of paperwork for the family in New Orleans. A genteel clerk, he seems to have been thought of affectionately by the white Mayfairs, especially the men who came into town to conduct business. Everyone in the family apparently adored Marguerite. When she was 10 years old, her portrait was painted, showing her wearing the famous emerald necklace. This is an odd picture, because the child is small and the necklace is large. As of 1927, the picture was hanging on a wall in the First Street house in New Orleans. Marguerite was delicate of build, with dark hair and large, slightly upturned black eyes. She was considered a beauty, and called La Petite Gypsy by her nurses, who loved to brush her long black wavy hair. Unlike her feeble-minded sister and her compliant brother, she had a fierce temper and a violent and unpredictable sense of humor. At age 20, against Marie Claudette's wishes, she married Tyrone Clifford McNamara, an opera singer and another very handsome man of an extremely impractical nature, who toured widely in the United States, starring in operas in New York, Boston, St. Louis, and other cities. It was only after he had left on one such tour that Marguerite returned from New Orleans to Riverbend and was received once more by her mother. In 1827 and 1828 she gave birth to boys, Remy and Julien. McNamara came home frequently during this period, but only for brief visits. In New York, Boston, Baltimore, and other places where he appeared, he was famous for womanizing and drinking and for getting into brawls. But he was a very popular Irish tenor of the period, and he packed houses wherever he went. In 1829, Tyrone Clifford McNamara and an Irish woman, presumably his mistress, were found dead after a fire in a little house in the French Quarter which had been bought for the woman by McNamara. Police reports and newspaper stories of the time indicate the pair was overcome with smoke when trying vainly to escape. The lock on the front door had been broken. There was a child from this union, apparently, who was not in the house at the time of the fire. He later went north. This fire engendered considerable gossip in New Orleans, and it was at this time that the Talamasca gained more personal information about the family than it had been able to acquire in years. A French Quarter merchant told one of our witnesses that Marguerite had sent her devil to take care of those two, and that Marguerite knew more about voodoo than any black person in Louisiana. Marguerite was reputed to have a voodoo altar in her home, to work with unguents and potions as cures and for love, and to go everywhere in the company of two beautiful quadroon servants, Marie and Virginie, and a mulatto coachman named Octavius. Octavius was said to be a bastard son of one of Maurice Mayfair's sons, Louis Pierre, but this was not a well-circulated tale. Marie Claudette was still living then, but seldom went out any more, and it was said that she had taught her daughter the black arts learned in Haiti. It was Marguerite who drew attention everywhere that she went, especially in view of the fact that her brother Pierre lived a fairly respectable life, was very discreet about his quadroon mistress, and Uncle Leston's children were also entirely respectable and well-liked. Even by her late 20s, Marguerite had become a gaunt and somewhat frightening figure, with often unkempt hair and glowing dark eyes, and a sudden disconcerting laugh. She always wore the Mayfair emerald. She received merchants and brokers and guests in an immense book-lined study at Riverbend, which was full of horrible and disgusting things, such as human skulls, stuffed and mounted swamp animals, trophy heads from African safaris, and animal skin rugs. She had numerous mysterious bottles and jars, and people claimed to have seen human body parts in these jars. She was reputed to be an avid collector of trinkets and amulets made by slaves, especially those who had recently been imported from Africa. There were several cases of possession among her slaves at the time, which involved frightened slave witnesses running away and priests coming to the plantation. In every case, the victim was chained up, and exorcism was tried without success, and the possessed creature died either from hunger because he could not be made to eat, or from some injury sustained in his wild convulsions. There were rumors that such a possessed slave was chained in the attic, but the local authorities never acted upon this investigation. At least 4 different witnesses mention Marguerite's mysterious dark-haired lover, a man seen in her private apartments by her slaves, and also seen in her suite at the St. Louis Hotel when she came into New Orleans, and in her box at the French Opera. Much gossip surrounded the question of this lover or companion. The mysterious manner in which he came and went puzzled everyone. "Now you see him, now you don't," was the saying. These constitute the first mentions of Lasher in over 100 years. Marguerite married almost immediately after Tyrone Clifford McNamara's death, a tall, penniless riverboat gambler named Arlington Kerr, who vanished completely 6 months after the marriage. Nothing is known about him, except that he was as beautiful as a woman, and a drunkard, and played cards all night long in the garçonnière with various drunken guests and with the mulatto coachman. It is worth noting that more was heard about this man than was ever seen of him. That is, most of our stories about him are third-hand or even fourth-hand. It is interesting to speculate that perhaps such a person never existed. He was, however, legally the father of Catherine Mayfair, born 1830, who became the next beneficiary of the legacy, and the first of the Mayfair witches in many generations who did not know her grandmother, as Marie Claudette died the following year. Slaves up and down the river coast circulated the tale that Marguerite had murdered Arlington Kerr and put his body in pieces in various jars. But no one ever investigated this tale, and the story let out by the family was that Arlington Kerr could not adapt to the planter's life, and so left Louisiana, penniless as he had come, and Marguerite said good riddance. In her 20s, Marguerite was famous for attending the dances of the slaves, and even for dancing with them. Without doubt, she had the Mayfair power to heal, and presided at births regularly. But as time passed, she was accused of stealing the babies of her slaves, and this is the first Mayfair witch whom the slaves not only feared, but came to personally abhor. After the age of 35, she did not actively manage the plantation, but put everything in the hands of her cousin Augustin, a son of her uncle Lestan, who proved a more than capable manager. Pierre, Marguerite's brother, helped somewhat in the decisions that were made, but it was principally Augustin, answering only to Marguerite, who ran things. Augustin was feared by the slaves, but they apparently regarded him as predictable and sane. Whatever, the plantation during these years made a fortune, and the Mayfairs continued to make enormous deposits in foreign banks and Northern American banks, and to throw money around wherever they went. By 40, Marguerite was a hag, according to observers, though she could have been a handsome woman had she bothered to pin up her hair and give even the smallest attention to her clothing. When her eldest son Julien was 15, he began to manage the plantation along with his cousin Augustin, and gradually Julien took over the management completely. At his 18th birthday supper, an unfortunate accident took place with a new pistol, at which time poor Uncle Augustin was shot in the head and killed by Julien. This may have been a legitimate accident, as every report of it indicates that Julien was prostrate with grief afterward. More than one story maintains that the two were wrestling with the gun when the accident happened. One story says that Julien had challenged Augustin's honesty, and Augustin had threatened to blow his own brains out on account of this, and Julien was trying to stop him. Another story says that Augustin accused Julien of a crime against nature with another boy, and on that account they began to quarrel, and Augustin brought out the gun which Julien tried to take from him. Whatever the case, no one was ever charged with any crime, and Julien became the undisputed manager of the plantation. And even at the tender age of 15, Julien had proved well suited to it, and restored order among the slaves, and doubled the output of the plantation in the next decade. Throughout his life, he remained the true manager of the property, though Catherine, his younger sister, inherited the legacy. Marguerite spent the last decades of her very long life reading all the time in the library full of horrible and disgusting things. She talked to herself out loud almost all the time, and would stand in front of mirrors and have very long conversations in English with her reflection. She would also talk at length to her plants, many of which had come from the original garden created by her father, Henri-Marie Landry. She was very fond of her many cousins, children and grandchildren of Maurice Mayfair and Lestan Mayfair, and they were fiercely loyal to her, though she engendered talk continuously. The slaves grew to hate Marguerite and would not go near her, except for her quadroons Virginie and Marie, and it was said that Virginie bullied her a bit in her old age. A runaway in 1859 told the parish priest that Marguerite had stolen her baby and cut it up for the devil. The priest told the local authorities, and there were inquiries, but apparently Julien and Catherine, who were very well liked and admired by everyone, and quite capably running Riverbend, explained that the slave woman had miscarried, and there was no baby to speak of, but that it had been baptized and buried properly. Whatever else was going on, Remy, Julien, and Catherine grew up apparently happy and inundated with luxury, enjoying all that antebellum New Orleans had to offer at its height, including the theater, the opera, and endless private entertainments. They frequently came to town as a trio, with only a quadroon governess to watch over them, staying in a lavish suite at the St. Louis Hotel and buying out the fashionable stores before their return to the country. There was a shocking story at the time that Catherine wanted to see the famous quadroon balls where the young women of mixed blood danced with their white suitors, and so she went with her quadroon maid to the balls and had herself presented there as being of mixed blood, and fooled everyone. She had very dark hair and dark eyes and pale skin, and did not look in the least African, but then many of the quadroons did not. Julien had a hand in the affair, introducing his sister to several white men who had not met her before, and believed her to be a quadroon. The tale stunned the old guard when they heard it. The young white men who had danced with Catherine, believing her to be colored, were humiliated and outraged. Catherine and Julien and Remy thought the story was amusing, Julien fought at least one duel over the affair, badly wounding his opponent. In 1857, when Catherine was 17, she and her brothers bought a piece of property on First Street in the Garden District of New Orleans and hired Darcy Monaghan, the Irish architect, to build a house there, which is the present Mayfair home. It is likely that the purchase was the idea of Julien, who wanted a permanent city residence. Whatever the case, Catherine and Darcy Monaghan fell deeply in love, and Julien proved to be insanely jealous of his sister and would not permit her to marry so young. An enormous family squabble ensued. Julien moved out of the family home at Riverbend and spent some time in a flat in the French Quarter with a male companion of whom we know little except that he was from New York and rumored to be very handsome and devoted to Julien in a way that caused people to whisper that the pair were lovers. The gossip further relates that Catherine stole away to New Orleans to be alone with Darcy Monaghan in the unfinished house at First Street, and there the two lovers pledged their fealty in roofless rooms or in the wild unfinished garden. Julien became increasingly miserable in his anger and disapproval, and implored his mother Marguerite to interfere, but Marguerite would take no interest in the matter. At last, Catherine threatened to run away if her wishes were not granted, and Marguerite gave her official consent to a small church wedding. In a daguerreotype taken after the ceremony, Catherine is wearing the Mayfair emerald. Catherine and Darcy moved into the house on First Street in 1858, and Monaghan became the most fashionable architect and builder in uptown New Orleans. Many witnesses of the period mention Catherine's beauty and Darcy's charm, and what fun it was to attend the balls given by the two in their new home. The Mayfair emerald is mentioned any number of times. It was no secret that Julien Mayfair was so bitter about the marriage, however, that he would not even visit his sister. He did go back to Riverbend, but spent much time in his French Quarter flat. At Riverbend in 1863, Julien and Darcy and Catherine had a violent quarrel. Before the servants and some guests, Darcy begged Julien to accept him, to be affectionate to Catherine, and to be reasonable. Julien threatened to kill Darcy, and Catherine and Darcy left, never returning as a couple to Riverbend. Catherine gave birth to a boy named Clay in 1859, and thereafter to 3 children who all died in babyhood. Then, in 1865, she gave birth to another boy named Vincent, and to 2 more children who died in babyhood. It was said that these lost children broke her heart, that she took their deaths as a judgment from God, and that she changed somewhat from the gay, high-spirited girl she had been to a diffident and confused woman. Nevertheless, her life with Darcy seems to have been rich and full. She loved him very much, and did everything to support him in his various building enterprises. We should mention here that the Civil War had brought no harm whatever to the Mayfair family or fortune. New Orleans was captured and occupied very early on, with the result that it was never shelled or burned. And the Mayfairs had much too much money invested in Europe to be affected by the occupation or subsequent boom and bust cycles in Louisiana. Union troops were never quartered on their property, and they were in business with the Yankees, spelled Yanquees, almost as soon as the occupation of New Orleans began. Indeed, Catherine and Darcy Monaghan entertained Yankees at First Street, much to the bitter disgust of Julien and Remy and other members of the family. This happy life came to an end when Darcy himself died in 1871 of yellow fever. Catherine, broken-hearted and half-mad, pleaded with her brother Julien to come to her. He was in his French Quarter flat at the time, and came to her immediately, setting foot in the First Street house for the first time since its completion. Julien then remained with Catherine night and day, while the servants took care of the forgotten children. He slept with her in the master bedroom over the library on the north side of the house, and even people passing in the street below could hear Catherine's continued crying and miserable exclamations of grief over Darcy and her dead babies. Twice Catherine tried to take her life through poison. The servants told stories of doctors rushing to the house, of Catherine being given antidotes and made to walk about, though she was only semi-conscious and ready to drop, and of a distraught Julien who could not keep back his tears as he attended to her. Finally, Julien brought Catherine and the two boys back home to Riverbend, and there, in 1872, Catherine gave birth to Mary Beth Mayfair, who was baptized and registered as Darcy Monaghan's child, though it seems highly unlikely that Mary Beth was Darcy's child, since she was born 10½ months after the death of her father. Julien is almost certainly Mary Beth's father. As far as the Talamasca could determine, the servants spread the tale that Julien was, and so did various nurses who took care of the children. It was common knowledge that Julien and Catherine slept in the same bed behind closed doors, and that Catherine could not have had a lover after Darcy's death, as she never went out of the house except to make the journey home to the plantation. But this tale, though circulated widely among the servant class, never seems to have been accepted or acknowledged by the peers of the Mayfairs. Catherine was not only completely respectable in every other regard, she was enormously rich and generous and well liked for it, often giving money freely to family and friends whom the war had devastated. Her attempts at suicide had aroused only pity, and the old tales of her having gone to the quadroon balls had been completely erased from the public memory. Also, the financial influence of the family was so far-reaching at the time as to be almost immeasurable. Julien was very popular in New Orleans society. The talk soon died away, and it is doubtful that it ever had any impact whatsoever on the private or public life of the Mayfairs. Catherine is described in 1872 as still pretty, in spite of being prematurely gray, and was said to have a wholesome and engaging manner that easily won people over. A lovely and very well-preserved tintype of the period shows her seated in a chair with the baby in her lap, asleep, and the two little boys beside her. She appears healthy and serene, an attractive woman with a hint of sadness in her eyes. She is not wearing the Mayfair emerald. While Mary Beth and her older brothers, Clay and Vincent, were growing up in the country, Julien's brother, Remy Mayfair, and his wife, a Mayfair cousin and grandchild of Leston Mayfair, took possession of the Mayfair house and lived there for years, having 3 children, all of whom went by the name of Mayfair, and 2 of whom have descendants in Louisiana. It was during this time that Julien began to visit the house, and to make an office for himself in the library there. This library and master bedroom above it was part of a wing added to the original structure by Darcy in 1867. Julien had bookcases built into 2 walls of the room, and stocked them with many of the Mayfair family records that had always been kept at the plantation. We know that many of these books were very, very old, and some were written in Latin. Julien also moved many old paintings to the house, including portraits from the 1600s. Julien loved books and filled the library as well with the classics and with popular novels. He adored Nathaniel Hawthorne and Edgar Allan Poe, and also Charles Dickens. There is some evidence that quarrels with Catherine drove Julien into town away from Riverbend, though he never neglected his duties there. But if Catherine drove him away, certainly his little niece, or daughter, Mary Beth, brought him back, for he was always swooping down upon her with cartloads of gifts and stealing her away for weeks on end in New Orleans. This devotion did not prevent him from getting married in 1875 to a Mayfair cousin, a descendant of Maurice and a celebrated beauty. Her name was Suzette Mayfair, and Julien so loved her that he commissioned no less than 10 portraits of her during the first years of their marriage. They lived together in the First Street house, apparently in complete harmony with Remy and his family, perhaps because in every respect Remy deferred to Julien. Suzette seems to have loved little Mary Beth, though she had 4 children of her own in the next 5 years, including 3 boys and a girl named Jeannette. Catherine never voluntarily returned to the First Street house. It reminded her too much of Darcy. When in old age she was forced to return, it unsettled her mind, and at the turn of the century she became a tragic figure, eternally dressed in black and roaming the gardens in search of Darcy. Of all the Mayfair witches studied to date, Catherine was perhaps the weakest and the least significant. Her children, Clay and Vincent, were both entirely respectable and unremarkable. Clay and Vincent married early and had large families, and their descendants now live in New Orleans. What we know seems to indicate that Catherine was broken by Darcy's death, and is thereafter never described as anything but sweet and gentle and patient. She never took part in the management of Riverbend, but left it all to Julien, who eventually put it in the hands of Clay and Vincent Mayfair and of paid overseers. Catherine spent more and more of her time with her mother Marguerite, who had become with each decade ever more peculiar. A visitor in the 1880s describes Marguerite as quite impossible, a crone who went about night and day in stained white lace and spent hours reading aloud in a horrid, unmodulated voice in her library. She is said to have insulted people carelessly and at random. She was fond of her niece Angeline, Rémy's daughter, and of Catherine. She constantly mistook Catherine's children, Clay and Vincent, for their uncles, Julien or Rémy. Catherine was described as gray-haired and worn, and always at work on her embroidery. Catherine seems to have been a strict Catholic in later life. She went to daily mass at the parish church, and lavish christening parties were held for all of Clay's children and Vincent's children. Marguerite did not die until she was 92, at which time Catherine was 61 years old. But other than the tales of incest, which characterize the Mayfair history since the time of Jeanne-Louise and Pierre, there are no occult stories about Catherine. The black servants, slave or free, were never afraid of Catherine. There are no sightings of any mysterious dark-haired lover. And there is no evidence to indicate that Darcy Monaghan died of anything but plain old yellow fever. It has even been speculated by the members of the Talamasca that Julien was actually the witch of this entire period, that perhaps no other natural medium was presented in this generation of the family, and as Marguerite grew old, Julien began to exhibit the power. It has also been speculated that Catherine was a natural medium, but that she rejected her role when she fell in love with Darcy, and that is why Julien was so against her marriage, for Julien knew the secrets of the family. Indeed, we have an abundance of information to suggest that Julien was a witch, if not the witch of the Mayfair family. It is therefore imperative that we study Julien in some detail. As late as the 1950s, fascinating information about Julien was recounted to us. At some point, the history of Julien must be enlarged through further investigation and further collation and examination of the existing documents. Our reports on the Mayfairs throughout these decades are voluminous and repetitive, and there are numerous public and recorded mentions of Julien, and there are 3 oil portraits of him in American museums, and 1 in London. Julien's black hair turned completely white while he was still quite young, and his numerous photographs, as well as these oil paintings, show him to be a man of considerable presence and charm, as well as physical beauty. Some have said that he resembled his opera singer father, Tyrone Clifford McNamara. But it has struck some members of the Talamasca that Julien strongly resembled his ancestors Deborah Mayfair and Peter Van Abel, who, of course, in no way resembled each other. Julien seems a remarkable combination of these 2 forebears. He has Peter's height, profile, and blue eyes, and Deborah's delicate cheekbones and mouth. His expression in several of his portraits is amazingly like that of Deborah. It is as if the 19th century portraitist had seen the Rembrandt of Deborah, which was of course impossible, as it has always been in our vault, and consciously sought to imitate the personality captured by Rembrandt. We can only assume that Julien evinced that personality. It is also worth noting that in most of his photographs, in spite of the somber pose and other formal aspects of the work, Julien is smiling. It is a Mona Lisa smile, but it is nevertheless a smile, and strikes a bizarre note since it is wholly out of keeping with 19th century photographic conventions. 5 tintypes of Julien in our possession show the same subtle little smile, and smiles in tintypes of this era are completely unknown. It is as if Julien found picture-taking amusing. Photographs taken near the end of Julien's life in the 20th century also show a smile, but it is broader and more generous. It is worth noting that in these later pictures he appears extremely good-natured and quite simply happy. Julien was certainly the magnate of the family all of his life, more or less governing nieces and nephews, as well as his sister Catherine and his brother Remy. That he incited fear and confusion in his enemies was well known. It was reported by one furious cotton factor that Julien had, in a dispute, caused another man's clothing to burst into flame. The fire was hastily put out, and the man recovered from his rather serious burns, and no action was ever taken against Julien. Indeed, many who heard the story, including the local police, did not believe it. Julien laughed whenever he was asked about it. But there is also a story, told by only one witness, that Julien could set anything on fire by his will, and that his mother teased him about it. In another famous incident, Julien caused all the objects of a room to fly about when he went into a rage, and then could not bring a halt to the confusion. He went out, shut the door on the little storm, and sank into helpless laughter. There is also an isolated story, dependent upon one witness, that Julien murdered one of his boyhood tutors. None of the Mayfairs up to this period attended any regular school, but all were well educated privately. Julien was no exception, having several tutors during his youth. One of these, a handsome Yankee from Boston, was found drowned in a bayou near Riverbend, and it was said that Julien strangled him and threw him in the water. Again, this was never investigated, and the entire Mayfair family was indignant at this gossip. Servants who spread the story at once retracted it. This Boston schoolteacher had been a great source of information about the family. He gossiped continuously about Marguerite's strange habits and about how the slaves feared her. It is from him that we gained our descriptions of her bottles and jars full of strange body parts and objects. He claimed to have fought off advances from Marguerite. Indeed, so vicious and unwise was his gossip that more than one person warned the family about it. Whether Julien did kill the man cannot be known, but if he did, he had, given the attitudes of the day, at least some reason. Julien was said to give out foreign gold coins as if they were copper pennies. Waiters at the fashionable restaurants vied with one another to serve his table. He was a fabled horseman, and maintained several horses of his own, as well as 2 carriages and teams in his stables near to First Street. Even into old age he often rode his chestnut mare all the way up St. Charles Avenue to Carrollton and back in the morning. He would toss coins to the black children whom he passed. After his death, 4 different witnesses claimed to have seen his ghost riding through the mist on St. Charles Avenue, and these stories were printed in the newspapers of the period. Julien was also a great supporter of the Mardi Gras, which began as we know it today around 1872. He entertained lavishly at the First Street house during the Mardi Gras season. It was also said countless times that Julien had the gift of bilocation, that is, he could be in 2 places at the same time. This story was widely circulated among the servants. Julien would appear to be in the library, for instance, but then would be sighted almost immediately in the back garden. Or a maidservant would see Julien go out the front door, and then turn around to see him coming down the stairway. More than one servant quit working in the First Street house rather than cope with the strange Monsieur Julien. It has been speculated that appearances of Lasher might have been responsible for this confusion. Whatever the case, later descriptions of Lasher's clothes bear a remarkable resemblance to those worn by Julien in 2 different portraits. Lasher, as cited throughout the 20th century, is invariably dressed as Julien might have been dressed in the 1870s and 1880s. Julien stuffed handfuls of bills into the pockets of the priests who came to call, or the visiting Little Sisters of the Poor, or other such persons. He gave lavishly to the parish church, and to every charitable fund whose officials approached him. He often said that money didn't matter to him, yet he was a tireless accumulator of wealth. We know that he loved his mother, Marguerite, and though he did not spend much time in her company, he purchased books for her all the time in New Orleans and ordered them for her from New York and Europe. Only once did a quarrel between them attract attention, and that was over Catherine's marriage to Darcy Monaghan, at which time Marguerite struck Julien several times in front of the servants. By all accounts, he was deeply emotionally hurt, and simply withdrew in tears from his mother's company. After the death of Julien's wife, Suzette, Julien spent less time than ever at Riverbend. His children were brought up entirely at First Street. Julien, who had always been a debonair figure, took a more active role in society. Long before that, however, he appeared at the opera and the theatre with his little niece, or daughter, Mary Beth. He gave many charity balls, and actively supported young amateur musicians, presenting them in small private concerts in the double parlor at First Street. Julien not only made huge profits at Riverbend, he also went into merchandising with 2 New York affiliates, and made a considerable fortune in that endeavor. He bought up property all over New Orleans, which he left to his niece Mary Beth, even though she was the designee of the Mayfair legacy, and thereby stood to inherit a fortune larger than Julien's. There seems little doubt that Julien's wife Suzette was a disappointment to him. Servants and friends spoke of many unfortunate arguments. It was said that Suzette, for all her beauty, was deeply religious, and Julien's high-spirited nature disturbed her. She eschewed the jewels and fine clothes which he wanted her to wear. She did not like to go out at night. She disliked loud music. A lovely creature, with pale skin and shining eyes, Suzette was always sickly, and died young after the birth in rapid succession of her 4 children, and there is no doubt that the one girl, Jeannette, had some sort of second sight or psychic power. More than once Jeannette was heard by the servants to scream in uncontrollable panic at the sight of some ghost or apparition. Her sudden frights and mad dashes from the house into the street became well known in the Garden District, and were even written up in the papers. In fact, it was Jeannette who gave rise to the first ghost stories surrounding First Street. There are several stories of Julien's being extremely impatient with Jeannette and locking her up, but by all accounts he loved his children. All 3 of his sons went to Harvard, returning to New Orleans to practice civil law and to amass great fortunes of their own. Their descendants are Mayfairs to this day, regardless of sex or marital connection, and it is the law firm founded by Julien's sons which has for decades administered the Mayfair legacy. We have at least 7 different photographs of Julien with his children, including some with Jeannette, who died young. In every one the family seems extremely cheerful, and Barclay and Cortland strongly resemble their father. Though Barclay and Garland both died in their late 60s, Cortland lived to be 80 years old, dying in late October of 1959. This member of the Talamasca made direct contact with Cortland the preceding year, but we shall come to that at the proper time. Ellie Mayfair, adoptive mother of Rowan Mayfair, the present designee of the legacy, is a descendant of Julien Mayfair, being a granddaughter of Julien's son Cortland, the only child of Cortland's son Sheffield Mayfair and his wife, a French-speaking cousin named Eugénie Mayfair, who died when Ellie was 7 years old. Sheffield died before Cortland of a severe heart attack in the family law offices on Camp Street in 1952, at which time he was 45. His daughter Ellie was a student at Stanford in Palo Alto, California at the time, where she was already engaged to Graham Franklin, whom she later married. She never lived in New Orleans after that, though she returned for frequent visits, and came back to adopt Rowan Mayfair in 1959. Some of our most interesting evidence regarding Julien himself has to do with Mary Beth, and with the birth of Belle, her first daughter. Upon Mary Beth, Julien bestowed everything she could possibly desire, holding balls for her at First Street that rivaled any private entertainment in New Orleans. The garden walks, balustrades, and fountains at First Street were all designed and laid out for Mary Beth's 15th birthday party. Mary Beth was already tall by the age of 15, and in her photographs from this period she appears stately, serious, and darkly beautiful, with large black eyes and very clearly defined and beautifully shaped eyebrows. Her air is decidedly indifferent, however, and this apparent absence of narcissism or vanity was to characterize her photographs all her life. Sometimes her mannish posture is almost defiantly casual in these pictures, but it is highly doubtful that she was ever defiant, so much as simply distracted. It was frequently said that she looked like her grandmother Marguerite, and not like her mother Catherine. In 1887, Julien took his 15-year-old niece to New York with him. There, Julien and Mary Beth visited one of Leston's grandsons, Corrington Mayfair, who was an attorney and in the merchandising business with Julien. Julien and Mary Beth went on to Europe in 1888, remaining an entire year and a half, during which time New Orleans was informed by numerous letters to friends and relatives that 16-year-old Mary Beth had married a Scottish Mayfair, an old-world cousin, and given birth to a little girl named Belle. This marriage, taking place in a Scottish Catholic church, was described in rich detail in a letter which Julien wrote to a friend in the French Quarter, a notorious gossip of a woman, who passed the letter around to everyone. Other letters from both Julien and Mary Beth described the marriage in more abbreviated form for other talkative friends and relatives. It is worth noting that when Catherine heard of her daughter's marriage, she took to her bed and would not eat or speak for 5 days. Only when threatened with a private asylum did she sit up and agree to drink some soup. "Julien is the devil," she whispered, at which point Marguerite drove everyone out of the room. Unfortunately, the mysterious Lord Mayfair died in a fall from his ancestral tower in Scotland 2 months before the birth of his little daughter. Again Julien wrote home full accounts of everything which took place. Mary Beth wrote tearful letters to her friends. This Lord Mayfair is almost certainly a fictitious character. Mary Beth and Julien did visit Scotland. Indeed, they spent some time in Edinburgh, and even visited Dunleith, where they purchased the very castle on the hill above the town, described in detail by Peter Van Abel. But the castle, once the family home of the Dunleith clan, had been an abandoned ruin since the late 1600s. There is no record anywhere in Scotland of any lord or lords Mayfair. However, inquiries made by the Talamasca in this century have unearthed some rather startling evidence about the Dunleith ruins. A fire gutted it in the year 1689, in the fall, apparently very near the time of Deborah's execution in Montclèves, France. It might have been the very day, but that we have been unable to discover. In the fire, the last of the Dunleith clan, the old lord, his eldest son, and his young grandson, perished. It is tantalizing to suppose that the old lord was the father of Deborah Mayfair. It is also tantalizing to suppose that he was a wretched coward who did not dare to interfere with the burning of the poor, simple-minded peasant girl Suzanne, even when their Mary-begot daughter Deborah was in danger of the same awful fate. But we cannot know, and we cannot know whether or not Lasher played any role in starting the fire that wiped out the Dunleith family. History tells us only that the old man's body was burnt, while the infant grandson smothered in the smoke, and several women in the family leapt to their death from the battlements. The eldest son apparently died when a wooden stairway collapsed under him. History also tells us that Julien and Mary Beth purchased Dunleith Castle after only one afternoon spent in the ruins. It remains the property of the Mayfair family to this day, and other Mayfairs have visited it. It has never been occupied or restored, but it is kept clear of all debris and rather safely maintained, and during Stella's life in the 20th century it was open to the public. Why Julien bought the castle, what he knew about it, and what he meant to do with it, has never been known. Surely he had some knowledge of Deborah and Suzanne, either through the family history or through Lasher. The Talamasca has devoted an enormous amount of thought to this whole question, who knew what and when, because there is strong evidence to indicate that the Mayfairs of the 19th century did not know their full history. Catherine confessed on more than one occasion that she really didn't know much about the family's beginnings, only that they had come from Martinique to Saint-Domingue sometime in the 1600s. Many other Mayfairs made similar remarks. And even Mary Beth, as late as 1920, told the parish priests at St. Alphonsus Church that it was all lost in the dust. She seemed even a little confused when talking to local architecture students about who built Riverbend and when. Books of the period list Marguerite as the builder, when, in fact, Marguerite was born there. When asked by the servants to identify certain persons in the old oil portraits at First Street, Mary Beth said that she could not. She wished somebody back then had had the presence of mind to write the names on the backs of the pictures. As far as we have been able to ascertain, the names are on the backs of at least some of the pictures. Perhaps Julien and Julien alone read the old records, for certainly there were old records, and Julien had started to move them from Riverbend to First Street as early as 1872. Whatever the case, Julien went to Dunlaith in 1888 and bought the ruined castle. And Mary Beth Mayfair told the story to the end of her days that Lord Mayfair was the father of her poor, sweet little daughter Belle, who turned out to be the very opposite of her powerful mother. In 1892, an artist was hired to paint a picture of the ruin, and this oil painting hangs in the house on First Street. To return to the chronology, the supposed uncle and niece returned home with baby Belle in late 1889, at which time Marguerite, aged 90 and extremely decrepit, took a special interest in the baby. In fact, Catherine and Mary Beth had to keep watch on the child all the time it was at Riverbend, lest Marguerite go walking with it in her arms and then forget about it, and drop it, or lay it on a stair-step or a table. Julien laughed at these cautions, and said before the servants numerous times that the baby had a special guardian angel who would take care of it. By this time there seems to have been no talk at all about Julien having been Mary Beth's father, and none whatsoever about his being the father, by his daughter, of Belle. But for the purposes of this record, we are certain that he was Mary Beth's father, and the father of her daughter Belle. Mary Beth, Julien, and Belle all lived together happily at First Street, and Mary Beth, though she loved to dance and to go to the theatre and to parties, showed no immediate interest in finding another husband. Eventually she did remarry, as we shall see, a man named Daniel McIntyre, giving birth to 3 more children, Carlotta, Lionel, and Stella. The night before Marguerite's death in 1891, Mary Beth woke up in her bedroom on First Street screaming. She insisted she had to leave for Riverbend at once, that her grandmother was dying. Why had no one sent for her? The servants found Julien sitting motionless in the library of the first floor, apparently weeping. He seemed not to hear or see Mary Beth as she pleaded with him to take her to Riverbend. A young Irish maid then heard the old quadroon housekeeper remark that maybe that wasn't Julien at all sitting at the desk, and they ought to go look for him. This terrified the maid, especially since the housekeeper began to call out to Michi Julien about the house, while this motionless, weeping individual remained at the desk, staring forward as if he could not hear her. At last Mary Beth set out on foot, at which point Julien leapt up from the desk, ran his fingers through his white hair, and ordered the servants to bring round the broom. He caught up with Mary Beth before she had reached Magazine Street. It is worth noting that Julien was 63 at this time, and described as being a very handsome man, with the flamboyant appearance and demeanor of a stage actor. Mary Beth was 19 and exceedingly beautiful. Belle was only 2 years old, and there is no mention of her in this story. Julien and Mary Beth arrived at Riverbend just as messengers were being sent to fetch them. Marguerite was almost comatose, a wraith of a 92-year-old woman, clutching a curious little doll with her bony fingers, which she called her maman, much to the confusion of the attending doctor and nurse, who told all of New Orleans about it afterwards. A priest was also in attendance, and his detailed account of the whole matter has also worked its way into our records. The doll was reputedly a ghastly thing, with real human bones for limbs, strung together by means of black wire, and a mane of horrid white hair affixed to its head of rags with its crudely drawn features. Catherine, then aged 61, and her 2 sons were both sitting by the bed as they had been for hours. Remy was also there, having been at the plantation for a month before his mother took ill. The priest, Father Martin, had just given Marguerite the last sacraments, and the blessed candles were burning on the altar. When Marguerite breathed her last, the priest watched with curiosity as Catherine rose from her chair, went to the jewel box on the dresser, which she had always shared with her mother, took out the emerald necklace, and gave it to Mary Beth. Mary Beth received it gratefully, put it around her neck, and then continued to weep. The priest then observed that it had begun to rain, and the wind about the house was extremely strong, banging the shutters and causing the leaves to fall. Julien seemed to be delighted by this, and even laughed. Catherine appeared weary and frightened, and Mary Beth cried inconsolably. Clay, a personable young man, seemed fascinated by what was going on. His brother Vincent merely looked indifferent. Julien then opened the windows to let in the wind and rain, which frightened the priest somewhat, and certainly made him uncomfortable, as it was winter. He nevertheless stayed at the bedside, as he thought proper, though rain was actually falling on the bed. The trees were crashing against the house. The priest was afraid one of the limbs might come right through the window nearest him. Julien, quite unperturbed and with his eyes full of tears, kissed the dead Marguerite and closed her eyes, and took the doll from her, which he put inside his coat. He then laid her hands on her chest and made a speech to the priest, explaining that his mother had been born at the end of the old century and had lived almost 100 years, that she had seen and understood things which she could never tell anyone. In most families, Julien declared in French, when a person dies, all that the person knows dies with that person. Not so with the Mayfairs. Her blood is in us, and all she knew is passed into us, and we are stronger. Catherine merely nodded sadly to this speech. Mary Beth continued to weep. Clay stood in the corner with his arms folded, watching. When the priest asked timidly if the window might be closed, Julien told him that the heavens were weeping for Marguerite, and that it would be disrespectful to close the window. Julien then knocked the blessed candles off the Catholic altar by the bed, which offended the priest. It also startled Catherine. "Now, Julien, don't go crazy," Catherine whispered, at which Vincent laughed in spite of himself, and Clay smiled unwillingly also. All glanced awkwardly at the priest, who was horrified. Julien then gave the company a playful smile and a shrug, and then looking at his mother again, he became miserable, and knelt down beside the bed and buried his face in the covers beside the dead woman. Clay quietly left the room. As the priest was taking his leave, he asked Catherine about the emerald. Rather offhandedly, she said that it was a jewel she had inherited from her mother, but never much liked, as it was so big and so heavy. Mary Beth could have it. The priest then left the house, and discovered that within a few hundred yards the rain was not falling and there was no wind. The sky was quite clear. He came upon Clay sitting in a white straight-backed chair by the picket fence at the very end of the frontage of the plantation. Clay was smoking and watching the distant storm, which was quite visible in the darkness. The priest greeted Clay, but Clay did not appear to hear him. This is the first detailed account of the death of a Mayfair witch that we possess since Peter Van Abel's description of the death of Deborah. There are many other stories about Julien which could be included here, and indeed perhaps they should be in future. We will hear more of him as the story of Mary Beth unfolds. But we should not move on to Mary Beth without treating one more aspect of Julien, that is, his bisexuality, and it is worthwhile to recount in detail the significant stories told of Julien by one of his lovers, Richard Llewellyn. As indicated above, Julien was mentioned in connection with a crime against nature very early in his life, at which point he killed, either accidentally or deliberately, one of his uncles. We have also made mention of his male companion in the French Quarter in the late 1850s. Julien was to have such companions throughout his life, but of most of them we know nothing. Two of whom we have some record are a quadroon named Victor Gregoire and an Englishman named Richard Llewellyn. Victor Gregoire worked for Julien in the 1880s as a private secretary of sorts, and even a sort of valet. He lived in the servants' quarters on First Street. He was a remarkably handsome man, as were all Julien's companions, male or female. And he was rumored to be a Mayfair descendant. Investigation has confirmed, in fact, that he was the great-grandson of a quadroon maid who emigrated from Saint-Domingue with the family, a possible descendant of Peter Fontenay Mayfair, brother of Jeanne-Louise, and son of Charlotte and Peter Van Abel. Whatever, Victor was much beloved by Julien, but the two had a quarrel in about 1885, around the time of Suzette's death. The one rather thin story we have about the quarrel indicates that Victor accused Julien of not treating Suzette in her final illness with sufficient compassion, and Julien, outraged, beat Victor rather badly. Cousins repeated this tale within the family enough for outsiders to hear of it. The consensus seems to be that Victor was probably right, and as Victor was a most devoted servant to Julien, he had a servant's right to tell his master the truth. It was common knowledge at this time that no one was closer to Julien than Victor, and that Victor did everything for Julien. It should also be added, however, that there is strong evidence that Julien loved Suzette, no matter how disappointed he was in her, and that he took good care of her. His sons certainly thought that he loved their mother, and at Suzette's funeral Julien was distraught. He comforted Suzette's father and mother for hours after, and took time off from all business pursuits to remain with his daughter Jeannette, who never recovered from her mother's death. We should also note that Julien was near hysteria at Jeannette's funeral, which occurred several years later. Indeed, at one point he held tight to the coffin and refused to allow it to be placed in the crypt. Garland, Barclay, and Cortlandt had to physically support their father as the entombment took place. Descendants of Suzette's sisters and brothers say in the present time that great-aunt Suzette, who once lived at First Street, was in fact driven mad by her husband Julien, that he was perverse, cruel, and mischievous in a way that indicated congenital insanity. But these tales are vague and contain no real knowledge of the period. To proceed with the story of Victor, the young man died tragically while Julien and Mary Beth were in Europe. Walking home one night through the garden district, Victor stepped in the path of a speeding carriage at the corner of Philip and Prytania Streets and suffered a dreadful fall and a blow to the head. 2 days later he succumbed from massive cerebral injuries. Julien received word on his return to New York. He had a beautiful monument built for Victor in the St. Louis No. 3 cemetery. What argues for this having been a homosexual relationship is circumstantial, except for a later statement by Richard Llewellyn, the last of Julien's male companions. Julien bought enormous amounts of clothes for Victor. He also bought Victor beautiful riding horses, and gave him exorbitant amounts of money. The two spent days and nights together, traveled together to and from River Bend and to New York, and Victor often slept on the couch in the library at First Street, rather than retire to his room at the very back of the house. As for the statement of Richard Llewellyn, he never knew Victor, but he told this member of the order personally that Julien had once had a colored lover named Victor. The testimony of Richard Llewellyn. Richard Llewellyn is the only observer of Julien ever personally interviewed by a member of the order, and he was more than a casual observer. What he had to say concerning other members of the family as well as Julien makes his testimony of very special interest, even though his statements are for the most part uncorroborated. He has given some of the most intimate glimpses of the Mayfair family which we possess. Therefore, we feel that it is worthwhile to quote our reconstruction of his words in its entirety. Richard Llewellyn came to New Orleans in 1900 at the age of 20, and he became an employee of Julien, just as Victor had once been, for Julien, though he was then 72 years old, still maintained enormous interests in merchandising, cotton factoring, real estate, and banking. Until the week of his death some 14 years later, Julien kept regular business hours in the library at First Street. Llewellyn worked for Julien until his death, and Llewellyn admitted candidly to me in 1958, when I first began my field investigation of the Mayfair witches, that he had been Julien's lover. Llewellyn was in 1958 just past 77 years of age. He was a man of medium height, healthy build, and had curly black hair, heavily streaked with gray, and very large and slightly protruding blue eyes. He had acquired by that time what I would call a New Orleans accent, and no longer sounded like a Yankee or a Bostonian, though there are definite similarities between the ways that New Orleanians and Bostonians speak. Whatever the case, he was unmistakably a New Orleanian, and he looked the part as well. He owned an antiquarian bookstore in the French Quarter on Chartres Street, specializing in books on music, especially opera. There were always phonograph records of Caruso playing in the store, and Llewellyn, who invariably sat at a desk to the rear of the shop, was always dressed in a suit and tie. It was a bequest from Julien which had enabled him to own the building, where he also lived in the second-floor flat, and he worked in his shop until 1 month before his death in 1959. I visited him several times in the summer of 1958, but I was only able to persuade him to talk at length on one occasion, and I must confess that the wine he drank at my invitation had a great deal to do with it. I have, of course, shamelessly employed this method, lunch, wine, and then more wine, with many a witness of the Mayfair family. It seems to work particularly well in New Orleans and during the summer. I think I was a little too brash and insistent with Llewellyn, but his information has proved invaluable. An entirely casual meeting with Llewellyn was effected when I happened into his bookstore one July afternoon, and we commenced to talk about the great castrati opera singers, especially Farinelli. It was not difficult to persuade Llewellyn to lock up the shop for a Caribbean siesta at 2:30 and come with me for a late lunch at Galatoire's. I did not broach the subject of the Mayfair family for some time, and then only timidly, and in connection with the old house on First Street. I said frankly that I was interested in the place and the people who lived there. By then Llewellyn was pleasantly high, and plunged into reminiscences of his first days in New Orleans. At first he would say nothing about Julien, but then began to speak of Julien as if I knew all about the man. I supplied various well-known dates and facts, and that moved the conversation along briskly. We left Galatoire's finally for a small, quiet Bourbon Street café, and continued our conversation until well after 8:30 that evening. At some point during this conversation, Llewellyn realized that I had no prejudice whatsoever against him on account of his sexual preferences. Indeed, that nothing he was saying came as a shock to me, and this added to his relaxed attitude towards the story he told. This was long before our use of tape recorders, and I reconstructed the conversation as best I could as soon as I returned to my hotel, trying to capture Llewellyn's particular expressions. But it is a reconstruction, and throughout I have omitted my own persistent questions. I believe the substance to be accurate. Essentially, Llewellyn was deeply in love with Julien Mayfair, and one of the early shocks of Llewellyn's life was to discover that Julien was at least 10 to 15 years older than Llewellyn ever imagined. And Llewellyn only discovered this when Julien suffered his first stroke in early 1914. Until that time, Julien had been a fairly romantic and vigorous lover of Llewellyn, and Llewellyn remained with Julien until he died, some 4 months later. Julien was partially paralyzed at that time, but still managed to spend an hour or two each day in his office. Llewellyn supplied a vivid description of Julien in the early 1900s, as a thin man who had lost some of his height, but was generally spry and energetic, and full of good humor and imagination. Llewellyn said frankly that Julien had initiated him in the erotic secrets of life, and not only had Julien taught Llewellyn how to be an attentive lover, he also took the young man with him to Storyville, the notorious red light district of New Orleans, and introduced him to the better houses operating there. But let us move on directly to his account. "Oh, the tricks he taught me," Llewellyn said, referring to their amorous relationship. And what a sense of humor he had! It was as if the whole world were a joke to him, and there was never the slightest bitterness in it. I'll tell you a very private thing about him. He made love to me just as if I were a woman. If you don't know what I mean, there's no use explaining it. And that voice he had, that French accent, I tell you, when he started talking in my ear... And he would tell me the funniest stories about his antics with his other lovers, about how they fooled everyone, and, indeed, one of his boys, Alistair by name, used to dress up as a woman and go to the opera with Julien, and no one ever had the slightest suspicion about it. Julien tried to persuade me to do that, but I told him I could never carry it off, never. He understood. He was extremely good-natured. In fact, it was impossible to involve him in a quarrel. He said he was done with all that, and besides, he had a horrible temper and couldn't bear to lose it. It exhausted him. The one time I was unfaithful and came back after 2 days, fully expecting a terrible argument, he treated me with, what would you call it, bemused cordiality. It turned out he knew everything that I had done and with whom, and in the most pleasant and sincere way he asked me why I had been such a fool. It was positively eerie. At last I burst into tears and confessed that I had meant to show my independence. After all, he was such an overwhelming man, but I was then ready to do anything to get back into his good graces. I don't know what I would have done if he'd thrown me out. He accepted this with a smile. He patted my shoulder and said not to worry. I'll tell you, it cured me of wandering out forever. It was no fun at all to feel so dreadful, and have him so calm and so accepting. Taught me a few things. It really did. And then he went into all that about being a reader of minds, and of being able to see what was going on in other places. He talked a lot about that. I could never tell whether or not he meant it, or if it was just another one of his jokes. He had the prettiest eyes. He was a very handsome old man, really, and there was a flair to the way he dressed. I suppose you might say he was something of a dandy. When he was dressed up in a fine white linen suit with a yellow silk waistcoat and a white Panama hat, he looked splendid. I think I imitate him to this day. Isn't that sad? I go about trying to look like Rowan Mayfair. Oh, but that reminds me. I'll tell you, he did the strangest thing to frighten me once, and to this day I don't really know what happened. We had been talking the night before about what Julien looked like when he was young, how handsome he appeared in all the photographs, and, you know, it was like going through a veritable history of photography to study all that. The first pictures of him were daguerreotypes, and then came the tintypes, and the later genuine photographs in sepia on cardboard, and finally the sort of black and white pictures we have today. Anyway, he had shown me a batch of them, and I had said, "Oh, I wish I'd known you when you were young. I imagine you were truly beautiful." Then I'd stopped. I was so ashamed. I thought perhaps I'd hurt him. But there he was, merely smiling at me. I shall never forget it. He was seated at the far end of his leather couch, legs crossed, just looking at me through the smoke from his pipe, and he said, "Well, Richard, if you'd like to know how I was then, maybe I'll show you. I'll surprise you." That night I was downtown. I don't remember why I went out. I had to get out, perhaps. You know, sometimes that house could be so oppressive. It was full of children and old people, and Mary Beth Mayfair was always about, and she was such a presence, to put it politely. Don't get me wrong, I liked Mary Beth. Everybody liked Mary Beth, and I liked her a great deal, until Julien died, at least. She was easy to talk to, actually. She would really listen to you when you talked to her. That is one thing I always found rather unusual about her. But she had a way of filling up a room when she came in. She outshined everyone else, you might say. And then there was her husband, Judge McIntyre. Judge McIntyre was a terrible sot. He was always drunk. And what a quarrelsome drunk. I tell you, I had to go looking for him more than once and bring him home from the Irish bars on Magazine Street. You know, the Mayfairs weren't his kind of people, really. He was an educated man, lace-curtain Irish, to be sure. Yet I think Mary Beth made him feel inferior. She was always saying little things to him, such as that he ought to put his napkin in his lap, or not smoke his cigars in the dining room, or that he was biting the edge of his silver when he ate, and the noise annoyed her. He was eternally offended by her. But I think he really loved her. That's why she could hurt him so easily. He really loved her. You would have had to have known her to understand. She wasn't beautiful, that wasn't it, but she was absolutely captivating. I could tell you about her and the young men, but then I don't want to talk about all that. But what I was trying to say was that they would sit there at the table till all hours after dinner, Mary Beth and Judge McIntyre and Julien, of course, and Clay Mayfair, too, while he was there. I never saw people who liked to talk so much after dinner. Julien could put away half a fifth of brandy, and little Stella would fall asleep in his lap. Ah, Stella with the ringlets, dear pretty Stella, and beautiful little Belle. She'd come wandering in with her doll, and Millie dear. They called her Millie dear then, but they stopped later on. She was younger than Belle, but she, sort of watched out for Belle. It took a long time to catch on about Belle. You just thought she was sweet at first, an angel of a girl, if you know what I mean. There were some other cousins who used to come. Seems Julien's boy, Garland, was around plenty after he came home from school. And Cortland, I really liked Cortland. And for a while there was talk he might marry Millie, but she was only a first cousin, being Remy's girl, and people didn't do that sort of thing anymore. Millie has never married. What a sad thing. But Judge McIntyre was the kind of Irishman who really can't stand to be around his wife, if you follow my meaning. He had to be with men, drinking and arguing all the time, and not men like Julien, but men like himself, hard-drinking, hard-talking Irishmen. He spent a great deal of time downtown at his club, but many an evening he went to those rougher drinking places on Magazine Street. When he was home, he was always very noisy. He was a good judge, however. He wouldn't drink till he came home from court, and since he always came home early, he had plenty of time to be completely drunk by 10 o'clock. Then he would go wandering, and round midnight Julien would say, "Richard, I think you had better go look for him." Julien just took it all in stride. He thought Judge McIntyre was funny. He would laugh at anything Judge McIntyre said. Judge McIntyre would go on and on about Ireland and the political situation over there, and Julien would wait until he was finished and say cheerfully and with a twinkle in his eye, "I don't care if they all kill each other." Judge McIntyre would go crazy. Mary Beth would laugh and shake her head and kick Julien under the table. But Judge McIntyre was so far gone in those last years. How he ever managed to live so long I cannot imagine. Didn't die till 1925, 3 months after Mary Beth died. They said it was pneumonia. The hell it was pneumonia. They found him in the gutter, and it was Christmas Eve, and so cold the pipes were freezing. Pneumonia. I heard when Mary Beth was dying, she was in such pain they gave her almost enough morphia to kill her. She would be lying there out of her mind, and in he'd come, drunk, and wake her up, saying, "Mary Beth, I need you." What a poor drunken fool he was. And she would say to him, "Come, Daniel, lie beside me, Daniel." And to think she was in such pain. It was Stella who told me that. The last time I ever saw her, alive, that is. I went up there one last time after that for Stella's funeral, and there she was in the coffin. It was a miracle the way Lonergan closed up that wound. Just beautiful she was, lying there, and all the Mayfairs in that room. But that was the last time I saw her alive, as I was saying. And the things she said about Carlotta, of how Carlotta was cold to Mary Beth in those last months, why, it would make your hair stand on end. Imagine a daughter being cold to a mother who was dying like that. But Mary Beth took no notice of it. She just lay there in pain, half dreaming, Stella said, not knowing where she was, sometimes talking out loud to Julien as if she could see him in the room. And of course Stella was by her night and day. You can be sure of that. How Mary Beth loved Stella. Why, Mary Beth told me once that she could put all her other children in a sack and throw them in the Mississippi River for all she cared. Stella was the only one that mattered. Of course she was joking. She was never mean to those children. I remember how she used to read by the hour to Lionel when he was little and help him with his schooling. She got him the best teachers when he didn't want to go to school. None of the children did well in school, except for Carlotta, naturally. Stella was expelled from 3 different schools, I believe. Carlotta was the only one who really did well, and a lot of good it did her. But what was I saying? Oh, yes. Sometimes I felt I had no place in the house. Whatever the case, I went out. I went to the quarter. It was the days of Storyville, when prostitution was legal here, and Julien had taken me down to Lulu White's Mahogany Hall himself one night, and to the other fashionable places, and he didn't much care if I went on my own. Well, I said I was going that night, and Julien didn't mind. He was up there snug in the third-floor bedroom with his books, and his hot chocolate, and his Victrola. Besides, he knew I was only looking. And so I went down there, strolling past all those little houses, you know, the cribs they used to call them, with the girls in the front doors beckoning for me to come in. And, of course, I had not the slightest intention of doing it. Then my eyes fell on this beautiful young man. I mean, a simply beautiful young man. And he stood in one of the alleyways down there, with his arms folded, leaning against the side of the house, simply looking at me. "Bonsoir, Richard," he said to me. And I recognized the voice at once. The French accent. It was Julien, and I saw that the man was Julien, only he couldn't have been past 20. I tell you, I never had such a start. I almost cried out. It was worse than seeing a ghost. And the fellow was gone like that, vanished. I couldn't get to a cab fast enough, and I went right straight home to First Street. Julien opened the front door for me. He was wearing his robe and puffing on his obnoxious pipe and laughing. "I told you I would show you what I looked like when I was 20, he said. He laughed and laughed. I remember I followed him into the parlor, and it was such a lovely room then. Nothing like it is now. You should have seen it. Absolutely lovely French pieces, mostly Louis V, which Julien had bought himself in Europe when he went with Mary Beth. So light and elegant and simply lovely. That Art Deco furniture was all Stella's doing. She thought it was quite the thing, what with potted palms everywhere. The only good piece of furniture was that Bosendorfer piano. The place looked perfectly mad when I went up there for the funeral. And you know, of course, that Stella was buried from the house. No funeral parlor for Stella. Why, Stella was laid out in the very front room in which she'd been shot. Do you know that? I kept looking around, wondering where exactly it had happened. And don't you know everybody else was doing that, and they had already locked up Lionel, of course. Oh, I couldn't believe it. Lionel had been such a sweet boy, and so good-looking, and he and Stella used to go everywhere together. But what was I saying? Oh, yes, that incredible night. I'd just seen young Julien downtown, beautiful young Julien, speaking French to me, and then I was home again and following old Julien into the parlor, and he sat down on the couch there, and stretched out his legs and said, "Ah, Richard, there are so many things I could tell you, so many things I could show you. But I'm old now, and what's the point? One very fine consolation of old age is you don't need to be understood any more. A sort of resignation sets in, with the inevitable hardening of the arteries." Of course, I was still upset. "Julien," I said, "I demand to know how you did it." He wouldn't answer me. It was as if I wasn't there. He was staring at the fire. He always had both fires going in that room in winter. It has two fireplaces, you know, and one is slightly smaller than the other. A little later he waked from his dream, and he reminded me that he was writing his life story. I might read that after his death, perhaps. He wasn't sure. "I have enjoyed my life," he said. "Perhaps a person shouldn't enjoy his life as much as I have enjoyed mine. Ah, there is so much misery in the world, and I have always had such a splendid time. Seems unfair, doesn't it? I should have done more for others, much more. I should have been more inventive. But all of that is in my book. You can read it later." He said more than once that he was writing his life story. He really had quite an interesting life, you know, being born so long before the Civil War, and seeing so very much. I used to ride with him uptown, and we would ride through Audubon Park, and he would talk about the days when all that land had been a plantation. He talked about taking the steamboat from River Bend. He talked about the old opera house and the quadroon balls. On and on he talked. I should have written it down. He used to tell little Lionel and Stella those stories, too, and how they both listened. He'd take them downtown in the carriage with us, and he would point out places in the French Quarter to them, and tell them wonderful little tales. I tell you, I wanted to read that life story. I remember several occasions on which I came into the library and he was writing away, and remarked that it was the autobiography. He wrote by hand, though he did have a typewriter, and he didn't mind at all that the children were underfoot. Lionel would be in there reading by the fire, or Stella would be playing with her doll on the couch. Didn't matter one bit. He would just be writing away on his autobiography. And what do you think? When he died, there was no life story. That's what Mary Beth told me. I begged her to let me see whatever he'd written. She said offhandedly there was nothing. She would not let me touch anything on his desk. She locked me out of the library. Oh, I hated her for it, positively hated her. And she did it in such an offhanded way. She would have convinced anybody else she was telling the truth. That's how sure of herself she was. But I had seen the manuscript. She did give me something which belonged to him, and I've always been grateful. At that point, Llewellyn produced a beautiful carbuncle ring and showed it to me. I complimented him on it and told him I was curious about the days of Storyville. What had it been like to go there with Julien? His answer was quite lengthy. Oh, Julien loved Storyville, he really did. And the women at Lulu White's Hall of Mirrors adored him, I can tell you. They waited on him as if he were a king. Same thing everywhere he went. Lots of things happened down there, however, that I don't much like to talk about. It wasn't that I was jealous of Julien. It was very simply shocking to a clean-living Yankee boy such as I had been. Llewellyn laughed. But you'll understand better what I mean if I tell you. The first time Julien took me, it was winter, and he had his coachman drive us up to the front doors of one of the best houses. There was a pianist playing there then. I'm not sure who it was now. Maybe Manuel Perez, maybe Jelly Roll Morton. I was never the fan of jazz and ragtime that Julien was. He just loved that pianist. They always called those pianists the professor, you know. And we sat in the parlor listening and drinking champagne, and it was quite good champagne. And of course the girls came in with all their tawdry finery and foolish airs. There was the Duchess this and the Countess that, and they tried to seduce Julien, and he was just perfectly charming to all of them. Then finally he made his choice, and it was this older woman, rather plain, and that puzzled me, and he said we were both going upstairs. Of course I didn't want to be with her. Nothing could have persuaded me to be with her, but Julien only smiled at that and said that I should watch, and that way I'd learn something of the world. Very typical Julien. And what do you think happened when we went into the bedroom? Well, it wasn't the woman Julien was interested in. It was her two daughters, 9 and 11 years old. They sort of helped with preparations. The examination of Julien, to put it delicately, to make certain that he didn't have, you know, and then the washing. I tell you, I was stunned to watch those children perform these intimate duties. And do you know that when Julien went to it with the mother, the two little girls were there on the bed? They were both very pretty, one with dark hair, the other with blonde curls. They wore little chemises and dark stockings, if you can imagine. And they were enticing, I think, even to me. Why, you could see their little nipples through the chemises. Didn't have hardly any breasts at all. I don't know why that was so enticing. They sat against the high carved back of the bed. You know, it was one of those machine-made atrocities that went clear to the ceiling with the half-tester and the crown. And they even kissed him like attending angels when he mounted the mother, so to speak. I'll never forget those children, the way it all seemed so natural to them, and natural to Julien. Of course, he behaved throughout all this as gracefully in such a situation as a human being could possibly behave. You would have thought that he was Darius, king of Persia, and that these ladies were his harem, and there was not the slightest bit of self-consciousness in him, or prudery. Afterwards he drank some more champagne with them, and even the little girls drank it. The mother tried to work her charms on me, but I would have none of it. Julien would have stayed there all night if I hadn't asked him to leave. He was teaching both the girls a new poem. Seems he taught them a poem every time he came down, and they recited 3 or 4 of the past lessons for him, one a Shakespeare sonnet. The new one was Elizabeth Barrett Browning. I couldn't wait to leave that place, and on the way home I really lit into him. Julien, whatever we are grown people. Those were just children, I said. He was his usual genial self. Come on now, Richard, he said. Don't be foolish. Those were what are called trick babies. They were born in a house of prostitution, and they'll live out their lives that way. I didn't do anything to them that would hurt them, and if I hadn't been with their mother this evening, somebody else would have been with her and with them. But I'll tell you what strikes me, Richard, about the whole matter. It's the way that life asserts itself, no matter what the circumstances. Of course, it must be a miserable existence. How could it not be? Yet those little girls manage to live, to breathe, to enjoy themselves. They laugh, and they are full of curiosity and tenderness. They adjust. I believe that's the word. They adjust, and they reach for the stars in their own way. I tell you, it's wondrous to me. They make me think of the wild flowers that grow in the cracks of the pavement, just pushing up into the sun no matter how many feet crush them down. I didn't argue with him any further, but I remember that he talked on and on. He said there were children in every city in the country who were more miserable than those children. Of course, that didn't make it all right. I know he went to Storyville often, and he didn't take me along. But I'll tell you something else rather strange. Here he hesitated. He required some prodding. He used to take Mary Beth with him. He took her to Lulu White's and to the Arlington, and the way they managed it was that Mary Beth dressed as a man. I saw them go out together on more than one occasion. And, of course, if you ever saw Mary Beth, you would understand. She was not an ugly woman in any sense, but she wasn't delicate. She was tall and strongly built, and she had rather large features. In one of her husband's three-piece suits, she made a damned good-looking man. She'd wrap her long hair up under a hat and wear a scarf around her neck, and sometimes she wore glasses, though I'm not sure why, and off she went with Julien. I remember that happening at least 5 times, and I heard them talking about it after, how she fooled everyone. And Judge McIntyre sometimes went with them, but I think in truth that Julien and Mary Beth didn't want him along. And then once Julien told me that was how Judge McIntyre had met Mary Beth Mayfair, that it was in Storyville about 2 years before I came. He wasn't Judge McIntyre yet. Then, just Daniel McIntyre. And he'd met Mary Beth down there and spent the evening gambling with her and with Julien, and didn't know till the next morning that Mary Beth was a woman, and when he discovered that, he wouldn't leave her alone. Julien told me all about it. They had gone down just to roam around and to catch what they could of the Razzie-Dazzie Spasm Band. Now, you've heard of them, I imagine, and they were good, they really were. And somehow Julien and Mary Beth, who went by the name of Jules on these excursions, went into Willie Piazza's, and there they ran into Daniel McIntyre. And after that, they wandered from place to place, looking for a good pool game, because Mary Beth was very good at pocket billiards, always was. Anyway, it must have been daylight when they decided to go home, and Judge McIntyre had talked a lot of business with Julien, since he wasn't the judge yet, of course, and he was a lawyer, and it was determined they would meet uptown for lunch, and that maybe Julien would do something to help McIntyre get into a firm. And at that point, when the judge was giving Jules a big hug of farewell, she pulled off her fedora and down came all her black hair, and she told him she was a woman, and he almost died on the spot. I think he was in love with her from that day on. I came the year after they were married, and they already had Miss Carlotta, a baby in the crib, and Lionel came along within 10 months, and then a year and a half later, Stella, the prettiest of them all. To tell you the truth, Judge McIntyre never fell out of love with Mary Beth. That was his trouble. 1913 was the last full year I spent in that house, and of course he had been a judge for over 8 years by then, thanks to Julien's influence, and I tell you, he was just as much in love with Mary Beth as he had ever been. And in her own way, she was in love with him, too. Don't guess she could have put up with him if she hadn't been. Of course there were the young men. People talked about those young men. You know, her stable boys and her messenger boys, and they were good-looking, they really were. You'd see them coming down the back steps, you know, looking scared, sort of, as they went out the back door. But she loved Judge McIntyre, she really did. And I'll tell you another thing. I don't think he ever guessed. He was so damned drunk all the time. And Mary Beth was just as cool about all that as she was about anything else. Mary Beth was the calmest person I ever knew, in a way. Nothing ruffled her, not for very long at any rate. She didn't have much patience with anyone who opposed her, but she wasn't interested in being enemies with a person, you know. She wasn't one to fight or pit her will against anyone else. It always amazed me, the way she put up with Carlotta. Carlotta was 13 years old when I left. She was a witch, that child. She wanted to go to school away from home, and Mary Beth tried to persuade her not to do it, but that girl was determined, and so Mary Beth finally just let her go. Mary Beth dismissed people like that. That's the way it was, really, and you might say she dismissed Carlotta. Part of her coldness, I suppose, and it could be maddening. When Julien died, the way she locked me out of the library and out of the third-floor bedroom, that I'll never forget. She never did get the least bit excited. "Go on now, Richard. You go downstairs and have some coffee, and then you best get packed," she said, as if she was talking to a little child. She bought a building for me down here, lickety-split. I mean, Julien wasn't in the ground when she had bought that building and moved me downtown. Of course, it was Julien's money. But no, she never got excited, except when I told her Julien was dead. Then she got excited. Yes, to tell the truth, she went mad. But just for a little while. Then when she saw he was really gone, she just snapped to and started straightening him up and straightening up the bed covers, and I never saw her shed another tear. I'll tell you a strange thing about Julien's funeral, though. Mary Beth did a strange thing. It was in that front room, of course, and the coffin was open, and Julien was a handsome corpse, and every Mayfair in Louisiana was there. Why, there were carriages and automobiles lined up for blocks on First and Chestnut Street. And it rained. Oh, did it rain. I thought it would never stop. It was so thick it was like a veil around the house. But the main thing was this. They were waking Julien, you know, and it wasn't really what you'd call an Irish wake, of course, because they were far too high-toned for that sort of thing, but there was wine and food, and the judge was blind drunk, naturally. And at one point, with all those people in the room and all the goings-on, and people all over the hallway and back in the dining room and in the library and up the steps, well, with all that just going on, Mary Beth just moved a straight-back chair up, right beside the coffin, and she put her hand in the coffin and clasped Julien's dead hand. And she just went to dozing right there, in that chair, with her head to one side, holding on to Julien as the cousins came and went to see him and kneel on the prie-dieu and so forth and so on. It was a tender thing, that. But jealous as I had always been of her, I loved her for it. I wish I could have done it. Julien certainly did look fine in the coffin. And you should have seen the umbrellas in the Lafayette Cemetery the next day. I tell you, when they slipped that coffin inside the vault, I died myself inside. And Mary Beth came up to me at that very moment, and she put her arm around my shoulder, and so that I could hear it, she whispered, "Au revoir, mon cher Julien." She did it for me. I know she did. She did it for me. But that was about the warmest thing she ever did. And to her dying day, she denied that he had ever written any autobiography. I prodded him at this point, asking him if Carlotta had cried at the funeral. Indeed not. I don't even remember seeing her there. She was such an awful child, so humorless and antagonistic to everyone. Mary Beth could take it in stride, but Julien used to get so upset with her. It was Mary Beth who calmed him down. Julien told me once that Carlotta would waste her life the same way his sister Catherine had wasted hers. "Some people don't like living," he said to me. Wasn't that strange? They just can't stand life. They treat it like it's a terrible disease. I laughed at that. I've thought about it since many a time. Julien loved being alive. He really did. He was the first one in the family to ever buy a motor car. A Stutz Bearcat it was, quite incredible, and we went riding in that thing all over New Orleans. He thought it was wonderful. He would sit on the front seat next to me. I had to do the driving, of course, all wrapped up in a lap rug and with his goggles on, just laughing and enjoying the whole affair, what with me climbing out to crank the thing. It was fun, though, it really was. Stella loved that car, too. I wish I had that car now. You know, Mary Beth tried to give it to me, and I refused it. Didn't want the responsibility of the thing, I suppose. I should have taken it. Mary Beth later gave that car to one of her men, some young Irish fella she'd hired as a coachman. Didn't know a thing about horses, as I recall. Didn't have to. I believe he went back to being a policeman later on, but she gave him that car. I know because I saw him in it once, and we talked, and he told me about it. Of course, he didn't say a word against her to me. He knew better than that. But imagine your lady employer giving you a car like that. I tell you, some of the things she did just drove the cousins up the wall. But they didn't dare talk about it. And it was her manner that carried things through. She just acted as if the strangest things she did were perfectly normal. But for all her coolness, you might say that she loved being alive as much as Julien. She really did. Yes, Julien loved being alive. He was never old. Not really. Julien told me all about how it had been with his sister Catherine in the years before the war. He had done the same tricks with her he did with Mary Beth later on, only there was no Storyville in those days. They'd gone to Gallatin Street, to the roughest riverfront bars in town. Catherine had dressed up as a young sailor, and she put a bandage on her head to cover up her hair. She was adorable, Julien said. You should have seen her. Then that Darcy Monaghan destroyed her. She sold her soul to him. I tell you, Richard, if you ever get ready to sell your soul, don't bother to sell it to another human being. It's bad business to even consider such a thing. Julien said so many strange things. Of course, by the time I came along, Catherine was a burnt-out, crazy old woman. Just crazy, I tell you. The stubborn, repetitious kind of crazy that gets on people's nerves. She would sit on a bench in the back garden talking to her dead husband, Darcy. It disgusted Julien. So did her religion. And I think she had some influence on Carlotta, little as she was, though I was never sure of it. Carlotta used to go to Mass at the cathedral with Catherine. I recall once, later on, Carlotta had a terrible fight with Julien, but I never knew what it was about. Julien was such an ingratiating man. He was so easy to like, but that child couldn't stand him. She couldn't stand to be near him. And then they were shouting at each other behind closed doors in the library. They were shouting in French, and I couldn't understand a word. Finally Julien came out and went upstairs. There were tears in his eyes. And there was a cut on his face, and he was holding his handkerchief to it. I think that little beast actually struck him. That's the only time I ever saw him cry. And that awful Carlotta. She was such a cold, mean little person. She just stood there watching him go upstairs, and then she said she was going out on the front steps to wait for her daddy to come home. Mary Beth was there, and she said, "Well, you are going to be waiting a very long time because your father is drunk right now at the club, and they won't load him into a carriage till about 10 o'clock, so you had better wear a coat when you go outside." This wasn't said in a mean way, really, just matter of fact, the way she said everything. But you should have seen the way that girl looked at her mother. I think she blamed her mother for her father's drinking, and if she did, what a little fool of a child she was. A man like Daniel McIntyre would have been a drunk if he had married the Virgin Mary or the whore of Babylon. Didn't matter a particle at all. He told me himself how his father had died of drink and his father before him, and both of them at the age of 48, no less, and he was afraid he'd die at 48. I don't know whether he made it past 48 or not. And you know his family had money, plenty of money. You ask me, Mary Beth kept Judge McIntyre up and running a bit longer than anyone else might have been able to do. But Carlotta never understood, never for a moment. I think Lionel understood, and Stella too. They loved both their parents, at least it always seemed that way to me. Maybe Lionel was a little embarrassed by the judge from time to time, but he was a good boy, a devoted boy, and Stella adored her mother and father. Ah, that Julien. I can remember that last year. He did the damnedest thing. He took Lionel and Stella both with him down to the French Quarter to see the unseemly sights, so to speak, when they were no more than 10 and 11 years old. I kid you not. And, I don't think it was the first time, either. I think it was just the first time that he couldn't keep it from me, the mischief he was up to. And, he had Stella dressed as a little sailor boy, and did she ever look cute? And they had driven around all evening down there, with him pointing out the fancy clubs to them, though of course he didn't take them in. Not even Julien could have pulled that off, I suppose. But they'd been drinking, I can tell you. I was awake when they came home. Lionel was quiet. He was always quiet. But Stella was all fired up, with everything she'd seen down there in those cribs, with the women right on the street. And we sat on the steps together, Stella and I, talking about it in whispers long after Lionel had helped Julien up to the 3rd floor and put him to bed. Stella and I went out and opened up a bottle of champagne in the kitchen. She said she was old enough to have a few drinks, and of course she didn't listen to me, and who was I to stop her? And she and Lionel and I ended up dancing out on the back patio as the sun came up. Stella was doing some ragtime dance she'd seen down there. She said Julien was going to take them to Europe and to see the whole world, but of course that never happened. I don't think they really knew how old Julien was any more than I did. When I saw the year 1828 written on that stone, I was shocked, I tell you. But then, so much about Julien made sense to me. No wonder he had such a peculiar perspective. He had seen an entire century pass. He really had. Stella should have lived so long, really she should have. I remember she said something to me I never forgot. It was long after Julien died. We had lunch down here together at the Court of Two Sisters. She'd already had Anther by then, and of course she hadn't bothered to marry or even identify the father. Now, that's a story, let me tell you. She just about turned society on its ear with that one. But what am I trying to say? We had lunch, and she told me she was going to live to be as old as Julien. She said Julien had looked into her palm and told her so. A long life she would have. And think of it, shot dead like that by Lionel when she wasn't even 30 years old. Good God. But you know it was Carlotta all along, don't you? Llewellyn was by this time almost incoherent. I pressed on the matter of Carlotta and the shooting, but he would say no more about it. The whole subject began to frighten him. He returned to the subject of Julien's autobiography and how much he wanted it, and what he wouldn't give to get into that house some day and lay hands on those pages if they were still in that upstairs room. But then, so long as Carlotta was there, he didn't have a chance of it. You know there were storage rooms up there, right along the front of the house under the roof. You can't see the roof slope from the street, but they're there. Julien had trunks in there. I bet that's where she put the autobiography. She didn't bother to burn it. Not Mary Beth. She just didn't want it to fall into my hands. But then that beast Carlotta, who knows what she's done with all those things. Not wanting to miss an opportunity, I pressed as to whether there was ever anything strange in the house, anything supernatural. That is, other than Julien's power to cause apparitions. This was, of course, the kind of leading question that I try not to ask, but I had been with him for hours, and he had volunteered nothing on this score, other than his strange experiences with Julien. I was searching for something more. His reaction to my question about a ghost was very strong. "Oh, that," he said. "That was awful, just awful. I can't tell anyone about that. Besides, it must have been my imagination." He all but passed out. I helped him back to his flat above the bookstore on Chartres Street. Over and over he mentioned that Julien had left him the money for the building and for the opening of a shop. Julien knew Llewellyn loved poetry and music and really despised his work as a clerk. Julien sought to set him free, and he had done it. But the one book he wished he had was Julien's life story. I was never able to obtain another interview of similar depth and length. When I tried to talk to Llewellyn again a few days later, he was very polite, but cautious. He apologized for having gotten so drunk and talked so much, though he said he had enjoyed it. And I could never persuade him to lunch with me again, or to speak again at any length about Rowan Mayfair. Several times after that I stopped in his shop. I asked him many questions about the family and its various members, but I could never regain his trust. Once I asked again if that house on First Street was haunted, as people said. There were so many stories. The very same expression came over him that I had seen the first night I spoke with him. He looked away, his eyes wide, and he shuddered. "I don't know," he said. It might have been what you call a ghost. I don't like to think about those things. I always thought it was my guilt, that I was imagining it. When I found myself pressing, perhaps a little too much, he said to me that the Mayfair family was a hard and strange family. You don't want to run afoul of those people. That Carlotta Mayfair, she's a monster, a real monster. He looked very uncomfortable. I asked if she had ever given him trouble, to which she replied dismissively that she gave everyone trouble. He seemed distracted, troubled. Then he said a most curious thing, which I wrote down as soon as I returned to my hotel room. He said that he had never believed in life after death, but when he thought of Julien, he was convinced that Julien was still in existence somewhere. I know you think I'm out of mind to say something like that, he said, but I could swear it's true. The night after we first met, I could swear I dreamed of Julien, and Julien told me a lot of things. When I woke up, I couldn't remember the dream clearly, but I felt that Julien didn't want us to talk again. I don't even like talking about it now, except that, I feel I have to tell you. I said I believed him. He went on to say that Julien in the dream wasn't the Julien he remembered. Something was definitely changed. He seemed wiser, kinder, just the way you hope someone would be who has crossed over. And he didn't look old, yet he wasn't exactly young either. I shall never forget that dream. It was absolutely real. I could swear he was standing at the foot of my bed. And I do remember one thing he said. He said that certain things were destined, but that they could be averted. What sort of things? I asked. He shook his head. He would say nothing more after that, no matter how I pressed. He did admit that he could recall no censure from Julien on account of our conversation. But the sense of Julien's being there again had made him feel disloyal. I could not even get him to repeat the story when next I asked him about it. The last time I saw him was in late August, 1959. He had obviously been ill. He had a bad tremor affecting both his mouth and his left hand, and his speech was no longer entirely distinct. I could understand him, but it was difficult. I told him frankly that what he had told me of Julien meant a great deal to me, that I was still interested in the Mayfair history. At first I thought he did not remember me or the incident in question, so vague did he seem. Then he appeared to recognize me. He became excited. "Come in the back with me," he said, and as he struggled to rise from the desk, I lent him a hand. He was unsteady on his feet. We passed through a dusty curtained doorway into a small storage room, and there he stopped, just as if he were staring at something, but I could see nothing. He gave a strange little laugh and made a dismissive gesture with his hand. Then he took out a box, and with trembling hands he removed a packet of photographs. These were all of Julien. He gave them to me. It seemed he wanted to say something, but he couldn't find the words. "I cannot tell you what this means to me," I said. "I know," he answered. "That is why I want you to have them. You are the only person who has ever understood about Julien." I felt sad then, dreadfully sad. Had I understood? I suppose I had. He had caused the figure of Julien Mayfair to come to life for me, and I had found it a seductive figure. "My life might have been different," he said, "had I not met Julien. No one ever after seemed to measure up, you see. And then the store, I fell back on the store, and didn't really accomplish very much in the long run." Then he appeared to shrug it all off, and he smiled. I put several questions to him, but he only shrugged them off too. Finally, one caught his attention. "Did Julien suffer when he died?" I asked. He became absorbed, then he shook his head. "No, not really. He didn't much care for being paralyzed, of course. Who would? But he loved books. I read to him all the time. He died in the early morning. I know because I was with him till 2 o'clock, and then I blew out the lamp and went downstairs. Well, around 6 o'clock, a storm waked me. It was raining so hard it was coming in at the window-sills, and the limbs of the maple tree outside were making quite a racket. I ran up at once to see to Julien. His bed was right by the window. And what do you think? He had somehow managed to sit up and open the window, and there he was, dead across the windowsill, his eyes closed, looking quite peaceful, as if he'd wanted a breath of fresh air, and when he had had it, he gave up just like that, falling dead as if he were falling asleep with his head to one side. Would have been a very peaceful scene if it hadn't been for the storm, for the rain pouring in on him and even the leaves blowing into the room. They said later it was a massive stroke. They couldn't figure how he had ever managed to open the window. I never said anything, but, it occurred to me. Yes, I prodded him. He gave a little shrug and then went on, his speech extremely slurred. Mary Beth went mad when I called her. She pulled him off the windowsill and back onto the pillow. She even slapped him. "Wake up, Julien," she said. "Julien, don't leave me yet." I had a hell of a time closing that window. Then one of the panes blew out. It was dreadful. And that horrible Carlotta came up. All the others were coming to kiss him, and to pay their respects. And Millie dear, Remy's daughter, was helping us with the bed covers. But that dreadful Carlotta wouldn't go near him, wouldn't even help us. She stood there on the landing with her hands clasped like a little nun, just staring at the door. And Belle, precious Belle, Belle the angel, she came in with her doll and she started crying. Then Stella climbed in the bed and lay beside him with her hand over his chest. Belle said, "Wake up, Oncle Julien." I guess she had heard her mamma say it. And Julien, poor sweet Julien. He was such a peaceful picture, finally, with his head on the pillow and his eyes closed. Llewellyn smiled and shook his head. Then he began to laugh softly under his breath, as though remembering something that aroused tenderness in him. He said something, but it wasn't clear. Then he cleared his throat with difficulty. "That Stella," he said. "Everybody loved Stella, except Carlotta. Carlotta never did." His voice trailed off. I pressed him further, once more asking the sort of leading questions I made it a rule to avoid. I broached the subject of a ghost. So many people said the house was haunted. "I should think if it was, you would have known," I said. I could not tell if he understood me. He made his way back to his desk and sat down, and just when I was quite certain he'd forgotten me altogether, he said that there was something in the house, but he didn't know how to explain it. "There were things," he said, and that look of revulsion came over him again. "And I could have sworn they all knew about it. Sometimes it was just a sense of somebody always watching." "Was there more to it than that?" I pressed, being young and ruthless and full of curiosity and not knowing yet what it means to be old. "I told Julien about it," he said. "I said it was there in the room with us, that we weren't alone, and that it was watching us. But he would just laugh it off, the way he laughed at everything. He would tell me not to be so self-conscious. But I could swear it was there. It came when, Julien and I were together. Was it something you saw? Only at the end, he said. He said something else, but I couldn't understand it. When I pressed, he shook his head and pressed his lips together for emphasis as he did it. Then he dropped his voice to a whisper. Must have imagined it. But I could swear, in those last days when Julien was so sick, the thing was there, definitely there. It was in Julien's room. It was in the bed with him. He looked up at me to gauge my reaction. His mouth turned down at the ends, and he was scowling, his eyes glaring up at me from beneath his bushy eyebrows. Awful, awful thing, he whispered, shaking his head. He shivered. Did you see it? He looked away. I asked him several more questions, but I knew I had lost him. When he answered again, I caught something about the others knowing about that thing, knowing and pretending they didn't. Then he looked up at me again, and he said, They didn't want me to know that they knew. They all knew. I told Julien, there's somebody else in this house, and you know it, and you know what it likes and what it wants, and you won't tell me you know. And he said, Come now, Richard, and he'd use all his persuasion, so to speak, to, make me forget about it. And then that last week, that awful last week, it was there, in that bed. I know it was. I woke up in the chair and I saw it. I saw it. It was the ghost of a man, and it was making love to Julien. Oh, God, what a sight. Because, you see, I knew it wasn't real. Wasn't real at all. Couldn't be. And yet I could see it. He looked away, the tremor in his mouth worsening. He tried to take out his pocket handkerchief, but was merely fumbling with it. I did not know whether or not I should help him. I asked more questions, as gently as I could. He either didn't hear me or didn't care to answer. He sat slumped in the chair, looking as if he might die of old age at any moment. Then he shook his head and said he couldn't talk any more. He did seem quite exhausted. He said he didn't stay in the shop all day any more, and he would soon be going upstairs. I thanked him profusely for the pictures, and he murmured that yes, he was glad I'd come. He'd been waiting for me to give me those pictures. I never saw Richard Llewellyn again. He died about 5 months after our last interview in early 1959. He was buried in the Lafayette Cemetery, not far from Julien. There are many other stories which could be included here about Julien. There is much more that might be discovered. It is sufficient for the purposes of this narrative to add nothing more at this point, except that Julien had one other male companion of whom we know, a man to whom he was very strongly attached, and this was the man already described in this narrative as Judge Daniel McIntyre, who later married Mary Beth Mayfair. But we can discuss Daniel McIntyre in connection with Mary Beth. Therefore, it is appropriate to move on now to Mary Beth herself, the last great 19th century Mayfair witch, and the only female Mayfair witch of the 19th century to rival her 18th century forebears in power. It was 10 minutes past 2. Michael stopped only because he had to stop. His eyes were closing, and there was nothing to do but give in and sleep for a while. He sat still for a long moment, staring at the folder which he had just closed. He was startled by the knock on the door. "Come in," he said. Aaron entered quietly. He was dressed in his pajamas and a quilted silk robe sashed at the waist. "You look tired," he said. "You should go to bed now." "I have to," Michael said. "When I was young, I could just keep swilling the coffee, but it's not like that any more. My eyes are shutting down on me. He sat back in the leather chair, fished in his pocket for a cigarette, and lighted it. The need to sleep was suddenly so heavy, he closed his eyes and almost let the cigarette slip from his fingers. Mary Beth, he thought. Have to get on to Mary Beth. So many questions. Aaron settled into the wing chair in the corner. Rowan cancelled her midnight flight, he said. She'll have a layover tomorrow and won't reach New Orleans before afternoon. How do you find out things like that? Michael asked sleepily. But that was the least of the questions on his mind. He took another lazy drag off the cigarette and stared at the plate of uneaten sandwiches before him. A sculpture now. He had not wanted any supper. That's good, he said. If I wake up at 6 and read right on through, I'll make it by evening. And then we should talk, Aaron said. We should talk a great deal before you go to see her. I know. Believe me, I know. Aaron, why the hell am I involved in this? Why? Why have I been seeing that man since I was a kid? He took another drag off the cigarette. Are you afraid of that spirit thing? He asked. Yes, of course, Aaron answered without the slightest hesitation. Michael was surprised. You believe all this, then? And you yourself have seen him? Aaron nodded. I have, he said. Thank God. Every word of this story has a different meaning for us than it would for someone else who hasn't seen. Someone who doesn't know what it's like to see an apparition like that. I believed before I saw, Aaron said. My colleagues have seen him. They have reported what they've seen. And as a seasoned member of the Talamasca, I accepted the testimony. Then you accept that this thing can kill people? Aaron reflected for a moment. Look, I might as well tell you this now, and try to remember it. This thing can do harm, but it has a devil of a time doing it. He smiled. No pun intended there, he said. What I'm trying to say is, Lasher kills largely through trickery. He can certainly cause physical effects, move objects, cause tree limbs to fall, rocks to fly, that sort of thing. But he wields his power awkwardly and often sluggishly. Trickery and illusion are his strongest weapons. He forced Peter Van Abel into a tomb, Michael said. No, Peter was found trapped in a tomb. What likely happened was that he went into it himself, in a state of madness in which he could no longer distinguish illusion from reality. But why would Peter do that when he was terrified of— Oh, come now, Michael. Men are often irresistibly drawn to the very thing they fear. Michael didn't say anything. He drew on the cigarette again, seeing in his mind's eye the surf crashing on the rocks off Ocean Beach, and remembering the moment of standing there, his scarf blowing in the wind, his fingers frozen. To put it bluntly, Aaron said, never overestimate this spirit. It's weak. If it wasn't, it wouldn't need the Mayfair family. Michael looked up. Say that again? If it wasn't weak, it wouldn't need the Mayfair family, Aaron said. It needs their energy, and when it attacks, it uses the victim's energy. You just reminded me of something I said to Rowan. When she asked whether or not these spirits I saw had caused me to fall from the rock into the ocean, I told her they couldn't do something like that. They weren't that strong. If they were strong enough to knock a man into the sea and cause him to drown, they wouldn't need to come to people in visions. They wouldn't need to give me a crucial mission. Aaron didn't reply. You see my point? Michael asked. Yes, I do. But I see the point of her question also. She asked me why I assumed that they were good, these spirits. I was shocked by that. But she thought it was a logical question. Maybe it is. Oh, but I know they are good. Michael stubbed out the cigarette. I know that it was Deborah I saw, and that she wants me to oppose that spirit, Lasher. I know that as surely as I know who I am. Remember what Llewellyn told you? I just finished reading it. Llewellyn told you that when Julien came to him in a dream, Julien was different. Julien was wiser than he had been when he was alive. Well, that's how it was with Deborah in my vision. Deborah wants to stop this thing that she and Suzanne brought into the world and into this family. Then comes the question, why has Lasher shown himself to you? Yes, we're going in a circle. Aaron switched off the light in the corner and then the lamp on the desk. This left only the lamp on the bedside table. I'll have them call you at 8. I think you can finish the entire file by late afternoon, perhaps a little sooner. Then we can talk, and you can come to some sort of, decision. Have them call me at 7. That's one good thing about being this age. I get sleepy, but I sleep less. I'll be fine if they ring me at 7. And Aaron. Yes. You never really answered me about last night. Did you see that thing when he was standing right in front of me on the other side of the fence? Did you or didn't you? Aaron opened the door. He seemed reluctant to speak. Then he said, Yes, Michael, I saw him. I saw him very clearly and distinctly. More clearly and distinctly than ever before. And he was smiling at you. It even seemed he was reaching out for you. I would say from what I saw that he was welcoming you. Now, I must go and you must go to sleep. I'll talk to you in the morning. Wait a minute. Lights out, Michael. The phone woke him up. The sunlight was pouring through the windows on either side of the head of the bed. For one moment he was completely disoriented. Rowan had just been talking to him, saying something about how she wanted him to be there before they closed the lid. What lid? He saw a dead white hand lying against black silk. Then he sat up and he saw the desk and the briefcase and the folders heaped there, and he whispered, The lid of her mother's coffin. Drowsily he stared at the ringing phone. Then he picked up the receiver. It was Aaron. Come down for breakfast, Michael. Is she on the plane yet, Aaron? She's just left the hospital. As I believe I told you last night, she'll have a layover. I doubt she'll reach the hotel before 2 o'clock. The funeral begins at 3. Look, if you won't come down, we'll send something up, but you must eat. Yes, send it up, he said. And Aaron, where is this funeral? Michael, don't vote on me after you've finished. That wouldn't be fair to anyone. No, I'm not going to do that, Aaron, believe me, but I just want to know, where is the funeral? Lonergan and Sons, Magazine Street. Oh, yeah. Do I ever know that place? Grandmother, grandfather, and his father, too, all buried from Lonergan and Sons. Don't worry, Aaron. I'll be right here. Come up and keep me company if you want, but I've got to get started. He took a quick shower, put on fresh clothes, and came out of the bathroom to find his breakfast waiting for him under a series of high-polished silver domes on a lace-covered tray. The old sandwiches were gone, and the bed was made. There were fresh flowers by the window. He smiled and shook his head. He had a flash of Peter Van Abel in some fine little chamber in the 17th century mother house in Amsterdam. Was Michael a member now? Would they enfold him with all these trappings of security and legitimacy and safety? And what would Rowan think of that? There was so much he had to explain to Aaron about Rowan. Drinking his first cup of coffee absently, he opened the next folder and began to read. 18. It was 5:30 in the morning as Rowan finally headed to the airport. Slattery driving the Jaguar for her, her eyes glassy and red as she instinctively and anxiously watched the traffic, uncomfortable to have given over the control of the car to anyone else. But Slattery had agreed to keep the Jag in her absence, and he ought to get used to it, she figured. And besides, all she wanted now was to be in New Orleans. The hell with the rest. Her last evening at the hospital had gone almost as planned. She had spent hours making the rounds with Slattery, introducing him to patients, nurses, interns, and residents, doing what she could to make the transition less painful for everyone involved. It had not been easy. Slattery was an insecure and envious man. He made random, deprecating remarks under his breath continuously, ridiculing patients, nurses, and other doctors in a manner that suggested Rowan was in complete sympathy with him when she was not. There was a deep unkindness in him towards those he believed to be inferior, but he was far too ambitious to be a bad doctor. He was careful and smart. And much as Rowan disliked turning it all over to him, she was glad he was there. The feeling was growing ever stronger in her that she wasn't coming back here. She tried to remind herself that there was no reason for such a feeling, yet she couldn't shake it. The special sense told her to prepare Slattery to take over for her indefinitely, and that was what she had done. Then, at 11 p.m., when she was scheduled to leave for the airport, one of her patients, an aneurysm case, began to complain of violent headaches and sudden blindness. This could only mean the man was hemorrhaging again. The operation, which had been scheduled for the following Tuesday to be performed by Lark, had to be performed by Rowan and Slattery right then. Rowan had never gone into surgery more distracted. Even as they were tying on her sterile gown, she had been worried about her delayed flight to New Orleans, worried about the funeral, worried that somehow she'd be trapped for hours during the layover in Dallas, until after her mother had been lowered into the ground. Then, looking around the OR, she had thought, this is the last time. I'm not going to be in this room again. Though why, I don't know. At last, the usual curtain had fallen, cutting her off from past and future. For 5 hours, she operated with Slattery beside her, refusing to allow him to take over, though she knew he wanted to do it. She stayed in recovery with her patient for an additional 45 minutes. She didn't like leaving this one. Several times she placed her hands on his shoulders and did her little mental trick of envisioning what was going on inside the brain. Was she helping him, or merely calming herself? She had no idea. Yet she worked on him mentally as hard as she had ever worked on anyone, even whispering aloud to him that he must heal now, that the weakness in the wall of the artery was repaired. "Long life to you, Mr. Benjamin," she whispered under her breath. Against her closed eyes, she saw the brain circuitry. A vague tremor passed through her. Then, slipping her hand over his, she knew he would be all right. Slattery was in the doorway, showered and shaved and ready to take her to the airport. "Come on, Rowan, get out of here before anything else happens." She went to her office, showered in the small private bathroom, put on her fresh linen suit, decided it was much too early to call Lonergan and Sons in New Orleans, even with the time difference, and then walked out of University Hospital with a lump in her throat. So many years of her life, she thought, and the tears hovered. But she didn't let them come. "You all right?" Slattery had asked as he pulled out of the parking lot. "Oh, yeah," she said. "Just tired." She was damned sick of crying. She'd done more of it in the last few days than in all her life. Now, as he made the left turn off the highway at the airport, she found herself thinking that Slattery was about as ambitious as any doctor she'd ever met. She knew quite emphatically that he despised her, and that it was for all the simple, boring reasons that she was an extraordinary surgeon, that she had the job he coveted, that she might soon be back. A debilitating chill passed over her. She knew she was picking up his thoughts. If her plane crashed, he could take her place forever. She glanced at him, and their eyes met for a second, and she saw the flush of embarrassment pass over him. Yes, his thoughts. How many times in the past had it happened that way, and so frequently when she was tired? Maybe her guard was down when she was sleepy, and this evil little telepathic power could assert itself wantonly and serve up to her this bitter knowledge, whether she wanted it or not. It hurt her. She didn't want to be near him. But it was a good thing that he wanted her job, a good thing that he was there to take it so that she could go. It struck her very clearly now that much as she had loved university, it wasn't important where she practiced medicine. It could be any well-equipped medical center in which the nurses and technicians could give her the backup she required. So why not tell Slattery she wasn't coming back? Why not end the conflict inside him for his sake? The reason was simple. She didn't know why she felt so strongly that this was a final farewell. It had to do with Michael. It had to do with her mother. But it was as purely irrational as anything she'd ever felt. Before Slattery even stopped at the curb, she had the door open. She climbed out of the car and gathered up her shoulder bag. Then she found herself staring at Slattery as he handed her the suitcase from the trunk. The chill passed over her again, slowly, uncomfortably. She saw malice in his eyes. What an ordeal the night had been for him. He was so eager, and he disliked her so much. Nothing in her manner, either personally or professionally, evoked a finer response in him. He simply disliked her. She could taste it as she took the suitcase from his hand. "Good luck, Rowan," he said with a metallic cheerfulness. "I hope you don't come back." "Slat," she said, "thank you for everything. And there's something I should tell you. I don't think... Well, there's a good possibility I may not come back." He could scarcely conceal his delight. She felt almost sorry for him, watching the tense movements of his lips as he tried to keep his expression neutral. But then she felt a great, warm, wondrous delight herself. "It's just a feeling," she said, "and it's great. Of course, I'll have to tell Lark in my own time, and officially." "Of course. But go ahead and hang your pictures on the office walls," she continued, "and enjoy the car. I guess I'll send for it sooner or later, but probably later. If you want to buy it, I'll give you the bargain of your life. What would you say to 10 grand for it, cash? I know it's... That'll do it. Write me a check when I send you my new address." With an indifferent wave, she walked off towards the glass doors. The sweet excitement washed over her like sunlight. Even sore-eyed and sluggishly weary, she felt a great sense of momentum. At the ticket desk, she specified first class one way. She drifted into the gift shop long enough to buy a pair of big dark glasses, which struck her as very glamorous, and a book to read, an absurd male fantasy of impossible espionage and relentless jeopardy, which seemed slightly glamorous, too. The New York Times said it was hot in New Orleans. Good that she had worn the white linen, and she felt pretty in it. For a few moments she lingered in the lounge, brushing her hair and taking care with the pale lipstick and cream rouge she hadn't touched in years. Then she slipped on the dark glasses. Sitting in the plastic chair at the gate, she felt absolutely anchorless. No job, no one in the house in Tiburon, and Slat double-clutching Graham's car all the way back to San Francisco. You can have it, Doctor. No regret, no worry. Free. Then she thought of her mother, dead and cold on a table at Lonergan and Sons, beyond the intervention of scalpels. And the old darkness crept over her, right amid the eerie, monotonous fluorescent lights and the shining early-morning air commuters with their briefcases and their blue all-weather suits. She thought of what Michael had said about death, that it was the only supernatural event most of us ever experience. And she thought that was true. The tears came again, silently. She was glad she had the dark glasses. Mayfairs at the funeral. Lots and lots of Mayfairs. She fell asleep as soon as she was settled on the plane. 19. The File on the Mayfair Witches, Part 6. The Mayfair Family from 1900 through 1929. Research methods in the 20th century. As mentioned earlier in our introduction to the family in the 19th century, our sources of information about the Mayfair family became ever more numerous and illuminating with each passing decade. As the family moved towards the 20th century, the Talamasca maintained all of its traditional kinds of investigators, but it also acquired professional detectives for the first time. A number of such men worked for us in New Orleans, and still do. They have proved excellent, not only at gathering gossip of all sorts, but at investigating specific questions through reams of records, and at interviewing scores of persons about the Mayfair family, much as an investigative true crime writer might do today. These men seldom, if ever, know who we are. They report to an agency in London, and though we still send our own specially trained investigators to New Orleans on virtual gossip-gathering sprees, and carry on correspondence with numerous other watchers, as we have all through the 19th century, these private detectives have greatly improved the quality of our information. Yet another source of information became available to us in the late 19th and 20th century, which we, for want of a better phrase, will call family legend. To wit, though Mayfairs are often absolutely secretive about their contemporaries, and very leery of saying anything whatsoever about the family legacy to outsiders, they had begun by the 1890s to repeat little stories and anecdotes and fanciful tales about figures in the dim past. Specifically, a descendant of Lestat, who would say absolutely nothing about his dear cousin Mary Beth when invited by a stranger at a party to gossip about her, nevertheless repeated several quaint stories about great-aunt Marguerite, who used to dance with her slaves. And later the grandson of that very cousin repeated quaint stories about old Miss Mary Beth, whom he never knew. Of course, much of this family legend is too vague to be of interest to us, and much concerns the grand plantation life which has become mythic in many Louisiana families, and does not shed light upon our obsessions. However, sometimes these family legends tie in quite shockingly with bits of information we have been able to gather from other sources. And when and where they have seemed especially illuminating, I have included them. But the reader must understand family legend always refers to something being told to us recently about someone or something in the dim past. Yet another form of gossip which came to the fore in the 20th century is what we call legal gossip, and that is the gossip of legal secretaries, legal clerks, lawyers, and judges who knew the Mayfairs or worked with them, and the friends and families of all these various non-Mayfair persons. Because Julien's sons, Barclay, Garland, and Cortland, all became distinguished lawyers, and because Carlotta Mayfair was a lawyer, and because numerous grandchildren of Julien also went into law, this network of legal contacts has tended to grow larger than one might suppose. But even if this had not been the case, the financial dealings of the Mayfairs have been so extensive that many, many lawyers have been involved. When the family began to squabble in the 20th century, when Carlotta began to fight over the custody of Stella's daughter, when there were arguments about the disposition of the legacy, this legal gossip became a rich source of interesting details. Let me add in closing that the 20th century saw even greater and more detailed record-keeping in general than the 19th, and our paid investigators of the 20th century availed themselves of these numerous public records concerning the family. Also, as time went on, the family was mentioned more and more in the press. The ethnic character of the changing family. As we carry this narrative towards the year 1900, we should note that the ethnic character of the Mayfair family was changing. Though the family had begun as a Scottish-French mix, incorporating in the next generation the blood of the Dutchman Peter van Abel, it had become after that almost exclusively French. In 1826, however, with the marriage of Marguerite Mayfair to the opera singer Tyrone Clifford McNamara, the Legacy family began to intermarry fairly regularly with Anglo-Saxons. Other branches, notably the descendants of Lestat and Maurice, remained staunchly French, and if and when they moved to New Orleans, they preferred to live downtown with other French-speaking Creoles, in or around the French Quarter or on Esplanade Avenue. The Legacy family, with Catherine's marriage to Darcy Monaghan, became firmly ensconced in the uptown American Garden District. And though Julien Mayfair, half Irish himself, spoke French all his life and married a French-speaking cousin, Suzette, he gave his 3 boys distinctly American or Anglo names and saw to it that they received American educations. His son Garland married a girl of German-Irish descent with Julien's blessing. Cortland also married an Anglo-Saxon girl, and eventually Berkeley did also. As we have already noted, Mary Beth was to marry an Irishman, Daniel McIntyre, in 1899. Though Catherine's sons, Clay and Vincent, spoke French all their lives, both married Irish-American girls. Clay, the daughter of a well-to-do hotel owner, and Vincent, the daughter of an Irish-German brewer. One of Clay's daughters became a member of the Irish Catholic Order of the Sisters of Mercy, following in the footsteps of her father's sister, to which the family contributes to this day. And a great-granddaughter of Vincent entered the same order. Though the French Mayfairs worshipped at the St. Louis Cathedral in the French Quarter, the Legacy family began to attend services at their parish church, Notre Dame, on Jackson Avenue, one of a three-church complex maintained by the Redemptorist Fathers, which sought to meet the needs of the waterfront Irish and German immigrants as well as the old French families. When this church was closed in the 1920s, a parish chapel was established on Prytania Street in the Garden District, quite obviously for the rich, who did not want to attend either the Irish Church of St. Alphonsus or the German Church of St. Mary's. The Mayfairs attended Mass at this chapel, and indeed residents of First Street attend Mass there to this day. But as far back as 1899, the Mayfairs began to use the Irish Church of St. Alphonsus, a very large, beautiful, and impressive structure, for important occasions. Mary Beth was married to Daniel McIntyre in St. Alphonsus Church in 1899, and every First Street Mayfair baptism since has been held there. Mayfair children, after their expulsion from better private schools, went to St. Alphonsus Parochial School for brief periods. Some of our testimony about the family comes from Irish Catholic nuns and priests stationed in this parish. After Julien died in 1914, Mary Beth was rarely heard to speak French, even to the French cousins, and it may be that the language died out in the Legacy family. Carlotta Mayfair has never been known to speak French, and it is doubtful that Stella or Antha or Deirdre knew more than a few words of any foreign language. Our investigators observed on numerous occasions that the speech of the 20th century Mayfairs, Carlotta, her sister Stella, Stella's daughter Antha, and Antha's daughter Deirdre, showed distinct Irish traits. Like many New Orleanians, they had no discernible French or Southern American accent, but they tended to call people they knew by both their names, as in, "Well, how are you now, Ellie Mayfair?" and to speak with a certain lilt and certain deliberate repetitions which struck the listeners as Irish. A typical example would be this fragment picked up at a Mayfair funeral in 1945. "Now, don't you tell me that story now, Gloria Mayfair. You know I won't believe such a thing, and shame on you for telling it. And poor Nancy, with all she has on her mind, why, she's a living saint, and you know she is, if ever there was one." With regard to appearance, the Mayfairs are such a salad of genes that any combination of coloring, build, or facial characteristics can appear at any time in any generation. There is no characteristic look. Yet some members of the Talamasca aver that a study of all the existing photographs, sketches, and reproductions of paintings in our files does reveal a series of recurring types. For example, there is a group of tall blonde Mayfairs, including Lionel Mayfair, who resemble Peter Van Abel, all of whom have green eyes and strong jawlines. Then there is a group of very pale, delicately built Mayfairs, who are invariably blue-eyed and short, and this group includes not only the original Deborah, but also Deirdre Mayfair, the present beneficiary and witch, and the mother of Rowan. A third group of dark-eyed, dark-haired Mayfairs with very large bones includes Mary Beth Mayfair and her uncles Clay and Vincent, and also Angelique Mayfair of Saint-Domingue. Another group of smaller, black-eyed, black-haired Mayfairs looks distinctly French, and every one of this group has a small round head and rather prominent eyes and overly curly hair. Lastly, there is a group of very pale, cold-looking Mayfairs, all blonde, with grayish eyes and fairly delicate of build, though always tall, and this group includes Charlotte of Saint-Domingue, the daughter of Peter Van Abel, Marie Claudette, who brought the family to Louisiana, Stella's daughter, Antha Mayfair, and her granddaughter, Dr. Rowan Mayfair. Members of the order have also noted some very specific resemblances. For instance, Dr. Rowan Mayfair of Tiburon, California, strongly resembles her ancestor Julien Mayfair, much more than she does any blonde members of the family. And Carlotta Mayfair, in her youth, strongly resembled her ancestor Charlotte. This investigator feels obligated to note, with regard to this entire subject of looks, that he does not see all this in these pictures. There are similarities, but the differences far outweigh them. The family does not look distinctly Irish, French, Scottish, or anything else. In any discussion of Irish influence and Irish traits, we should remind ourselves that the history of this family is such that one can never be certain who is the father of any child. And as the later legends repeated in the 20th century by descendants will show, the incestuous entanglements of each generation were not really secret. Nevertheless, an Irish cultural influence is definitely discernible. We should also note, for what it's worth, that the family in the late 1800s began to employ more and more Irish domestic servants, and these servants became for the Talamasca priceless sources of information. How much they contributed to our vision of the family as Irish is not easy to determine. The hiring of these Irish workers had nothing to do with the family's Irish identity, per se. It was the trend in the neighborhood of the period, and many of these Irish Americans lived in the so-called Irish Channel, or riverfront neighborhood, lying between the Mississippi Wharves and Magazine Street, the southernmost boundary of the Garden District. Some of them were live-in maids and stable boys, others came to work by the day, or only on certain occasions. And as a whole, they were not as loyal to the Mayfair family as the colored and black servants were, and they talked much more freely about what went on at First Street than servants of past decades. But though the information they made available to the Talamasca is extremely valuable, it is information of a certain kind, and must be evaluated carefully. The Irish servants working in and around the house tended, on the whole, to believe in ghosts, in the supernatural, and in the power of the Mayfair women to make things happen. They were what we must call highly superstitious. Hence, their stories of what they saw or heard sometimes border on the fantastic, and often contain vivid and lurid passages of description. Nevertheless, this material is, for obvious reasons, extremely significant, and much of what was recounted by the Irish servants has, for us, a familiar ring to it. All things considered, it is not unfair to say in summary that by the first decade of this century, the First Street Mayfairs thought of themselves as Irish, often making remarks to that effect, and that they emerged in the consciousness of many who knew them, servants and peers alike, as almost stereotypically Irish in their madness and eccentricity and penchant for the morbid. Several critics of the family have called them raving Irish loonies, and a German priest of St. Alphonsus Church once described them as existing in a perpetual state of Celtic gloom. Several neighbors and friends referred to Mary Beth's son Lionel as a raving Irish drunk, and his father Daniel McIntyre was certainly considered to be one by just about every bartender on Magazine Street. Perhaps it is safe to say that with the death of Monsieur Julien, who was in fact half Irish, the house on First Street lost the very last of its French or Creole character. Julien's sister Catherine and his brother Rémy had already preceded him to the grave, and so had his daughter Jeannette. Thereafter, in spite of the huge family gatherings, which included French-speaking cousins by the hundreds, the core family was an Irish-American Catholic family. As the years passed, the French-speaking branches lost their Creole identity as well, as have so many other Louisiana Creole families. The French language has all but died out in every known branch. And as we move towards the last decade of the 20th century, it is difficult to find a true French-speaking Mayfair descendant anywhere. This brings us to one other crucial observation, which is all too easily overlooked when proceeding with this narrative. With the death of Julien, the Mayfair family may have lost the last member who really knew its history? We cannot know, but it seems more than likely, and as we converse more with descendants and gather more of their preposterous legends about the plantation days, it seems a certainty. As a consequence, from 1914 on, any member of the Talamasca investigating the Mayfair family could not help but be aware that he or she knew more about the family than the family appeared to know about itself, and this has led to considerable confusion and stress on the part of our investigators. Even before Julien's death, the question of whether or not to attempt contact with the family had become a pressing one for the order. After the death of Mary Beth, it became agonizing. But we must now continue our story, backtracking to the year 1891, so that we may focus sharply upon Mary Beth Mayfair, who will carry us into the 20th century, and who was perhaps the last of the truly powerful Mayfair witches. We know more about Mary Beth Mayfair than we know about any other Mayfair witch since Charlotte. Yet when all the information is examined, Mary Beth remains a mystery, revealing herself to us in only occasional blinding flashes through the anecdotes of servants and family friends. Only Richard Llewellyn gave us a truly intimate portrait, and, as we have already seen, Richard knew very little about Mary Beth's business interests or her occult powers. She seems to have fooled him, as she fooled everyone around her, into believing that she was very simply a strong woman, when the truth was far more complex than that. The continuing story of Mary Beth Mayfair. The week after Marguerite's death in 1891, Julien removed Marguerite's personal possessions from Riverbend to the First Street house. Hiring 2 wagons to transport the goods, he moved numerous jars and bottles, all properly crated, several trunks of letters and other papers, and some 25 cartons of books, as well as several trunks of miscellaneous contents. We know that the jars and bottles disappeared into the 3rd floor of the First Street house, and we never heard of these bottles and jars again from any contemporary witness. Julien made his bedroom on the 3rd floor at this time, and this is the room in which he died, as described by Richard Llewellyn. Many of Marguerite's books, including obscure texts in German and French having to do with black magic, were put on the shelves in the ground floor library. Mary Beth was given the old master bedroom in the north wing, above the library, which has always since been occupied by the beneficiary of the legacy. Little Belle, too young perhaps to be displaying signs of feeble-mindedness, was given the first bedroom across the hall, but Belle often slept with her mother in the early years. Mary Beth began to wear the Mayfair emerald regularly, and it may be said that she came into her own at this time as an adult and as mistress of the house. New Orleans society certainly became more aware of her, and the first business transactions bearing her signature appear in the public records at this time. She appears in numerous photographic portraits wearing the emerald, and many people talked about it and spoke of it with admiration. And in many of these photographs she is wearing men's clothing. In fact, scores of witnesses verify Richard Llewellyn's statement that Mary Beth cross-dressed, and that it was common for her to go out dressed as a man with Julien. Before Mary Beth's marriage to Daniel McIntyre, these wanderings included not only the bordellos of the French Quarter, but an entire spectrum of social activity, Mary Beth even appearing at balls in the handsome white tie and tails of a man. Though society in general was shocked by this behavior, the Mayfairs continued to pave the way for it with money and charm. They lent money freely to those who needed it during the various post-war depressions. They gave to charities almost ostentatiously, and under the management of Clay Mayfair, Riverbend continued to make a fortune with one bountiful sugar crop after another. In these early years, Mary Beth herself seemed to have aroused little enmity in others. She is never spoken of, even by her detractors, as vicious or cruel, though she is often much criticized as cold, businesslike, indifferent to people's feelings, and mannish in manner. For all her strength and height, however, she was not a mannish woman. Numerous people describe her as voluptuous, and occasionally she is described as beautiful. Numerous photographs bear this out. She presented an alluring figure in male attire, particularly in these early years. And more than one member of the Talamasca has observed that whereas Stella, Antha, and Deirdre Mayfair, her daughter, granddaughter, and great-granddaughter, respectively, were delicate Southern belle women, Mary Beth greatly resembled the striking and larger-than-life American film stars who came after her death, particularly Ava Gardner and Joan Crawford. Mary Beth also bore a strong resemblance in photographs to Jenny Churchill, the celebrated American mother of Winston Churchill. Mary Beth's hair remained jet black until her death at the age of 54. We do not know her exact height, but we can guess that it was close to 5 feet 11 inches. She was never a heavy woman, but she was big-boned and very strong. She walked with large steps. The cancer that killed her was not discovered until 6 months before her death, and she remained an attractive woman up until the final weeks, when she finally disappeared into the sick room, never to leave it. There can be no doubt, however, that Mary Beth had scant interest in her physical beauty. Though always well-groomed and sometimes stunning in a ball gown and fur wrap, she is never spoken of by anyone as seductive. In fact, those who called her unfeminine dwelt at length upon her straightforward and brusque manner and her seeming indifference to her own considerable endowments. It is worth noting that almost all of these traits, straightforward manner, businesslike attitude, honesty, and coldness, are later associated with her daughter, Carlotta Mayfair, who is not and never was a designee of the legacy. Those who liked Mary Beth and did business successfully with her praised her as a straight shooter and a generous person quite incapable of pettiness. Those who did not do well with her called her feelingless and inhuman. This is also the case with Carlotta Mayfair. Mary Beth's business interests and her appetite for pleasure will be dealt with extensively below. It is sufficient to say here that, in the early years, she set the tone for what went on at First Street as much as Julien. Many family dinner parties were planned by her completely, and she persuaded Julien to make his last trip to Europe in 1896, at which time she and he toured the capitals from Madrid to London. Mary Beth shared Julien's love of horses from girlhood on, and frequently went riding with Julien. They also loved the theatre and attended almost any sort of play, from the very grand Shakespearean productions to very small and insignificant local theatricals. And both were passionate lovers of opera. In later years, Mary Beth had a Victrola of some sort in almost every room of the house, and she played opera records continuously. Mary Beth also seems to have enjoyed living with a large number of people under one roof. Her interest in the family was not limited to reunions and get-togethers. On the contrary, she opened her doors all her life to visiting cousins. Some casual accounts of her hospitality suggest that she enjoyed having power over people. She enjoyed being the center of attention. But even in those stories in which such opinions are quite literally expressed, Mary Beth emerges as a person more interested in others than in herself. In fact, the total absence of narcissism or vanity in this woman continues to be astonishing to those who peruse the record. Generosity, rather than a lust for power, seems a more appropriate explanation for her family relationships. Allow us to note here that Nancy Mayfair, an illegitimate child of a descendant of Maurice Mayfair, was adopted by Mary Beth and brought up along with Antha Mayfair as Stella's daughter. Nancy lived in the First Street house until 1988. It was commonly believed, even by scores of Mayfairs, that she was really Stella's daughter. In 1891, the First Street household consisted of Remy Mayfair, who seemed years older than his brother Julien, though he was not, and was rumored to be dying of consumption, which he finally did in 1897. Julien's sons, Barclay, Garland, and Cortland, who were the first Mayfairs to be sent off to boarding schools on the Upper East Coast, where they did well. Millie Mayfair, the only one of Remy's children never to marry, and finally, in addition to Julien and Mary Beth, their daughter, Little Belle, who, as already mentioned, was slightly feeble-minded. By the end of the century, the house included Clay Mayfair, Mary Beth's brother, and also the unwilling and heartbroken Catherine Mayfair after the destruction of Riverbend, and from time to time other cousins. During all this time, Mary Beth was the undisputed lady of the house, and it was Mary Beth who inspired and carried out a great refurbishing of the structure before 1900, at which time 3 bathrooms were added, and the gas light was expanded to the 3rd floor, and to the entire servants' quarters, and to 2 large outbuildings as well, one of which was a stable with living accommodations above it. Though Mary Beth lived until 1925, dying of cancer in September of that year, we can safely say that she changed little over time, that her passions and priorities in the late 19th century were pretty much the same as in the last year of her life. If she ever had a close friend or confidant outside the family, we know nothing of it, and her true character is rather hard to describe. She was certainly never the playful, cheerful person that Julien was. She seemed to have no desire for great drama, and even at the countless family reunions where she danced and supervised the taking of photographs and the serving of food and drink, she is never described as the life of the party. Rather, she seems to have been a quiet, strong woman with very definite goals, and it is possible that no one was ever really close to her except her daughter, Stella. But we shall get to that part of the story by and by. To what extent Mary Beth's occult powers furthered her goals is a very significant question, and there is a variety of evidence to help one make a series of educated guesses as to what went on behind the scenes. To the Irish servants who came and went at First Street, she was always a witch, or a person with voodoo powers. But their stories of her differ from other accounts which we possess quite markedly, and must be taken with the proverbial grain of salt. Nevertheless, the servants spoke often of Mary Beth going down to the French Quarter to consult with the voodooienne, and of having an altar in her room at which she worshipped the devil. They said that Mary Beth knew when you told a lie, and knew where you had been, and knew where every member of the Mayfair family was, even those who had gone up north, and knew at any moment what these people were doing. They said Mary Beth made no effort to keep such things a secret. They also said that Mary Beth was the person to whom the black servants turned when they were in trouble with the local voodooienne, and Mary Beth knew what powder to use or candle to burn in order to counteract a spell, and that she could command spirits. And Mary Beth declared more than once that this was all that voodoo was about. Command the spirits. All the rest is for show. One Irish cook who worked in the house off and on from 1895 to 1902 told one of our investigators, casually, that Mary Beth told her there were all kinds of spirits in the world, but the lowly spirits were the easiest to command, and anybody could call them up if such a person had a mind to. Mary Beth had spirits guarding all the rooms of the house and all the things in them. But Mary Beth warned the cook not to try to call spirits on her own. It had its dangers, and was best left to people who could see spirits and feel them the way that Mary Beth could. "You could feel the spirits in that house all right," said the cook, "and if you closed your eyes halfway, you could see them. But Miss Mary Beth didn't have to do that. She could just see them plain as day all the time, and she talked to them and called them by name." The cook also said Mary Beth drank brandy straight from the bottle, but that was all right, because Mary Beth was a real lady, and a lady could do what she pleased, and Mary Beth was a kind and generous person. Same held true for old Monsieur Julien, but he would not have thought of drinking brandy straight from a bottle, or anything else straight from a bottle, and always liked his sherry in a crystal glass. A laundress reported that Mary Beth could make doors close behind her without bothering to touch them as she made her way through the house. The laundress was asked once to take a basket of folded linen to the 2nd floor, but she refused, she was so frightened. Then Mary Beth scolded her in a rather good-natured way for being so foolish, and the laundress wasn't afraid any more. There are at least 15 different accounts of Mary Beth's voodoo altar, on which she burned incense and candles of various colors, and to which she added plaster saints from time to time. But no account tells us precisely where this altar was. It is interesting to note that no black servant ever questioned about this altar would utter one word about it. Some of the other stories we have are very fanciful. It was told to us several times, for instance, that Mary Beth didn't just dress like a man. She turned into a man when she went out in her suit with her cane and hat, and she was strong enough at such times to beat off any other man who assaulted her. One morning early, when she was riding her horse on St. Charles Avenue alone — Julien was ill at the time and would very soon die — a man tried to pull her from the horse, at which time she herself turned into a man and beat him half to death with her fist, and then dragged him at the end of a rope behind her horse to the local police station. Lots of people saw that, we are told. That story was repeated in the Irish Channel as late as 1935. Indeed, police records of the time indicate the assault and the citizen's arrest did take place in 1914. The man died in his cell several hours later. There is another story of a foolish maidservant who stole one of Mary Beth's rings and awoke that night in her smothering little room on Chippewa Street to discover Mary Beth bending over her in manly form and demanding that she give back the ring immediately, which the woman did, only to die by 3 o'clock the following afternoon from the shock of the experience. That story was told to us once in 1898 and again in 1910. It has proved impossible to investigate. By far the most valuable story we have from the earlier period was told to us by a taxi driver in 1910, who said that he once picked up Mary Beth downtown in the Rue Royale one day in 1908, and though he was certain she had gotten into his taxi alone — this was a horse-drawn hansom — he heard her talking to someone all the way uptown. When he opened the door for her before the carriage block at First Street, he saw a handsome man with her in the cab. She seemed deep in conversation with him, but broke off when she saw the driver and uttered a short laugh. She gave the driver 2 beautiful gold coins and told him they were worth far more than the fare and to spend them quickly. When the taxi driver looked for the man to follow her out of the cab, he saw there was no one there. There are numerous other servant stories in our files concerning Mary Beth's powers, but all have a common theme, that Mary Beth was a witch and that she showed her powers whenever she or her possessions or her family was threatened. But once more let us emphasize that the stories of these servants differ markedly from the other material we have. However, if we consider the entire scope of Mary Beth's life, we will see that there is convincing evidence of witchcraft from other sources. As far as we can deduce, Mary Beth had 3 overriding passions. First, but not foremost, was Mary Beth's desire to make money, and to involve members of her own family in the building of an immense fortune. It is an understatement to say that she was successful. Almost from the beginning of her life, we hear stories of treasure troves of jewels, of purses full of gold coins which can never be emptied, and of Mary Beth tossing gold coins to the poor at random. She was said to have warned many persons to spend the coins fast, saying that whatever she gave away from her magic purse always returned to her. Regarding the jewels and the coins, it could be that a thorough study of all the Mayfair finances, made entirely from public records and analyzed by those versed in such matters, might indicate that mysterious and unaccountable infusions of wealth have played a role in their entire financial history. But on the basis of what we know, we cannot make this assumption. More pertinent is the question of Mary Beth's use of precognition or occult knowledge in her investments. Even a casual examination of Mary Beth's financial achievements indicates that she was a financial genius. She was far more interested in making money than Julien had ever been, and she possessed an obvious knack for knowing what was going to happen before it did. And she often warned all her peers about impending crises and bank failures, though they often did not listen to her. In fact, Mary Beth's diversified investments defy conventional explanation. She was, as they say, into everything. She engaged directly in cotton brokering, real estate, shipping, railroads, banking, merchandising, and later bootlegging. She continuously invested in highly unlikely ventures that proved astonishingly successful. She was in on the ground floor of several chemicals and inventions which made her incalculable amounts of money. One can go so far as to say that her story, on paper, doesn't make sense. She knew too much too often and made too much out of it. Whereas Julien's successes, great as they were, could be attributed to one man's knowledge and skill, it is almost impossible to explain Mary Beth's success in this simple a fashion. Julien had no interest, for example, in modern inventions, as far as investment was concerned. Mary Beth had a positive passion for gadgets and technology, and never ever made a mistake in this area. The same held true for shipping, about which Julien knew little and Mary Beth knew a great deal. Whereas Julien loved to purchase buildings, including factories and hotels, he never bought undeveloped land, but Mary Beth bought enormous tracts of it all over the United States and sold it at unbelievable profits. In fact, her knowledge of when and where towns and cities would develop is totally unaccountable. Mary Beth was also very canny about presenting her wealth in a favorable light to other people. She made enough of a show to suit her purposes. Consequently, she never inspired the wonder or disbelief that would have inevitably followed full disclosures of her success. And she was careful all her life to avoid publicity. Her lifestyle at First Street was never particularly ostentatious, except that she came to love motor cars, and had so many at one time that she had to rent garages all over the neighborhood for them. In sum, the picture she presented to Richard Llewellyn, quoted at length in the last chapter, is pretty much the picture she presented to everyone. Very few people knew how much money or power she had. In fact, there is some evidence that Mary Beth possessed an entire business life of which other people weren't aware, in the sense that she had a troupe of financial employees whom she met in downtown offices who never came near her office on First Street. There is talk even today in New Orleans of the men who worked downtown for Mary Beth, and how generously they were rewarded. It was a plush job, according to one old gentleman, who recalls that his friend often went on long trips for Mary Beth, to London and Paris and Brussels and Zurich, sometimes carrying enormous sums of money with him. Shipboard and hotel accommodations were always first class, said this old man, and Mary Beth handed out bonuses regularly. Another source insists that Mary Beth herself frequently went on such trips without the knowledge of her family, but we can make no verification of this. We also have 5 different stories of Mary Beth taking revenge on those who tried to cheat her. One story recounts how her secretary, Landing Smith, ran off with $300,000 of Mary Beth's cash, taking a liner to Europe under an assumed name, quite convinced that he'd gotten away with it. 3 days out of New York, he woke up in the middle of the night to discover Mary Beth sitting on the side of his bed. Not only did she take the money from him, she beat him soundly with her riding crop, and left him bloody and half mad on the cabin floor, where the ship's steward later found him. His full confession followed at once, but Mary Beth was not found on board the ship, and neither was the money. This story was recounted in the local papers, though Mary Beth herself refused to confirm or deny that anything was ever stolen. Another story, told by 2 different elderly men in the year 1955, recounts how a meeting was held by one of Mary Beth's companies, which sought to dissociate itself from her and cheat her by a series of entirely legal maneuvers. The meeting was half over, perhaps, when all at the table realized Mary Beth was sitting there with them. Mary Beth told them simply what she thought of them, severed her tie with the company, and it soon met with financial ruin. Descendants of those involved despise the Mayfairs to this day for this tragedy. One branch of the Mayfair family, descendants of Clay Mayfair who now live in New York, will have nothing to do with the New Orleans Mayfairs, on account of such an entanglement with Mary Beth, which took place in 1919. It seems Mary Beth was investing heavily in New York banking at this time, but an altercation had occurred between her and a cousin, In sum, he did not believe Mary Beth's plan of action would work. She thought it would. He sought to undercut her plan without her knowledge. She appeared in New York, in his office, and tore the pertinent papers from his hands and threw them into the air, where they caught fire and burnt without ever touching the ground. She then warned him if he ever tried to cheat his own blood again, she'd kill him. He then told this story over and over again, compulsively, to anyone and everyone who would listen, effectively ruining his reputation and destroying his professional life. People thought he was crazy. He committed suicide by jumping out of the office window 3 months after Mary Beth's appearance. To this day, the family blames Mary Beth for the death and speaks of her and her descendants with hatred. It should be noted that these New York Mayfairs are very well off, and Stella made friendly overtures to them on numerous occasions. They insist that Mary Beth used black magic in all her dealings, but the more they talk to our representatives, the more we come to understand that they really know very little of the New Orleans family from which they came, and they have a very small concept of Mary Beth's dealings. Of course, it is common to have a very small idea of Mary Beth's dealings. As mentioned before, she was very good at keeping her immense power and influence a secret. But to the Talamasca, stories of Mary Beth putting a curse on a farmer who wouldn't sell her a horse sound perfectly absurd when we know that Mary Beth was buying up railroads in South America and investing in Indian tea and purchasing enormous amounts of land surrounding the city of Los Angeles, California. Someday perhaps someone will write a book about Mary Beth Mayfair. It is all there in the records. But as it stands now, it seems that the Talamasca alone is the only group of persons outside the family who knows that Mary Beth Mayfair expanded her financial influence and power globally, that she built a financial empire so immense, so strong, and so diversified that its gradual dismantling is still going on to this day. But the entire subject of Mayfair finances deserves more attention than we can give it. If those with the knowledge of such matters were to make a thorough study of the entire Mayfair history, and we refer here to public documents available to anyone diligent enough to search for them, it is possible that we would perceive a very strong case for occult power being used throughout the centuries for the acquisition and expansion of wealth. The jewels and the gold coins might represent the smallest part of it. Alas, we have no such expertise for that kind of study, and given what we do know, Mary Beth rises head and shoulders above Julien as an entrepreneur, and it is almost certain that no one human being could have accomplished, without supernatural aid, what she accomplished. To conclude, Mary Beth left her family far richer than most of them ever knew, apparently, or ever appreciated, and the wealth exists to this day. Mary Beth's second passion was the family, and from the beginning of her active business life, she involved her cousins, or brothers, Barclay, Garland, Cortland, and other Mayfairs in her dealings. She brought them into the companies she formed, and used Mayfair attorneys and Mayfair bankers for her transactions. In fact, she always used Mayfairs for business if she possibly could, instead of strangers, and she put great pressure on other Mayfairs to do the same. When her daughter Carlotta Mayfair went to work for a non-Mayfair law firm, she was disappointed and disapproving, but she took no restrictive or punitive action regarding Carlotta's decision. She let it be known that Carlotta was guilty of lack of vision. With regard to Stella and Lionel, Mary Beth was notoriously indulgent and allowed them to have their friends over for days or weeks on end. She sent them to Europe with tutors and governesses when she herself was too busy to go, and she gave them birthday parties of legendary size and extravagance, to which countless Mayfair cousins were invited. She was equally generous to her daughter, Belle, her adopted daughter, Nancy, and to Millie Dear, her niece, all of whom continued to live at First Street after Mary Beth's death, though they were the recipients of large trust funds which granted them indisputable financial independence. Mary Beth stayed in contact with Mayfairs all over the country, and fostered numerous get-togethers of the Mayfair cousins in Louisiana. Even after Julien's death, and right on until the twilight of Mary Beth's life, Delicious food and drink were served at these affairs, with Mary Beth supervising the menu and the wine-tasting herself, and often musicians were hired to provide entertainment. Enormous family dinners were very common at First Street, and Mary Beth paid out fabulous salaries to hire the best cooks for her kitchen. Many reports indicate that the Mayfair cousins loved going to First Street, that they loved the long after-dinner discussions, described by Richard Llewellyn, and that they were personally devoted to Mary Beth, who had an uncanny ability to remember birthdays, wedding anniversaries, and graduation dates, and to send appropriate and very welcome cash presents. As already indicated, when she was young, Mary Beth loved to dance with Julien at these family parties, and encouraged dancing among young and old, and sometimes hired instructors to teach the cousins the latest dances. She and Julien would amuse the children with their spry antics, and sometimes the dance bands they hired from the quarter shocked the more staid Mayfairs. After Julien's death, Mary Beth did not dance so much, but she loved to see other people dance, and she almost always provided some music. In her last years, these affairs were managed by her daughter Stella and her son Lionel, and they were as spirited as ever. Mayfairs were not only invited to these get-togethers, they were expected to attend, and Mary Beth was sometimes unpleasant to those who refused to accept her invitations. And there are 2 stories of her becoming extremely angry with members of the family who discarded the name Mayfair in favor of the name of their father. Several stories we have gathered from friends of the family indicate that Mary Beth was both loved and feared by the cousins. Whereas Julien, especially in his old age, was considered sweet and charming, Mary Beth was considered slightly formidable. There are several stories which indicate that Mary Beth could see the future, but disliked using the power. When asked to predict or to help make a decision, she frequently warned the family members involved that second sight wasn't a simple thing, and that predicting the future could be tricky. However, she did now and then make outright predictions. For example, she told Maitland Mayfair, Clay's son, that he would die if he took up airplane flying, and he did. Maitland's wife, Therese, blamed Mary Beth for his death. Mary Beth shrugged it off with the simple words, "I warned him, didn't I? If he hadn't gone up in the damned plane, he couldn't have crashed in it." Maitland's brothers were distraught over Maitland's death, and begged Mary Beth to try to stop such events if she could, to which she replied that she could give it a try, and would the next time something of that kind came to her attention. Again she warned them that such things were tricky. In 1921, Maitland's son, Maitland Jr., wanted to go on an expedition in the African jungles, of which his mother, Therese, strongly disapproved, and she appealed to Mary Beth either to stop the boy or to make some sort of prediction. Mary Beth considered the matter for a long time, and then explained in her simple, straightforward manner that the future wasn't predetermined, it was merely predictable. And her prediction was that this boy would die if he went to Africa, but if he stayed here, worse things might happen. Maitland Jr. changed his own mind about the expedition, stayed home, and was killed in a fire 6 months later. The young man was drunk and was smoking in bed. At the funeral, Therese accosted Mary Beth and demanded to know why she didn't prevent such horrors. Mary Beth said almost casually that she foresaw the whole thing, yes, but there wasn't much she could do to change it. To change it, she would have had to change Maitland Jr., and that was not her job in life. And besides, she'd tried, to no avail, to talk to Maitland countless times. But she certainly felt dreadful about it, and she wished the cousins would stop asking her to look into the future. "When I look into the future," she reportedly said, "all I see is how weak most people are, and how little they do to fight fate or fortune. You can fight, you know, you really can, but Maitland wasn't going to change anything." Then she shrugged, or so the story goes, and walked with her characteristic big steps out of the Lafayette Cemetery. Therese was horrified by these statements. She never forgave Mary Beth for her involvement, in the death of her husband or her son. and to her dying day she maintained that an aura of evil surrounded the First Street house, and that whatever power the Mayfairs possessed worked only for the chosen ones. This story was told to us by a friend of Therese's sister, Émilie Blanchard, who died in 1935. An abbreviated version was passed on to us by a non-relative who overheard the conversation at the cemetery and made inquiries about it. Yet a third version was repeated to us by a nun who was present at the cemetery. And the agreement among the three as to Mary Beth's statements makes this one of our most powerful pictures of her, albeit small. The 2 deaths involved were reported in the papers. There are countless other stories about Mary Beth's predictions, advice, and the like. They are all very similar. Mary Beth advised against certain marriages, and her advice always turned out to be correct. Or Mary Beth advised people to enter into certain ventures, and it worked out wonderfully. But everything points to the fact that Mary Beth was very cautious about the power and disliked direct prediction. We have one other quote from her on the matter, and this was made to the parish priest, who later told it to his brother, a police officer, who apparently remembered it because he thought it was interesting. Mary Beth is rumored to have told the priest that any one strong individual could change the future for countless others, that it happened all the time. Given the number of human beings alive in this world, such persons were so rare that predicting the future was deceptively simple. "Then we are possessed of free will. You grant that much," the priest had said, to which Mary Beth replied, "Indeed we are. In fact, it is absolutely crucial that we exercise our free will. Nothing is predetermined, and thank God there aren't many strong people who upset the predictable scheme, for there are as many bad ones who bring on war and disaster as there are visionaries who do good for others." It is worth noting that these statements are interesting in light of Richard Llewellyn's description of Julien coming to him in a dream and telling him that nothing is predetermined. And it is also worth noting that 200 years before, Lasher, according to Peter van Abel, made a mysterious prediction which deeply disturbed Peter. If only we had more direct quotations regarding this and other subjects from the powerful psychic members of the Mayfair family. But alas, we do not, and this immediate connection between 2 quotes makes us painfully aware of it. Regarding family attitudes towards Mary Beth, many family members, according to their talkative friends, were aware that there was something strange about Mary Beth and Monsieur Julien, and whether or not to go to them in times of trouble was an ever-present question in each generation. Going to them was perceived as having advantages and definite liabilities. For example, one descendant of Lestin Mayfair, who was pregnant out of wedlock, went to Mary Beth for help, and though she received a great deal of money to assist with her child, became convinced afterwards that Mary Beth had caused the death of the child's irresponsible father. Another Mayfair, a favorite of Mary Beth, who was convicted of assault and battery after a drunken brawl in a French Quarter nightclub, was said to be more afraid of Mary Beth's disapproval and retribution than of any criminal court. He was fatally shot trying to escape from jail, and Mary Beth refused to allow him to be buried in the Lafayette Cemetery. Another unfortunate girl, Louise Mayfair, who was pregnant out of wedlock and gave birth at First Street to Nancy Mayfair, whom Mary Beth adopted and accepted as one of Stella's children, died 2 days after the birth, and numerous stories were circulated that Mary Beth, displeased by the girl's behavior, had let her die alone and unattended. But the stories of Mary Beth's occult powers, or evil doings, regarding the family are relatively few. Even when one considers the secretiveness of the family, the reluctance of most Mayfairs to gossip in any way about the Legacy family to anyone, there simply isn't very much evidence that Mary Beth was a witch to her own kindred, so much as a magnet. When she did use her powers, it was almost always with reluctance, and we have numerous indications that many Mayfairs did not believe the superstitious foolishness repeated about Mary Beth by servants, neighbors, and occasionally by family members. They considered the story of the purse of golden coins to be laughable. They blamed superstitious servants for these tales, They considered them to be a holdover from the romantic plantation days, and they complained against the gossips of the neighborhood and the church parish. We cannot emphasize enough that the vast majority of tales about Mary Beth's powers do come from the servants. All things taken into account, the family lore indicates that Mary Beth was loved and respected by her family, and that she did not dominate people's lives or decisions, except to pressure them towards some show of family loyalty. And that, in spite of a few noteworthy mistakes, she picked excellent candidates for business ventures from among her kindred, and that they trusted her and admired her and liked to do business with her. She kept her outlandish accomplishments secret from those with whom she did business, and possibly she kept her occult powers secret from others too, and she enjoyed being with the family in a simple and ordinary fashion. It is also worth noting that the little children of the family loved Mary Beth. She was photographed scores of times with Stella, Lionel, Belle, Millie Dear, Nancy, and dozens of other little children all around her, and every Sunday for years the south lawn of the First Street property was covered with children tumbling and playing ball and tag while the grown-ups napped inside after dinner. The third great passion, or obsession, of Mary Beth's life, as far as we can determine, was her desire for pleasure. As we have seen, she and Julien enjoyed dancing, parties, the theater, etc. She also had many lovers. Though family members are absolutely mute on the subject, servant gossip, often coming to us second or third hand through friends of the servant's family, is the largest source of such information. Neighbors also gossiped about good-looking boys who were always hanging about, supposedly to do jobs for which they were often utterly unqualified. And Richard Llewellyn's story of the gift of the Stutz Bearcat to a young Irish coachman has been verified through simple registration records. The giving of other large gifts, sometimes bank drafts for enormous amounts, also indicate that these good-looking boys were Mary Beth's lovers. For there are no other explanations as to why she should give $5,000 as a Christmas present to a young coachman who could not in fact manage a team, or to a handyman who could never so much as hammer in a nail without assistance. It is interesting to note that when all the information on Mary Beth is studied as a whole, we have more stories about her sensual appetites than any other aspect of her. In other words, stories about her lovers, her wine-drinking, her love of food, and her dancing far outnumber, 17-1, stories about her occult powers or her abilities in making money. But when all the many descriptions of Mary Beth's love of wine, food, music, dancing, and bed partners are considered, one can see that she behaved more like a man of the period than a woman in this regard, merely pleasing herself as a man might, with little thought for convention or respectability. In sum, there is nothing too unusual about her behavior if one sees it in this light. But of course people at the time did not see it in that light, and they thought her love of pleasure to be rather mysterious and even sinister. She deepened this sense of the mysterious by her casual attitude towards what she did, and her refusal to attach importance to the shallow reactions of others. More than one Mayfair close cousin begged her to behave, or so the servants said, and more than once Mary Beth shrugged off this suggestion. As for her cross-dressing, she did it so long and so well that just about everyone became accustomed to it. In the last years of her life she would often go out in her tweed suit and with her walking stick, and stroll around the garden district for hours. She did not bother to pin up her hair any more or hide it beneath a hat. She wore it in a simple twist or bun, and people took her appearance entirely for granted. She was Miss Mary Beth to servants and neighbors for blocks around, walking with her head slightly bowed and with very big steps, and waving in a lackadaisical fashion to those who greeted her. As for her lovers, the Talamasca has been able to find out almost nothing about them. Of a young cousin, Rowan Mayfair, we know the most, and it is not even certain that he was Mary Beth's lover. He worked for Mary Beth as a secretary or chauffeur, or both, from 1911 until 1913, but was frequently in Europe for long periods. He was in his 20s at the time, and very handsome, and spoke French very well, but not to Mary Beth, who preferred English. There was some disagreement between him and Mary Beth in 1914, but no one seems to know what it was. He then went to England, joined the forces fighting in World War I, and was killed in combat. His body was never recovered. Mary Beth held an immense memorial service for him at First Street. Kelly Mayfair, another cousin, also worked for Mary Beth in 1912 and 1913, and continued in her employ until 1918. He was a strikingly handsome, red-haired, green-eyed young man. His mother was Irish-born. He took care of Mary Beth's horses, and, unlike other boys whom Mary Beth kept, did know what he was doing in that capacity. The case for his having been Mary Beth's lover rests entirely on the fact that they did dance together at many family gatherings, and later had many noisy quarrels which were overheard by maids, laundresses, and even chimney sweeps. Also, Mary Beth settled an immense sum of money on Kelly so that he could try his luck as a writer. He went to Greenwich Village in New York with this money, worked for a while as a reporter for the New York Times, and froze to death in a cold-water flat there while drunk, apparently quite by accident. It was his first winter in New York, and he may not have understood the dangers. Whatever the case, Mary Beth was distraught over his death, and had the body brought home and buried properly, though Kelly's parents were so disgusted with what had happened that they would not attend the funeral. She had 3 words inscribed on his tombstone: "Fear no more," and this may be a reference to the famous lines of Shakespeare in Cymbeline: "Fear no more the heat of the sun, or the furious winter's rages," but we do not know. She refused to explain it even to the undertaker or the tombstone workers. The other good-looking boys who caused so much talk are unknown to us. We have only gossip descriptions which indicate they were all very handsome and what one might call rough trade. Full-time maids and cooks were highly suspicious of them and resentful towards them. And most accounts of these young men say nothing per se about their being Mary Beth's lovers. They run something like this: "And then there was one of those boys of hers about, one of those good-looking ones she always had around, and don't ask me for what, and he was sitting on the kitchen steps doing nothing but whistling, and I asked him to carry the laundry basket down, but he was too good for that, you can well imagine. But of course he did it, because she came into the kitchen then, and he wouldn't dare do nothing to run against her, you can be sure, and she give him one of her smiles, and said, 'Hello there, Benji.' Who knows? Maybe Mary Beth only liked to look at them. What we do know for certain is that from the day she met him, she loved and cared for Daniel McIntyre, though he certainly began his role in the Mayfair history as Julien's lover. Richard Llewellyn's story notwithstanding, we know that Julien met Daniel McIntyre sometime around 1896, and that he began to place a great deal of important business with Daniel McIntyre, who was an up-and-coming attorney in a Camp Street firm founded by Daniel's uncle some 10 years before. When Garland Mayfair finished law school at Harvard, he went to work in this same firm, and later Cortlandt joined him, and both worked with Daniel McIntyre until the latter was appointed a judge in 1905. Daniel's photographs of the period show him to be pale, slender, with reddish-blonde hair. He was almost pretty, not unlike Julien's later lover, Richard Llewellyn, and not unlike the darker Victor, who died from the fall beneath the carriage wheels. The facial bone structure of all 3 men was exceptionally beautiful and dramatic, and Daniel had the added advantage of remarkably brilliant green eyes. Even in the last years of his life, when he was quite heavy and continually red-faced from drink, Daniel McIntyre elicited compliments on his green eyes. What we know of Daniel McIntyre's early life is fairly cut and dry. He was descended from Old Irish, that is, the immigrants who came to America long before the great potato famines of the 1840s, and it is doubtful that any of his ancestors were ever poor. His grandfather, a self-made millionaire commission agent, built a magnificent house on Julia Street in the 1830s, where Daniel's father, Sean McIntyre, the youngest of 4 sons, grew up. Sean McIntyre was a distinguished medical doctor until he died abruptly of a heart attack at the age of 48. By then, Daniel was already a practicing lawyer, and had moved with his mother and unmarried sister to an uptown St. Charles Avenue mansion where Daniel lived until his mother died. Neither McIntyre home is still standing. Daniel was, by all accounts, a brilliant business lawyer, and numerous records attest to his having advised Julien well in a variety of business ventures. He also represented Julien successfully in several crucial civil suits. And we have one very interesting little anecdote told to us years later by a clerk in the firm, to the effect that, about one of these civil suits, Julien and Daniel had a terrible argument, in which Daniel repeatedly said, "Now, Julien, let me handle this legally," to which Julien repeatedly replied, "All right, if you are so damned set on doing it, then do it, but I tell you I could very easily make this man wish he had never been born." Public records also indicate that Daniel was highly imaginative in finding ways for Julien to do things he wanted to do, and for helping him discover information about people who opposed him in business. On February 11th, 1897, when Daniel's mother died, he moved out of their uptown St. Charles Avenue home, leaving his sister in the care of nurses and maids, and took up residence in an ostentatious and lavish four-room suite at the old St. Louis Hotel. There he began to live like a king, according to bellhops and waiters and taxi drivers who received enormous tips from Daniel and served him expensive meals in his parlor, which fronted on the street. Rowan Mayfair was Daniel's most frequent visitor, and he often stayed the night in Daniel's suite. If this arrangement aroused any enmity or disapproval in Garland or Cortlandt, we know nothing of it. They became partners in the firm of McIntyre, Murphy, and Mayfair, and after the retirement of the two Murphy brothers and the appointment of Daniel to the bench, Garland and Cortlandt became the firm of Mayfair and Mayfair. In later decades, they devoted their entire energies to the management of Mayfair money, and they were almost partners with Mary Beth in numerous ventures, though there were other ventures in which Mary Beth was involved, of which Garland and Cortlandt apparently knew nothing. Daniel was already by this time a heavy drinker, and there are numerous accounts of hotel staff members having to help him to his suite. Cortlandt also kept an eye on him continuously, and in later years when Daniel bought a motor car, it was Cortlandt who was always offering to drive Daniel home so that he wouldn't kill himself or someone else. Cortlandt seems to have liked Daniel very much. He was the defender of Daniel to the rest of the family, which became, over the years, an ever more demanding role. We have no evidence that Mary Beth ever met Daniel during this early period. She had already become very active in business, but the family had numerous lawyers and connections, and we have no testimony to indicate that Daniel ever came to the First Street house. It may have been that he was embarrassed by his relationship with Julien, and a bit more puritanical about such things in general than Julien's other lovers had been. He was certainly the only one of Julien's lovers of whom we know who had a professional career of his own. Whatever the explanation, he met Mary Beth Mayfair in late 1897, and Richard Llewellyn's version of the meeting, in Storyville, is the only one we have. We do not know whether or not they fell in love, as Llewellyn insisted, but we do know that Mary Beth and Daniel began to appear together at numerous social affairs. Mary Beth was by that time about 25 years old and extremely independent, and it was no secret that little Belle, the child of the mysterious Scottish Lord Mayfair, was not right in the head. Though very sweet and amiable, Belle was obviously unable to learn even simple things, and reacted emotionally to life forever as though she were about 4 years old, or so the cousins later described it. People hesitated to use the word feeble-minded. Everyone knew, of course, that Belle was not an appropriate designee for the legacy, as she might never marry, and the cousins discussed this fairly openly at the time. Another Mayfair tragedy was also a topic of conversation, and that was the destruction by the river of the plantation of Riverbend. The house, built by Marie Claudette before the beginning of the century, was built on a thumb of land jutting into the river, and sometime around 1896 it became clear that the river was determined to take this thumb of land. Everything was tried, but nothing could be done. The levee had to be built behind the house, and finally the house had to be abandoned. The ground around the house was slowly flooded. Then one night the house itself collapsed into the marsh, and within a week it was gone altogether, as if it had never been there. That Mary Beth and Julien regarded this as a tragedy was obvious. There was much talk in New Orleans of the engineers they consulted in attempting to avert the tragedy, and no small part of it was Catherine, Mary Beth's aging mother, who did not want to move to New Orleans, to the house Darcy Monaghan had built for her decades ago. At last, Catherine had to be sedated for the move to the city, and, as stated earlier, she never recovered from the shock and soon went insane, wandering around the First Street gardens, talking all the time to Darcy, and searching also for her mother, Marguerite, and endlessly turning out the contents of drawers to find things which she claimed to have lost. Mary Beth tolerated her, and was heard to say once, much to the shock of the doctor in attendance, that she was happy to do what she could for her mother, but she did not find the woman or her plight particularly interesting, and she wished there was some drug they could give the woman to quiet her down. Julien was present at the time, and naturally found this very funny, and went into one of his disconcerting rifts of laughter. He was understanding of the doctor's shock, however, and explained to him that the great virtue of Mary Beth was that she always told the truth, no matter what the consequences. If they did give Catherine some drug, we know nothing of it. She began to wander the streets around 1898, and a young mulatto servant was hired simply to follow her around. She died in bed at First Street, in a rear bedroom, in 1905, on the night of January 2nd, to be exact, and to the best of our knowledge, there was no storm to mark her death, and no unusual event of any kind. She had been in a coma for days, according to the servants, and Mary Beth and Julien were at her side when she died. On January 15th, 1899, in an enormous wedding held at St. Alphonsus Church, Mary Beth married Daniel McIntyre. It is interesting to note that up until this time the family had worshipped at the Notre Dame Church, the French church of the Tri-Church parish. But for the wedding it chose the Irish church, and thereafter went to all services at St. Alphonsus. Daniel seems to have been on very friendly terms with the Irish-American priests of the parish, and to have been lavish in his support of the parish. He also had a cousin in the Irish-American Sisters of Mercy who taught at the local school. It seems safe, therefore, to assume that the change to the Irish church was Daniel's idea. And it is also safe to assume that Mary Beth was almost indifferent to the matter, though she did go to church often with her children and great nieces and nephews, though what she believed about it one cannot say. Julien never went to church, except for the customary weddings, funerals, and christenings. He also seems to have preferred St. Alphonsus to the humbler French church of Notre Dame. The wedding of Daniel and Mary Beth was, as already mentioned, an enormous affair. A reception of dazzling proportions was held at the First Street house, with cousins coming from as far away as New York. Daniel's family, though much smaller than the Mayfair family, was also in attendance, and by all reports the couple were deeply in love and deeply happy, and the dancing and singing went on late into the night. The couple went to New York for a honeymoon trip, and from there to Europe, where they remained for 4 months, cutting short their journey in May because Mary Beth was already expecting a child. Indeed, Carlotta Mayfair was born 7½ months after her parents' marriage, on September 1st, 1899. On November 2nd of the following year, 1900, Mary Beth gave birth to Lionel, her only son, and finally, on October 10th of the year 1901, she gave birth to her last child, Stella. These children were, of course, all the legal offspring of Daniel McIntyre, but one can legitimately ask, for the purposes of this history, who was their real father. There is overwhelming evidence, both from medical records and from pictures, to indicate that Daniel McIntyre was Carlotta Mayfair's father. Not only did Carlotta inherit Daniel's green eyes, she also inherited his beautiful reddish-blonde curly hair. As for Lionel, he was also of the same blood type as Daniel McIntyre, and also tended to resemble him, though he bore a strong resemblance to his mother as well, having her dark eyes and her expression, especially as he grew older. As for Stella, her blood type, as recorded in her superficial post-mortem examination in 1929, indicates that she could not have been Daniel McIntyre's daughter. We know that this information came to the notice of her sister Carlotta at the time. In fact, talk about Carlotta's request for blood typing is what brought it to the attention of the Talamasca. It is perhaps superfluous to add that Stella bore no resemblance to Daniel. On the contrary, she resembled Julien with her delicate bones, black curling hair, and very brilliant, if not twinkling, dark eyes. As we have no blood type for Julien, and do not know that any was ever recorded, we cannot add that scrap of evidence to the case. Stella might have been fathered by any of Mary Beth's lovers, though we do not know that she had a lover in the year before Stella was born. Indeed, the gossip concerning Mary Beth's lovers came after, but that may only mean that she grew careless about her lovers as the years passed. One other definite possibility is Cortland Mayfair, Julien's second son, who was at the time of Stella's birth 22 years old and an extremely appealing young man. His blood type was finally obtained in 1959 and is compatible. He was in residence off and on at First Street, as he was studying law at Harvard and did not finish until 1903. That he was very fond of Mary Beth was well known to everyone, and that he took an interest all his life in the Legacy family is also well known. Unfortunately for the Talamasca, Cortland was, throughout most of his life, a very secretive and guarded man. He was known, even to his brothers and his children, as a reclusive individual who disliked any sort of gossip outside the family. He loved reading, and was something of a genius at investment. To our knowledge, he confided in no one. Even those closest to him give contradictory versions of what Cortland did and when and why. The one aspect of the man of which everyone is certain is that he was devoted to the management of the legacy and to making money for himself, his brothers and their children, and Mary Beth. His descendants are among the richest among the Mayfair clan to this day. When Mary Beth died, it was Cortland who prevented Carlotta Mayfair from virtually dismantling her mother's financial empire by taking over its complete management on behalf of Stella, who was in fact the designee, and did not care what happened to it as long as she could do as she pleased. Stella never cared a thing about money, by her own admission, and over Carlotta's wishes she placed her interests entirely in Cortland's hands. Cortland and his son Sheffield continued to manage the bulk of the fortune on behalf of Antha after Stella's death. We should stress here, however, that after Mary Beth died, her empire began to fall apart. No one individual could take her place, and though Cortland did a marvelous job of consolidating and investing and preserving, the dizzying expansion which had gone on under Mary Beth essentially came to an end. But to return to our principal concern here, there are other indications that Cortland was Stella's father. Cortland's wife, Amanda Grady Mayfair, had a deep aversion to Mary Beth and to the entire Mayfair family, and she would never accompany Cortland to the First Street house. This did not stop Cortland from visiting there all the time, and he took all of his 5 children there, so that they grew up knowing his family quite well. Amanda eventually left Cortland when their youngest son, Pierce Mayfair, finished Harvard in 1935, leaving New Orleans forever and going to live with her younger sister, Mary Margaret Grady Harris, in New York. In 1936, Amanda told one of our investigators at a cocktail party, a casual chance meeting had been arranged, that her husband's family was evil, that if she were to tell the truth about it, people would think she was crazy, and that she would never go south again to be among those people, no matter how much her sons begged her to do so. A little later during the evening, when she was quite intoxicated, she asked our investigator, whose name she did not know, whether or not he believed people could sell their souls to the devil. She said that her husband had done it, and he was richer than Rockefeller, and so was she, and so were her sons. They will all burn in hell some day, she told him. Of that you can be sure. When our investigator asked if the lady really believed this sort of thing, She replied that there were witches alive in the modern world who could throw spells. They can make you believe you are someplace you aren't, that you're seeing things when there's nothing there. They did that to my husband. And you know why? Because my husband is a witch, a powerful witch. Don't quibble over words like warlock. It doesn't matter. The man is a witch. I myself saw what he could do. Asked point blank if her husband had ever done any evil to her, Cortland's wife said, to this apparent stranger, that no, she had to confess he hadn't. It was what he condoned in others, what he went along with, and what he believed. She then began to cry and to say that she missed her husband, and she didn't want to talk about it any more. "I'll tell you this much," she said when she had recovered herself slightly. "If I wanted my husband to come to me tonight, he'd do it. How he'd do it I couldn't tell you, but he could make himself material in this very room. All his family can do things like that. They could drive you out of your mind with it. But he'd be here, in this very room. Sometimes he's in the room with me when I don't want him to be, and I can't make him go away." At this point the lady was rescued by a Grady niece, and no further contact was ever accomplished until some years later. One further circumstance argues for a close bond between Cortland and Stella, and that is that after Julien's death, Cortland took Stella and her brother Lionel to England and to Asia for well over a year. Cortland already had 5 children at this time, all of which he left behind with his wife. Yet he seems to have been the instigator of this trip, and was completely in charge of the arrangements, and greatly prolonged the venture, so that the party did not actually return to New Orleans for some 18 months. After the Great War, Cortland left his wife and children again to travel for a year with Stella, and he seems always to have been on Stella's side in family disputes. In sum, this evidence is certainly not conclusive, but it does indicate Cortland might have been Stella's father. But then again, Julien, in spite of his great age, may have been her father. We don't know. Whatever the case, Stella was pretty much the favorite child from the time of her birth. Daniel McIntyre certainly seems to have loved her as if she were his own daughter, and it is entirely possible that he never knew she was not. Of the early childhood of all 3 children, we know little that is specific, and Richard Llewellyn's portrait is the most intimate we possess. As the children grew older, there was more and more talk about dissension, however, and when Carlotta went to board at the Sacred Heart at the age of 14, everyone knew it was against Mary Beth's wishes, and that Daniel, too, was heartbroken and wanted his daughter to come home more often than she did. Carlotta is never described as a happy child by anyone, but it is difficult to this day to gather information about her, because she is still living, and even people who knew her 50 years ago are extremely afraid of her and of her influence, and very reluctant to say anything about her at all. The people who are willing to talk are those who most dislike her. Possibly, if the others were not so afraid, we might hear something to balance the picture. Whatever the case, Carlotta was admired for her brilliance from the time she was a little girl. She was even called a genius by the nuns who taught her. She boarded at Sacred Heart through high school, and went on to Loyola Law School when she was very young. Meantime, Lionel began attending day school when he was 8 years old. He seems to have been a quiet, well-behaved boy who never gave anyone very much trouble, and to have been liked. He had a full-time tutor to assist him with his homework, and as time passed, he became something of an exceptional student. But he never made friends outside the family. His cousins were his only companions when he wasn't at school. The history of Stella was markedly different from the start. By all accounts, Stella was a particularly beguiling and seductive child. She had soft, black, rippling hair and enormous black eyes. When one considers the numerous photographs of her from 1901 to her death in 1929, it seems impossible to imagine her living in any other era, so suited to the times was she, with her slender boyish hips, pouty little red mouth, and bobbed hair. In her earliest pictures, she is the image of the luscious child in the Pears soap advertisements, a white-skinned little temptress, gazing soulfully yet playfully at the spectator. By the time she was 18, she was Clara Bow. On the night of her death, she was, according to numerous eyewitnesses, a femme fatale of unforgettable power, dancing the Charleston wildly in her short-fringed skirt and glittering stockings, flashing her enormous jewel-like eyes on everyone and no one as she commanded the attention of every man in the room. When Lionel was sent off to school, Stella begged to be allowed to go to school also, or so she told the nuns at Sacred Heart herself. But within 3 months of her admission as a day student, she was privately and unofficially expelled. The talk was that she frightened the other students. She could read their minds, and she enjoyed demonstrating the power. And also she could fling people about without touching them, and she had an unpredictable sense of humor, and would laugh at things the nuns said which she considered to be blatant lies. Her conduct was mortifying to Carlotta, who was powerless to control her, though by all accounts Carlotta also loved Stella, and did make every effort to persuade Stella to fit the mold. It may be surprising to learn, in light of all this, that the nuns and the children at Sacred Heart actually liked Stella. Numerous classmates remember her fondly, and even with delight. When she wasn't up to her tricks, she was charming, sweet, absolutely lovable, a darling little girl. But nobody could stand being around her very long. Stella next attended the Ursuline Academy long enough to make her first communion with the class, but was expelled immediately after in the same private and unofficial manner, and more or less for the same complaint. This time apparently she was crushed at being sent home, because she regarded school as great fun, and she did not like to be about the house all day with her mother and Uncle Julien telling her they were busy. She wanted to play with other children. Her governesses annoyed her. She wanted to go out. Stella then attended 4 different private schools, spending no more than 3 or 4 months in each before ending up at the St. Alphonsus parochial school, where she was the only one among an Irish-American proletarian student body to be driven to school each day in a chauffeured Packard limousine. Sister Bridget Marie, an Irish-born nun who lived at Mercy Hospital in New Orleans until she was 90, remembered Stella vividly, even 50 years afterwards, and told this investigator in 1969 that Stella Mayfair was undoubtedly some sort of witch. Once again Stella was accused of reading minds, of laughing when people lied to her, of flinging things about by the power of the mind, and talking to an invisible friend, a familiar, according to Sister Bridget Marie, who did Stella's bidding, which included finding lost objects and making things fly through the air. But Stella's manifestation of these powers was by no means continuous. She often tried to behave herself for long periods. She enjoyed reading and history and English. She liked to play with the other girls in the schoolyard on St. Andrew Street, and she liked the nuns very much. The nuns found themselves seduced by Stella. They led her into the convent garden to cut flowers with them, or took her into the parlor after school to teach her embroidery, for which she had a knack. You know what she was up to? I'll tell you. Every sister in that convent felt that Stella was her special little friend. She led you to believe that. She told you little secrets about herself, just as if she'd never told them to another soul. And she knew all about you, she did. She knew things you'd never told anyone. And she'd talk to you about your secrets and your fears, and the things you always wanted to tell someone, and she'd make you feel better about it. And later, hours later, or maybe even days later, you'd think about it. Think about what it had been like to be sitting there in the garden whispering with her, and you'd know she was a witch. She was from the devil, and she was up to no good. But she wasn't mean. I'll say this much for her. She wasn't mean. If she had been, she'd have been a monster, that one. God knows the evil she might have done. I don't think she really wanted to make trouble, but she took a secret pleasure in her powers, if you know what I mean. She liked knowing your secrets. She liked seeing the look of amazement when she told you what you dreamed the night before. And, oh, how she pitched herself into things. She would draw pictures all day long for weeks on end, then throw out the pencils and never draw another thing. Then it was embroidery with her. She had to learn it, and she'd make the most beautiful thing, fussing at herself for the least little mistake, then throw down the needles and be done with that forevermore. I never saw a child so changeable. It was as though she was looking for something to which she could give herself, and she never found it. Leastways, not while she was a little girl. I'll tell you one thing she loved to do, and she never tired of it, and that was to tell stories to the other girls. They'd gather around her at big recess, and she'd keep them hanging on her every word until the bell rang. And such stories they were that she told them. Ghost stories of old plantation houses full of horrible secrets, and people foully murdered, and of voodoo in the islands long years ago. She knew stories of pirates. Oh, they were the worst. The things she would tell about the pirates. It was positively shocking. And all this had the ring of truth to it to hear her tell it. But you knew she had to be making it up. What did she know of the thoughts and feelings of some group of poor souls on a captured galleon in the hours before a brute of a pirate made them walk the plank? But I'll tell you, some of the things she said were most interesting, and I always wanted to ask someone else about them. You know, someone who read the history books and really knew. But the girls had nightmares from the things she told them, and wouldn't you know it, the parents were coming and asking us, "Now, sister, where did my little girl ever hear such a thing?" We were always calling Miss Mary Beth. Keep her home for a few days, we'd ask, for that was the thing about Stella. You couldn't take it day in and day out. Nobody could take it. And thank the Lord, she'd get tired of school and disappear on her own for months at a time. Sometimes it went on so long we thought she was never coming back. We heard she was running wild over there on First and Chestnut, playing with the servants' children and making a voodoo altar with the cook's son. Him black as coal, you can be sure of it. And we'd think, well, somebody ought to go round and talk to Miss Mary Beth about it. Then, lo and behold, one morning, perhaps 10 o'clock it would be, the child never did care what time she came to school, the limousine would appear on the corner of Constance and St. Andrew, and out would step Stella in her little uniform, a perfect doll, if you can imagine, but with a great big ribbon in her hair. And what would she have with her but a sack of gaily wrapped presents for each of the sisters she knew by name, and hugs for all of us too, you can be sure of it. "Sister Bridget Marie," she'd whisper in my ear, "I missed you." And sure enough, I'd open the box, and I can tell you this happened more than once, and there'd be some little thing I so wanted with all my heart. Why, one time it was a tiny infant Jesus of Prague she gave me, all dressed in silk and satin, and another time the most beautiful rosary of crystal and silver. Ah, what a child! What a strange child! But it was God's will. She stopped coming as the years went on. She had a governess all the time teaching her, and I think she was bored with St. Alphonsus, and they said she could get the chauffeur to drive her anywhere that she pleased. Lionel didn't go to high school either, as I recollect. He just started running around with Stella, and seems it was about that time, or maybe a little after, that old Mr. Julien died. Oh, how that child cried at his funeral! We didn't go to the cemetery, of course. None of the sisters did in those days. But we went to the Mass, and there was Stella, slumped over in the pew, just sobbing, and Carlotta holding her. You know, after Stella died, they said Carlotta never liked her. But Carlotta was never mean to that child. Never. And I remember at Julia's Mass the way Carlotta held her sister, and Stella just cried and cried and cried. Miss Mary Beth, she was in a trance of sorts. It was deep grief I saw in her eyes as she came down the aisle after the coffin. She had the children with her, but it was a far-away look I saw in her eye. Of course, her husband wasn't with her. No, not him. Judge McIntyre never was with her when she needed him, or at least that's how I heard it. He was dead drunk when old Mr. Julien passed. They couldn't even wake him up, though they shook him and threw cold water on him and stood him up out of the bed. And on the day of the funeral, the man was nowhere to be seen at all. Heard later they carried him home from a tavern on Magazine Street. It's a wonder that man lived as long as he did. Sister Bridget Marie's view of Carlotta's affection for her sister has been corroborated by many witnesses, though, of course, Richard Llewellyn would not have agreed. There are several accounts of Julien's funeral, and in all of them Carlotta is mentioned as holding on to her sister and even wiping her tears. In the months following Julien's death, Lionel left school altogether, and he and Stella went to Europe with Cortlandt and Berkeley, making the Atlantic crossing on a great luxury liner only months before the outbreak of the Great War. As travel in continental Europe was all but impossible, the party spent several weeks in Scotland, visiting Dunleith Castle, and then set out for more exotic climes. At considerable risk they made their way to Africa, spent some time in Cairo and Alexandria, and then went on to India, sending home countless crates of carpets, statuary, and other relics as they went along. In 1915, Berkeley, sorely missing his family and very weary of traveling, left the party and made the dangerous crossing back to New York. The Lusitania had only just been sunk by a German U-boat, and the family held its breath for Berkeley's safety. But he soon turned up at the house on First Street with fabulous stories to tell. Conditions were no better 6 months later, when Cortlandt, Stella, and Lionel decided to come home. However, luxury liners were making the crossing in spite of all dangers, and the trio managed to make the journey without mishap, arriving in New Orleans just before Christmas of 1916. Stella was then 15 years old. In a photograph taken that year, Stella is wearing the Mayfair emerald. It was common knowledge that she was the designee of the legacy. Mary Beth seems to have been exceptionally proud of her, called her the Intrepid on account of her wanderings, and though she was disappointed that Lionel did not want to go back to school with a view to going on to Harvard, she seems to have been accepting of all her children. Carlotta had her own apartment in one of the outbuildings, and went to Loyola University every day in a chauffeur-driven car. Anyone passing on Chestnut Street in the evening could see the family through the windows, seated at dinner, an enormous gathering, waited on by numerous servants, and always lasting until quite late. Family loyalty always has made it very difficult for us to determine what the cousins actually thought of Stella, or what they actually knew of her troubles at school. But by this time, there are numerous mentions on record of Mary Beth telling the servants, almost casually, that Stella was the heiress, or that Stella was the one who would inherit everything, and even the remarkable comment, one of the most remarkable in our entire record, quoted twice and without context, "Stella has seen the man." We have no record of Mary Beth ever explaining this strange statement. We are told only that she made it to a laundress named Mildred Collins and to an Irish maid named Patricia Devlin, and we received the stories third hand. We were further given to understand that there was no agreement among the descendants of those two women as to what the famous Miss Mary Beth meant by this comment. One person believed the man to be the devil, and another that he was a ghost who had haunted the family for hundreds of years. Whatever the case, it seems clear that Mary Beth made remarks like this offhandedly at intimate moments with her servants, and we get the impression that she was confiding something to them in a moment perhaps of understanding with them, which she could not or would not confide in people of her own rank. And it is very possible that Mary Beth made similar remarks to other people, for by the 1920s old people in the Irish Channel knew about the man. They talked about the man. Two sources are simply not enough to explain the extent of this supposed superstition about the Mayfair women, that they had a mysterious male spirit or ally who helped them work their voodoo or witchcraft or tricks. Certainly we see this as an unmistakable reference to Lasher, and its implications are troubling, and it reminds us of how little we really understand about the Mayfair witches and what went on among them, so to speak. Is it possible, for instance, that the heiress in each generation has to manifest her power by independently seeing the man? That is, did she have to see the man when she was alone and away from the older witch who could act as a channel, and was it required of her that of her own free will she mention what she had seen? Once more, we must confess that we cannot know. What we do know is that people who knew of the man and spoke of him did not apparently connect him with any dark-haired anthropomorphic figure which they had personally seen. They did not even connect the man with the mysterious being once seen with Mary Beth in her taxi, for the stories come from entirely different sources and were never put together by anyone, so far as we know, except us. And so it is with so much of the Mayfair material. The references which come later to the mysterious dark-haired man at First Street are not connected with this earlier talk of the man. Indeed, even people who knew of the man and who later saw an anonymous dark-haired man about the place did not make the connection, believing that the man they'd seen was simply some stranger or relative they did not know. Witness Sister Bridget Marie's statement in 1969 when I asked her specifically about the man. "Ah, that was the invisible companion who hovered near that child night and day. The self-same demon, I might add, who later hovered about her daughter Antha, ever ready to do the child's bidding, and later around poor little Deirdre, the sweetest and most innocent of them all. Don't ask me if I ever actually saw the creature, for as God is my witness, I don't know if I ever saw him, but I tell you, and I've told the priest myself many a time, I knew when he was there." But it is very likely that at this time Lasher was not eager to be seen by people outside the family, and certainly we have not a single account of his ever showing himself deliberately to anyone, and, as I have already mentioned, we get quite a few later on. To return to the chronology. After Julien's death, Mary Beth was at the very height of her financial influence and accomplishments. It was as if the loss of Julien left her a driven woman, and for a time gossip and rumor speak of her as unhappy. But this did not last. Her characteristic calm seems to have returned to her well before the children came home from abroad. We know that she had a brief and bitter fight with Carlotta before Carlotta entered the law firm of Burns, Brown and Blake, in which she works to this very day. But Mary Beth finally accepted Carlotta's decision to work outside the family, and Carlotta's small apartment over the stables was completely renovated for her, and she lived there for many years, coming and going without having to enter the house. We also know that Carlotta took her meals every day with her mother, breakfast in the morning on the back terrace when the weather allowed it, and supper in the dining room at 7 o'clock. When asked why she did not go into the firm of Mayfair and Mayfair with Julien's sons, her reply was usually stiff and brief, and to the effect that she wanted to be on her own. From the beginning of her career she was known as a brilliant lawyer, but she had no desire ever to enter a courtroom, and to this day she works in the shadow of the men of the firm. Her detractors have described her as no more than a glorified legal clerk, but kinder evidence seems to indicate she became the backbone of Burns, Brown and Blake. She is the one who knows everything, and that with her demise the firm will be hard put to find anyone to take her place. Many lawyers in New Orleans have credited Carlotta with teaching them more than they ever learned in law school. In sum, one might say that she started out and has continued to be an efficient and brilliant civil lawyer with a tremendous and completely reliable knowledge of business law. Other than the skirmish with Carlotta, Mary Beth's life continued upon a predictable course almost to the very end. Even Daniel McIntyre's drinking does not seem to have weighed heavily on her. Family legend avers that Mary Beth was extremely kind to Daniel in the last years of their lives. From this point on, the story of the Mayfair witches is really Stella's story, and we will deal with Mary Beth's final illness and death at the proper time. The continuing story of Stella and Mary Beth. Mary Beth continued to enjoy her three main pursuits in life, and also to derive a great deal of pleasure from the antics of her daughter Stella, who at 16 became something of a scandal in New Orleans society, driving her automobiles at breakneck speed, drinking in speakeasies, and dancing till dawn. For 8 years, Stella lived the life of a flapper, or a young reckless Southern belle, utterly unperturbed by business concerns or thoughts of marriage or any future. And whereas Mary Beth was the most quiet and mysterious witch ever produced by the family, Stella seems the most carefree, the most flamboyant, the most daring, and the only Mayfair witch ever bent entirely upon having fun. Family legend holds that Stella was arrested all the time for speeding or for disturbing the peace with her singing and dancing in the streets, and that Miss Carlotta always took care of it, going to get Stella and bring her home. There is some gossip to the effect that Cortland sometimes became impatient with his niece, demanding that she straighten up and pay more attention to her responsibilities, but Stella had not the slightest interest in money or business. A secretary for Mayfair and Mayfair describes in vivid detail one of Stella's visits to the office, when she appeared in a dashing fur coat and very high heels, with a bottle of bootleg whiskey in a brown paper bag, from which she drank all during the meeting, erupting into wild laughter at all the funny legal phrases read out to her regarding the transaction involved. Cortlandt seemed to have been charmed, but also a little weary. Finally, in a good-natured way, he told Stella to go on to her luncheon, and he would take care of the whole thing. If there was ever anyone who did not find Stella bewitching and attractive during this period, other than Carlotta Mayfair, we have not heard of such a person. In 1921, Stella apparently got pregnant, but by whom no one was ever to know. It might have been Lionel, and certainly family legend indicates that everyone suspected it at the time. Whatever the case, Stella announced that she didn't need a husband, wasn't interested in marriage in general, and would have her baby with all appropriate pomp and ceremony, as she was utterly delighted at the prospect of being a mother, and would name the baby Julien if it was a boy, or Antha if it was a girl. Antha was born in November of 1921, a healthy 8-pound baby girl. Blood tests indicate that Lionel could have been the father. But Antha in no way resembled Lionel, for what that is worth, and there is simply something wrong with the picture of Lionel being the father. But more on that as we go on. In 1922, the Great War was over, and Stella declared that she would make the grand tour of Europe, which she had been denied before. With a nurse for the baby and Lionel in tow, quite reluctantly, he had been reading law with Cortlandt, and he did not want to go, and Cortlandt, happy to take off from the firm, though his wife disliked his doing it, the party went to Europe first class and spent a full year wandering about. Stella was now an exceptionally beautiful young girl, with a reputation for doing anything that she pleased. Cortlandt, as he grew older, more and more resembled his father Julien, except that his hair remained black until the end of his long life. In his photographs, Cortlandt is lean and handsome at this period. The resemblance between him and Stella was frequently remarked upon. According to the gossip of Cortlandt's descendants, the grand tour was a drunken bash from start to finish, with Stella and Lionel gambling at Monte Carlo for weeks on end. In and out of luxury hotels all over Europe they went, and in and out of museums and ancient ruins, often carrying their bottles of bourbon with them in paper sacks. To this day the grandchildren of Cortlandt talk about his letters home, full of humorous descriptions of their antics. And countless presents arrived for Cortlandt's wife Amanda and his sons. Family legend also maintains that the party suffered one tragedy while abroad. The nurse who went along to take care of baby Antha experienced some sort of breakdown while they were in Italy, and took a severe fall on the Spanish steps in Rome. She died in the hospital within hours of the fall. Only recently have our investigators been able to shed some light on this incident, uncovering a simple written record, in Italian, of the incident in the Holy Family Hospital in Rome. The woman's name was Bertha Marie Becker, and we have verified that she was half Irish and half German, born in New Orleans in the Irish Channel in 1905. She was admitted with severe head wounds, and went into a coma about 2 hours afterwards, from which she never revived. But before that time she did a considerable amount of talking to the English-speaking doctor who was called to assist her, and to the English-speaking priest who arrived later on. She told the doctors that Stella, Lionel, and Cortlandt were witches and evil, and that they had cast a spell on her, and that a ghost traveled with the party, a dark, evil man who appeared by baby Antha's cradle at all hours of the night and day. She said the baby could make the man appear, and would laugh with delight when he stood over her, and that the man did not want Bertha to see him, and he had driven Bertha to her death, stalking her through the crowds at the Spanish steps. The doctor and the priest concurred that Bertha, an illiterate servant girl, was insane. Indeed, the record ends with the doctor noting that the girl's employers, very gracious, well-to-do people who spared no expense to make her comfortable, were heartbroken at her deterioration, and arranged for her body to be shipped home. To our knowledge, no one in New Orleans ever heard this story. Only Bertha's mother was living at the time of the girl's death, and she apparently suspected nothing when she heard that her daughter had died from a fall. She was given an enormous sum of money by Stella in compensation for her lost daughter, and descendants of the Becker family were talking about that as late as 1955. What interests us about the story is that the dark man is obviously Lasher, and except for the one mention of a mysterious man in a taxi with Mary Beth, we have no other mention of him in the 20th century before this time. The truly remarkable thing about this story is that the nurse said the baby could make the man appear. One wonders if Stella had any control over the situation. And what would have been Mary Beth's thoughts on the subject? Again, we shall never know. Poor Bertha Marie Becker faced it entirely alone, or so the record appears to show. In spite of the tragedy, the party did not return home. Cortlandt wrote a sad letter about the whole affair to his wife and sons, and explained that they had hired a lovely Italian woman, who took better care of Antha than Bertha, poor child, had ever managed to do. This Italian woman, who was in her 30s at the time, was named Maria Magdalena Gabrielli, and she returned with the family and was Antha's nurse until the girl was 9 years old. If she ever saw Lasher, we don't know anything about it. She lived at First Street until she died, and never spoke to anyone outside the family as far as we know. Family legend holds she was highly educated, could read and write both English and French as well as Italian, and had a scandal in her past. Cortlandt finally left the party in 1923 when the trio had arrived in New York, and there Stella and Lionel, along with Antha and her nurse, remained in Greenwich Village, where Stella took up with numerous intellectuals and artists, and even did some painting of her own, which she always called quite atrocious, and some writing, hideous, and some sculpture, absolute trash. At last she settled down to simply enjoying the company of truly creative individuals. Every source of gossip in New York avers that Stella was extremely generous. She gave huge handouts to various painters and poets. She bought one penniless friend a typewriter and another an easel, and for one old gentleman poet she even bought a car. During this time Lionel resumed his studies, reading constitutional law with one of the New York Mayfairs, a descendant of Clay Mayfair who had joined descendants of Lestat Mayfair in a New York firm. Lionel also spent considerable time in the museums of New York City, and he frequently dragged Stella to the opera, which had begun to bore her, and to the symphony, which she liked only a little better, and to the ballet, which she did genuinely enjoy. Family legend among the New York Mayfairs, available to us only now, as no one would talk at the time, depicts Lionel and Stella as absolutely devil-may-care and charming, people of tireless energy who entertained continuously and often woke up other members of the family with early morning knocks on the door. 2 photographs taken in New York show Stella and Lionel as a happy, smiling duo. Lionel was all his life a slender man, and, as indicated, he inherited Judge McIntyre's remarkable green eyes and strawberry blonde hair. He did not in any way resemble Stella, and it was remarked more than once by those who knew them that sometimes newcomers into the crowd were shocked to discover that Lionel and Stella were brother and sister. They had presumed them to be something else. If Stella had any particular lover, we know nothing of it. In fact, Stella's name was never coupled with that of anyone else, up till this point, except Lionel, though Stella was believed to be absolutely careless with her favors where young men were concerned. We have accounts of 2 different young artists falling passionately in love with her, but Stella refused to be tied down. What we know of Lionel reinforces over and over again that he was quiet and somewhat withdrawn. He seems to have delighted in watching Stella dance and laugh and carry on with her friends. He enjoyed dancing with her himself, which he did all the time and rather well. But he was definitely in Stella's shadow. He seemed to get his vitality from Stella, and when Stella wasn't around, he was like an empty mirror. You hardly knew he was there. There are several rumors that he was writing a novel while they were in New York, and that he was quite vulnerable with regard to the matter, and that an older novelist destroyed his confidence by telling him his pages were pure rot. But from most sources we hear only that Lionel enjoyed the arts, that he was a contented human being, and that as long as no one came between him and Stella, he was just fine. Finally, in 1924, Stella, Lionel, little Antha, and her nurse Maria came home. Mary Beth threw a huge family party at First Street, and descendants still mention sadly that it was the last affair before Mary Beth took sick. At this time, a very strange incident occurred. As mentioned, the Talamasca had a team of trained investigators working in New Orleans, private eyes who never asked why they were being asked to gather information on a certain family or a certain house. One of these investigators, a man who specialized in divorce cases, had long let it out among the fashionable photographers of New Orleans that he would pay well for any discarded pictures of the Mayfair family, particularly those who lived in the First Street house. One of these photographers, Nathan Brand, who had a fashionable studio on St. Charles Avenue, was called to the First Street house for this big homecoming party, and there took a whole series of pictures of Mary Beth, Stella, and Antha, as well as pictures of the other Mayfairs throughout the afternoon, as a wedding photographer might do. A week later, when he brought the pictures to the house for Mary Beth and Stella to choose what it was they wanted, the women picked out a fair number and laid the discards aside. But then Stella retrieved one of the discards, a group shot of her with her mother and her daughter, in which Mary Beth was holding a big emerald necklace around little Antha's neck. On the back of it, Stella wrote, "To the Talamasca with love, Stella. P.S. There are others who watch, too." And then, giving it back to the photographer, she went into peals of laughter, explaining that his investigator friend would know what the writing meant. The photographer was embarrassed. He claimed innocence, then made excuses for his arrangement with the investigator. But no matter what he said, Stella only laughed. Then Stella said to him in a very charming and reassuring manner, "Mr. Brand, you're working yourself into a fit. Just give the picture to the investigator." And that is what Mr. Brand did. It reached us about a month later, and was to have a decisive effect upon our approach to the Mayfair family. At this time, the Talamasca had no specific member assigned to the Mayfair investigation, and information was being added to the file by several archivists as it came in. Arthur Langtry, an outstanding scholar and a brilliant student of witchcraft, was familiar with the entire record, but he had been busy all of his adult life with 3 other cases, which were to obsess him till the day he died. Nevertheless, the whole family history had been discussed numerous times by the Grand Council, but the judgment not to make contact had never been lifted, and, indeed, it is doubtful that anyone among us at that time knew the full story. This photograph, with its obvious message, caused quite a stir. A young member of the order, an American from Texas named Stuart Townsend, who had been anglicized by years of living in London, asked to make a study of the Mayfair witches with a view to direct investigation, and after careful consideration, the entire file was placed in his hands. Arthur Langtry agreed to reread all the material, but pressing matters kept him from ever doing it, though he was responsible for increasing the number of investigators in New Orleans from 3 professional private eyes to 4, and of discovering another excellent contact, a man named Irwin Dandridge, the penniless son of a fabulously rich family, who moved in the highest circles while selling information secretly to anyone who wanted it, including detectives, divorce lawyers, insurance investigators, and even scandal sheets. Allow me to remind the reader that the file did not then include this narrative, as no such collation of materials had yet been done. It contained Pater Van Abel's letters and diary, and a giant compendium of witness testimony, as well as photographs, articles from newspapers, and the like. There was a running chronology, updated periodically by the archivists, but it was very sketchy, to say the least. Stuart was at that time engaged in several other significant investigations, and it took him some 3 years to complete his examination of the Mayfair material. We shall return to him and to Arthur Langtry at the appropriate time. After Stella's return, she began to live very much as she had before she ever went to Europe. That is, she frequented speakeasies, once again gave parties for her friends, was invited to numerous Mardi Gras balls where she created something of a sensation, and, in general, behaved as the ne'er-do-well femme fatale she had been before. Our investigators had no trouble at all gathering information about her, because she was highly visible and the subject of gossip all over town. Indeed, Irwin Dandridge wrote to our detective agency connection in London. He never knew to whom his information was going or for what purpose, that all he had to do was step into a ballroom and he heard all about what Stella was up to. A few phone calls made on Saturday morning also provided reams of information. It is worth noting here that Dandridge, by all accounts, was not a malicious man. His information has proved to be 99% accurate. He was our most voluminous and intimate witness regarding Stella, and though he never said so, one can easily infer from his reports that he went to bed with her numerous times. But he didn't really know her, and she remains at a distance even at the most dramatic and tragic moments described in his reports. Thanks to Dandridge and others, the picture of Stella after her return from Europe took on greater and greater detail. Family legend says that Carlotta severely disapproved of Stella during this period, and argued with Mary Beth about it, and demanded repeatedly and in vain that Stella settle down. Servant gossip, and Dandridge's gossip, corroborated this, but said that Mary Beth paid very little attention to the matter, and thought Stella was a refreshingly carefree individual and should not be tied down. Mary Beth is even quoted as saying to one society friend, who promptly passed it on to Dandridge, "Stella is what I would be if I had my life to live over again. I've worked too hard for too little. Let her have her fun." We must note that Mary Beth was already gravely ill and possibly very tired when she said this. Also, she was far too clever a woman not to appreciate the various cultural revolutions of the 1920s, which may be hard for readers of this narrative to appreciate as the 20th century draws to a close. The true sexual revolution of the 20th century began in its tumultuous third decade, with one of the most dramatic changes in female costume the world has ever witnessed. But not only did women abandon their corsets and long skirts, they threw out old-fashioned mores with them, drinking and dancing in speakeasies in a manner which would have been unthinkable only 10 years before. The universal adoption of the closed automobile gave everyone unprecedented privacy as well as freedom of movement. Radio reached into private homes throughout rural as well as urban America. Motion pictures made images of glamour and wickedness available to people worldwide. Magazines, literature, drama were all radically transformed by a new frankness, freedom, tolerance, and self-expression. Surely Mary Beth perceived all this on some level. We have absolutely no reports of her disapproval of the changing times, though she never cut her long hair or gave up long skirts when she wasn't cross-dressing. She begrudged Stella nothing. And Stella was, more than any other member of the family, the absolute embodiment of her times. In 1925, Mary Beth was diagnosed as having incurable cancer, after which she lived only 5 months, and most of them in such severe pain that she no longer went out of the house. Retiring to the north bedroom over the library, she spent her last comfortable days reading the novels she had never got around to reading when she was a girl. Indeed, numerous Mayfair cousins called upon her, bringing her various copies of the classics, and Mary Beth expressed a special interest in the Bronte sisters, in Dickens, which Julien used to read to her when she was little, and in random other English classics, which she seemed determined to read before she died. Daniel McIntyre was terrified at the prospect of his wife's leaving him. When he was made to understand that Mary Beth wasn't going to recover, he commenced his final binge, and, according to the gossips and the later legends, was never seen to be sober again. Others have told the same story that Llewellyn told, of Daniel waking Mary Beth constantly in her final days, frantic to know whether or not she was still alive. Family legend confirms that Mary Beth was endlessly patient with him, inviting him to lie down beside her and comforting him for hours on end. During this time, Carlotta moved back into the house so that she could be close to her mother, and, indeed, sat with her through many a long night. When Mary Beth was in too much pain to read, she asked Carlotta to read to her, and family legend says that Carlotta read all of Wuthering Heights to her and some of Jane Eyre. Stella was also in constant attendance. She stopped her carousing altogether and spent her time preparing meals for her mother, who was frequently too sick to eat anything, and consulting doctors all over the world by letter and phone about cures. A perusal of the scant medical records that exist on Mary Beth indicate her cancer had metastasized before it was ever discovered. She did not suffer until the last 3 months, and then she suffered a great deal. Finally, on the afternoon of September 11th, 1925, Mary Beth lost consciousness. The attending priest noted that there was an enormous clap of thunder. Rain began to pour. Stella left the room, went down to the library, and began to call the Mayfairs all over Louisiana, and even the relatives in New York. According to the priest, the servant witnesses, and numerous neighbors, the Mayfairs started to arrive at 4 o'clock, and continued to arrive for the next 12 hours. Cars lined First Street all the way to St. Charles Avenue, and Chestnut Street from Jackson to Washington. The cloudburst continued, slacking off for a few hours to a drizzle and then resuming as a regular rain. Indeed, it was raining all over the Garden District, though it was not raining in any other part of the city. However, no one took particular notice of that fact. On the other hand, the majority of the New Orleans Mayfairs came equipped with umbrellas and raincoats, as though they fully expected some sort of storm. Servants scurried about serving coffee and contraband European wine to the cousins, who filled the parlors, the library, the hallway, the dining room, and even sat on the stairs. At midnight the wind began to howl. The enormous sentinel oaks before the house began to thrash so wildly some feared the branches would break loose. Leaves came down as thick as rain. Mary Beth's bedroom was apparently crowded to overflowing, with her children and her nieces and nephews, yet a respectful silence was maintained. Carlotta and Stella sat on the far side of her bed, away from the door, as the cousins came and went on tiptoe. Daniel McIntyre was nowhere to be seen, and family legend holds that he had passed out earlier and was in bed in Carlotta's apartment over the stables outside. By 1 o'clock there were solemn-faced Mayfairs standing on the front galleries, and even in the wind and rain under their unsteady umbrellas on the front walk. Many friends of the family had come merely to hover under the oak trees, with newspapers over their heads and their collars turned up against the wind. Others remained in their cars, double-parked along Chestnut and First. At 1:35, the attending physician, Dr. Lyndon Hart, experienced some sort of disorientation. He confessed later to several of his colleagues that something strange happened in the room. To Irwin Dandridge he confided in 1929 the following account. "I knew she was almost gone. I had stopped taking her pulse. It seemed so undignified to get up over and over, only to nod to the others that she was still alive. And each time I made a move towards the bed, naturally the cousins noticed it, and you would hear the anxious whispers in the hall. So for the last hour or so I did nothing. I merely waited and watched. Only the immediate family was at the bedside, except for Cortland and his son, Pierce. She lay there with her eyes half open, her head turned towards Stella and Carlotta. Carlotta was holding her hand. She was breathing very irregularly. I had given her as much morphine as I dared. And then it happened. Perhaps I'd fallen asleep and was dreaming, but it seemed so real at the time that a whole group of entirely different persons was there. An old woman, for example, whom I knew but didn't know, was bending over Mary Beth. And there was a very tall old gentleman in the room who looked distinctly familiar. There were all sorts of persons, really. And then a young man, a pale young man who was very primly dressed in beautiful old-fashioned clothes, was bending over her. He kissed her lips, and then he closed her eyes. I was on my feet with a start. The cousins were crying in the hallway. Someone was sobbing. Cortland Mayfair was crying. And the rain had started to really pour again. Indeed, the thunder was deafening, and in a sudden flash of lightning I saw Stella staring at me with the most listless and miserable expression. And Carlotta was crying, and I knew my patient was dead, without doubt. And indeed, her eyes were closed. I have never explained it, really. I examined Mary Beth at once and confirmed that it was over, but they already knew. All of them knew. I looked about, trying desperately to conceal my momentary confusion, and I saw little Antha in the corner, a few feet behind her mother, and that tall young gentleman was with her. And then quite suddenly he was gone. In fact, he was gone so suddenly that I'm not sure I saw him at all. But I'll tell you why I think he was really there. Someone else also saw him. It was Pierce Mayfair, Cortland's son. I turned around right after the young man vanished, and I realized Pierce was staring at that very spot. He was staring at little Antha, and then he looked at me. At once he tried to appear natural, as if nothing was the matter, but I know he saw that man. As to the rest of what I saw, there certainly wasn't any old lady about, and the tall old gentleman was nowhere to be seen. But do you know who he was? I believe he was Julien Mayfair. I never knew Julien, but I saw a portrait of him later that very morning on the wall of the hallway opposite the library door. To tell you the truth, I don't think any of those in the sick room paid me the slightest notice. The maids started to wipe Mary Beth's face and to get her ready for the cousins to come in and see her for the last time. Someone was lighting fresh candles, and the rain was dreadful. It was just flooding down the windows. The next thing I remember, I was pushing through a long line of the cousins to get to the bottom of the stairs. Then I was in the library with Father Mackenzie, and I was filling out the death certificate, and Father Mackenzie was sitting on the leather couch with Belle and trying to comfort her, telling her all the usual things, that her mother had gone to heaven and that she would see her mother again. Poor Belle. She kept saying, "I don't want her to go away to heaven. I want to see her again right now." How do people like that ever come to understand? It was only when I was leaving that I saw the portrait of Julien Mayfair, and realized with a shock that I had seen that man. In fact, a rather curious thing happened. I was so startled when I saw the portrait that I blurted it aloud. "That's the man!" And there was someone standing in the hallway having a cigarette, I believe, and that person looked up, saw me, and saw the portrait to his left on the wall, and then said with a little laugh, "Oh, no, that's not the man, that's Julien." Of course, I didn't bother to argue. I can't imagine what the person thought I meant, and I certainly don't know what he meant by what he said, and I just left it at that. I don't even know who the person was. A Mayfair, you can be sure of it, but other than that, I wouldn't make a guess. I told Cortland about it all afterwards, when I thought an appropriate amount of time had passed. He wasn't at all distressed. He listened to everything I said and told me he was glad I'd told him, but he said he hadn't seen anything particular in that room. Now, you mustn't go telling everyone this story. Ghosts are fairly common in New Orleans, but doctors who see them are not, and I don't think Cortland would appreciate me telling that story, and of course I've never mentioned it to Pierce. As for Stella, well, frankly, I doubt Stella cares about such things at all. If Stella cares about anything, I'd like to know what it is. These apparitions undoubtedly included another appearance of Lasher. But we cannot leave this vivid and noteworthy story without discussing the strange exchange of words at the library door. What did the Mayfair cousin mean when he said, "Oh, no, that's not the man"? Did he mistakenly think that the doctor was referring to Lasher? And did the little comment slip out before he realized that the doctor was a stranger? And if so, does this mean that members of the Mayfair family knew all about the man and were used to talking about him? Perhaps so. Mary Beth's funeral was enormous, just as her wedding had been some 26 years before. For a full account of it we are indebted to the undertaker, David O'Brien, who retired a year later, leaving his business to his nephew, Red Lonigan, whose family has given us much testimony since. We also have some family legends regarding the event, and considerable gossip from parish ladies who attended the funeral and had no compunction about discussing the Mayfairs critically at all. All agreed that Daniel McIntyre did not make it through the ceremony. He was taken home from the Requiem Mass by Carlotta, who then rejoined the party before it left the church. Before the interment in Lafayette Cemetery, several short speeches were made. Pierce Mayfair spoke of Mary Beth as a great mentor. Cortland praised her for her love of her family and her generosity to everyone, and Barclay Mayfair said that Mary Beth was irreplaceable, and she would never be forgotten by those who knew her and loved her. Lionel had his hands full consoling the stricken Belle and the crying Millie dear. Little Antho was not there, and neither was little Nancy, an adopted Mayfair mentioned earlier, whom Mary Beth introduced to everyone as Stella's child. Stella was despondent, yet not so much that she failed to shock scores of the cousins and the undertaker and numerous friends of the family by sitting on a nearby grave during the final speeches with her legs dangling and swilling liquor from her famous bottle in the brown bag. When Barclay was concluding his speech, she said to him quite loudly, "Barclay, get on with it. She hated this sort of thing. She's going to rise from the dead and tell you to shut up if you don't." The undertaker noted that many of the cousins laughed at these remarks, and others tried to stop themselves from laughing. Barclay also laughed, and Cortland and Pierce merely smiled. Indeed, the family may have been divided with regard to this response entirely on ethnic lines. One account holds that the French cousins were mortified by Stella's conduct, but that all the Irish Mayfairs laughed. But then Barclay wiped his nose and said, "Goodbye, my beloved," and kissed the coffin, and then backed up into the arms of Cortland and Garland and began to sob. Stella then hopped down off the grave, went to the coffin and kissed it, and said to the priest, "Well, Father, carry on." During the final Latin words, Stella pulled a rose off one of the funeral arrangements, broke the stem to a manageable length, and stuck the rose in her hair. Then the closest of the kin retired to the First Street house, and before midnight the piano music and singing were coming so loud from the parlor that the neighbors were shocked. When Judge McIntyre died, the funeral was a lot smaller, but extremely sad. He had been much loved by many Mayfairs, and tears were shed. Before continuing, let us note once more that, to our knowledge, Mary Beth was the last really strong witch the family produced. One can only speculate as to what she might have done with her powers if she had not been so family-oriented, so thoroughly practical, and so utterly indifferent to vanity or notoriety of any kind. As it was, everything that she did eventually served her family. Even her pursuit of pleasure expressed itself in the reunions which helped the family to identify itself and to maintain a strong image of itself in changing times. Stella did not have this love of family, nor was she practical. She did not mind notoriety, and she loved pleasure. But the keynote to understanding Stella is that she wasn't ambitious either. She seemed to have few real goals at all. Live might have been the motto of Stella. The history from this point until 1929 belongs to her and little Antha, her pale-faced, sweet-voiced little girl. Stella's story continues. Family legend, neighborhood gossip, and parish gossip all seem to agree that Stella went wild after her parents' death. While Cortland and Carlotta battled over the legacy fortune and how it should be managed, Stella began to throw scandalous parties for her friends at First Street. And the few she held for the family in 1926 were equally shocking, what with the bootleg beer and bourbon and Dixieland bands and people dancing with Charleston until dawn. Many of the older cousins left these last parties early, and some never returned to the First Street house. Many of them were never invited again. Between 1926 and 1929, Stella slowly dismantled the extended family created by her mother. Or rather, she refused to guide it further, and it slowly fell apart. Large numbers of cousins lost contact altogether with the house on First Street, rearing children who knew little or nothing about it, and these descendants have been, for us, the richest source of legend and other lore. Other cousins were alienated but remained involved. All of Julien's descendants, for example, remained close to the legacy family, if for no other reason than because they were legally and financially connected, and because Carlotta could never effectively drive them away. It was the beginning of the end, according to one cousin. Stella just didn't want to be bothered, said another. And yet another, we knew too much about her, and she knew it. She didn't want to see us around. The image of Stella we have during this period is of a very active, very happy person, who cared less about the family than her mother had, but who nevertheless cared passionately about many things. Young writers and artists in particular interested Stella, and scores of interesting people came to First Street, including writers and painters whom Stella had known in New York. Several friends mentioned that she encouraged Lionel to take up his writing again, and even had an office refurbished for him in one of the outbuildings. But it is not known if Lionel ever wrote anything more. A great many intellectuals attended Stella's parties. Indeed, she became fashionable with those who were not afraid to take social risks. Old Guard society of the sort in which Julien moved was essentially closed to her, or so Rowan Dandridge maintained. But it is doubtful Stella ever knew or cared. The French quarter of New Orleans had been undergoing something of a revival since the early 1920s. Indeed, William Faulkner, Sherwood Anderson, Edmund Wilson, and other famous writers lived there at various times. We have no evidence to connect any individual person with Stella. But she was very familiar with the bohemian life of the quarter. She frequented the coffee houses and the art galleries, and she brought the musicians home to First Street to play for her, and threw open her doors to penniless poets and painters, very much as she had done in New York. To the servants, this meant chaos. To the neighbors, it meant scandal and noise. But Stella was no dissolute drunk, as her legal father had been. On the contrary, for all her drinking, she is never described as being intoxicated, and there seems to have been considerable taste and thought at work in her during these years. At the same time, she undertook a refurbishing of the house, spending a fortune on new paint, plaster, draperies, and delicate expensive furniture in the Art Deco style. The double parlor was crowded with potted palms, as Richard Llewellyn has described. A Bosendorfer grand piano was purchased, an elevator was eventually installed, 1927, and before that an immense swimming pool was built to the rear of the lawn, and a cabana was built to the south side of the pool so that guests could shower and dress without bothering to go into the house. All of this, the new friends, the partying, and the refurbishing, shocked the more staid cousins. But what really turned them against Stella, thereby creating numerous legends for us to gather later, was that within a year after Mary Beth's death, Stella abandoned the large family gatherings altogether. Try as he might, Cortlandt could not persuade Stella to give any family parties after 1926. And though Cortlandt frequently attended her soirees, or balls, or whatever they were called, and his son Pierce was often there with him, other cousins who were invited refused to go. In the Mardi Gras season of 1927, Stella gave a masked ball, which caused talk in New Orleans for 6 months. People from all ranks of society attended. The First Street house was splendidly lighted. Contraband champagne was served by the case. A jazz band played on the side porch. This porch was not screened in until later for Deirdre Mayfair, when she became an invalid. Dozens of guests went swimming in the nude, and by morning a full-scale orgy was in progress, or so the bedazzled neighbors were heard to say. Cousins who had been excluded were furious. Indeed, Rowan Dandridge says they appealed to Carlotta Mayfair for explanations, but everyone knew the explanation. Stella didn't want a bunch of dreary cousins hanging about. Servants reported Carlotta Mayfair was outraged by the noise and duration of this party, not to mention the expense. Sometime before midnight she left the house, taking little Antha and little Nancy, the adopted one, with her, and she did not return until the afternoon of the following day. This was the very first public quarrel between Stella and Carlotta, but cousins and friends soon learned that they had made it up. Lionel had made peace between the sisters, and Stella had agreed to stay home more with Antha and not to spend so much money or make so much noise. The money seems to have been a matter of particular concern to Carlotta, who thought filling an entire swimming pool with champagne was a sin. It is interesting to note that Stella was worth hundreds of millions of dollars at this time. Carlotta had 4 different fabulous trust funds in her own right. It is possible that Carlotta was offended by excess. In fact, numerous people have indicated that that was the case. Late that year, the first of a series of mysterious social events occurred. What the family legends have told us is that Stella sought out certain Mayfair cousins and brought them together for an interesting evening in which they were to discuss family history and the family's unique psychic gifts. Some said a séance was held at First Street, others that voodoo was involved. Servant gossip was rife with stories of Stella's involvement with voodoo. Stella told several of her friends that she knew all about voodoo. She had colored relations in the quarter who told her all about it. That many cousins did not understand the reason for this get-together, that they did not take the talk of voodoo seriously, and resented being snubbed, was plainly obvious. Indeed, the meeting sent veritable shock-waves through the family. Why was Stella bothering to dig into genealogies and to call this and that cousin, whom nobody had seen of late, when she did not even have the courtesy to call those who had known and loved Mary Beth so much? The doors at First Street had always been open to everyone. Now Stella was picking and choosing. Stella, who didn't bother to attend school graduations or to send presents to christenings and weddings. Stella, who behaved like a perfect you-know-what. It was argued that Lionel agreed with the cousins, that he thought Stella was going too far. Holding family get-togethers was extremely important, and one descendant told us later that Lionel had complained bitterly to his Uncle Barclay that things were never going to be the same now that his mother was gone. But for all the gossip, we have been unable to find out who attended this strange evening affair, except that we know Lionel was in attendance, and that Cortland and his son Pierce were also there. Pierce was only 17 at the time and a student at the Jesuits. He had already been accepted to Harvard. We know also from family gossip that the gathering lasted all night, and that some time before it was over, Lionel left in disgust. Cousins who attended and would say nothing of what happened were much criticized by the others. Society gossip, filtered through Dandridge, thought it was Stella playing on her black magic past, and that it was all a big game. Several gatherings like it followed, but these were deliberately shrouded in secrecy, with all parties being sworn to divulge nothing of what went on. Legal gossip spoke of Carlotta Mayfair arguing with Cortland about these affairs, and about wanting to get little Antha and little Nancy out of the house. Stella wouldn't agree to a boarding school for Antha, and everybody knew it. Lionel, meantime, was having fights with Stella. An anonymous person called one of our private eyes, who had let it be known that he was interested in gossip pertaining to the family, and told him that Stella and Lionel had had a row in a downtown restaurant, and that Lionel had walked out. Dandridge quickly reported similar stories. Lionel and Stella were fighting. Was there at last another man? When the investigator began to ask about the matter, he discovered it was well known about town that the family was in the midst of a battle over little Antha. Stella was threatening to go away to Europe again with her daughter and was begging Lionel to go with her, while Carlotta was ordering Lionel not to go. Meantime, Lionel began to appear at Mass at the St. Louis Cathedral with one of the downtown cousins, a great niece of Suzette Mayfair named Claire Mayfair, whose family lived in a beautiful old house on Esplanade Avenue owned by descendants to this day. Dandridge insists this caused considerable talk. Servant gossip told of countless family quarrels. Doors were being slammed. People were screaming. Carlotta forbid further voodoo gatherings. Stella told Carlotta to get out of the house. "Nothing's the same without Mother," said Lionel. "It started to fall apart when Julien died, but without Mother it's impossible. Carlotta and Stella are oil and water in that house." It does seem to have been entirely Carlotta's doing that Antha and Nancy ever went to any school. Indeed, the few school records we have been able to examine with regard to Antha indicate that Carlotta enrolled her and attended the subsequent meetings at which she was asked to take Antha out of the school. Antha was by all accounts completely unsuited for school. By 1928, Antha had already been sent home from St. Alphonsus. Sister Bridget Marie, who remembers Antha perhaps as well as she remembers Stella, tells very much the same stories about her as she told about her mother. But her testimony regarding this entire period and its various developments is worth quoting in full. This is what she told me in 1969. The invisible friend was always with Antha. She would turn and talk to him in a whisper as if no one else were there. Of course he told her the answers when she didn't know them. All the sisters knew what was going on. And if you want to hear the worst part of it, some of the children saw him with their very eyes. I wouldn't have believed it if it hadn't been so many. But when 4 children all tell you the same story, and each of them is afraid and worried, and the parents are worried, well, then what can you do but believe? It was in the schoolyard that they would see him. Now, I told you the girl was shy. Well, she'd go over to the far brick wall at the back, and there she'd sit and read her book in a little patch of sun coming through the trees. And soon he would be there with her. A man, they said he was. Can you imagine? And you ask me, do I know the meaning of the word, the man? Ah, you see, it was a shock to everyone when it came out that he was a full-grown man, for they thought he was a little child before that, or some sort of child spirit, if you follow me now. But then it was a man, a tall, dark-haired man, and that really set everyone to talking, that it was a man. No, I never did see him. None of the sisters saw him, but the children saw him, and the children told Father Lafferty. I told Father Lafferty, and he was the one that called Carlotta Mayfair and said, you have to take her out of school. Now, I don't criticize the priests. No, never. But I will say this. Father Lafferty wasn't a man you could buy with a big donation to the church, and he said, Miss Carlotta, you've got to take her out of school. No use calling up Stella by that time. Everyone knew Stella was practicing witchcraft. She went down to the French Quarter and bought the black candles for her voodoo, and you know she was bringing the other Mayfairs into it. Yes, she was doing it. I heard it a long time after, that she had gone to look for the other cousins who were witches, and she'd told them all to come up to the house. It was a séance they had in that house. They lighted black candles, and they burned incense, and they sang songs to the devil, and they asked that their ancestors appear. That's what I heard happened. I can't tell you where I heard it, but I heard it, and I believe it, too. In the summer of 1928, Pierce Mayfair, Cortland's son, canceled his plans to go to Harvard and decided to go to Tulane University, though his father and his uncles were dead against it. Pierce had been to all of Stella's secret parties, reported Dandridge, and the two were beginning to be linked by the gossips, and Pierce was not yet 18. By the end of 1928, legal gossip indicated that Carlotta had declared that Stella was an unfit mother, and somebody ought to take her child away from her in court. Cortland denied such rumors to his friends, but everybody knew it was coming to that, said Dandridge. Legal gossip told of family meetings at which Carlotta demanded that the Mayfair brothers stand by her. Meantime, Stella and Pierce were running around day and night together, with little Antha often in tow. Stella bought dolls for little Antha incessantly. She took her to breakfast every morning at a different hotel in the French Quarter. Pierce went with Stella to purchase a building on Decatur Street, which Stella meant to turn into a studio where she could be alone. "Let Millie, dear, and Belle have that house, and Carlotta," Stella told the real estate agent. Pierce laughed at everything Stella said. Antha, a thin 7-year-old with porcelain skin and soft blue eyes, stood about clutching a giant teddy bear. They all went to lunch together, including the real estate agent, who told Dandridge later, "She is charming, absolutely charming. I think those people up on First Street are merely too gloomy for her." As for Nancy Mayfair, the dumpy little girl adopted at birth by Mary Beth and introduced to everyone as Antha's sister, Stella paid no attention to her at all. One Mayfair descendant says bitterly that Nancy was no more than a pet to Stella. But there is no evidence of Stella's ever being mean to Nancy. Indeed, she charged truckloads of clothes and toys for Nancy. But Nancy seems to have been a generally unresponsive and sullen little girl. Meantime, Carlotta alone took Antha and Nancy to Mass on Sundays, and it was Carlotta who saw that Nancy went to the Academy of the Sacred Heart. In 1928, gossip had it that Carlotta Mayfair had taken the shocking legal step of trying to gain custody of Antha, with a view, apparently, to sending her away to school. Certain papers had been signed and filed. Cortland was horrified that Carlotta would take things so far. At last, Cortland, who had been on friendly terms with Carlotta until this juncture, threatened to oppose her legally if she did not drop the matter out of hand. Barclay, Garland, and young Sheffield, and other members of the family agreed to go along with Cortland. Nobody was going to take Stella to court and take her child away from her while Cortland was alive. Lionel, too, agreed to stand behind Cortland. He is described as being tortured by the whole incident. He even suggested that he and Stella go away to Europe together for a while and leave Antha in Carlotta's hands. Finally, Carlotta withdrew her petition for custody. But between her and Julien's descendants, things were never the same. They began to fight over money, and they have continued that fight to this day. Sometime in 1927, Carlotta had persuaded Stella to sign a power of attorney so that Carlotta could handle certain matters for her, about which Stella didn't want to be concerned. Carlotta attempted now to use this power of attorney to make sweeping decisions regarding the enormous Mayfair legacy, which had, since Mary Beth's death, been entirely in Cortland's hands. Family legend and contemporary legal gossip, as well as society gossip, all concur that the Mayfair brothers, Cortland, Garland, and Barclay, and later Pierce, Sheffield, and others, refused to honor this piece of paper. They refused to follow Carlotta's orders to liquidate the hugely profitable and daring investments which they had been making with tremendous success on behalf of the legacy for years. They rushed Stella to their offices so that she might revoke the power of attorney and reaffirm that everything was to be handled by them. Nevertheless, endless squabbles resulted between the brothers and Carlotta, which have gone on into the present time. Carlotta seems never to have trusted Julien's sons after the custody battle, and not even to have liked them. She made endless demands upon them for information, full disclosures, detailed accounts and explanations of what they were doing, constantly implying that if they did not give a good account of themselves, she would take them to court on behalf of Stella, and later on behalf of Antha, and later on behalf of Deirdre, unto the present time. They were hurt and baffled by her distrust. By 1928 they had made near incalculable amounts of money on behalf of Stella, whose affairs, of course, were completely entangled with their own. They could not understand Carlotta's attitude, and they seemed to have persisted in taking it literally over the years. That is, they patiently answered all her questions, and again attempted to explain what they were doing, when, of course, Carlotta only asked them more questions and demanded more answers, and brought up new topics for examination, and called for more meetings, and made more phone calls, and made more veiled threats. It is interesting to note that almost every legal secretary or clerk who ever worked for Mayfair and Mayfair seemed to understand this game, but Julien's sons continued to be hurt and bitter about it always, as if they did not see through it to the core. Only reluctantly did they allow themselves to be forced away from the house on First Street where all of them had been born. By 1928, they were already being forced away, but they didn't know it. 25 years later, when Pierce and Cortland Mayfair asked to examine some of Julien's belongings in the attic, they were not allowed past the front door. But in 1928, such a thing would have been unimaginable. Cortland Mayfair probably never guessed that the battle over Antha was the last personal battle with Carlotta that he would ever win. Meantime, Pierce practically lived at First Street in the fall of 1928. Indeed, by the spring of 1929, he was going everywhere with Stella, and had styled himself her personal secretary, chauffeur, punching bag, and crying pillow. Cortland put up with it, but he didn't like it. He told friends and family that Pierce was a fine boy and he would tire of the whole thing and go east to school just as all the other boys had done. As it turned out, Pierce never really had a chance to tire of Stella. But we have now come to the year 1929, and we should interrupt this story to include the strange case of Stuart Townsend, our brother in the Talamasca, who wanted so badly to make contact with Stella in the summer of that year. 20. The File on the Mayfair Witches. Part 7. The Disappearance of Stuart Townsend. In 1929, Stuart Townsend, who had been studying the Mayfair materials for years, petitioned the council in London to allow him to attempt contact with the Mayfair family. He felt strongly that Stella's cryptic message to us on the back of the photograph meant that she wanted such contact. And Stuart was also convinced that the last 3 Mayfair witches, Julien, Mary Beth, and Stella, were not murderers or evildoers in any sense, that it would be entirely safe to contact them, and that indeed wonderful things might result. This forced the council to take a hard look at the entire question, and also to re-examine, as it does constantly, the aims and standards of the Talamasca. Though an immense body of written material exists in our archives as to our aims and standards, as to what we find acceptable and unacceptable, and though this is a constant topic of conversation at our council meetings worldwide, let me summarize, for the purposes of this narrative, the issues which are relevant here, all of which were raised by Stuart Townsend in 1929. First and foremost, we had created in the File on the Mayfair Witches an impressive and valuable history of a psychic family. We had proved to ourselves beyond a doubt that the Mayfairs had contact with the realm of the invisible, and that they could manipulate unseen forces to their advantage. But there were still many things about what they did that we did not know. What if they could be persuaded to talk to us, to share our secrets? What might we then learn? Stella was not the secretive or guarded person that Mary Beth had been. Maybe, if she could be convinced of our discretion and our scholarly purpose, she would reveal things to us. Possibly Cortland Mayfair would talk to us, too. Second, and perhaps less important, certainly we had over the years violated the privacy of the Mayfair family with our vigilance. We had, according to Stuart, snooped into every aspect of their lives. Indeed, we had studied these people as specimens, and again we justify the lengths to which we go by arguing that we will and do make our records available to those we study. Well, we had not done that with the Mayfairs ever, and perhaps there was no excuse for not trying now. Third, we existed in an absolutely unique relationship to the Mayfairs because the blood of Peter Van Abel, our brother, ran in their veins. They were related to us, one might say. Should we not seek to make contact merely to tell them about this ancestor? And who knows what would follow from there? Fourth, could we do some real good by making contact? And here, of course, we come to one of our highest purposes. Could the reckless Stella benefit from knowing about other people like herself? Would she not enjoy knowing there were people who studied such persons with a view to understanding the realm of the invisible? In other words, would Stella not like to talk to us, and not like to know what we knew about the psychic world at large? Stuart argued vociferously that we were obligated to make contact. He also raised the pertinent question, what did Stella already know? He also insisted that Stella needed us, that the entire Mayfair clan needed us, that little Antha in particular needed us, and it was time that we introduced ourselves and offered what we knew. The council considered everything that Stuart had to say. It considered what it knew of the Mayfair witches, and it concluded that the good reasons for making contact far outweighed any bad reasons. It dismissed out of hand the idea of danger, and it told Stuart that he might go to America and he might make contact with Stella. In a welter of excitement, Stuart sailed for New York the very next day. The Talamasca received 2 letters from him postmarked New York. He wrote again when he reached New Orleans on stationery from the St. Charles Hotel, saying that he had contacted Stella, and indeed had found her extremely receptive, and that he was going to meet her for lunch the next day. Stuart Townsend was never seen or heard from again. We do not know where or when or even if his life ended. We simply know that sometime in June of 1929 he vanished without a trace. When one looks back upon these council meetings, when one reads over the transcript, it is very easy to see that the Talamasca made a tragic mistake. Stuart was not really prepared for this mission. A narrative should have been written embracing all the materials, so that the Mayfair history could be seen as a whole. Also, the question of danger should have been more carefully evaluated. Throughout the anecdotal history of the Mayfairs, there are references to violence being done to the enemies of the Mayfair witches. But in all fairness, it must be admitted that there were no such stories associated with Stella or her generation, and certainly no such stories in relationship to other contemporary residents of the First Street house. The exceptions, of course, are the playground stories concerning Stella and Antha. They were accused of using their invisible friend to hurt other little children. But there is nothing comparable about Stella as an adult. Also, the full story of Antha's nurse, who died of a fall in Rome, was not then known to the Talamasca, and it is possible that Stuart knew nothing about this incident at all. Nevertheless, Stuart was not fully prepared for such a mission, and when one reviews his comments to the council and to other members, it becomes obvious that Stuart had fallen in love with Stella Mayfair. He had fallen in love with her under the very worst circumstances. That is, he had fallen in love with her image in her photographs, and with the Stella who emerged from people's descriptions of her. She had become a myth to him. And so, full of zeal and romance, he went to meet her, dazzled not only by her powers, but by her proverbial charms. It is also obvious to anyone who considers this case dispassionately that Stuart was not the best person for this mission for a number of reasons. And before we go with Stuart to New Orleans, allow us to explain briefly who Stuart was. A full file on Stuart exists in the archives, and it is certainly worth reading in its own right. For some 25 years he was a devoted and conscientious member of the order, and his investigations of cases of possession cover some 114 different files. The life of Stuart Townsend. How much of Stuart's life is relevant to what happened to him, or to the story of the Mayfair witches, I cannot say. I know that I am including more of it here than I need to include, and especially in view of what little I say of Arthur Langtry, I must explain. I think I have included this material here as some sort of memorial to Stuart, and as some sort of warning. Be that as it may. Stuart came to the attention of the Order when he was 22 years old. Our offices in London received from one of its many investigators in America a small newspaper article about Stuart Townsend, or the boy who had been somebody else for 10 years. Stuart had been born in a small town in Texas in the year 1895. His father was the local doctor, a deeply intellectual and widely respected man. Stuart's mother was from a well-to-do family, and engaged in charity work of the fashionable sort for a lady of her position, having 2 nurses for her 7 children, of which Stuart was the firstborn. They lived in a large white Victorian house with a widow's walk on the town's one and only fashionable street. Stuart went to boarding school in New England when he was 6 years old. He was from the beginning an exceptional student, and during his summer vacations home he was something of a recluse, reading in his attic bedroom until late in the night. He did have a number of friends, however, among the town's small but vigorous aristocracy, sons and daughters of city officials, lawyers, and well-to-do ranchers, and he seems to have been well liked. When he was 10 years old, Stuart came down with a serious fever which could not be diagnosed. His father concluded finally that it was of infectious origin, but no real explanation was ever found. Stuart went into a crisis during which he was delirious for 2 days. When he recovered, he wasn't Stuart. He was somebody else. This somebody else claimed to be a young woman named Antoinette Fielding, who spoke with a French accent and played the piano beautifully, and seemed generally confused about how old she was, where she lived, or what she was doing in Stuart's house. Stuart himself did know some French, but he did not know how to play the piano, and when he sat down at the dusty grand in the parlor and began to play Chopin, the family thought they were losing their minds. As for his believing he was a girl, and crying miserably when he saw his reflection in a mirror, his mother could not endure this and actually ran from the room. After about a week of hysterical and melancholic behavior, Stuart Antoinette was persuaded to stop asking for dresses, to accept the fact that she had a boy's body now, and to believe that she was Stuart Townsend, and get back to doing what Stuart was expected to do. However, any return to school was out of the question. And Stuart Antoinette, who became known to the family as Tony for the sake of simplicity, spent his or her days playing the piano endlessly and scribbling out memories in a huge diary as he tried to solve the mystery of who she was. As Dr. Townsend perused these scribbled recollections, he perceived that the French in which they were written was far beyond the level of expertise which 10-year-old Stuart had attained. He also began to realize that the child's memories were all of Paris, and of Paris in the 1840s, as direct references to operas and plays and modes of transportation clearly showed. It emerged from these written documents that Antoinette Fielding had been of English-French parentage, that her Frenchman father had not married her English mother, Louisa Fielding, and that she had lived a strange and reclusive life in Paris, the pampered daughter of a high-class prostitute who sought to protect her only child from the filth of the streets. Her great gift and consolation was her music. Dr. Townsend, enthralled, and reassuring his wife that they would get to the bottom of this mystery, began an investigation by mail with a view to discovering whether or not this person, Antoinette Fielding, had ever existed in Paris. This occupied him for some 5 years. During that time, Antoinette remained in Stuart's body, playing the piano obsessively, venturing out only to get lost or into some dreadful scrape with the local toughs. At last, Antoinette never left the house and became something of a hysterical invalid, demanding that meals be left at her door and going down to play the piano only at night. Finally, through a private detective in Paris, Dr. Townsend ascertained that a certain Louisa Fielding had been murdered in Paris in 1865. She was indeed a prostitute, but there was no record whatsoever of her having a child. And at last, Dr. Townsend came to a dead end. He was by this time weary of trying to solve the mystery, and he came to terms with the situation as best he could. His handsome young son Stuart was gone forever, and in his place was a wasted, warped invalid, a white-faced boy with burning eyes and a strange, sexless voice, who lived now entirely behind closed blinds. The doctor and his wife grew used to hearing the nocturnal concerts. Every now and then the doctor went up to speak to the pale-faced, feminine creature who lived in the attic. He could not help but note a mental deterioration. The creature could no longer remember much of her past. Nevertheless, they conversed pleasantly in French or in English for a little while. Then the emaciated and distracted young person would turn to his books as if the father weren't there, and the father would go away. It is interesting to note that no one ever discussed the possibility that Stuart was possessed. The doctor was an atheist. The children were taken to the Methodist Church. The family knew nothing of Catholics or Catholic rites of exorcism or the Catholic belief in demons or possession. And as far as we know, the local minister, whom the family did not like, was never personally consulted as to the case. This situation continued until Stuart was 20 years old. Then, one night, he fell down the steps, suffering a severe concussion. The doctor, half awake and waiting for the inevitable music to rise from the parlor, discovered his son unconscious in the hallway and rushed him to the local hospital, where Stuart lay in a coma for 2 weeks. When he woke up, he was Stuart. He had absolutely no recollection of ever having been anyone else. Indeed, he believed he was 10 years old, and when he heard a manly voice issuing from his own throat, he was horrified. When he discovered he had a grown man's body, He was speechless with shock. Dumbfounded, he sat in his hospital bed listening to stories of what had been happening to him for the last 10 years. Of course, he did not understand French. He'd had a terrible time with it in school, and of course he couldn't play the piano. Why, everybody knew he had no musical ability. He could not even carry a tune. In the next few weeks, he sat staring at the dinner table at his enormous brothers and sisters, at his now gray-haired father, and at his mother, who could not look at him without bursting into tears. Telephones and automobiles, which had hardly existed in 1905, when he had ceased to be Stuart, startled him endlessly. Electric lights filled him with insecurity. But the keenest source of agony was his own adult body, and the ever-deepening realization that his childhood and adolescence were now gone without a trace. Then he began to confront the inevitable problems. He was 20, with the emotions and education of a 10-year-old boy. He began to gain weight. His color improved. He went riding on the nearby ranches with his old friends. Tutors were hired to educate him. He read the newspapers and the national magazines by the hour. He took long walks during which he practiced moving and thinking like an adult. But he lived in a perpetual state of anxiety. He was passionately attracted to women, but did not know how to deal with this attraction. His feelings were easily hurt. As a man, he felt hopelessly inadequate. At last, he began to quarrel with everyone, and discovering that he could drink with impunity, he began to hit the bottle in the local saloons. Soon the whole town knew the story. Some people remembered the first go-round when Antoinette had been born. Others only heard the whole tale in retrospect. Whatever the case, there was ceaseless talk. And though the local paper never, out of deference to the doctor, made mention of this bizarre story, a reporter from Dallas, Texas, got wind of it from several sources, and without the family's cooperation, wrote a long article on it which appeared in the Sunday edition of a Dallas paper in 1915. Other papers picked up this story. It was eventually forwarded to us in London about 2 months after it appeared. Meantime, curiosity seekers descended upon Stuart. A local author wanted to write a novel about him. Representatives from national magazines rang the front doorbell. The family was up in arms. Stuart was once again driven indoors and sat brooding in the attic room, staring at the treasured possessions of this strange person Antoinette, and feeling that 10 years of his life had been stolen from him, and he was now a hopeless misfit, driven to antagonizing everyone he knew. No doubt the family received a great deal of unwelcome mail. On the other hand, communication in that day and age was not what it is now. Whatever the case, a package from the Talamasca reached Stuart in late 1916, containing 2 well-known books about such cases of possession, along with a letter from us informing him that we had a good deal of knowledge about such things, and would be very glad to talk to him about it, and about others who had experienced the same thing. Stuart at once fired off a reply. He met with our representative, Louis Daly, in Dallas in the summer of 1917, and gratefully agreed to go with us to London. Dr. Townsend, at first deeply concerned, was finally won over by Louis, who assured him that our approach to such things was entirely scholarly. And at last, Stuart came to us on September 1st, 1917. He was received into the order as a novice the following year, and he remained with us from then on. His first project, of course, was a thorough study of his own case, and a study of every other known case of possession on record. His conclusion, finally, and that of the other Talamasca scholars assigned to this area of research, was that he indeed had been possessed by the spirit of a dead woman. He believed then and ever after that the spirit of Antoinette Fielding could have been driven out of him if anyone knowledgeable had been consulted, even a Catholic priest. For though the Catholic Church holds that such cases are purely demonic, which we do not, there is no doubt that their techniques for exorcising such alien presences do work. For the next 5 years, Stuart did nothing but investigate past cases of possession the world over. He interviewed victims by the dozens, taking voluminous notes. He came to the conclusion long held by the Talamasca that there are a great variety of entities who engage in possession. Some may be ghosts, Some may be entities who were never human, some may be other personalities within the host. But he remained convinced that Antoinette Fielding had been a real human being, and that, like many such ghosts, she had not known or understood that she was dead. In 1920, he went to Paris to find evidence of Antoinette Fielding. He was unable to discover anything at all. But the few bits of information about the dead Louisa Fielding did fit with what Antoinette had written about her mother. Time, however, had long ago erased any real trace of these persons, and Stuart remained forever dissatisfied on this account. In late 1920, he resigned himself to the fact that he might never know who Antoinette was, and then he turned to active field work on behalf of the Talamasca. He went out with Louis Daly to intervene in cases of possession, carrying out with Daly a form of exorcism which Daly used very effectively to drive such alien presences out of the victim host. Daly was very impressed with Stuart Townsend. He became Stuart's mentor, and Stuart was throughout these years noted for his compassion, patience, and effectiveness in this field. Not even Daly could comfort the victims afterwards the way Stuart could do it. After all, Stuart had been there. Stuart knew. Stuart worked in this field tirelessly until 1929, reading the file on the Mayfair witches only when a busy schedule allowed. Then he made his plea to the council and won. At that point in time, Stuart was 35. He stood 6 feet tall, had ash-blonde hair and dark gray eyes. He was lean of build and had a light complexion. He tended to dress elegantly, and was one of those Americans who deeply admires English manners and ways of doing things and aspires to imitate them. He was an attractive young man, but his greatest appeal to friends and acquaintances was a sort of boyish spontaneity and innocence. Stuart was really missing 10 years of his life, and he never got them back. He was capable at times of impetuousness, and of flying off the handle, of getting furious when he encountered even small obstacles to his plans, but he controlled this very well when he was in the field, and when he threw a tantrum in the mother-house he could always be brought round. He was also capable of falling deeply and passionately in love, which he did with Helen Christ, a member of the Talamasca who died in an auto accident in 1924. He grieved excessively and even dangerously for Helen for 2 years after her death. What happened between him and Stella Mayfair we may never know, but it is possible to conjecture that she was the only other love of his life. I should like to add my personal opinion here that Stuart Townsend never should have been sent to New Orleans. It was not only that he was too emotionally involved with Stella, it was that he lacked experience in this particular field. In his novitiate he had dealt with various kinds of psychic phenomena, and undoubtedly he read widely in the occult all his life. He discussed a great variety of cases with other members of the order, and he did spend some time with Arthur Langtry, but he did not really know anything about witches, per se, and like so many of our members who have dealt only with hauntings, possessions, or reincarnation, he simply did not know what witches can do. He did not understand that the strongest manifestations of discarnate entities come through mortal witches. There are even some suggestions that he thought the Talamasca was being archaic and silly in calling these women witches, and it is very likely that though he accepted the 17th century descriptions of Deborah Mayfair and her daughter Charlotte, he could not relate this material to a clever, fashionable 20th century jazz baby like Stella, who seemed to be beckoning to him across the Atlantic with a smile and a wink. Of course, the Talamasca encounters a certain amount of incredulity in all new workers in the witchcraft field. This same holds true for the investigation of vampires. More than one member of the order has had to see these creatures in action before he or she could believe in them. But the solution to that problem is to introduce our members to field work under the guidance of experienced persons, and in cases which do not involve direct contact. To send an inexperienced man like Townsend to make contact with the Mayfair witches is like sending a little child directly to hell to interview the devil. In sum, Stuart Townsend went off to New Orleans unprepared and unwarned. And, with all due respect to those who governed the order in 1929, I do not believe that such a thing would happen today. Lastly, let me add that Stuart Townsend, to the best of our knowledge, possessed no extraordinary powers. He wasn't psychic, as they say, though he had no extrasensory weapons at his command when he confronted the foe, whom he did not even perceive to be a foe. Stuart's disappearance was reported to the New Orleans police on July 25, 1929. This was a full month after his arrival in New Orleans. The Talamasca had tried to reach him by telegram and by phone. Irwin Dandridge had tried to find him, but in vain. The St. Charles Hotel, from which Stuart claimed to have written his only letter from New Orleans, denied ever having such a person registered. No one remembered such a person ever having been there. Our private investigators could discover nothing to prove Townsend had ever reached New Orleans, and the police soon came to doubt that he had. On July 28th, the authorities told our local investigators that there was nothing further that they could do. But under severe pressure, both from Dandridge and from the Talamasca, the police finally agreed to go to the Mayfair house and ask Stella if she had ever seen or spoken to the young man. The Talamasca held out no hope at this point, but Stella surprised everyone by recalling Stuart at once. Yes, indeed, she had met Stuart, she said, the tall Texan from England. How could she ever forget such an interesting person? They had had lunch together and later dinner and spent an entire night in talk. No, she couldn't imagine what had happened to him. In fact, she became quite instantly and visibly distressed at the possibility that he had met with foul play. Yes, he was staying at the St. Charles Hotel. He mentioned that to her, and why on earth would he lie about such a thing? She began to cry. Oh, she hoped nothing had happened to him. In fact, she became so upset that the police almost terminated the interview. But she held them there asking questions. Had they talked to the people at the Court of Two Sisters? She'd taken Stuart there, and he'd liked it. Maybe he had been back. And there was a speakeasy on Bourbon Street where they had talked early the following morning, after some more respectable place, Dreadful Hole, had kicked them out. The police covered these establishments. Everyone knew Stella. Yes, Stella could have been there with a man. Stella was always there with a man. But nobody had any particular recollection of Stuart Townsend. Other hotels in town were canvassed. No belongings of Stuart Townsend were found. Cabbies were questioned, but with the same dismal lack of result. At last, the Talamasca decided to take the investigation into its own hands. Arthur Langtry sailed from London to discover what had happened to Stuart. He was conscience-stricken that he had ever agreed to let Stuart undertake this assignment alone. The story of Stella continues. Arthur Langtry's report. Arthur Langtry was certainly one of the most able investigators whom the Talamasca ever produced. The study of several great witch families was his lifelong work. The story of his 50-year career with the Talamasca is one of the most interesting and amazing histories contained in our archives, and his detailed studies of the witch families with whom he became involved are some of the most valuable documents we possess. It is a great sadness to those of us who have been obsessed all our lives with the Mayfair witches that Langtry was never able to devote his time to their history. And in the years before Stuart Townsend became involved, Langtry expressed his own regrets regarding the whole affair. But Langtry owed no one an apology for not having time or life enough for every witch family in our files. Nevertheless, when Stuart Townsend disappeared, Langtry felt responsible, and nothing could have kept him from sailing to Louisiana in August of 1929. As already mentioned, he blamed himself for Stuart's disappearance because he had not opposed Stuart's assignment, and he had known in his heart that Stuart should not go. "I was so eager for someone to go there," he confessed before he left London. "I was so eager for something to happen, and of course I felt I couldn't go, and so I thought, well, maybe that strange young Texan will crack through that wall." Langtry was nearing 74 years of age at this time, a tall, gaunt man with iron-gray hair, a rectangular face, and sunken eyes. He had an extremely pleasant speaking voice and meticulous manners. He had the usual minor infirmities of old age, but all things considered, he was in good health. He had seen everything during his years of service. He was a powerful psychic, or medium, and he was absolutely fearless when it came to any manifestation of the supernatural. But he was never rash or careless. He never underestimated any sort of phenomena. He was, as his own investigations show, extremely confident and extremely strong. As soon as he heard of Stuart's disappearance, he became convinced that Stuart was dead. Quickly rereading the Mayfair material, he saw the error which the order had made. He arrived in New Orleans on August 28, 1929, at once registering at the St. Charles Hotel and dispatching a letter home as Stuart had done. He gave his name, address, and London phone number to several people at the hotel desk so that there could be no question later that he had been there. He made a long-distance call to the mother house from his room, reporting the room number and several other particulars about his arrival. Then he met with one of our investigators, the most competent of the private detectives, in the hotel bar, charging all of the drinks to the room. He confirmed for himself everything that the order had already been told. He was also informed that Stella was no longer cooperating with the investigation, such as it was. Insisting that she didn't know anything and couldn't help anyone, she had at last become impatient and refused to talk to the investigators any more. "As I said goodbye to this gentleman," he wrote in his report, "I knew for certain that I was being watched. It was no more than a feeling, yet it was a profound one, and I sensed that it was connected to Stuart's disappearance, though I myself had made no inquiry regarding Stuart of any person at the hotel." At this point I was sorely tempted to roam the premises, seeking to detect some latent indication of Stuart's having been in this or that room, but I was also deeply convinced that Stuart had not met with foul play in this hotel. On the contrary, the people who were watching me, indeed taking note of my movements and what I did, were doing so only because someone had paid them to do it. I decided to contact Stella Mayfair at once. Langtry rang Stella from his room. Though it was past 4 o'clock, she had obviously only just awakened when she answered her private phone. Only reluctantly did she allow the subject to be reopened, and it soon became obvious that she was genuinely upset. "Look, I don't know what happened to him," she said, and again began to cry. "I liked him, I really did. He was such a strange man. We went to bed, you know." Langtry couldn't think of a thing to say to such a frank admission. Even her disembodied voice proved somewhat charming, and he was convinced that her tears were real. "Well, we did," she continued, undaunted. "I took him to some awful little place in the quarter. I told the police about it. Anyway, I liked him very, very much. I told him not to come around this family. I told him. He had the most peculiar ideas about things. He didn't know anything. I told him to go away. Maybe he did go away. That is what I thought happened, you know, that he simply took my advice and went away." Langtry implored her to help him discover what had happened. He explained that he was a colleague of Townsend's, that they had known each other very well. "Colleague? You mean you're part of that group?" "Yes, if you mean the Talamasca—" "Shh! Listen to me. Whoever you are, you can come on up here if you like, but do it tomorrow night. I'm giving a party, you see. You can just, well, sort of blend in. If anyone asks you who you are, which they probably won't, just say Stella invited you. Ask to speak to me. But for God's sake, don't say anything about Townsend, and don't say the name of your, whatever you call it." "Talamasca. Yes. Now please listen to what I'm saying. There'll be hundreds of people there, quite tired of rags, you know, and do be discreet. Just come up to me, and when you kiss me, whisper your name in my ear. What is it again?" "Langtry. Arthur." Uh-huh. Right. That's simple enough to remember, isn't it? Now do be careful. I can't stay on any longer. You will come, won't you? Look, you must come." Langtry averred that nothing could keep him away. He asked her if she remembered the photograph on which she'd written, "To the Talamasca with love, Stella. P.S. There are others who watch, too." "Of course I remember it. Look, I can't talk to you about this right now. It was years and years ago when I wrote that note. My mother was alive then. Look, you can't imagine how bad things are for me now. I've never been in a worse jam, and I don't know what happened to Stuart. Really, I don't. Look, will you please come tomorrow night? Yes, I shall, said Langtry, struggling silently to determine whether or not he was being lured into some sort of trap. But why must we be so circumspect about the whole arrangement? I don't— Darling, look, she said, dropping her voice. It's all very nice about your organization and your library and all your marvelous psychic investigations, but don't be a perfect fool. Ours is not a world of seances and mediums and dead relatives telling you to look between the pages of the Bible for the deed to the property on 8th Street or whatever. As for the voodoo nonsense, that was a perfect scream. And by the way, we do not have any Scottish ancestors. We were all French. My Uncle Julien made up something about a Scottish castle he bought when he went to Europe. So do forget all about that, if you please. But there are things I can tell you. That's just the point. Look, come early. Come around 8 o'clock, will you? But whatever you do, don't be the first one to arrive. Now, I've got to get off. You really cannot imagine how dreadful everything is just now. I'll tell you frankly, I never asked to be born into this mad family. Really, there are 300 people invited tomorrow night, and I haven't a single friend in the world. She rang off. Langtry, who had taken down the entire conversation in shorthand, immediately copied it out in longhand with a carbon, and posted one copy to London, going directly to the post office to do it, for he no longer trusted the situation at the hotel. Then he went to rent a tailcoat and foiled shirt for the party the following night. I am thoroughly confused, he had written in his letter. I had been certain she had a hand in getting rid of poor Stuart. Now I don't know what to think. She wasn't lying to me, I am sure of it. But why is she frightened? Of course, I cannot make an intelligent appraisal of her until I see her. Late that afternoon he called Erwin Dandridge, the socialite spy for hire, and asked him to have dinner at a fashionable French Quarter restaurant blocks from the hotel. Though Dandridge had nothing to say about Townsend's disappearance, he appeared to enjoy the meal thoroughly, gossiping non-stop about Stella. People said Stella was burning out. "You can't drink a fifth of French brandy every day of your life and live forever," said Dandridge, with weary, mocking gestures, as if to suggest the subject bored him when in fact he loved it. "And the affair with Pierce is outrageous. Why, the boy is scarcely 18. It really is so perfectly stupid of Stella to do this. Why, Cortland was her chief ally against Carlotta, and now she's gone and seduced Cortland's favorite son. I don't think Barclay Garland much approves of the situation either, and God only knows how Lionel stands it. Lionel is a monomaniac, and the name of his monomania is Stella, of course." Was Dandridge going to the party? "Wouldn't miss it for anything in this world. Bound to be some interesting pyrotechnics. Stella's forbidden Carlotta to take Antha out of the house during these affairs. Carlotta is simmering, threatening to call the police if the rowdies get out of hand." "What is Carlotta like?" asked Langtry. "She's Marabeth with vinegar in her veins instead of vintage wine. She's brilliant, but she has no imagination. She's rich, but there's nothing she wants. She's endlessly practical and meticulous and hard-working, and an absolutely insufferable bore. Of course, she does take care of absolutely everything. Millie dear, Belle, little Nancy, and Antha. And they have a couple of old servants up there who don't know who they are or what they're doing any more, and she takes care of them right along with everyone else. Stella has herself to blame for all this, really. She always did let Carlotta do the hiring and the firing, the check writing and the shouting, and what with Lionel and Cortland turning against her, well, what can she do? No, I wouldn't miss this party if I were you. It may be the last one for quite some time." Langtry spent the following day exploring the speakeasies and the small French Quarter hotel, a dump, where Stella had taken Stuart. He was plagued continuously with the strong feeling that Stuart had been in these places, that Stella's account of their wanderings had been the complete truth. At 7 o'clock, dressed and ready for the evening, he wrote another very short letter to the mother house, which he mailed on the way to the party from the post office at Lafayette Square. "The more I think about our phone conversation, the more I'm troubled. Of what is this lady so afraid? I find it hard to believe that her sister Carlotta can really inflict harm upon her. Why can't someone hire a nurse for the troubled child? I tell you, I found myself being drawn into this head over heels. Surely that is how Stuart felt. Langtry had the cab drop him at Jackson and Chestnut so that he might walk the remaining 2 blocks to the house, approaching it from the rear. The streets were completely blocked with automobiles. People were piling in through the back garden gate, and every window in the place was lighted. I could hear the shrill screams of the saxophone long before I reached the front steps. There was no one on the front door, as far as I ever saw, and I simply went in, pushing through a regular jam of young persons in the hallway, who were all smoking and laughing and greeting each other, and took no notice of me at all. The party did include every manner of dress, exactly as Stella had promised. There were even quite a few elderly people there, and Langtry found himself comfortably anonymous as he made his way to the bar in the living room, where he was served a glass of extremely good champagne. There were more and more people streaming in every minute. A crowd was dancing in the front portion of the room. In fact, there were so many persons everywhere I looked, all chattering and laughing and drinking amid a thick bluish cloud of cigarette smoke, that I could hardly gain a fair impression of the furnishings of the room. Rather lavish, I suppose, and rather like the salon of a great liner, actually, with the potted palms and the tortured Art Deco lamps and the delicate, vaguely Grecian chairs. The band, stationed on the side porch, just behind a pair of floor-length windows, was deafening. How people managed to talk over it, I cannot imagine. I could not sustain a coherent train of thought. I was about to make my way out of all this when my eyes fastened on the dancers before the front windows, and I soon realized I was gazing directly at Stella, far more dramatic than any picture of her could possibly be. She was clad in gold silk, a skimpy little dress, no more than a remnant of a chemise layered with fringe, it seemed, and barely covering her shapely knees. Tiny gold sequins covered her gossamer stockings, and, indeed, the dress itself, and there was a gold satin band of yellow flowers in her short, wavy black hair. Around her wrists were delicate, glittering gold bracelets, and at her throat the Mayfair emerald, looking quite absurdly old-fashioned, yet stunning in its old filigree as it rested against her naked flesh. Child woman she appeared, slim, breastless, yet entirely feminine, her lips brazenly rouged, and her enormous black eyes literally flashing like gems as she took in the crowd gazing at her in adoration without ever missing a beat of dance. Her little feet in their flimsy high-heeled shoes came down mercilessly on the polished floor, and throwing back her head, she laughed delightedly as she made a little circle, swishing her tiny hips, her arms flung out. "That's it, Stella," someone roared, and yet another, "Yeah, Stella," and all of this with the rhythm, if you can imagine, and Stella managing somehow to be lovingly responsive to her worshippers, while at the same time giving herself over limply and exquisitely to the dance. If I have ever seen a person enjoy music and attention with such innocent abandon, I did not recall it then, and I do not recall it now. There was nothing cynical or vain in her exhibition. On the contrary, she seemed to have soared past all such self-conscious nonsense, and to belong both to those who admired her and to herself. As for her partner, I only came to see him by and by, though in any other setting I'm sure I would have noticed him immediately, given that he was very young, and indeed resembled her remarkably, having the same fair skin, black eyes, and black hair. But he was scarcely more than a boy, and his face still had a porcelain purity to it, and his height seemed to have gotten the better of his weight. He was bursting with the same careless vitality as Stella, and as the dance came to a finish, she threw up her hands and let herself fall, with perfect trust, straight backwards into his waiting arms. He embraced her with shameless intimacy, letting his hands run over her boyish little torso, and then kissing her tenderly on the mouth. But this was done without a particle of theatricality. Indeed, I don't think he saw anyone in the room save for her. The crowd closed about them. Someone was pouring champagne into Stella's mouth, and she was draping herself over the boy, as it were, and the music was starting up again. Other couples, all quite modern and very gay, began to dance. This was no time to approach her, I reasoned. It was only 8:10, and I wanted to take a few moments to look about. Also, I was for the moment entirely disarmed by her appearance. A great blank had been filled in. I felt certain she had not harmed Stuart. And so, hearing her laughter ringing over the fresh onslaught of the band, I resumed my journey towards the hall doors. Now, let me say here that this house is possessed of an exceptionally long hallway and a particularly long and straight stairs. I would say offhand there were some 30 steps to it. There are, in fact, 27. The second floor appeared to be completely dark, and the staircase was deserted, but dozens of people were squeezing past this stairway towards a brightly lighted room at the end of the first-floor hall. I meant to follow suit, and thereby make a little exploration of the place. But as I placed my hand on the newel post, I saw someone at the top of the stairs. Quite suddenly I realized it was Stuart. My shock was so great I almost called out to him, but then I realized that something was very wrong. He appeared absolutely real, you must understand. Indeed, the way that the light struck him from below was altogether realistic. But his expression alerted me at once to the fact that I was seeing something that couldn't be real. For though he was looking straight at me and obviously knew me, there was no urgency in his face, only a profound sadness, a great and weary distress. It seemed he took his time even acknowledging that I had seen him, and then he gave a very weary and forbidding shake of his head. I continued to stare at him, pushed and shoved by God knows how many individuals, the noise a perfect din around me, and once again he shook his head in this forbidding way. Then he lifted his right hand and made a definite gesture for me to go away. I didn't dare move. I remained absolutely calm, as I always do at such moments, resisting the inevitable delirium, concentrating upon the noise, the press of the crowd, even the thin scream of the music. And very carefully I memorized what I saw. His clothes were dirty and disheveled. The right side of his face was bruised, or at least discolored. Finally I came round to the foot of the steps and started up. Only then did the phantom wake from its seeming languor. Once again he shook his head and gestured for me to go away. "Stuart," I whispered. "Talk to me, man, if you can." I continued upward, my eyes fixed upon him as his expression grew ever more fearful, and I saw that he was covered with dust, that his body, even as he stared back at me, showed the first signs of decay. Nay, I could smell it. Then the inevitable happened. The image began to fade. "Stuart!" I appealed to him desperately, but the figure darkened, and through it, quite unconscious of it, stepped a flesh-and-blood woman of extraordinary beauty, who hurried down the stairs towards me and then past me, in a flurry of peach-colored silk and clattering jewelry, carrying with her a cloud of sweet perfume. Stuart was gone. The smell of human decay was gone. The woman murmured an apology as she brushed by me. Seems she was shouting to any number of people in the lower hall. Then she turned, and as I stood staring upward, still, quite oblivious to her and gazing at nothing but empty shadows, I felt her hand grip my arm. "Oh, but the party's down here," she said, and gave me a little tug. "I'm looking for the lavatory," I said, for at that moment I could think of nothing else. "Down here, ducky," she said. "It's off the library. I'll show you right around in back of the stairs." Clumsily I followed her down around the staircase and into a very large but dimly lighted north side room. The library, yes, most certainly, with bookshelves to the ceiling and dark leather furnishings, and only one lamp lighted in a far corner beside a blood-red drape. A great dark mirror hung over the marble fireplace, reflecting the one lamp as if it were a sanctuary light. "There you go," she said, pointing to a closed door, and quickly made her exit. I was suddenly conscious of a man and woman huddled together on the leather couch, who rose and hurried away. It seemed the party, with its continued merriment, bypassed this room. Everything here was dust and silence. One could smell mouldering leather and paper. and I was immensely relieved to be alone. I sank down into the wing chair facing the fireplace, with my back to the crowd passing in the hallway, glancing up at the reflection of it in the mirror, and feeling quite safe from it for the moment, and praying that no other loving couple would seek this shadowy retreat. I took out my handkerchief and wiped my face. I was sweating miserably, and I struggled to remember every detail of what I'd seen. Now, you know, we all have our theories regarding apparitions as to why they appear in this or that guise, or why they do what they do. And my theories probably don't agree with those of anyone else, but I was certain of one thing as I sat there. Stuart had chosen to show himself to me in decayed and dishevelled form for one very good reason. His remains were in this house, yet he was imploring me to leave here. He was warning me to get out. Was this warning intended for the entire Talamasca, or merely for Arthur Langtry? I sat brooding, feeling my pulse return to normal, and feeling, as I always do in the aftermath of such experiences, a rush of adrenaline, a zeal to discover all that lies behind the faint shimmer of the supernatural which I had only just glimpsed. I was also enraged, deeply and bitterly, at whoever or whatever had brought Stuart's life to a close. How to proceed? That was the vital question. Of course I should speak to Stella, but how much of the house might I explore before I made myself known to her? And what of Stuart's warning? Precisely what was the danger for which I must be prepared? I was considering all this, aware of no perceptible change in the racket from the hallway behind me, when there suddenly came over me the realization that something in my immediate environment had undergone a radical and significant change. Slowly I looked up. There was someone reflected in the mirror. A lone figure, it seemed. With a start, I looked over my shoulder. No one there, and then back again to the dim and shadowy glass. A man was gazing out from the immaterial realm beyond it, and as I studied him, the adrenaline pumping and my senses sharpening, his image grew brighter and clearer until he was vividly and undeniably a young man of pale complexion and dark brown eyes, staring angrily and malevolently and unmistakably down at me. At last the image reached its fullest potency, and so vital was it that it seemed a mortal man had secreted himself in a chamber behind the mirror, and having removed the glass was peering at me from the empty frame. Never in all my years with the Talamasca had I seen an apparition so exquisitely realized. The man appeared to be perhaps 30 years of age. His skin was deliberately flawless, yet carefully colored, with a blush to the cheeks and a faint paling beneath the eyes. His clothing was extremely old-fashioned, with an upturned white collar and a rich silk tie. As for the hair, it was wavy and ever so slightly unkempt, as if he had only just run his fingers through it. The mouth appeared soft, youthful, and slightly ruddy. I could see the fine lines in the lips. Indeed, I could see the barest shadow of a shaven beard on his chin. But the effect was horrible, for it was not a human being or a painting or a reflection, but something infinitely more brilliant than any of these, and yet silently alive. The brown eyes were full of hatred, and as I looked at the creature, his mouth quivered ever so slightly with anger, and finally rage. Quite slowly and deliberately I raised my handkerchief to my lips. "Did you kill my friend, Spirit?" I whispered. Seldom have I felt so enlivened, so heated for adversity. "Well, Spirit?" I whispered again. I saw it weakening. I saw it lose its solidity, indeed its very animation. The face, so beautifully modelled and expressive of negative emotion, was slowly going blank. "I'm not so easily dispatched, Spirit," I said under my breath. "Now we have 2 accounts to settle, do we not? Peter Van Abel and Stuart Townsend. Are we agreed on that much?" The illusion seemed powerless to answer me, and quite suddenly the entire mirror shivered, becoming merely a dark glass again as the door to the hallway was slammed shut. Footsteps sounded on the bare floor beyond the edge of the Chinese carpet. The mirror was definitely empty, reflecting no more than woodwork and books. I turned and saw a young woman advancing across the carpet, her eyes fixed on the mirror, her whole demeanor one of anger, confusion, distress. It was Stella. She stood before the mirror with her back to me, gazing into it, and then turned round. "Well, you can describe that to your friends in London, can't you?" she said. She seemed on the edge of hysteria. "You can tell them you saw that." I realized she was shaking all over. The flimsy gold dress with its layers of fringe was shivering, and anxiously she clutched the monstrous emerald at her throat. I struggled to rise, but she told me to sit down, and immediately took a place on the couch to my left, her hand laid firmly on my knee. She leant over very close to me, so close that I could see the mascara on her long lashes and the powder on her cheeks. She was like a great Cupid doll looking at me, a cinema goddess naked in her gossamer silk. "Listen, can you take me with you?" she said. "Back to England, to these people, this Talamasca. Stuart said you could." "You tell me what happened to Stuart, and I'll take you anywhere you like." "I don't know," she said, and at once her eyes watered. "Listen, I have to get out of here. I didn't hurt him. I don't do things like that to people. I never have. God, don't you believe me? Can't you tell that I'm speaking the truth?" "All right. What do you want me to do?" "Just help me. Take me with you back to England. Look, I've got my passport. I've got plenty of money." At this point she broke off and pulled open a drawer in the couch-side table and took out of it a veritable sheaf of $20 bills. "Here, you can buy the tickets. I can meet you tonight." Before I could answer, she looked up with a start. The door had opened, and in came the young boy with whom she had been dancing earlier, quite flushed and full of concern. "Stella, I've been looking for you." "Oh, sweetheart, I'm coming," she said, rising at once and glancing at me meaningfully over her shoulder. "Now go back out and get me a drink, will you, sweetheart?" She straightened his tie as she spoke to him, and then turned him around with quick little gestures and actually shoved him towards the door. He was highly suspicious, but very obviously well-bred. He did as he was told. As soon as she had shut the door, she came back to me. She was flushed and almost feverish and absolutely convincing. In fact, my impression of her was that she was a somewhat innocent person, that she believed all the optimism and rebellion of the jazz babies. She seemed authentic, if you know what I mean. "Go to the station," she implored me. "Get the tickets. I'll meet you at the train." "But which train? What time?" "I don't know what train." She wrung her hands. "I don't know what time. I have to get out of here. Look, I'll come with you." "That certainly seems to be a better plan. You could wait for me in the taxi while I get my things from the hotel." "Yes, that's a fine idea," she whispered, "and we'll get out of here on any train that's leaving. We can always change our destination further on." "And what about him?" "Who, him?" she demanded crossly. "You mean Pierce? Pierce isn't going to be any trouble. Pierce is a perfect darling. I can handle Pierce." "You know I don't mean Pierce," I said. "I mean the man I saw a moment ago in that mirror, the man you forced to disappear." She looked absolutely desperate. She was the cornered animal, but I don't believe I was the one cornering her. I couldn't figure it out. "Look, I didn't make him disappear," she said under her breath. "You did." She made a conscious effort to calm herself, her hand resting for a moment on her heaving breast. "He won't stop us," she said. "Please trust me that he won't." At this moment Pierce returned, pushing open the door once more and letting in the great cacophony from outside. She took the glass of champagne from him gratefully and drank down half of it. "I'll talk to you in a few minutes," she said to me with deliberate sweetness. "In just a few minutes. You'll be right here, won't you? No, as a matter of fact, why don't you get some air? Go out on the front porch, Ducky, and I'll come talk to you there." Pierce knew she was up to something. He looked from her to me, but obviously he felt quite helpless. She took him by the arm and led him out with her ahead of me. I glanced down at the carpet. The $20 bills had fallen and were scattered everywhere. Hastily I gathered them up, put them back into the drawer, and went into the hall. Just opposite the library door I caught a glimpse of a portrait of Rowan Mayfair. a very well-done canvas in heavy dark Rembrandt-style oils. I wished I had time to examine it. But I hurried around the back of the staircase and started pushing and shoving as gently as I could toward the front door. 3 minutes must have passed, and I had made it only so far as the newel post, when I saw him again, or thought I did for one terrible instant, the brown-haired man I had seen in the mirror. This time he was gazing at me over someone's shoulder as he stood in the front corner of the hall. I tried to pick him out again, but I couldn't. People crushed against me as if they were deliberately trying to block me, but of course they weren't. Then I realized someone ahead of me was pointing to the stairs. I was now past it and within only a few feet of the door. I turned round and saw a child on the stairway, a very pretty little blonde-haired girl. No doubt it was Antha, though she looked rather small for 8 years. She was dressed in a flannel nightgown and barefoot, and she was crying and looking over the railing into the doors of the front room. I, too, turned and looked into the front room, at which point someone gasped aloud, and the crowd parted, people falling to the left and the right of the door in apparent fear. A red-haired man stood in the doorway, slightly to my left, facing into the room, and as I watched with sickening horror, he lifted a pistol with his right hand and fired it. The deafening report shook the house. Panic ensued. The air was filled with screams. Someone had fallen by the front door, and the others simply ran over the poor devil. People were struggling to escape back through the hall. I saw Stella lying on the floor in the middle of the front room. She was on her back, with her head turned to the side, staring towards the hall. I raced forward, but not in time to stop the red-haired man from standing over her and firing the pistol again. Her body convulsed as blood exploded from the side of her head. I grabbed for the bastard's arm, and he fired again as my hand tightened on his wrist, but this bullet missed her and went through the floor. It seemed the screams were redoubled. Glass was breaking. Indeed, the windows were shattering. Someone attempted to grab the man from behind, and I managed somehow to get the gun away from him, though I was accidentally stepping on Stella, indeed tripping over her feet. I fell to my knees with the gun and then pushed it quite deliberately away across the floor. The murderer was struggling vainly against a half-dozen men now. Glass from the windows blew inward all over us. I saw it rain down upon Stella. Blood was running down her neck and over the Mayfair emerald which lay askew on her breast. Next thing I knew, a monstrous clap of thunder obliterated the deafening screams and shrieks still coming from all quarters, and I felt the rain gusting in. Then I heard it coming down on the porches all around, and then the light went out. In repeated flashes of lightning I saw the men dragging the murderer from the room. A woman knelt at Stella's side and lifted her lifeless wrist, and then let out an agonizing scream. As for the child, she had come into the room and stood barefoot staring at her mother. And then she too began to scream. Her voice rose high and piercing over the others. "Mama, Mama, Mama!" As though with each new burst, her realization of what had happened deepened helplessly. "Someone take her out!" I cried, and indeed others had gathered around her and were attempting to draw her away. I moved out of their path, only climbing to my feet when I reached the side porch window. In another crackle of white light, I saw someone pick up the gun. It was then handed to another person, and then to another, who held it as if it were alive. Fingerprints were no longer of consequence, if ever they were, and there had been countless witnesses. There was no reason for me not to get out while I could, and turning, I made my way out onto the side porch and into the downpour as I stepped onto the lawn. Dozens of people were huddled there, the women crying, the men doing what they could to cover the women's heads with their jackets, everyone soaked and shivering and quite at a loss. The lights flickered on for a second, but another violent flash of lightning signaled their final failure. When an upstairs window suddenly burst in a shower of glittering shards, panic broke out once more. I hurried towards the back of the property, thinking to leave unobserved through a back way. This meant a short rush along a flagstone path, a climb of 2 steps to the patio around the swimming pool, and then I spied the side alley to the gate. Even through the dense rain I could see that it was open, and see beyond it the wet gleaming cobblestones of the street. The thunder rolled over the rooftops, and the lightning laid bare the whole garden hideously in an instant, with its balustrades and towering camellias and beach towels draped over so many skeletal black iron chairs. Everything was helplessly thrashing in the wind. I heard sirens suddenly, and as I rushed towards the waiting sidewalk, I glimpsed a man standing motionless and stiff, as it were, in a great clump of banana trees to the right of the gate. As I drew closer, I glanced to the right and into the man's face. It was the spirit, visible to me once more, though for what reason under God I had no idea. My heart raced dangerously, and I felt a momentary dizziness and tightening in my temples, as if the circulation of my blood were being choked off. He presented the same figure he had before. I saw the unmistakable glint of brown hair and brown eyes, and dim, unremarkable clothing, save for its primness and a certain vagueness about the whole. Yet the raindrops glistened as they struck his shoulders and his lapels. They glistened in his hair. But it was the face of the being which held me enthralled. It was monstrously transfigured by anguish, and his cheeks were wet with soundless crying as he looked into my eyes. "God in heaven, speak if you can," I said, almost the same words I'd spoken to the poor desperate spirit of Stuart. And so crazed was I by all I had seen that I lunged at him, seeking to grab hold of him by the shoulders and make him answer if I could. He vanished, only this time I felt him vanish. I felt the warmth and the sudden movement in the air. It was as if something had been sucked away and the bananas swayed violently. But then the wind and the rain were knocking them about, and suddenly I did not know what I had seen or what I had felt. My heart was skipping dangerously. I felt another wave of dizziness. Time to get out. I hurried up Chestnut Street past scores of wandering, weeping, dazed individuals, and then down Jackson Avenue out of the wind and the rain, into a fairly clear and mild stretch, where the traffic swept by without the slightest knowledge, apparently, of what had happened only blocks away. Within a matter of seconds, I caught a taxi for the hotel. As soon as I reached it, I gathered up my belongings, lugging them downstairs myself without the aid of a bellboy, and immediately checked out. I had the cab take me to the train station, where I caught the midnight train for New York, and I am in my sleeping car now. I shall post this as soon as I possibly can, and until such time I shall carry the letter with me on my person, hoping for what it's worth that if anything happens to me, the letter will be found. But as I write this, I do not think anything will happen to me. It is over, this chapter. It has come to a ghastly and bloody end. Stuart was part of it, and God only knows what role the spirit played in it. But I shall not tempt the demon further by turning back. Every impulse in my being tells me to get away from here, and if I forget this for a moment, I have the haunting memory of Stuart to guide me, Stuart gesturing to me from the top of the stairs to go away. If we never talk in London, please pay heed to the advice I give you now. Send no one else to this place, at least not now. Watch, wait, as is our motto. Consider the evidence. Try to draw some lesson from what has taken place, and above all, study the Mayfair record. Study it deeply and put its various materials in order. My belief, for what it is worth at such a moment, is that neither Lasher nor Stella had a hand in the death of Stuart. Yet his remains are under that roof. But the council may consider the evidence at its leisure. Send no one here again. We cannot hope for public justice with regard to Stuart. We cannot hope for legal resolutions. Even in the investigation that will inevitably follow tonight's horrors, there will be no search of the Mayfair house and its grounds. And how could we ever demand such a step be taken? But Stuart will never be forgotten, and I am man enough, even in my twilight years, to believe that there must be a reckoning, both for Stuart and for Pater, though with whom or with what that reckoning will be, I do not know. I do not speak of retribution. I do not speak of revenge. I speak of illumination, understanding, and above all, resolution. I speak of the final light of truth. These people, the Mayfairs, do not know who they are any more. I tell you, the young woman was an innocent. I'm convinced of it. But we know. We know. And Lasha knows. And who is Lasha? Who is this spirit who chose to reveal his pain to me? Who chose to show to me his very tears? Arthur posted this letter from St. Louis, Missouri. A bad carbon was sent 2 days later from New York with a brief postscript, explaining that Arthur had booked passage home and would be sailing at the end of the week. After 2 days at sea, Arthur rang the ship's doctor, complaining of chest pains and asking for a standard remedy for indigestion. A half-hour later, the doctor discovered Arthur dead of an apparent heart attack. The time was 6:30 on the evening of September 7th, 1929. Arthur had written one more brief letter on shipboard the day before his death. It was in his robe pocket when he was found. In it, he said that he was not well and suffering from violent seasickness, which he hadn't experienced in years. There were times when he feared he was really ill and might not see the mother house again. There are so many things I want to discuss with you about the Mayfairs, so many ideas going through my head. What if we were to draw off that spirit? That is, what if we were to invite it to come to us? Whatever you do, do not send another investigator to New Orleans. Not now. Not while that woman, Carlotta Mayfair, lives. 21. He was kissing her as his fingers stroked her breast. The pleasure was so keen, paralyzing. She tried to lift her head, but she couldn't move. The constant roar of the jet engines lulled her. Yes, this is a dream. Yet it seemed so real, and she was slipping back into it. Only 45 minutes until they landed at New Orleans International. She ought to try to wake up. But then he kissed her again, forcing his tongue very gently between her lips. So gently, yet forcefully, and his fingers touched her nipples, pinching them as if she were naked under the small woolen blanket. Oh, he knew how to do it. Pinched them slowly but hard. She turned more fully towards the window, sighing, drawing up her knees against the side of the cabin. No one noticing her. First class half empty. Almost there. Again he pinched her nipples, just a little more cruelly. Ah, so delicious. You cannot be too rough, really. Press your lips harder against mine. Fill me with your tongue. She opened her mouth against his, and then his fingers touched her hair, sending another unexpected sensation through her, a light tingling. That was the miracle of it, that it was such a blending of sensations, like soft and bright colors mingling, the chills moving down her naked back and arms, and yet the heat pounding between her legs. Come inside me. I want to be filled up, yes, with your tongue, and with you. Come in harder. It was enormous, yet smooth, bathed as it was in her fluids. She came silently, shuddering beneath the blanket, her hair fallen down over her face, only dimly aware that she wasn't naked, that no one could be touching her, no one could be creating this pleasure. Yet it went on and on, her heart stopping, the blood pounding in her face, the shock moving down through her thighs and her calves. You are going to die if it doesn't stop, Rowan. His hand brushed her cheek. He kissed her eyelids. Love you. Suddenly she opened her eyes. For a moment nothing registered. Then she saw the cabin. The little blind was drawn, and everything about her seemed a pale, luminous gray, drenched in the sound of the engines. The shocks were still passing through her. She lay back in the soft airline seats and yielded to them, rather like dim, beautifully modulated jolts of electricity, her eyes drifting sluggishly over the ceiling as she struggled to keep them open, to wake up. God, how did she look after this little orgy? Her face must be flushed. Very slowly she sat up, smoothing back her hair with both hands. She tried to re-invoke the dream, not for the sensuality, but for information, tried to travel back to the center of it, to know who he had been. Not Michael. No, that was the bad part. Christ, she thought, I've been unfaithful to him with nobody. How strange. She pressed her hands to her cheek. Very warm. She was still feeling the low, vibrant, debilitating pleasure even now. "How long before we land in New Orleans?" she asked the stewardess who was passing. 30 minutes. Seat belt buckled?" She sat back, feeling for the buckled seat belt, and then letting herself go deliciously limp. But how could a dream do that, she thought. How could a dream carry it so far? When she was 13, she used to have those dreams, before she knew they were natural or what to do about them. But she'd always wake before the finish. She couldn't help it. This time it had just taken its own course. And the odd thing was, she felt violated, as if the dream lover had assaulted her. Now that was really absurd, but it wasn't a good feeling, and it was extremely strong. Violated. She raised her hands to her breasts under the blanket, covering them protectively. But that was nonsense, wasn't it? Besides, it wasn't rape at all. "You want a drink before we land?" "No. Coffee." She closed her eyes. Who had he been? Her dream lover. No face, no name. Only the sense of someone more delicate than Michael. Someone almost ethereal, or at least that was the word that came to her mind. The man had spoken to her, however, she was sure of it, but everything except the memory of the pleasure was gone. Only as she sat up to drink the coffee did she realize there was a faint soreness between her legs, possibly an after-effect of the powerful muscular contractions. Thank God there was no one else near at hand, no one beside her or across the aisle from her. But then she never would have let it go so far if she hadn't been concealed under the blanket. That is, if she could have forced herself awake, if she had had a choice. She felt so sleepy. Slowly she took a sip of the coffee and raised the white plastic shade. Green swampland down there in the deepening afternoon sun, and the dark brown serpentine river curving around the distant city. She felt a sudden elation. Almost there. The sound of the engines grew harsher, louder with the plane's descent. She didn't want to think about the dream anymore. She honestly wished it hadn't happened. In fact, it was dreadfully distasteful to her suddenly, and she felt soiled and tired and angry, even a little revolted. She wanted to think about her mother and about seeing Michael. She had called Jerry Lonigan from Dallas. The parlor was open, and the cousins were already arriving. They had been calling all morning. The mass was set for 3 p.m., and she wasn't to worry. She should just come on over from the Pontchartrain as soon as she arrived. "Where are you, Michael?" she whispered, as she sat back again and closed her eyes. 22. The File on the Mayfair Witches, Part 8. The Family from 1929 to 1956. The immediate aftermath of Stella's death. In October and November of 1929, the stock market crashed and the world entered the Great Depression. The Roaring Twenties came to an end. Wealthy people everywhere lost their fortunes. Multimillionaires jumped out of windows, and in a time of new and unwelcome austerity, there came an inevitable cultural reaction to the excesses of the 20s. Short skirts, booze-swilling socialites, and sexually sophisticated motion pictures and books went out of style. At the Mayfair house on First and Chestnut Streets in New Orleans, the lights went dim with Stella's death, and were never turned up again. Candles lighted Stella's open casket funeral in the double parlor, and when Lionel, her brother, who had shot her dead with 2 bullets in front of scores of witnesses, was buried a short time after, it was not from the house, but from a sterile funeral parlor on Magazine Street, blocks away. Within 6 months of Lionel's death, Stella's Art Deco furniture, her numerous contemporary paintings, her countless records of jazz and ragtime and blues singers, all disappeared from the rooms of First Street. What did not go into the immense attics of the house went out on the street. Countless staid Victorian pieces, stored since the loss of Riverbend, came out of storage to fill the rooms. Shutters were bolted on the Chestnut Street windows, never to be opened again. But these changes had little to do with the death of the Roaring Twenties, or the crash of the stock market, or the Great Depression. The family firm of Mayfair and Mayfair had long ago shifted its enormous resources out of the railroads and out of the dangerously inflated stock market. As early as 1924, it had liquidated its immense landholdings in Florida for boom profits. It continued to hold its California property for the western land boom yet to come. With millions invested in gold, Swiss francs, South African diamond mines, and countless other profitable ventures, the family was once again in a position to lend money to friends and distant cousins who had lost all they had. And lend money right and left the family did, pumping new blood into its incalculably large body of political and social contacts, and further protecting itself from interference of any sort, as it had always done. Lionel Mayfair was never questioned by a single police officer as to why he shot Stella. 2 hours after her death, he was a patient in a private sanitarium, where in the days that followed, weary doctors nodded off, listening to Lionel rave about the devil walking the hallways of the house at First Street, about little Antha taking the devil into her bed. And there he was with Antha, and I knew it. It was happening all over again. And Mother wasn't there, you see. No one was there. Just Carlotta fighting endlessly with Stella. Oh, you can't imagine the door slamming and the screaming. We were a household of children without Mother. There was my big sister Belle, clinging to her doll and crying, and Millie dear, poor Millie dear, saying her rosary on the side porch in the dark, shaking her head, and Carlotta struggling to take Mother's place and unable to do it. She's a tin soldier compared to Mother. Stella threw things at her. You think you're going to lock me up? Stella was hysterical. Children, I tell you, that's what we were. I'd knock on her door, and Pierce was in there with her. I knew it, and all this in broad daylight. She was lying to me, and him with Antha. I saw him. All the time I saw him. I saw them together in the garden. But she knew all along that he was with Antha. She let it happen. Are you going to let him have her? That's what Carlotta said. How the hell was I supposed to stop it? She couldn't stop it. Antha was under the trees out there singing with him, tossing the flowers in the air, and he was making them float there. I saw that. I saw that so many times. I could hear her laughing. That's how Stella used to laugh. And what did Mother ever do, for Christ's sake? Oh, God, you don't understand. A household of children. And why were we children? Because we didn't know how to be evil. Did Mother know how? Did Julien know how? Do you know why Belle's an idiot? It was inbreeding, and Millie dear's no better. Good God, do you know that Millie dear is Julien's daughter? Oh, yes, she is. As God is my witness, yes, she is. And she sees him, and she lies about it. I know she sees him. Leave her alone, Stella says to me. It doesn't matter. I know Millie can see him. I know she can. They were carrying cases of champagne for the party, cases and cases, and there was Stella up there dancing to her phonograph record. Just try to be decent for the party, will you, Lionel? For the love of heaven, didn't anybody know what was going on? And Carl talking about sending Stella to Europe. How could anyone get Stella to do anything? And what did it matter if Stella was in Europe? I tried to tell Pierce. I grabbed that young man by the throat, and I said, I'm going to make you listen. I would have shot him, too, if I could have done it. I would have. Oh, God in heaven, why did they stop me? Don't you see? It's Antha he's got now. Are you blind? That's what I said. You tell me, are they all blind? On and on it went, we are told, for days on end. Yet the above is the only fragment noted verbatim in the doctor's file, after which we are informed that the patient continues on about she and her and him and he, and one of these persons is supposed to be the devil, or raving again, incoherent, implying someone put him up to it, but it is not clear who this person is. On the eve of Stella's funeral, 3 days after the murder, Lionel tried to escape. Thereafter he was kept permanently in restraint. How they managed to patch up Stella, I'll never know, one of the cousins said long after, but she looked lovely. That was Stella's last party, really. She'd left detailed instructions as to how it was to be handled, and you know what I heard later? That she'd written all that out when she was 13. Imagine the romantic notions of a girl of 13. Legal gossip indicated otherwise. Stella's funeral instructions, which were in no way legally binding, had been included with the will she made in 1925 after Mary Beth's death. And for all their romantic effect, they were extremely simple. Stella was to be buried from home. Florists were to be informed that the preferred flower was the calla or some other white lily, and only candles would be used to light the main floor. Wine should be served. The wake should continue from the time of laying out until the body was removed to the church for the requiem mass. But romantic it was, by anyone's standards, with Stella dressed in white in an open coffin at the front end of the long parlor, and dozens of wax candles giving off a rather spectacular light. "I'll tell you what it was like," said one of the cousins long after. "The May processions, exactly, with all those lilies, all that fragrance, and Stella like the May Queen in white." Cortland, Barclay, and Garland greeted the cousins, who came by the hundreds. Pierce was allowed to pay his respects, though he was immediately thereafter packed off to his mother's family in New York. Mirrors were draped in the old Irish fashion, though by whose order no one seemed to know. The requiem mass was even more crowded, for cousins whom Stella had not invited to First Street while she was alive went directly to the church. The crowd in the cemetery was as big as it had been for Miss Mary Beth. "Oh, but you must realize that it was a scandal," said Erwin Dandridge. "It was the murder of 1929, and Stella was Stella, you see. It couldn't have been more interesting to certain types of people. Did you know that the very night of her murder 2 different young men of my acquaintance fell in love with her? Can you imagine? Neither of them had ever met her before, and there they were quarreling over her, one demanding that the other let him have his chance with her, and the other saying that he had spoken to her first. My dear man, the party only started at 7, and by 8:30 she was dead." The night after Stella's funeral, Lionel woke up screaming in the asylum, "He's there! He won't leave me alone!" He was in a straitjacket by the end of the week, and finally on the 4th of November he was placed in a padded cell. As the doctors debated whether to try electric shock or merely to keep him sedated, Lionel sat crouched in the corner, unable to free his arms from the straitjacket, whimpering and trying to turn his head away from his invisible tormentor. The nurses told Erwin Dandridge that he screamed for Stella to help him. "He's driving me mad. Oh, why in the name of God doesn't he kill me? Stella, help me. Stella, tell him to kill me." The corridors rang with his screams. "I didn't want to give him any more injections," one of the nurses told Dandridge. "He never really went to sleep. He'd wrestle with his demons, mumbling and cursing. It was worse for him that way, I think." "He is judged to be completely and incurably insane," wrote one of our private detectives. "Of course, if he were cured, he might have to stand trial for the murder. God knows what Carlotta has told the authorities. Possibly she hasn't told them anything. Possibly no one has asked." On the morning of the 6th of November, alone and unattended, Lionel apparently went into a convulsion and died of suffocation, having swallowed his tongue. No wake was held in the funeral parlor on Magazine Street. Cousins were turned away the morning of the funeral and told to go directly to the Mass at St. Alphonsus Church. There they were told by hired funeral directors not to continue on to the cemetery, that Miss Carlotta wanted things quiet. Nevertheless, they gathered at the Prytania Street gates of Lafayette No. 1, watching from a distance as Lionel's coffin was placed beside Stella's.
Family legend. It was all over. Everyone knew it. Poor Pierce eventually managed to get over it. He studied at Columbia for a while, then entered Harvard the following year. But to the day he died, no one ever mentioned Stella in his presence. And how he hated Carlotta. The only time I ever heard him speak of it, he said she was responsible. She ought to have pulled the trigger herself. Not only did Pierce recover, he became a highly capable lawyer and played a major role in guiding and expanding the Mayfair fortune over the decades. He died in 1986. His son, Rowan Mayfair, born in 1936, is the backbone of Mayfair and Mayfair today. Young Pierce, Rowan's son, is at present the most promising young man in the firm. But those cousins who said it was all over were right. With the death of Stella, the power of the Mayfair witches was effectively broken. Stella was the first of Deborah's gifted descendants to die young. She was the first one to die by violence. And never after would a Mayfair witch rule at First Street or assume direct management of the legacy. Indeed, the present designee is a mute catatonic, and her daughter, Rowan Mayfair, is a young neurosurgeon living over 2,000 miles from First Street who knows nothing of her mother, her heritage, her inheritance, or her home. How did it all come to this? And can any one person be blamed? These are questions over which one could agonize eternally. But before we consider them in greater detail, let us draw back and consider the position of the Talamasca after Arthur Langtry's death. The status of the investigation in 1929. No autopsy was ever performed on Arthur Langtry. His remains were buried in England in the Talamasca Cemetery, as he had long ago arranged for them to be. There is no evidence that he died by violence. Indeed, his last letter, describing Stella's murder, indicates that he was already suffering from heart trouble. But one can say with some justification that the stress of what he saw in New Orleans took its toll. Arthur might have lived longer had he never gone there. On the other hand, he was not retired, and he might have met his death in the field on some other case. To the ruling council of the Talamasca, however, Arthur Langtry was another casualty of the Mayfair witches, and Arthur's glimpse of Stuart's spirit was fully accepted by these experienced investigators as proof that Stuart had died within the Mayfair house. But how exactly did Stuart die, the Talamasca wanted to know. Had Carlotta done it? And if so, why? The outstanding argument against Carlotta as the murderer is perhaps obvious already, and will become even more obvious as this narrative continues. Carlotta has been, throughout her life, a practicing Catholic, a scrupulously honest lawyer, and a law-abiding citizen. Her strenuous criticisms of Stella were apparently founded upon her own moral convictions, or so family, friends, and even casual observers have assumed. On the other hand, Carlotta is credited by scores of persons with driving Lionel to shoot Stella for doing everything but putting the gun in his hand. Even if Carlotta did put the gun in Lionel's hands, such an emotional and public act as Stella's murder is a very different thing from the secret and cold-blooded killing of a stranger one hardly knows. Was Lionel perhaps the murderer of Stuart Townsend? What about Stella herself? And how can we rule out Lasher? If one considers this being to have a personality, a history, indeed a profile, as we say in the modern world, does not the killing of Townsend more logically fit the modus operandi of the spirit than anyone else in the house? Unfortunately, none of these theories can provide for the cover-up. And certainly there was a cover-up, with employees of the St. Charles Hotel being paid to say that Stuart Townsend was never there. Perhaps an acceptable scenario is one which accommodates all of the suspects involved. For instance, what if Stella did invite Townsend to First Street, where he met his death through some violent intervention of Lasher, and what if a panic-stricken Stella then turned to Carlotta or Lionel or even Pierce to help her conceal the body and make sure no one at the hotel said a word? Unfortunately, this scenario, and others like it, leaves too many unanswered questions. Why, for instance, would Carlotta have participated in such treachery? Mightn't she have used the death of Townsend to get rid of her baby sister once and for all? As for Pierce, it is highly unlikely that such an innocent young man could have become involved in such a thing. Pierce went on to live a very respectable life. And when we consider Lionel, we must ask, if he did have knowledge of Stuart's death or disappearance, what prevented him from saying something about it when he went stark raving mad? He certainly said enough about everything else that happened at First Street, or so the records show. And lastly, we should ask, if one of these unlikely people did help Stella bury the body in the backyard, why bother to remove Townsend's belongings from the hotel and bribe the employees to say he was never there? Perhaps the Talamasca was wrong in retrospect for not pursuing the matter of Stuart further, for not demanding a full-scale investigation, for not badgering the police into doing something more. The fact is, we did push, and so did Stuart's family when they were informed of his disappearance. But as one distinguished law firm in New Orleans informed Dr. Townsend, we have absolutely nothing to go on. You cannot prove the young man was ever here. In the days that followed Stella's murder, no one was willing to disturb the Mayfairs with further questions about a mysterious Texan from England. And our investigators, including some of the best in the business, could never crack the silence of the hotel employees, nor get so much as a clue as to who might have paid them off. It is foolish to think the police could have done any better. But there is one very interesting bit of contemporary opinion to consider before we leave this crime unsolved, and that is the final word on the subject by Rowan Dandridge, gossiping with one of our private detectives in a French Quarter bar during the Christmas season of 1929. "I'll tell you the secret to understanding that family," said Dandridge, "and I've watched them for years. Not just for your queer birds in London, mind you. I've watched them the way everybody watches them, for ever wondering what goes on behind those drawn blinds. The secret is realizing that Carlotta Mayfair isn't the clean-living, righteous Catholic woman she's always pretended to be. There's something mysterious and evil about that woman. She's destructive and vengeful, too. She'd rather see little Antha go mad than grow up to be like Stella. She'd rather see the place dark and deserted than see other people having fun." On the surface, these remarks seem simplistic, but there may be more truth to them than anyone realized at the time. To the world, Carlotta Mayfair certainly did represent clean living, sanity, righteousness, and the like. From 1929 she attended Mass daily at our Mother of Perpetual Help Chapel on Prytania, gave generously to the church and all its organizations, and though she carried on a private war with Mayfair and Mayfair over the administration of Antha's money, she was always extremely generous with her own. She lent money freely to any and all Mayfairs who had need of it, sent modest gifts for birthdays, weddings, christenings, and graduations, attended funerals, and now and then met with cousins outside the house for lunch or tea. To those who had been so grievously offended by Stella, Carlotta was a good woman, the backbone of the house on First Street, the able and endlessly self-sacrificing caretaker of Stella's insane daughter Antha, and the other dependents, Millie Dear, Nancy, and Belle. She was never criticized for her failure to open the house to the family, or her refusal to reinstate reunions and get-togethers of any kind. On the contrary, it was understood that she had her hands full. No one wanted to make any demands on her. Indeed, she became a sort of sour saint to the family as the years passed. My opinion, for what it's worth, after 40 years of studying the family, is that there is a great deal of truth to Rowan Dandridge's estimation of her. It is my personal conviction that she presents a mystery as great as that of Mary Beth or Julien, and we have only scratched the surface of what goes on in that house. The position of the order further clarified. With regard to the future, it was decided by the Talamasca in 1929 that no further attempt at personal contact would be made. Our director, Evan Neville, believed that first and foremost we should abide by Arthur Langtry's advice, and that second, the warning from the spectre of Stuart Townsend should be taken seriously. We should stay away from the Mayfairs for the time being. Several younger members of the council believed, however, that we must attempt to make contact with Carlotta Mayfair by mail. What harm could result from doing this, they argued, and what right had we to withhold our information from her? To what purpose had we acquired this information? We must prepare some sort of discreet digest for her of the information we had acquired. Certainly our very earliest records, Pater Van Abel's letters, should be made available to her, along with the genealogical tables we had made. This precipitated a furious and acrimonious debate. Older members of the order reminded the younger ones that Carlotta Mayfair was in all probability responsible for the death of Stuart Townsend, and more than likely responsible for the death of her sister Stella. What obligation could we possibly have to such a person? Antha was the person to whom we should make our disclosure, and such a thing could not even be considered until Antha reached the age of 21. Besides, in the absence of any guiding personal contact, how was information to be given to Carlotta Mayfair, and what information could we possibly give? The history of the Mayfair family as it existed in 1929 was in no way ready for outside eyes. A discreet digest would have to be prepared, with the names of witnesses and investigators thoroughly expunged from the record. And once again, what would be the purpose of giving this to Carlotta? What would she do with it? How might she use it in regard to Antha? What would be her overall reaction? And if we were going to give this history to Carlotta, why not give it also to Cortland and his brothers? Indeed, why not give it to every member of the Mayfair family? And if we did do such a thing, what would be the effects of such information upon these people? What right had we to contemplate such a spectacular intervention in their lives? Indeed, the nature of our history was so special, it included such bizarre and seemingly mysterious material, that no disclosure of it could be arbitrarily contemplated. And so on the debate raged. As always at such times, the rules, the goals, and the ethics of the Talamasca were completely reevaluated. We were forced to reaffirm for ourselves that the history of the Mayfair family, due to its length and its detail, was invaluable to us as scholars of the occult, and that we were going to continue to gather information on the Mayfairs, no matter what the younger members of the council said about ethics and the like. But our attempt at contact had been an abysmal failure. We would wait until Antha Mayfair was 21, and then a careful approach would be considered, depending upon who was available within the order for such an assignment at that time. It also became clear, as the council continued its wrangling, that almost no one there, Evan Neville included, really knew the full story of the Mayfair witches. In fact, there was considerable arguing not only about what to do and how it should be done, but about what had happened and when in the Mayfair family. For the file had simply become too big and too complicated for anyone to examine effectively within a reasonable period of time. Obviously, the Talamasca must find a member willing to take on the Mayfair witches as a full-time assignment, someone able to study the file in detail and then make intelligent and responsible decisions about what to do in the field. And considering the tragic death of Stuart Townsend, it was determined that such a person must have first-rate scholarly credentials, as well as great field experience. Indeed, he must prove his knowledge of the file by putting all of its materials into one long, coherent, and readable narrative. Then, and only then, would such a person be allowed to broaden his study of the Mayfair witches by more direct investigation, with a view to a contact eventually being made. In sum, the enormous task of translating the file into a narrative was seen as a necessary preparation for field involvement. And there was great wisdom to this approach. The one sad flaw in the whole plan was that such a person was not found by the order until 1953, and by that time Antha Mayfair's tragic life had come to a close. The designee of the legacy was a wan-faced 12-year-old girl who had already been expelled from school for talking with her invisible friend and making flowers fly through the air, or finding lost objects and reading minds. "Her name is Deirdre," said Evan Neville, his face creased with worry and sadness. "And she is growing up in that gloomy old house, just the way her mother did, alone with those old women, and God only knows what they know or believe about their history, and about her powers, and about this spirit who has already been seen at the child's side." The young member, greatly inflamed by this and by earlier conversations and much random reading of the Mayfair papers, decided he had better act fast. As I myself obviously am that member, I shall now pause before relating the brief and sad story of Anthe Mayfair to introduce myself. The author of this narrative, Aaron Leitner, enters the picture. A complete biography of me is available under the heading Aaron Leitner. For the purposes of this narrative, the following is more than sufficient. I was born in London in 1921. I became a full member of the Order in 1943 after I had finished my studies at Oxford. But I had been working with the Talamasca since the age of 7 and living in the mother house since the age of 15. Indeed, I had been brought to the attention of the Order in 1928 by my English father, a Latin scholar and translator, and my American mother, a piano teacher, when I was 6 years old. It was a frightening telekinetic ability that precipitated their search for outside help. I could move objects just by concentrating upon them or telling them to move, and though this power was never very strong, it proved very disturbing to those who saw examples of it. My concerned parents suspected that this power went along with other psychic traits of which they had indeed seen an occasional glimpse. I was taken to several psychiatrists on account of my strange abilities, and finally one of these said, "Take him to the Talamasca. His powers are genuine, and they are the only ones who can work with someone like this." The Talamasca was more than willing to discuss the question with my parents, who were greatly relieved. "If you try to crush this power in your son," Evan Neville said, "you will get nowhere with him. Indeed, you place his well-being at risk. Let us work with him. Let us teach him how to control and use his psychic abilities." Reluctantly, my parents agreed. I began to spend every Saturday at the mother house outside of London, and by the age of 10 I was spending weekends and summers there as well. My father and mother were frequent visitors. Indeed, my father began doing translations for the Talamasca from its old, crumbling Latin records in 1935, and worked with the Order until his death in 1972, at which time he was a widower living in the mother house. Both my parents loved the general reference library at the mother house, and though they never sought official membership in the Order, they were, in a very real sense, a part of it all their lives. They did not object when they saw me drawn into it, only insisting that I complete my education and not allow my special powers to draw me prematurely away from the normal world. My telekinetic power never became very strong, but with the aid of my friends in the Order I became keenly aware that, under certain circumstances, I could read people's thoughts. I also learned to veil my thoughts and feelings from others. I learned also how to introduce my powers to people when and where it was appropriate, and how to reserve them primarily for constructive use. I have never been what anyone would call a powerful psychic. Indeed, my limited mind-reading ability serves me best in my capacity as a field investigator for the Talamasca, particularly in situations which involve jeopardy, and my telekinetic ability is seldom called upon for anything of a practical nature. By the time I was 18, I was devoted to the Order's way of life and its goals. I could not easily conceive of a world without the Talamasca. My interests were the interests of the Order, and I was completely compatible with its spirit. No matter where I went to school, no matter how much I traveled with my parents or with school friends, the Order had become my true home. When I completed my studies at Oxford, I was received into full membership, but I was really a member long before then. The great witch families had always been my chosen field. I had read extensively in the history of the witchcraft persecutions, and those persons fitting our particular definition of witch were of great fascination to me. My first field work was done in connection with a witch family in Italy under the guidance of Elaine Barrett, who was at that time, and for many years later, the most able witch investigator in the Order. It was she who first introduced me to the Mayfair witches, in a casual conversation over dinner, telling me firsthand of what had happened to Pater Van Abel, Stuart Townsend, and Arthur Langtry, and inviting me to begin my reading of the Mayfair materials in my spare time. Many a night during the summer and winter of 1945, I fell asleep with the Mayfair papers all over the floor of my bedroom. I was already jotting down notes for a narrative in 1946. The year 1947, however, took me completely away from the mother house and the file on the Mayfair witches for work in the field with Elaine. I did not realize until later that these years provided me with precisely the field record I would need for the romance with the Mayfair witches, which would become my life's work. I was given the assignment formally in 1953. Begin the narrative. And when it is complete in acceptable form, we will discuss sending you to New Orleans to see the inhabitants of the First Street house for yourself. Again and again I was reminded that whatever my aspirations, I would only be allowed to proceed with caution. Antha Mayfair had died violently. So had the father of her daughter Deirdre. So had a Mayfair cousin from New York, Dr. Cornell Mayfair, who had come to New Orleans in 1945 expressly to see little 8-year-old Deirdre and investigate Carlotta's claim that Antha had been congenitally insane. I accepted the terms of the assignment. I set to work translating the diary of Peter Van Abel. In the meantime, I was given an unlimited budget to amplify the research in any and all directions. So I also commenced a long-distance investigation into the present state of things with 12-year-old Deirdre Mayfair, Antha's only child. I should like to add in conclusion that two factors apparently play a large role in any investigation which I undertake. The first of these seems to be that my personal manner and appearance put people at ease, almost unaccountably. They talk to me more freely, perhaps, than they might talk to someone else. How much I control this by any sort of telepathic persuasion is quite difficult or impossible to determine. In retrospect, I would say it has more to do with the fact that I appear to be an old-world gentleman, and that people assume that I am basically good. I also empathize strongly with those I interview. I am in no way an antagonistic listener. I hope and pray that in spite of the deceptions I have maintained in connection with my work, that I have never really betrayed anyone's trust. To do good with what I know is my life's imperative. The second factor which influences my interviews and fieldwork is my mild mind-reading ability. I frequently pick up names and details from people's thoughts. In general, I do not include this information in my reports. It's too unreliable. But my telepathic discoveries have certainly provided me with significant leads over the years, and this trait is definitely connected with my keen ability to sense danger, as the following narrative will eventually reveal. It is time now to return to the narrative and to reconstruct the tragic tale of Antha's life and Deirdre's birth. The Mayfair Witches from 1929 to the present time. Antha Mayfair. With the death of Stella, an era ended for the Mayfairs, and the tragic history of Stella's daughter Antha and her only child Deirdre remains shrouded in mystery to this day. As the years passed, the household staff at First Street dwindled to a couple of silent, unreachable, and completely loyal servants. The outbuildings, no longer needed for housemaids and coachmen and stable boys, fell slowly into disrepair. The women of First Street maintained a reclusive existence, Belle and Millie Dear becoming sweet old ladies of the Garden District as they walked to daily mass at the Britannia Street Chapel, or stopped in their ceaseless and ineffectual gardening to chat with neighbors passing the iron fence. Only 6 months after her mother's death, Antha was expelled from a Canadian boarding school, which was the last public institution she was ever to attend. It was a surprisingly simple matter for a private investigator to learn from teacher gossip that Antha had frightened people with her mind-reading, her talking to an invisible friend, and threats against those who ridiculed her or talked behind her back. She was described as a nervous girl, always crying, complaining of the cold in all kinds of weather, and subject to long, unexplained fevers and chills. Carlotta Mayfair took Antha home by train from Canada, and to the best of our knowledge, Antha never spent another night out of the First Street house until she was 17. Nancy, a sullen, dumpy young woman only 2 years older than Antha, continued to go to school every day until she was 18. At that point, she went to work as a file clerk in Carlotta's law offices, where she worked for 4 years. Every morning, without fail,
she and Carlotta walked from First and Chestnut to St. Charles Avenue, where they caught the St. Charles car for downtown. By this time, the First Street house had taken on an air of perpetual gloom. Its shutters were never opened. Its violet-gray paint began to peel, and its garden grew wild along the iron fences, with cherry laurels and rain trees sprouting among the old camellias and gardenias which had been so carefully tended years before. When the old unoccupied stable burned to the ground in 1938, weeds soon filled up the open space at the back of the property. Another dilapidated building was razed shortly after, and nothing remained but the old garçonniere and one great and beautiful oak, its branches poignantly outstretched above the wild grass towards the distant main house. In 1934, we started to receive the first reports from workmen who found it impossible to complete repairs or other jobs on the house. The Malloy brothers told everyone in Corona's bar on Magazine Street that they couldn't paint that place, because every time they turned around their ladders were on the ground, or their paint was spilled, or their brushes somehow got knocked in the dirt. "It must have happened 6 times," said Davy Malloy, "that my paint just went right over, off the ladder and poured out on the ground. Now I know I never knocked over a full paint can." And that's what she said to me, Miss Carlotta. She said, "You knocked it over yourself." Well, when that ladder went over with me on it, I tell you that was it. I quit. Davy's brother, Thompson Malloy, had a theory as to who was responsible. "It's that brown-haired fella, the one who was always watching us. I told Miss Carlotta, don't you think he could be doing it, that fella that's always over there under the tree?" She acted like she didn't know what I was talking about, but he was always watching us. We were trying to patch the wall on Chestnut Street, and I seen him looking at us through the library shutters. Gave me the creeps, it did. "Who is he? Is he one of them cousins?" "I'm not working there. I don't care how bad times are. I'm not working on that house again." Another workman, hired only to paint the black cast-iron railings, reported the same goings-on. He gave up after half a day, during which time debris fell on him from the roof and leaves constantly fell into his paint. By 1935, it was common knowledge in the Irish Channel that nothing could be done on that old house. When a couple of young men were hired to clean out the pool that same year, one of them was knocked into the stagnant water and almost drowned. The other had a hell of a time getting him out. "It was like I couldn't see anything. I had a hold of him, and I was hollering for somebody to help me, and we were going down in all that muck, and then, thank God, he had a hold of the side and he was saving me. That old colored woman, Aunt Easter, come out there with a towel for us, and she hollered, 'Just get away from that swimming pool. Never mind cleaning it, just get away.'" Even Irwin Dandridge heard the gossip. "They're saying it's haunted, that Stella's spirit won't let anyone touch anything. It's as if the whole place is in mourning for Stella." Had Dandridge heard of a mysterious brown-haired man? "I hear all kinds of things. Some say it's Julien's ghost, that he's keeping an eye on Ansel. Well, if he isn't doing a very good job." Shortly thereafter, a vague story appeared in the Times-Picayune, describing a mysterious uptown mansion where no work could be done. Dandridge clipped it and sent it to London with the note, "My big mouth," in the margin. One of our investigators took the reporter to lunch. She was happy to talk about it, and yes, indeed, it was the Mayfair house. Everyone knew it. A plumber said he was trapped under that house for hours when he tried to fix a pipe. He actually lost consciousness. When he finally came to himself and got out of there, he had to be taken to the hospital. Then there was the telephone man who was called to fix a phone in the library. He said he would never set foot in that house again. One of the portraits on the wall had actually looked at him, and he thought sure he saw a ghost in that very room. "I could have written a great deal more," said the young woman, "but the people at the paper don't want any trouble with Carlotta Mayfair. Did I tell you about the gardener? He goes in there regularly to cut the grass, you know, and he said the weirdest thing when I called him. He said, 'Oh, he never bothers me. He and I get along just fine. He and I are just real regular friends.' Now, who do you suppose this man was referring to? When I asked him, he said, 'You just go up there. You'll see him. He's been there forever.
My grandfather used to see him. He's all right. He can't move or talk to you. He just stands there looking at you from the shadows. 1 minute you see him, then he's gone. He don't bother me. He's all right by me. I get paid plenty to work there. I've always worked there. He don't frighten me." Family gossip of the period dismissed the ghost stories. So did uptown society, according to Dandridge, though he implied he thought that people were naive. "I think Carlotta herself started all those silly ghost stories," said one of the cousins years after. "She wanted to keep people away. We just laughed when we heard it." Ghosts at First Street? Carlotta was responsible for that house becoming a ruin. She always was penny-wise and pound-foolish. That's the difference between her and her mother. But whatever the attitudes of the cousins and the local society, the priests at the Redemptorist Rectory heard countless stories of ghosts and mysterious mischief at First Street. Father Lafferty called regularly at First Street, and rumor had it that he would not allow himself to be turned away. His sister told one of our investigators, "My brother knew plenty about what was going on, but he never gossiped about it. I asked him how Antha was doing, and he wouldn't answer me, but I know he saw Antha. He got into that house. After Antha died, he came over here one Sunday, and he just put his head on his arms on the dining table, and he cried. That's the only time I ever saw my brother, Father Thomas Lafferty, break down and cry." The family remained concerned about Antha throughout this period. The official story was that Antha was insane, and that Carlotta was always taking her to psychiatrists, but that it didn't do any good. The child had been irreparably shocked by the shooting of her mother. She lived in a fantasy world of ghosts and invisible companions. She could not be left unattended. She could not visit outside the house. Legal gossip indicates that the cousins frequently called Cortland Mayfair to beg him to look in on Antha, but that Cortland was no longer welcome at First Street. Neighbors report seeing him turned away several times. "He used to go up there every Christmas Eve," said one of the neighbors much later. "His car would pull up at the front gate, and his driver would hop out and open the door, and then take all the presents out of the trunk. Lots and lots of presents. Then Carlotta would come out and shake hands with him on the steps. He never got inside that house." The Talamasca has never found any record of doctors who saw Antha. It is doubtful Antha was ever taken outside the house except to go to Sunday Mass. Neighbors reported seeing her frequently in the garden at First Street. She read her books under the big oak at the rear of the property. She sat for hours on the side gallery, her elbows on her knees. A maid who worked across the street reported seeing her talking to that man all the time. You know, that brown-haired man. He's always up there to see her. Must be one of the cousins, and he sure do dress nice. By the time Antha reached the age of 15, she sometimes went out the gate by herself. A mail carrier mentioned seeing her often, a thin girl with a dreamy expression, walking alone, and sometimes with a good-looking young fella through the streets. The good-looking fella had brown hair and brown eyes, and was always dressed in a suit coat and tie. "They like to scare the hell out of me," said a local milkman. "One time I was just whistling to myself, coming out of the gate of Dr. Milton's house on 2nd Street, and there they were, just right in front of me, under the magnolia tree, in the shadows. And she was real still, and he was standing beside her. I nearly ran into them. I think they were just sort of whispering together, and maybe I scared her as bad as she scared me." There are no photographs in our files from this period, but all these witnesses and others describe Antha as pretty. "She had a remote look to her," said a woman who used to see her at the chapel. "She wasn't vibrant like Stella. She always seemed wrapped in her dreams, and to tell you the truth, I felt sorry for her, all alone in that house with those women. Don't quote me on this, but that Carlotta is a mean person. She really is. My maid and my cook knew all about her. They said she would grab that girl by the wrist and dig her nails into her flesh." Irwin Dandridge reported that old friends of Stella's tried to call on the girl from time to time, only to be turned away. "No one gets past Nancy or the colored maid Aunt Easter," Dandridge wrote to the London investigators, "and the talk is that Antha is a veritable prisoner in that house." Other than these few glimpses, we know virtually nothing of Antha during the years 1930 to 1938, and it seems nobody in the family knew much of her either. But we can safely conclude that all the references to the brown-haired man apply to Lasher, and if this is the case, we have more sightings of Lasher during this period than for all the decades before. Indeed, the sightings of Lasher are so numerous that our investigators got in the habit of merely jotting down notes, such as, maid working on 3rd Street says she saw Antha and the man walking together, or woman on 1st and Britannia saw Antha standing under the oak tree talking to the man. The 1st Street house had now taken on an air of sinister mystery, even for the descendants of Rowan Mayfair and of Suzette's brothers and sisters, who had once been quite close. Then, in April of 1938, neighbors witnessed a violent family quarrel at 1st Street. Windows were broken, people heard screaming, and finally a distraught young woman, clutching only a shoulder bag of a purse, was seen running out the front gate and towards St. Charles Avenue. Without question, it was Antha. Even the neighbors knew that much, and they watched from behind lace curtains as a police car pulled up only moments after, and Carlotta went to the curb to confer with the 2 officers, who drove off at once, sirens screaming, apparently to catch the errant girl. That night, Mayfairs in New York received phone calls from Carlotta, informing them that Antha had run away from home and was headed for Manhattan. Would they help with the search? It was these New York cousins who told the family in New Orleans. Cousins called cousins. Within days, Irwin Dandridge wrote to London that poor little Antha had made her bid for freedom. She had run off to New York City. But how far would she ever get? As it turned out, Antha got quite far. For months no one knew the whereabouts of Antha Mayfair. Police, private investigators, and family members failed to find a clue to Antha's whereabouts. Carlotta made 3 separate train trips to New York during this period and offered substantial reward to anyone in the New York Police Department who could offer help in the search. She called on Amanda Grady Mayfair, who had only recently left her husband, Cortlandt, and actually threatened Amanda. As Amanda told our undercover society investigator later, "It was simply dreadful. She asked me to meet her for lunch at the Waldorf. Well, of course I didn't want to do it. Rather like going into a cage at the zoo to have lunch with a lion. But I knew she was all upset about Antha, and I suppose I wanted to give her a piece of my mind. I wanted to tell her that she had driven Antha away, that she never should have isolated that poor little girl from her uncles and aunts and cousins who loved her. But as soon as I sat down at the table, she started to threaten me. Let me tell you, Amanda, if you are harboring Antha, I can make trouble for you that you won't believe." I wanted to throw my drink in her face. I was furious. I said, "Carlotta Mayfair, don't you ever talk to me again. Don't you ever call me or write to me or come to my home. I had enough of you in New Orleans. I had enough of what your family did to Pierce and to Cortlandt. Don't you ever come near me again." I tell you, the smoke was coming out of my ears when I left the Waldorf. But, you know, it's a regular technique with Carlotta. She makes an accusation as soon as she sees you. She's been doing it for years, really. That way you don't have a chance to make an accusation against her. In the winter of 1939, our investigators located Antha in a very simple way. Elaine Barrett, our witchcraft scholar, in a routine meeting with Evan Neville, suggested that Antha must have financed her escape with the famous Mayfair jewels and gold coins. Why not try the shops in New York where such items could be sold for quick money? Antha was located within the month. Indeed, she had been selling rare and exquisite gold coins steadily to support herself since her arrival in 1939. Every coin dealer in New York knew her, the beautiful young woman with the fine manners and the cheerful smile, who always brought in the rarest of merchandise, taken from a family collection in Virginia, she said. "At first I thought her stuff was stolen," said one coin dealer. "I mean, these were 3 of the finest French coins I'd ever seen. I gave her a fraction of what they were worth and just waited. But absolutely nothing happened. When I made the sale, I saved her a percentage, and when she brought me some marvelous Roman coins, I paid her what they were worth. Now she's a regular. I'd rather deal with her than some of the other people who come in here, I'll tell you that much." It was a simple thing to follow Antha from one of these shops to a large apartment on Christopher Street in Greenwich Village, where she had been living with Sean Lacey, a handsome young Irish-American painter who showed considerable promise and had already exhibited with some critical approval several pieces of his work. Antha herself had become a writer. Everyone in the building and on the block knew the young couple. Our investigators collected reams of information almost overnight. Antha was the sole support of Sean Lacey, friends said openly. She bought him anything he wanted, and he treated her like a queen. He calls her his Southern Belle, actually. Does everything for her. But then, why shouldn't he? The apartment was a wonderful place, full of bookshelves to the ceiling and big old comfortable overstuffed chairs. Sean has never painted so well. He's done 3 portraits of her, all of them very interesting, and you can hear Antha's typewriter going constantly. She sold one story, I heard, to some little literary magazine in Ohio. They threw a party over that one. She was so happy. She really is a little on the naive side, but she's a swell kid. She'd be a good writer if she'd write about what she knows, said one young woman in a bar who claimed to have once been Sean's lover. But she writes these morbid fantasies about an old violet-colored house in New Orleans and a ghost who lives there, all very high-pitched and hardly what will sell. She really ought to get away from all that rot and write about her experiences here in New York. Neighbors were fond of the young couple. She can't cook or do anything practical, reported a female painter who lived above them. But then why should she? She pays all the bills as it is. I asked Sean one time, wherever does she get her money? He said she had a bottomless purse. All she ever had to do was reach in it. Then he laughed. Finally, in the winter of 1940, Elaine Barrett, writing from London, urged our most responsible private investigator in New York to attempt to interview Antha. Elaine wanted desperately to go to New York herself, but it was out of the question. So she talked directly by phone to Alan Carver, a suave and sophisticated man who had worked for us for many years. Carver was a well-dressed and well-mannered gentleman of 50. He found it a simple matter to make contact, a pleasure, in fact. I followed her to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, then happened upon her as she was sitting in front of one of the Rembrandts, just staring at it, rather lost in her thoughts. She's pretty, quite pretty, but very bohemian. She was all wrapped up in wool that day, with her hair loose. I sat down beside her, flashed a copy of Hemingway's short stories, and engaged her in conversation about him. Yes, she'd read Hemingway, and she loved him. Did she love Rembrandt? Yes, she did. How about New York in general? Oh, she loved living here. She never wanted to be any place else. The city of New York was a person to her. She'd never been so happy as she was now. There wasn't a chance of getting her out of there with me. She was too guarded, too proper. So I made the most of it as quickly as I could. I got her talking about herself, her life, her husband, and her writing. Yes, she wanted to be a writer, and Sean wanted her to be. Sean wouldn't be happy unless she was successful, too. You know, the only thing I can be is a writer, she said. I'm absolutely unprepared for anything else. When you've lived the kind of life I have, you are good for nothing. Only writing can save you. It was all very touching, actually, the way she spoke about it. She seemed altogether defenseless and absolutely genuine. I think, had I been 30 years younger, I would have fallen in love with her. But what kind of life did you have? I pressed her. I can't place your accent, but I know you're not from New York. Down south, she said. It's another world. She grew sad instantly, even agitated. I want to forget all that, she said. I don't mean to be rude, but I've made this rule for myself. I'll write about my past, but I won't talk about it. I'll turn it into art if I can, but I won't talk about it. I won't give it life here, outside of art, if you follow what I mean. I found this rather clever and interesting. I liked her. I cannot tell you how much I liked her. And, you know, in my line of work one gets so accustomed to just using people. Well, then tell me about what you write, I begged. Just tell me about one of your stories, for instance, assuming you write stories, or tell me about your poems. If they're any good, you'll read them someday, she said, and then she gave me a parting smile and left. I think she'd become suspicious. I don't know, really. She was glancing around in a rather defensive way the whole time we talked. I even asked her at one point if she was expecting someone. She said not really, but you never know. She acted as if she thought someone was watching her, and, of course, my people were watching her all the time. I felt pretty uncomfortable about it at that moment, I can tell you. Reports continued to pour in for months that Antha and Sean were happy. Sean, a big burly individual with an endearing sense of humor, had a one-man show in the village which was quite a success. Antha had a short poem, 7 lines, in the New Yorker. The couple were ecstatic. Only in April of 1941 did the gossip change. "Well, she's pregnant," said the upstairs painter, "and he doesn't want the baby, you know, and of course she wants it, and God knows what's going to happen. He knows a doctor who can take care of it, you see, but she won't hear of it. I hate to see her going through this, really. She's much too fragile. I hear her crying down there in the night." On July 1st, Sean Lacey died in a single-car accident, mechanical failure, coming back from a visit to his ailing mother in upstate New York. A hysterical Antha had to be hospitalized at Bellevue. "We just didn't know what to do with her," said the upstairs painter. "For 8 hours straight she screamed. Finally we called Bellevue. I'll never know if we did the right thing." Records at Bellevue indicate Antha stopped screaming, or indeed making any sound or movement, as soon as she was admitted. She remained catatonic for over a week. Then she wrote the name Cortland Mayfair on a slip of paper, along with the words, "Attorney, New Orleans." Cortland's firm was contacted at 10:30 the following morning. At once Cortland called his estranged wife, Amanda Grady Mayfair, in New York, and begged her to go to Bellevue and see to Antha until he could get there himself. A horrid battle then began between Cortland and Carlotta, Cortland insisting that he should take care of Antha because Antha had sent for him. Contemporary gossip tells us Carlotta and Cortland took the train together to New York to get Antha and bring her home. At an emotional drunken lunch, Amanda Grady Mayfair poured out the whole story to her friend and our informant, Alan Carver, who made it a point to inquire about her old Southern family and its Gothic goings-on. Amanda told him all about the poor little niece in Bellevue. "It was simply awful. Antha couldn't talk. She couldn't. She tried to say something, and she'd simply stammer. She was so fragile. The death of Sean had destroyed her utterly. It was 24 hours before she wrote down the address of the apartment in Greenwich Village. I went there immediately with Ollie Mayfair, you know, one of Remy's grandchildren, and we got Antha's things. Oh, it was so sad. Of course, all Sean's paintings belonged to Antha, as she was his wife, I supposed. But then the neighbors came in, and they told us Antha had never married Sean. Sean's mother and brother had already been there. They were coming back with a truck to take everything away. Seems that Sean's mother despised Antha because she believed Antha had led her son into this Greenwich Village artist's life. I told Ollie, well, they can have everything else, but they aren't taking the portraits of Antha. I took those and all her clothes and things, and this old velvet purse filled with gold coins. Now, I'd heard of that purse, and don't tell me you haven't if you know the Mayfairs. And her writings, oh yes, her writings. I packed up all of that, her stories and chapters of a novel, and some poems she'd written. And do you know, later on I found out she'd published a poem in the New Yorker. The New Yorker! But I didn't find out about that until my son Piers told me, and he went to the library and looked it up. It was very brief, something about snow falling and the museum in the park. Not what I would call a poem, actually. Rather a little bit of life, so to speak. But she was published in the New Yorker, that is the point. It was so sad taking everything out of that apartment. You know, dismantling a life. When I got back to the hospital, Carlotta and Cortland were already there. They were fighting with each other in the hallway. But you had to see and hear a fight between Carl and Court to believe it. It was all whispers and little gestures and tight lips. It was really something. But there they stood, talking to each other like that, and I knew they were ready to kill each other. "That girl's pregnant, you know," I said. "Did the doctors tell you?" "She ought to get rid of it," Carl said. "I thought Cortland was going to die. I was so shocked myself I didn't know what to say."
I absolutely hate Carlotta. I don't care who knows it. I hate her. I have hated her all my life. It gives me nightmares to think of her being alone with Antha. I told Cortland right there in front of her, that girl needs care. But Cortland had tried to get custody of Antha. He had tried it in the very beginning, and Carlotta had threatened to fight him, to expose all kinds of things about us, she said. Oh, she is dreadful. And Cortland had given up, and I think he knew he wasn't going to get control of Antha now. Look, Antha's a woman now, I said. Ask her where she wants to go. If she wants to stay in New York, she can stay with me. She can stay with Ollie. Not a chance. Carlotta went in to talk to those doctors. She did her routine. She managed some sort of official transfer of Antha to a mental hospital in New Orleans. She ignored Cortland as if he wasn't even there. I got on the phone to all the cousins in New Orleans. I called everyone. I even called young Beatrice Mayfair on Esplanade Avenue, Remy's granddaughter. I told them that child was sick and she was pregnant and she needed loving care. Then the most sad thing happened. They were taking Antha to the train station, and she gestured for me to come over to her, and she whispered in my ear, "Save my things for me, please, Aunt Mandy. She'll throw them all away if you don't." And to think I had already shipped all her things back home. I called my son Sheffield and told him about it. I said, "Shef, do what you can for her when she gets back." Antha traveled back to Louisiana by train with her uncle and her aunt, and was immediately committed to St. Anne's Asylum, where she remained for 6 weeks. Numerous Mayfair cousins came to see her. Family gossip indicated she was pale and at times incoherent, but that she was coming along just fine. In New York, our investigator, Alan Carver, arranged another chance meeting with Amanda Grady Mayfair. "How is the little niece coming along?" "Oh, I could tell you the worst story," said Amanda Grady Mayfair. "You cannot imagine. Do you know that girl's aunt told the doctors in the asylum she wanted them to abort the girl's baby, that she was congenitally insane and must never be allowed to have a child? Have you ever heard anything worse? When my husband told me that, I told him, if you don't do something now, I'll never forgive you. Of course, he said no one was going to hurt that baby. The doctors weren't going to do such a thing, not for Carlotta, not for anyone. Then, when I called Beatrice Mayfair on Esplanade Avenue and told her all about it, Cortland was furious. "Don't get everybody up in arms," he said, but that is exactly what I meant to do. I told Bea, "Go see her. Don't let anyone keep you out." The Talamasca has never been able to corroborate the story about the proposed abortion, but nurses at St. Anne's later told our investigators that scores of Mayfair cousins came to see Antha at the asylum. "They are not taking no for an answer," Erwin Dandridge wrote. "They insist upon seeing her, and by all reports she is doing well. She is excited about her baby, and of course they have deluged her with presents. Her young cousin Beatrice brought her some antique lace baby clothes that had once belonged to somebody's great-aunt Suzette. Of course it is common knowledge here that Antha never married the New York artist, but then what does it matter when your name is Mayfair, and Mayfair it will always be." The cousins proved just as aggressive after Antha was released from St. Anne's and came home to First Street to convalesce in Stella's old bedroom on the north side of the house. She had nurses with her round the clock, and obtaining information from them proved very simple for our investigators. The place was described as insufferably dreary, but Millie Dear and Belle took excellent care of Antha. In fact, they didn't leave the nurses much to do at all. Millie Dear sat with Antha all the time on the little upstairs porch outside her bedroom, and Belle knitted beautiful clothes for the baby. Cortland stopped by every evening after work. "The lady at the house didn't want him there, I don't believe," said one of the nurses. "But he came. Without fail he came. He and another young gentleman, I believe his name was Sheffield. They sat with the patient every night for a little while and talked." Family gossip said that Sheffield had read some of Antha's writings from the New York days, and that Antha was very good. The nurses talked about the boxes from New York, crates of books and papers, which Antha examined, but was too weak in general to truly unpack. "I don't really see anything mentally wrong with her," said one of the nurses. "The aunt takes us out in the hallway and asks us the strangest questions. She implies the girl is congenitally insane and may harm someone,
but the doctors didn't say anything to us about it. She's a quiet, melancholy girl. She looks and sounds much younger than she is, but she's not what I would call insane. Deirdre Mayfair was born on October 4th, 1941, at the Old Mercy Hospital on the river, which was later torn down. Apparently the birth presented no particular difficulty, and Antha was heavily anesthetized, as was the custom in those days. Mayfairs packed the corridors of the hospital during visiting hours for the entire 5 days that Antha was there. Her room was full of flowers. The baby was a beautiful, healthy little girl. But the flow of information, so dramatically increased with the involvement of Amanda Grady Mayfair, came to an abrupt halt 2 weeks after Antha returned home. The cousins found themselves turned away by the black maid, Aunt Easter, or by Nancy when they came for their second and third visits. Indeed, Nancy had quit her job as a file clerk to take care of the baby. "Or to lock us out," said Beatrice to Amanda long distance, and she was adamant that the mother and the baby not be disturbed. When Beatrice called to inquire about the christening, she was told the baby had already been baptized at St. Alphonsus. Outraged, she called Amanda in New York. Some 20 of the cousins crashed the house on a Sunday afternoon. "Antha was overjoyed to see them," said Amanda to Alan Carver. "She was simply thrilled. She had no idea they'd been calling and dropping by, and no one had even told her. She didn't know people gave parties for a christening. Carlotta had arranged everything. She was hurt when she realized what had happened, and everyone changed the subject at once. But Beatrice was furious with Nancy, but Nancy is just doing what Carlotta told her to do." On October 30th of that year, Antha was officially declared the recipient and full manager of the Mayfair legacy. She signed a power of attorney naming Cortland and Sheffield Mayfair as her legal representatives in all matters concerning the money, and she requested that they immediately establish a large trust for the management of the restoration of the First Street house. She expressed concern about the condition of the entire property. Legal gossip says that Antha was stunned to discover that she owned the place. She had never had the slightest idea. She wanted to redecorate, paint, restore everything. Carlotta was not at Antha's meeting with her uncles. Carlotta had demanded of the law firm of Mayfair and Mayfair that they provide her with a complete audit on behalf of Antha of everything that had been done since Stella's death, saying that the present records were inadequate, and she refused to participate in any sort of legal discussion until she received this audit for review. Sheffield told his mother, Amanda, later, that Antha had been deliberately misled with regard to the legacy. She seemed hurt and even a little shocked as things were explained to her, and it was Carlotta who had hurt her. But all she would say was that Carlotta had probably had her good in mind all along. The party went for a late lunch at Galatoire's to celebrate. Antha was nervous about leaving the baby, but she seemed to have a good time. As they were leaving, Sheffield heard her ask his father the following question. "Then you mean she couldn't have thrown me out of the house if she had wanted to? She couldn't have put me on the street?" "It's your house, ma chérie," Cortland told her. "She has permission to live there, but that is subject entirely to your approval." Antha looked so sad. "She used to threaten me," she said under her breath. "She used to say she'd put me in the street if I didn't do what she said." Cortland then took Antha away from the party and drove her home alone. Antha and the baby went to lunch a few days later with Beatrice Mayfair at another fashionable French Quarter restaurant. A nurse was on hand to take the baby walking in its beautiful white wicker buggy while the two women enjoyed their wine and fish. When Beatrice described it all to Amanda later, she told her Antha had really become a young woman. Antha was writing again. She was working on a novel, and she was going to have the First Street house completely fixed up. She wanted to repair the swimming pool. She talked about her mother a little, how her mother had loved to give big parties. She seemed full of life. Indeed, several contractors were approached to give estimates for a complete restoration, including painting, carpentry repairs, and some masonry work. Neighbors were delighted to hear this from the servants. Dandridge wrote that a distinguished architectural firm had been consulted about rebuilding the carriage house. Antha wrote a brief letter to Amanda Grady Mayfair in mid-November, thanking her for her help in New York. She thanked her for forwarding the mail from Greenwich Village. She said that she was writing short stories and working on her novel again. When Mr. Boudreau, the mailman, passed on his regular rounds at 9 a.m. on December 10th, Antha was waiting for him at the gate. She had several large manila envelopes ready to go to New York. Could she buy the postage from him? They made a guess at the weight. She said she couldn't leave the baby to go to the post office, and he took the packages with him. Antha also gave him a bundle of regular mail for various New York addresses. She was all excited, he said. She was going to be a writer. Such a sweet girl. And I'll never forget. I made some remark about the bombing of Pearl Harbor, that my son had enlisted the day before, and now we were in the war at last. And do you know, she'd never heard a thing about it. She didn't even know about the bombing or the war. Just like she was living in a dream. The sweet girl died that very afternoon. When the same postman came around with the afternoon mail at 3:30, there was a cloudburst over that area of the Garden District. It was raining cats and dogs. Yet a crowd was assembled in the Mayfair garden, and the undertaker's wagon was in the middle of the street. The wind was blowing something fierce. Mr. Boudreau hung around in spite of the weather. Miss Bell was on the porch sobbing, and Miss Millie tried to tell me what was happening, but she couldn't say a word. Then Miss Nancy came to the edge of the porch and shouted at me, "You go on, Mr. Boudreau. We've had a death here. You go on and get out of the rain." Mr. Boudreau crossed the street and sought shelter on the porch of a neighboring house. The housekeeper told him through the screen door that it was Antha Mayfair who was dead. She had apparently fallen from the third-floor porch roof. The storm was terrible, said the mailman, a regular hurricane. Yet he remained to watch as a body was put into the undertaker's wagon. Red Lonergan was there with his cousin Leroy Lonergan. Then the wagon drove away. Finally, Mr. Boudreau went back to delivering the mail, and very soon, about the time he reached Britannia Street, the weather had cleared up. When he passed the next day, the sidewalk was littered with leaves. Over the years, the Talamasca has collected numerous stories connected with Antha's death, but what actually happened on the afternoon of December 10th, 1941, may never be known. Mr. Boudreau was the last outsider ever to see or speak with Antha. The baby's nurse, an elderly woman named Alice Flanagan, had called in sick that day. What is known from the police records and from guarded talk emanating from the Lonergan family and the priests of the parish is that Antha jumped or fell from the porch roof outside the attic window of Julien's old room sometime before 3 p.m. Carlotta's story, gleaned from these same sources, was as follows. She had been arguing with the girl about the baby because Antha had deteriorated to such a point that she was not even feeding the child. She was in no way prepared to be a mother, said Miss Carlotta to the police officer. Antha spent hours typing letters and stories and poetry, and Nancy and the others had to beat on the door of the room to make her realize that Deirdre was crying in the cradle and needed to be given a bottle or nursed. Antha became hysterical during this last argument. She ran up the 2 flights of steps to the attic, screaming to be left alone. Carlotta, fearing that Antha would hurt herself, which she often did, according to Carlotta, pursued her into Julien's old room. There, Carlotta discovered that Antha had tried to scratch her own eyes out, and, indeed, had succeeded in drawing considerable blood. When Carlotta tried to control her, Antha broke away, falling backwards through the window and onto the roof of the cast-iron porch. She apparently crawled to the edge of it, and then lost her balance or deliberately jumped. She died instantly when her head struck the flagstones 3 stories below. Cortlandt was beside himself when he learned of his niece's death. He went immediately to First Street. What he told his wife in New York later was that Carlotta was absolutely distraught. The priest was with her, a Father Kevin from the Redemptorist parish. Carlotta said over and over that nobody understood how fragile Antha had been. "I tried to stop her," Carlotta said. "What in the name of God was I expected to do?"
Millie dear and Belle were too upset to talk about it. Belle seemed to be confusing it all with the death of Stella. Only Nancy had frankly disagreeable things to say, complaining that Antha had been spoiled and sheltered all her life, that her head was full of silly dreams. When Alice Flanagan, the nurse, was contacted by Cortland, she seemed afraid. She was elderly and partially blind. She said she didn't know anything about Antha's ever hurting herself or becoming hysterical or anything like that. She took her orders from Miss Carlotta. Miss Carlotta had been good to her family. Miss Flanagan didn't want to lose her job. "I just want to take care of that darling baby," she told the police. "That darling baby needs me now." Indeed, she took care of Deirdre Mayfair until the girl was 5 years old. Finally, Cortland told Beatrice and Amanda to leave Carlotta in peace. Carlotta was the only witness to what had happened, and whatever had gone on that afternoon, surely Antha's death had been a terrible accident. What could anyone do? No true investigation followed the death of Antha. There had been no autopsy. When the undertaker became suspicious after examining the corpse, and concluding that Antha's facial scratches were not self-inflicted, he contacted the family doctor and was advised, or told, to let the matter drop. Antha was insane. That was the unofficial verdict. All her life she had been unstable. She had been committed to Bellevue and St. Anne's Asylum. She had depended upon others to care for her and her child. After Stella's death, the Mayfair emerald was never mentioned in connection with Antha. No relative or friend ever reported seeing it. Sean Lacey never painted Antha with it. No one in New York had ever heard of it. But when Antha died, she had the emerald around her neck. The question is obvious. Why was Antha wearing the emerald on that day of all days? Was it the wearing of the emerald that precipitated the fatal argument? And if the scratch marks on Antha's face were not self-inflicted, did Carlotta try to scratch out Antha's eyes? And if so, why? Whatever the case, the house on First Street was once again shrouded in secrecy. Antha's plans for a restoration were never carried out. After furious arguments in the offices of Mayfair and Mayfair, Carlotta stormed out once, actually breaking the glass on the door, Cortland went so far as to petition the court for custody of baby Deirdre. Clay Mayfair's grandson Alexander also came forward. He and his wife Eileen had a lovely mansion in Metairie. They could officially adopt the child, or just take her informally, whatever Carlotta would allow. Amanda Grady Mayfair told our undercover society man, Alan Carver, "Cortland wants me to go home to take care of the baby. I tell you, I feel so sorry for that baby, but I can't go back to New Orleans after all these years." Carlotta all but laughed in the face of these do-gooders, as she called them. She told the judge, and indeed anyone in the family who asked her, that Antha had been gravely ill. It was a congenital insanity, without question, and might well surface in Antha's little girl. She had no intention of allowing anyone to take Deirdre out of her mother's house, or away from darling Miss Flanagan, or from dear sweet Belle or darling Millie, all of whom adored the child, and had time on their hands to care for her day in and day out as no one else could. When Cortland refused to back down, Carlotta threatened him directly. His wife had left him, hadn't she? Wouldn't the family like to know, after all these years, just what sort of a man Cortland was? Cousins pondered her slurs and innuendos. The judge in the case became impatient. To his mind, Carlotta Mayfair was a woman of impeccable virtue and excellent judgment. Why couldn't this family accept the situation? Good Lord, if every orphan baby had aunts as sweet as Millie and Belle and Carlotta, this would be a better world. The legacy was left in the hands of Mayfair and Mayfair, and the child was left in the hands of Carlotta, and the matter was abruptly closed. Only one other assault on Carlotta's authority was ever attempted. It was in 1945. Cornell Mayfair, one of the New York cousins and a descendant of Lestat, had just finished his residency at Massachusetts General. He was training to be a psychiatrist. He had heard incredible stories about the First Street house from his cousin, by marriage, Amanda Grady Mayfair, and also from Louisa Ann Mayfair, Garland's eldest granddaughter who went to Radcliffe, and had an affair with Cornell while she was there. What was all this talk of congenital insanity? Cornell was fascinated. Also, he was still in love with Louisa Ann, who had gone back to New Orleans rather than marry him and live in Massachusetts, and he could not understand the girl's devotion to her home. He wanted to visit New Orleans and the family at First Street, and the New York cousins thought it was a good idea. "Who knows," he told Amanda over lunch at the Waldorf. "Maybe I'll like the city, and maybe Louisa Ann and I can somehow work things out." On February 11th, Cornell came to New Orleans, checking into a downtown hotel. He begged Carlotta to talk to him, and she agreed to let him come uptown. As he later told Amanda by long distance, he remained at the house for perhaps 2 hours, visiting with little 4-year-old Deirdre alone for some of that time. "I can't tell you what I've found out," he said, "but that child has to be removed from this environment, and frankly, I don't want Louisa Ann involved. I'll tell you the whole thing when I get back to New York." Amanda insisted that he call Cortland, that he tell Cortland all about his concerns. Cornell confessed that Louisa Ann had suggested the same thing. "I don't want to do that just now," said Cornell. "I've just had a bellyful of Carlotta. I don't want to meet any more of these people this afternoon." Trusting that Cortland could be of help, Amanda called him and told him what was going on. Cortland appreciated Dr. Mayfair's interest. He called Amanda later that afternoon to tell her he had made an appointment with Cornell for dinner at Kolb's downtown. He called her after they had talked together, but as things stood now, he liked the young doctor. He was eager to hear what he had to say. Cornell never kept the appointment for dinner. Cortland waited for an hour at Kolb's restaurant, and then rang Cornell's room. No answer. The following morning, the hotel maid found Cornell's dead body. He lay fully dressed on a rumpled bed, eyes half open, a half-full glass of bourbon on the table at his side. No immediate cause of death could be found. When an autopsy was performed, at the behest of Cornell's mother as well as the New Orleans coroner, Cornell was found to have a small amount of a strong narcotic mixed with alcohol in his veins. It was ruled an accidental overdose and never investigated further. Amanda Grady Mayfair never forgave herself for sending young Dr. Cornell Mayfair to New Orleans. Louisa Ann never recovered and is to this day unmarried. A distraught Cortland accompanied the coffin back to New York. Was Cornell a casualty of the Mayfair witches? Once more, we are forced to say that we do not know. One detail, however, gives us some indication that Cornell did not die from the small amount of narcotic and alcohol in his blood. The coroner who examined Cornell's body before it was removed from the hotel room noted that Cornell's eyes were full of hemorrhaged blood vessels. We now know that this is a symptom of asphyxiation. It is possible that someone severely disabled Cornell by slipping a drug into his drink — bourbon was found in the glass on the table — and then smothered him with a pillow when he could not defend himself. By the time the Talamasca attempted to investigate this case, through a reputable private detective, the trail was cold. No one at the hotel could remember if Cornell Mayfair had had any callers that afternoon. Had he ordered his bourbon from room service? No one had ever asked these questions before. Fingerprints? None had been taken. After all, this wasn't a murder. But it is now time to turn to Deirdre Mayfair, the present heiress of the Mayfair legacy, orphaned at the age of 2 months and left in the hands of her aging aunts. Deirdre Mayfair. The First Street house continued to deteriorate after Anth's death. The swimming pool had by this time become a rank swamp pond of duckweed and wild irises, its rusted fountain jets spewing green water into the muck. Shutters were once again bolted on the windows of the north side master bedroom. The paint continued to peel from the violet-gray masonry walls. Elderly Miss Flanagan, almost completely blind in her last year, cared for little Deirdre until just before the child's 5th birthday. Now and then she took the baby walking around the block in a wicker buggy, but she never crossed the street. Cortland came on Christmas. He drank sherry in the long front parlor with Millie Dear and Belle and Nancy. "I told them I wasn't going to be turned away this time," he explained to his son Pierce, who later told his mother.
No, sir. I was going to see that child with my own eyes on her birthday and on Christmas. I was going to hold her in my arms. He made similar statements to his secretaries at Mayfair and Mayfair, who often bought the presents which Cortlandt took uptown. Years later, Cortlandt's grandson Rowan Mayfair talked about it to a sympathetic acquaintance at a wedding reception. My grandfather hated to go up there. Our place in Metairie was always so cheerful. My father said that grandfather would come home crying. When Deirdre was 3 years old, grandfather made them get their first Christmas tree in all those years. He took a package of ornaments up there for it. He bought the lights at Katz and Bestoff and put them on himself. It's so hard to imagine people living in that sort of gloom. I wish I had really known my grandfather. He was born in that house. Think of it. And his father, Julien, had been born before the Civil War. Cortlandt, by this point in time, had become the image of his father, Julien. Pictures of him, even as late as the mid-1950s, show him as a tall, slender man with black hair and gray only at the temples. His heavily lined face was remarkably like that of his father, except for the fact that his eyes were much larger, reminiscent of Stella's eyes, though he had Julien's agreeable expression, and frequently Julien's cheerful smile. By all accounts, Cortlandt's family loved him. His employees veritably worshipped him, and though Amanda Grady Mayfair had left him years before, even she seems to have always loved him, or so she told Alan Carver in New York the year she died. Amanda cried on Alan's shoulder about the fact that her sons never understood why she had left their father, and she had no intention of telling them either. Rowan Mayfair, who knew his grandfather Cortlandt only briefly, was absolutely devoted to him. To him and his father, Cortlandt was a hero. He could never understand how his grandmother could defect to New York. What was Deirdre like during this early period? We are unable to discover a single account of her in the first 5 years, except the legend in Cortlandt's family that she was a very pretty little girl. Her black hair was fine and wavy, like that of Stella. Her blue eyes were large and dark. But the First Street house was once more closed to the outside world. A generation of passers-by had become accustomed to its hopelessly forbidding and neglected facade. Once again, workmen couldn't complete repairs on the premises. A roofer fell off his ladder twice and then refused to come back. Only the old gardener and his son came willingly to now and then cut the weed-infested grass. As people in the parish died, certain legends concerning the Mayfairs died with them. Other stories became so miserably transformed by time as to be unrecognizable. New investigators replaced old investigators. Soon, no one questioned about the Mayfairs mentioned the names of Julien or Catherine or Remy or Suzette. Julien's son Barclay died in 1949, his brother Garland in 1951. Cortlandt's son Grady died the same year as Garland, after a fall from a horse in Audubon Park. His mother, Amanda Grady Mayfair, died only shortly after, as if the death of her beloved Grady was more than she could take. Of Pierce's 2 sons, only Rowan Mayfair knows the family history and regales the younger cousins, many of whom know nothing, with strange tales. Irwin Dandridge died in 1952. However, his role had been already filled by another society investigator, a woman named Juliet Milton, who collected numerous stories over the years from Beatrice Mayfair and the other downtown cousins, many of whom lunched with Juliet regularly, and did not seem to mind that she was a gossip who told them everything about everybody and told everybody everything about them. Like Dandridge, Juliet was not a particularly vicious person. Indeed, she doesn't even seem to have been unkind. She loved melodrama, however, and wrote incredibly long letters to our lawyers in London, who paid her an annual amount equal to the annuity which had once been her sole support. As was the case with Dandridge, Juliet never knew to whom she was supplying all this information about the Mayfairs, and though she broached the subject at least once a year, she never pressed. In 1953, as I began my full-time translation of Peter Van Abel's letters, I read the contemporary reports regarding 12-year-old Deirdre as they poured in. I sent the investigators after every scrap of information. "Dig," I said. "Tell me all about her from the very beginning. There is nothing I do not want to know." I called Juliet Milton personally. I told her I would pay well for anything extra she could turn up. During the early years, at least, Deirdre had followed in the footsteps of her mother, being expelled from one school after another for her antics and strange behavior, her disruption of the classes, and strange crying fits for which nothing could be done. Once more, Sister Bridget Marie, then in her 60s, saw the invisible friend in action in the St. Alphonsus schoolyard, finding things for little Deirdre and making flowers fly through the air. Sacred Heart, Ursulines, St. Joseph's, Our Lady of the Angels. They all expelled little Deirdre within a couple of weeks. For months at a time the child stayed home. Neighbors saw her running wild in the garden or climbing the big oak tree on the back of the lot. There was no real staff anymore at First Street. Aunt Easter's daughter Irene did all the cooking and the cleaning, thoroughly but steadily. Every morning she swept the pavements, or the banquettes as they were called. 3 o'clock saw her wringing out her mop at the tap by the rear garden gate. Nancy Mayfair was the actual housekeeper, managing things in a brusque and offensive manner, or so said deliverymen and priests who now and then came to call. Millie Dear and Belle, both picturesque, if not beautiful old women, tended the few roses growing by the side porch, which had been saved from the wilderness that now covered the property, from the front fence to the back wall. All the family appeared for 9 o'clock Mass on Sundays at the chapel, little Deirdre a picture in her navy blue sailor dress and straw hat with its ribbons, Carlotta in her dark business suit and high-necked blouse, and the old ladies, Millie Dear and Belle, exquisitely attired in their black high-string shoes, gabardine dresses with lace, and dark gloves. Miss Millie and Miss Belle often went shopping together on Mondays, taking a taxi from First Street to Gus Meyer or Gotcho's, the finest stores in New Orleans, where they bought their pearl gray dresses and flowered hats with veils, and other genteel accoutrements. The ladies at the cosmetic counters knew them by name. They sold them face powder and cream rouge and Christmas night perfume. The 2 old women had lunch at the D.H. Holmes lunch counter before taking the taxi home. And they alone, represented the First Street family at funerals, and even now and then at christenings, and even once in a while at a wedding, though they seldom went to the reception after the nuptial mass. Millie and Belle even attended funerals of other persons in the parish, and would go to the wake if it was held at Lonergan and Sons nearby. They went to the Tuesday night novena service at the chapel, and sometimes on summer nights they brought little Deirdre with them, clucking over her proudly, and feeding her little bits of chocolate during the service so that she would be quiet. No one remembered any more that anything had ever been wrong with sweet Miss Belle. Indeed, the 2 old ladies easily won the goodwill and respect of the garden district, especially among families who knew nothing of the Mayfair tragedies or secrets. The First Street house was not the only moldering mansion behind a rusted fence. Nancy Mayfair, on the other hand, seemed to have been born and reared in an entirely different class. Her clothes were always dowdy, her brown hair unwashed and only superficially combed. It would have been easy to mistake her for a hired servant. But nobody ever questioned the story that she was Stella's sister, which of course she was not. She began to wear black string shoes when she was only 30. Grumpily she paid the delivery boys from a worn pocketbook, or called down from the upstairs gallery to tell the peddler at the gate to go away. It was with these women that little Deirdre spent her days when she was not struggling to pay attention in a crowded classroom, which always ended in failure and disgrace. Over and over the parish gossips compared her to her mother. The cousins said maybe it was congenital insanity, though honestly no one knew. But to those who observed the family more closely, even from a distance of many miles, certain differences between mother and daughter were apparent very early on. Whereas Antha was always slender and shrinking by nature, there was something rebellious and unmistakably sensuous in Deirdre from the start. Neighbors frequently saw her running like a tomboy through the garden.
At the age of 5, she could climb the great oak tree to the top. Sometimes she concealed herself in the shrubbery along the fence so that she could deliberately startle those who passed by. At 9 years old, she ran away for the first time. Carlotta rang Cortland in panic. Then the police were called in. Finally, a cold and shivering Deirdre showed up on the front porch of St. Elizabeth's Orphanage on Napoleon Avenue, telling the sisters that she was cursed and possessed of the devil. They had to call a priest for her. Cortland came with Carlotta to take her home. "Overactive imagination," said Carlotta. It was to become a stock phrase. A year later, police found Deirdre wandering in a rainstorm along the Bayou St. John, shivering and crying and saying she was afraid to go home. For 2 hours she told the police lies about her name and background. She was a gypsy who had come to town with a circus. Her mother had been murdered by the animal trainer. She had tried to commit suicide with rare poison, but had been taken to a hospital in Europe where they drew all the blood out of her veins. "There was something so sad about that child and so crazy," said the officer afterwards to our investigator. "She was absolutely in earnest, and the wildest look would come into her blue eyes. She didn't even look up when her uncle and her aunt came to get her. She pretended she didn't know them. Then she said they kept her chained in an upstairs room." At 10 years of age, Deirdre was packed off to Ireland, to a boarding school recommended by an Irish-born priest at St. Patrick's Cathedral, Father Jason Power. Family gossip said it was Cortland's idea. "Grandfather wanted to get her away from there," Rowan Mayfair gossiped later. But the sisters in County Cork sent Deirdre home within the month. For 2 years, Deirdre studied with a governess named Miss Lambton, an old friend of Carlotta's from the Sacred Heart. Miss Lambton told Beatrice Mayfair, on Esplanade Avenue downtown, that Deirdre was a charming girl, and very bright indeed. "She has too much imagination, that is all that's wrong with her, and she spends much too much time alone." When Miss Lambton moved north to marry a widower she'd met during his summer vacation, Deirdre cried for days. Even during these years there were quarrels at First Street, however. People heard shouting. Deirdre frequently ran out of the house crying. She would climb the oak tree until she was well out of the reach of Irene or Miss Lambton. Sometimes she stayed up there until after dark. But with adolescence, a change came over Deirdre. She became withdrawn, secretive, no longer the tomboy. At 13, she was far more voluptuous than Antha had been as a grown woman. She wore her black wavy hair long and parted in the middle and held back by a bit of lavender ribbon. Her large blue eyes looked perpetually distrustful and faintly bitter. Indeed, the child had a bruised look to her, said the parish gossips who saw her at Sunday Mass. "She was already a beautiful woman," said one of the matrons who went to the chapel regularly, "and those old ladies didn't know it. They dressed her as if she was still a child." Legal gossip revealed other problems. One afternoon, Deirdre rushed into the waiting room outside Cortland's office. "She was hysterical," said the secretary later. "For an hour she screamed and cried in there with her uncle, and I'll tell you something else, something I didn't even notice till she was leaving. She wasn't wearing matching shoes. She had on one brown loafer and one black flat shoe. I don't think she ever realized it. Cortland took her home. I don't know that he noticed it either. I never saw her after that." In the summer before Deirdre's 14th birthday, she was rushed to the New Mercy Hospital. She had tried to slash her wrists. Beatrice went to see her. "That girl has a spirit that Antha simply didn't have," she told Juliet Milton. "But she needs womanly advice on things. She wanted me to buy her cosmetics. She said she's only been in a drugstore once in her entire life." Beatrice brought the cosmetics to the hospital, only to be told that Carlotta had put a stop to all visits. When Beatrice called Cortland, he confessed he didn't know why Deirdre had slit her wrist. "Maybe she just wanted to get out of that house." That very week, Cortland arranged for Deirdre to go to California. She flew to Los Angeles to stay with Garland's daughter, Andrea Mayfair, who had married a doctor on the staff of Cedars of Lebanon Hospital. But Deirdre was home again at the end of 2 weeks. The Los Angeles Mayfairs said nothing to anyone about what happened, but years afterwards,
Their only son, Elton, told investigators that his poor cousin from New Orleans was crazy, that she had believed herself to be cursed by some sort of legacy, that she had talked of suicide to him, horrifying his parents, that they had taken her to see doctors who said she would never be normal. My parents wanted to help her, especially my mother, but the entire family was disrupted. I think what really finished it, however, was that they saw her out in the backyard one night with a man, and she wouldn't admit to it. She kept denying it, and they were afraid something would happen. She was 13, I believe, and very pretty. They sent her home. Beatrice recounted pretty much the same story to Juliet Milton. I think Deirdre looks too mature, she said. But she wouldn't believe Deirdre had lied about male companions. She's confused. And Beatrice was adamant that there was no congenital insanity. That was just a family legend that Carlotta had started, and one which really ought to be stopped. Beatrice went up to First Street to see Deirdre and take her some presents. Nancy wouldn't let her in. The same mysterious male companion was responsible for Deirdre's most traumatic expulsion from St. Rose de Lima boarding school when she was 16. Deirdre had attended the school for a full semester without mishap, and was in the middle of the spring term when the incident occurred. Family gossip said Deirdre had been blissfully happy at St. Rose, that she had told Cortland she never wanted to go home. Even over Christmas, Deirdre had remained at the boarding school, only going out with Cortland for an early supper on Christmas Eve. Yet she loved the swings in the back play yard, which were big enough for the older children, and at twilight she would sing songs there with another girl, Rita Mae Dwyer, later Lonergan, who remembered Deirdre as a rare and special person, elegant and innocent, romantic and sweet. As recently as 1988, more data was obtained about this expulsion directly from Rita Mae Dwyer Lonergan in a conversation with this investigator. Deirdre's mysterious friend met her in the nun's garden in the moonlight and spoke softly but audibly enough for Rita Mae to hear. He called her my beloved, Rita Mae told me. She had never heard such romantic words spoken except in a movie. Defenseless and sobbing bitterly, Deirdre did not utter a word when the nuns accused her of bringing a man onto the school grounds. They had spied upon Deirdre and her male companion, peering through the slats of the convent kitchen into the garden where the two met in the dark. This was no boy, said one of the nuns in a rage afterwards to the assembled boarders. This was a man, a grown man. The record from the period is almost vicious in its condemnations. The girl is deceitful. She allowed the man to touch her indecently. Her innocence is a complete facade. There can be no doubt that this mysterious companion was Lasher. He is described by the nuns and later by Mrs. Lonergan as having brown hair and brown eyes and beautiful old-fashioned clothes. But the remarkable point is that Rita Mae Lonergan, unless she is exaggerating, actually heard Lasher speak. Other startling information given us by Mrs. Lonergan is that Deirdre had the Mayfair emerald in her possession at the boarding school, that she showed it to Rita Mae, and showed her a word engraved on the back of it, Lasher. If Rita Mae's story is true, Deirdre knew little about her mother or her grandmother. She understood that the emerald had come to her from these women, but she did not even know how Stella or Antha had died. It was common knowledge in the family in 1956 that Deirdre was crushed by her expulsion from St. Rose de Lima's. She was admitted to St. Anne's Asylum for 6 weeks. Though the records have proved unobtainable, nurses gossiped that Deirdre begged for shock treatment and was given it twice. She was at this point almost 17. From what we know of medical practice at this period, we can safely conclude that these treatments involved a higher voltage than is common now. They were probably very dangerous, resulting in a loss of memory for hours, if not days. Why a whole course was not pursued, as was the custom, we do not know. Cortland was dead set against the shock treatment, or so he told Beatrice Mayfair. He couldn't believe in something so drastic for one so young. "What is wrong with that girl?" Juliet asked Beatrice finally, to which Beatrice answered, "Nobody knows, darling. Nobody knows." Carlotta brought Deirdre home from the asylum, and there she languished for another month. Relentless canvassing by our investigators indicated that a dark, shadowy figure was often seen with Deirdre in the garden. A delivery man from Solari's grocery was scared out of his wits as he was leaving the property when he saw that wild-eyed girl and that man in the tall bamboo thicket by the old pool. A spinster who lived on Britannia Street saw the pair in the chapel after dark. "I told Miss Bell. I stopped by the gate the following morning. I didn't think it was quite proper. It had happened in the evening just after dark. I went into the chapel to light a candle and say my rosary as I always do, and there she was in a back pew with this man. I could scarcely see them at first. I was a little frightened. Then, when she got up and hurried out, I saw her clearly under the street lamp. It was Deirdre Mayfair. I don't know what happened to the young man." Several other persons reported similar sightings. The images were always the same: Deirdre and the mysterious young man in the shadows. Deirdre and the mysterious young man flushed from their place, or peering out at the stranger in an unsettling manner. We have 15 different variations on these two themes. Some of these stories reached Beatrice on Esplanade Avenue. I don't know if anyone is watching out for her. And she is so well developed physically, she told Juliet. Juliet went with Beatrice to First Street. The girl was wandering in the garden. Beatrice went up to the fence and called to her. For a few minutes she didn't seem to know who Bea was. Then she went to get the key to the gate. Of course, Bea did all the talking after that, but the girl is shockingly beautiful. It has to do with the strangeness of her personality as much as anything else. She seems wild and deeply suspicious of people, and at the same time keenly interested in things about her. She fell in love with a cameo I was wearing. I gave it to her, and she was absolutely childlike in her delight. I hesitate to add that she was barefoot and wearing a filthy cotton dress. As fall came on, there were more reports of fights and screaming. Neighbors went so far as to call the police on 2 different occasions. Of the first occasion in September, I was personally able, 2 years later, to obtain a full account. "I didn't like going there," the officer told me. "You know, bothering these Garden District families just isn't my line. And that lady really put us through it at the front door. It was Carlotta Mayfair, the one they call Miss Carl, the one who works for the judge. Who called you here? What do you want? Who are you? Let me see your identification. I'll have to talk to Judge Burns about this if you come here again." Finally, my partner said that people had heard the young lady in the house screaming, and we would like to talk to her and make certain for ourselves she was all right. I thought Miss Carl was going to kill him on the spot, but she went and got the young girl, Deirdre Mayfair, the one they talk about. She was crying and shaking all over. She said to my partner, CJ, "You make her give me my mother's things. She took my mother's things." Miss Carl said she'd had enough of this intrusion, that this was a family argument and the police weren't needed here. If we didn't leave, she'd call Judge Burns. Then this girl, Deirdre, ran out of the house and towards the squad car. "Take me away!" she screamed. Then something happened to Miss Carl. She was looking at the girl standing at the curb by our squad car, and she started crying. She tried to hide it. She took out her handkerchief and covered her face, but we could see the lady was crying. The girl really had the lady at her wit's end. CJ said, "Miss Carl, what do you want us to do?" She went past him down to the sidewalk, and she laid her hand on the girl, and she said, "Deirdre, do you want to go back to the asylum? Please, Deirdre, please." And then she just broke down. She couldn't talk. The girl stared at her, all wild-eyed and crazy, and then she broke into sobs, and Miss Carl put her arm around the girl and took her back up the steps and inside. "Are you sure it was Carl?" I asked the officer. "Oh, yeah, everybody knows her. Boy, I'll never forget her. She called the captain the next day and tried to have CJ and me fired." A different squad car answered the neighbor's call a week later. All we know of this occasion is that Deirdre was trying to leave the house when the police arrived. They persuaded her to sit down on the porch steps and wait until her Uncle Cortland arrived. Deirdre ran away the following day. Legal gossip reports of numerous phone calls back and forth, of Cortland rushing up to First Street, and Mayfair calling the New York cousins in search for Deirdre as they had when Antha disappeared years before. Amanda Grady Mayfair was dead. Dr. Cornell Mayfair's mother, Rosalind Mayfair, wanted nothing to do with the First Street crowd, as she called them. Nevertheless, she called the other New York cousins. Then the police contacted Cortland in New Orleans. Deirdre had been found wandering around barefoot and incoherent in Greenwich Village. There was some evidence that she had been raped. Cortland flew to New York that night. The following morning he brought Deirdre back with him. The repeat of history came full circle with Deirdre's second commitment to St. Anne's Asylum. A week later she was released and went to live with Cortland in his old family home in Metairie. Family gossip described Carlotta as beaten down and discouraged. She told Judge Burns and his wife that she had failed with her niece. She feared the girl would never be normal. When Beatrice Mayfair went to call on Carlotta one Saturday, she found her sitting alone in the parlor at First Street with all the curtains drawn. Carlotta wouldn't talk. I realized later she had been staring at the very spot where they put the coffin in the old days when the funerals were still at home. All she said to me was yes or no or when I asked her questions. Finally, that horrible Nancy came in and offered me some iced tea. She acted put upon when I accepted. I told her I would get it myself, and she said, "Oh, no, Aunt Carl wouldn't have that." When Beatrice had had her fill of sadness and rudeness, she left. She went out to Metairie to visit Deirdre at Cortland's house on Country Club Lane. This house had been in the Mayfair family since Cortland built it when he was a young man. A brick mansion with white columns and French windows and every modern convenience, it later passed to Ryan Mayfair, Pierce's son, who lives there now. For years, Sheffield and Eugenie Mayfair shared it with Cortland. Their only child, Ellie Mayfair, the woman who later adopted Deirdre's daughter Rowan, was born in this house. At this period, Sheffield Mayfair had already died of a heart attack. Eugenie had been gone for years. Ellie lived in California, where she had just gotten married to a lawyer named Graham Franklin. And Cortland lived in the Metairie mansion on his own. By all reports, the house was extremely cheerful, filled with bright colors, gay wallpaper, traditional furnishings, and books. Numerous French doors opened to the garden, the pool, and the front lawn. The entire family seems to have thought it was the best place for Deirdre. Metairie had none of the gloom of the Garden District. Cortland assured Beatrice that Deirdre was resting, that the girl's problems had been compounded by a lot of secrecy and bad judgment on the part of Carlotta. "But he won't really tell me what's happening," Beatrice complained to Juliet. "He never does." "What does he mean, secrecy?" Beatrice queried the maid by phone whenever she could. Deirdre was just fine, said the maid. The girl's color was excellent. She had even had a guest, a very nice-looking young man. The maid had only seen him for a second or two. He and Deirdre had been out in the garden, but he was a handsome, gentlemanly sort of young man. Now, who could that be? Beatrice wondered over lunch with Juliet Milton. Not that same scoundrel who sneaked into the nun's garden to bother her at St. Rose? Seems to me, wrote Juliet to her London contact, that this family does not realize this girl has a lover. I mean one lover, one very distinguished and easily recognized lover who is seen in her company over and over. All the descriptions of this young man are the same. The significant thing about this story is that Juliet Milton had never heard any rumors about ghosts, witches, curses, or the like associated with the Mayfair family. She and Beatrice truly believed this mysterious person was a human being. Yet at the very same time, in the Irish Channel, old people gossiped over kitchen tables about Deirdre and the man. And by the man they did not mean a human being. The elderly sister of Father Lafferty knew about the man. She tried to talk to her brother about it, but he would not confide in her. She gossiped with an elderly friend named Dave Collins about it. She gossiped with our investigator, who walked along with her on Constance Street as she made her way home from Sunday Mass. Miss Rosie, who worked in the sacristy, changing the altar cloths and seeing to the sacramental wine, also knew the shocking facts about those Mayfairs and the man.
First it was Stella, then Antha, now Deirdre, she told her nephew, a college boy at Loyola who thought she was a superstitious fool. An old black maid who lived in the same block knew all about that man. He was the family ghost, that's who he was, and the only ghost she ever saw in broad daylight, sitting with that girl in the back garden. That girl was going to hell when she died. It was at this point in the summer of 1958 that I prepared to go to New Orleans. I had finished putting the entire Mayfair history into an early version of the foregoing narrative, which was substantially the same as what the reader has only just read. And I was deeply and passionately concerned about Deirdre Mayfair. I felt that her psychic powers, and especially her ability to see and communicate with spirits, were driving her out of her mind. After numerous discussions with Scott Reynolds, our new director, and several meetings with the entire council, it was decided that I should make the trip, and that I should use my own judgment as to whether Deirdre Mayfair was old enough or stable enough to be approached. Elaine Barrett, one of the oldest and most experienced members of the Talamasca, had died the preceding year, and I was now considered, undeservedly, the leading expert in the Talamasca on witch families. My credentials were never questioned. And indeed, those who had been most frightened by the deaths of Stuart Townsend and Arthur Langtry, and most likely to forbid my going to New Orleans, were no longer alive. 23. The File on the Mayfair Witches, Part 9. The Story of Deirdre Mayfair, revised completely, 1989. I arrived in New Orleans in July of 1958 and immediately checked into a small, informal French Quarter hotel. I then proceeded to meet with our ablest professional investigators and to consult some public records, and to satisfy myself upon other points. Over the years, we had acquired the names of several people close to the Mayfair family. I attempted contact. With Richard Llewellyn, I was quite successful, as has already been described, and this report alone occupied me for days. I also managed to run into a young lay teacher from St. Rose de Lima's, who had known Deirdre during her months there, and more or less clarified the reasons for the expulsion. Tragically, this young woman believed Deirdre to have had an affair with an older man, and to have been a vile and deceitful girl. Other girls had known of the Mayfair emerald. It was concluded that Deirdre had stolen it from her aunt, for why else would the child have had such a valuable jewel at school? The more I talked with the woman, the more I realized that Deirdre's aura of sensuality had made an impression on those around her. She was so mature, you know. A young girl has no business really having enormous breasts like that at the age of 16. Poor Deirdre. I found myself on the verge of asking whether or not the teacher thought mutilation was appropriate in these circumstances, then terminated the interview. I went back to the hotel, drank a stiff brandy, and lectured myself on the dangers of becoming emotionally involved. Unfortunately, I was no less emotional when I visited the Garden District the following day, and the day after that, during which time I spent hours walking through the quiet streets and observing the First Street house from all angles. After years of reading of this place and its inhabitants, I found this extremely exciting. But if ever a house exuded an atmosphere of evil, it was this house. Why? I asked myself. By this time it was extremely neglected. The violet paint had faded from the masonry. Weeds and tiny ferns grew in crevices on the parapets. Flowering vines covered the side galleries, so that the ornamental ironwork was scarcely visible, and the wild cherry laurels screened the garden from view. Nevertheless, it ought to have been romantic. Yet in the heavy summer heat, with the burnished sun shining drowsily and dustily through the trees, the place looked damp and dark and decidedly unpleasant. During the idle hours that I stood contemplating it, I noted that passers-by invariably crossed the street when they approached it, and though its flagstone walk was slick with moss and cracked from the roots of the oak trees, so were other sidewalks in the area which people did not seek to avoid. Something evil lived in this house, lived and breathed, as it were, and waited, and perhaps mourned.
Accusing myself again, and with reason, of being over-emotional, I defined my terms. This something was evil because it was destructive. It lived and breathed in the sense that it influenced the environment and its presence could be felt. As for my belief that this something was in mourning, I needed only to remind myself that no workman had made any repairs on the place since Stella's death. Since Stella's death, the decline had been steady and unbroken. Did not the thing want the house to rot, even as Stella's body decayed in the grave? Ah, so many unanswered questions. I went to the Lafayette Cemetery and visited the Mayfair tomb. A kindly caretaker volunteered the information that there were always fresh flowers in the stone vases before the face of the crypt, though no one ever saw the person who put them there. "Do you think it is some old lover of Stella Mayfair's?" I asked. "Oh, no," said the elderly man with a cracking laugh. "Good heavens, no. It's him, that's who it is, the Mayfair ghost. He's the one that puts those flowers there. And you want to know something? Sometimes he takes them off the altar at the chapel. You know the chapel down there on Fratania and 3rd? Father Morgan came here one afternoon just steaming. Seems he had just put out the gladiolas, and there they were in the vases before the Mayfair grave. He went by and rang the bell over there on 1st Street. I heard Miss Carl told him to go to hell." The man laughed and laughed at such an idea, somebody telling a priest to go to hell. Renting a car, I drove down the river road to Riverbend and explored what was left of the plantation, and then I called our undercover society investigator Juliet Milton and invited her to lunch. She was more than happy to provide me with an introduction to Beatrice Mayfair. Beatrice agreed to meet me for lunch, accepting without the slightest question my superficial explanation that I was interested in Southern history and the history of the Mayfair family. Beatrice Mayfair was 35 years old, an attractively dressed, dark-haired woman with a charming blend of Southern and New Orleans, Brooklyn, Boston accent, and something of a rebel as far as the family was concerned. For 3 hours she talked to me non-stop at Galatoire's, pouring out all sorts of little stories about the Mayfair family and verifying what I had already suspected, that little or nothing was known in the present time about the family's remote past. It was the most vague sort of legend, in which names were confused and scandal had become near preposterous. Beatrice didn't know who built Riverbend or when, or even who had built 1st Street. She thought Julien had built it. As for stories of ghosts and legends of purses full of coins, she had believed all that when she was young, but not now. Her mother had been born at 1st Street. This woman, Alice Mayfair, was the second to the last daughter of Remy Mayfair. Millie Dear, or Miss Millie as she was known, was Remy's youngest child, and Beatrice's aunt. And she had said some awfully strange things about that house. But she'd left it when she was only 17 to marry Aldrich Mayfair, a great-grandson of Maurice Mayfair, and Aldrich didn't like Beatrice's mother to talk about that house. "Both my parents are so secretive," said Beatrice. "I don't think my dad really remembers anything anymore. He's past 80, and my mother just won't tell me things. I myself didn't marry a Mayfair, you know. My husband knows nothing about the family, really." Note, Beatrice's husband died of throat cancer in the 70s. I don't remember Mary Beth. I was only 2 years old when she died. I had some pictures of myself at her feet at one of the reunions, you know, with all the other little Mayfair babies. But I remember Stella. Oh, I loved Stella. I loved her so. It kills me not to be able to go up there. Years ago I stopped visiting Aunt Millie Dear. She's sweet, but she doesn't really know who I am. Every time I have to say, "I'm Alice's daughter, Remy's granddaughter," she remembers for a little while and then blanks out. And Carlotta doesn't really want me there. She doesn't want anyone there. She's simply awful. She killed that house. She drove all the life out of it. I don't care what anyone else says. She's to blame. Do you believe the house is haunted? That there's something evil, perhaps? Oh, Carlotta, she's evil. But, you know, if it's that sort of thing you're after, well, it's too bad you couldn't have talked to Amanda Grady Mayfair. She was Cortland's wife. She's been dead for years. She believed some fantastic things. But it was interesting, actually. Well, in a way. They said that was why she left Cortland. She said Cortland knew the house was haunted, that he could see and talk to spirits. I was always shocked that a grown woman would believe things like that, but she became completely convinced of some sort of satanic plot. I think Stella caused all that, inadvertently. I was too young then to really know, but Stella was no evil person, no voodoo queen. Stella went to bed with anybody and everybody, and if that's witchcraft, well, half the city of New Orleans ought to be burnt at the stake. And so on it went, the gossip becoming slightly more intimate and reckless as Beatrice continued to pick at her food and smoke Pall Mall cigarettes. Deirdre's oversexed, she said. That's all that's wrong with her. She's been ridiculously sheltered. No wonder she takes up with strange men. I'm relying upon Cortland to take care of Deirdre. Cortland has become the venerable elder of the family, and he is certainly the only one who can stand up to Carlotta. Now that's a witch in my book, Carlotta. She gives me the shivers. They ought to get Deirdre away from her. Indeed, there was already some talk about a school in Texas, a little university where Deirdre might go in the fall. It seemed that Rhonda Mayfair, a great-granddaughter of Suzette's sister Marianne, this was an aunt of Cortland's, had married a young man in Texas who taught at this school. It was in fact a small state school for women, heavily endowed and with many of the traditions and accoutrements of an expensive private school. The whole question was, would that awful Carlotta let Deirdre go? Now, Carlotta, that is a witch. Once more, Beatrice became quite worked up on the subject of Carlotta, her criticisms including Carlotta's style of dressing, business suits, and style of talking, businesslike, when abruptly she leaned across the table and said, "And you know that witch killed Erwin Dandridge, don't you?" Not only did I not know this, I had never heard the faintest whisper of such a thing. It had been reported to us in 1952 that Dandridge died of a heart attack in his apartment some time after 4 in the afternoon. It had been well known that he had a heart condition. "I talked to him," Beatrice said, her manner one of great self-importance and thinly concealed drama. "I talked to him the day he died. He said Carlotta had called. Carlotta had accused him of spying on the family, and had said, 'Well, if you want to know about us, come up here to First Street. I'll tell you more than you'll ever want to hear.' I told him not to go. I said, 'She'll sue you. She'll do something terrible to you. She's out of her mind.' But he wouldn't listen to me. 'I'm going to see that house for myself,' he said. 'Nobody I know has been in it since Stella died.' I made him promise to call me as soon as he got home. Well, he never did call me. He died that very afternoon. She poisoned him. I know she did. She poisoned him, and they said it was a heart attack when they found him. She poisoned him, but she gave it to him so he could go home on his own steam and die in his own bed." "What makes you so certain?" I asked. "Because it isn't the first time something like that has happened. Deirdre told Cortland there was a dead body in the attic of the house at First Street. Yes, a dead body." "Cortland told you this?" She nodded gravely. "Poor Deirdre. She tells these doctors things like that, and they give her shock treatment. Cortland thinks she's seeing things." She shook her head. "That's Cortland. He believes the house is haunted, that there are ghosts up there you can talk to, but a body in the attic? Oh, no, he won't believe in that." She laughed softly, then became extremely serious. "But I'll bet it's true." "I remember something about a young man who disappeared right before Stella died. I heard about it years later. Aunt Millie dear said something about it to my cousin Angela. Later on, Dandridge told me about it. The police were looking for him. Private detectives were looking. A Texan from England, Erwin said, who had actually spent the night with Stella and then just disappeared. I'll tell you who else knew about it. Amanda knew about it. Last time I saw her in New York, we were rehashing the whole thing, and she said, 'And what about that man who strangely disappeared?' Of course, she connected it with Cornell, you know, the one who died in the hotel downtown after he called on Carlotta. I tell you, she poisons them, and they go home and die afterwards. It's one of those chemicals with a delayed effect. This Texan was some sort of historian from England, knew about our family's past." Suddenly she made a connection. I was a historian from England. She laughed. "Mr. Leitner, you better watch your step," she said. She sat back, laughing softly to herself. "I suppose you're right, but you don't really believe all this, do you, Miss Mayfair?" She thought for a moment. "Well, I do and I don't. Again she laughed. "I wouldn't put anything past Carlotta. But if the truth be known, the woman's too dull to actually poison somebody. But I thought about it. I thought about it when Irwin Dandridge died. I loved Irwin, and he did die right after he went to see Carlotta. I hope Deirdre goes to college in Texas, and if Carlotta invites you up for tea, don't go." "About the ghost, particularly," I said. Throughout this interview it was rarely necessary for me to complete a sentence. "Oh, which one? There's the ghost of Julien. Everybody has seen that ghost. I thought I saw it once. And then there's the spook that throws over people's ladders. That's a regular invisible man." "But isn't there one whom they call the man?" She had never heard that expression. But I ought to talk to Cortland. That is, if Cortland would talk to me. Cortland didn't like outsiders asking him questions. Cortland lived in a family world. We parted ways at the corner as I helped her into her taxi. "If you do talk to Cortland," she said, "don't tell him you talked to me. He thinks I'm an awful gothic. But do ask him about that Texan. You never know what he might say." As soon as the cab drove away, I called Juliet Milton, our society spy. "Don't ever go near the house," I said. "Don't ever have anything to do personally with Carlotta Mayfair. Don't ever go to lunch again with Beatrice. We'll give you a handsome check. Simply bow out." "But what did I do? What did I say? Beatrice is an impossible gossip. She tells everyone those stories. I haven't repeated anything that wasn't common knowledge. You've done a fine job, but there are dangers, definite dangers. Just do as I say." "Oh, she told you that about Carlotta killing people." "That's nonsense. Carlotta's an old stick. To hear her tell it, Carlotta went to New York and killed Deirdre's father, Sean Lacey. Now that is sheer nonsense." I repeated my warnings, or orders, for what they were worth. The following day I drove out to Metairie, parked my car, and took a walk in the quiet streets around Cortland's house. Except for the large oak trees and the soft velvet green of the grass, the neighborhood had nothing of the atmosphere of New Orleans. It might as well have been a rich suburb near Houston, Texas, or Oklahoma City. Very beautiful, very restful, very seemingly safe. I saw nothing of Deirdre. I hoped she was happy in this wholesome place. I was convinced that I must see her from afar before I attempted to speak to her. In the meantime, I tried to make direct contact with Cortland, but he did not return my calls. Finally, his secretary told me he did not want to talk to me, that he had heard I'd been talking to his cousins, and he wished that I would leave the family alone. I was undecided as to whether I should press the matter with Cortland. Same old questions that always plague us at such junctures. What were my obligations, my goals? I left the message, finally, that I had a great deal of information about the Mayfair family going back to the 1600s and would welcome an interview. I never received a response. The following week I learned from Juliet Milton that Deirdre had just left for Texas Woman's University in Denton, Texas, where Rhonda Mayfair's husband, Ellis Clement, taught English to small classes of well-bred girls. Carlotta was absolutely against it. It had been done without her permission, and Carlotta was not speaking to Cortland. Cortland had driven Deirdre to Texas and remained long enough to see that she was comfortable in the home of Rhonda Mayfair and Ellis Clement, and then came home. It was not difficult for us to ascertain that Deirdre had been admitted as a special student educated at home. She had been assigned a private room in the freshman dormitory and was registered for a full schedule of routine coursework. I arrived in Denton 2 days later. Texas Woman's University was a lovely little school situated on low, rolling green hills, with vine-covered brick buildings and neatly tended lawns. It was quite impossible to believe that it was a state institution. At the age of 36, with prematurely gray hair and addicted to well-tailored linen suits, I found it effortlessly easy to roam about the campus, probably passing for a faculty member to anyone who took notice. I stopped on benches for long periods to write in my notebook. I browsed in the small open library. I wandered the halls of the old buildings, exchanging pleasantries with a few elderly women teachers and with fresh-faced young women in blouses and pleated skirts. I caught my first glimpse of Deirdre unexpectedly on the second day after my arrival. She came out of the freshman dormitory, a modest Georgian-style building, and walked for about an hour around the campus. a lovely young woman with long, loose black hair, strolling idly up and down small winding paths beneath old trees. She wore the usual cotton blouse and skirt. Seeing her at last overwhelmed me with confusion. I was glimpsing a great celebrity, and as I followed her at a remove, I suffered unanticipated agonies over what I was doing. Should I leave this woman alone? Should I tell her what I knew of her early history? What right had I to be here? In silence I watched her return to her dormitory. The following morning I followed her to the first of her classes, and then afterwards into a large basement canteen area where she drank coffee alone at a small table and put nickels into the jukebox over and over to play one selection repeatedly, a mournful Gershwin tune sung by Nina Simone. It seemed to me she was enjoying her freedom. She read for a while, then sat looking around her. I found myself utterly unable to move from the chair and go towards her. I dreaded frightening her. How terrible to discover that one is being followed. I left before she did, and went back to my little downtown hotel. That afternoon I again wandered the campus, and as soon as I approached her dormitory she appeared. This time she wore a white cotton dress with short sleeves and a beautifully fitted bodice, and a rather loose billowy skirt. Once again she appeared to be walking aimlessly. However, this time she took an unexpected turn towards the back of the campus, so to speak, away from the groomed lawns and the traffic, and I soon found myself following her into a large, deeply neglected botanical garden, a place so shadowy and wild and overgrown that I became fearful for her as she proceeded, way ahead of me along the uneven path. At last, the large stands of bamboo blotted out all signs of the distant dormitories and all noise from the even more distant street. The air felt heavy as it feels in New Orleans, yet slightly more dry. I came down a small walkway over a little bridge and looked up to see Deirdre facing me as she stood quite still beneath a large flowering tree. She lifted her right hand and beckoned for me to come closer. Were my eyes deceiving me? No, she was staring straight at me. "Mr. Leitner," she said, "what is it you want?" Her voice was low and faintly tremulous. She seemed neither angry nor afraid. I was unable to answer her. I realized suddenly she was wearing the Mayfair emerald around her neck. It must have been under her dress when she came out of the dormitory. Now it was plainly in view. A tiny alarm sounded inside me. I struggled to say something simple and honest and thoughtful. Instead, I said, "I've been following you, Deirdre." "Yes," she said, "I know." She turned her back to me, beckoning for me to follow, and went down a narrow, overgrown set of steps to a near secret place where cement benches formed a circle, all but hidden from the main path. The bamboo was crackling faintly in the breeze. The smell of the nearby pond was rank, but the spot had an undeniable beauty to it. She settled on the bench, her dress a shining whiteness in the shadows, the emerald flashing against her breast. "Danger, Leitner," I said to myself. "You are in danger." "Mr. Leitner," she said, looking up as I sat opposite, "just tell me what you want." "Deirdre, I know many things," I said. "Things about you and your mother's mother, and about her mother before her. History, secrets, gossip, genealogies, all sorts of things, really. In a house in Amsterdam there is a portrait of a woman, your ancestor. Her name was Deborah. She was the one who bought that emerald from a jeweler in Holland hundreds of years ago." None of this seemed to surprise her. She was studying me, obviously scanning for lies and ill intentions. I myself was unaccountably shaken. I was talking to Deirdre Mayfair. I was sitting with Deirdre Mayfair at last. "Deirdre," I said, Tell me if you want to know what I know. Do you want to see the letters of a man who loved your ancestor, Deborah? Do you want to hear how she died in France, and how her daughter came across the sea to Saint-Domingue? On the day she died, Lascia brought a storm to the village. I stopped. It was as if the words had dried up in my mouth. Her face had undergone a shocking change. For a moment I thought it was rage that had overwhelmed her. Then I realized it was some consuming inner struggle. "Mr. Leitner," she whispered, "I don't want to know. I want to forget what I do know. I came here to get away." Ah. I said nothing for a moment. I could feel her growing more calm. I was the one at a loss, quite completely. Then she said, "Mr. Leitner," her voice very steady, yet infused with emotion. "My aunt says that you study us because you believe we are special people, that you would help the evil in us out of curiosity if you could. No, don't misunderstand me. She means that by talking about the evil, you would feed it. By studying it, you would give it more life." Her soft blue eyes pleaded for my understanding. How remarkably poised she seemed. How surprisingly calm. "I understand your aunt's point of view," I said. In fact, I was amazed that Carlotta Mayfair knew who we were, or understood even that much of our purpose. And then I thought of Stuart. Stuart must have spoken to her. There was the proof of it. This and 1,000 other thoughts were crowding my brain. "It's like the spiritualists, Mr. Leitner," Deirdre said in the same polite, sympathetic manner. "They want to speak with the spirits of dead ancestors, and in spite of all their good intentions, they merely strengthen demons about whom they understand nothing." "Yes, I know what you're saying. Believe me, I know. I wanted only to give you the information, to let you know that if you— But you see, I don't want it. I want to put the past behind me." Her voice faltered slightly. "I want never to go home again." "Very well, then," I said. "I understand perfectly. But will you do this for me? Memorize my name. Take this card from me. Memorize the phone numbers on it. Call me if ever you need me." She took the card from me. She studied it for a length of time, and then slipped it into her pocket. I found myself looking at her in silence, looking into her large, innocent blue eyes, and trying not to dwell upon the beauty of her young body, her exquisitely molded breasts in the cotton dress. Her face seemed full of sadness to me in the shadows. "He's the devil, Mr. Leitner," she whispered. "He really is." "Then why are you wearing the emerald, my dear?" I asked her impulsively. A smile came over her face. She reached for it, closing her right hand around it, and then pulled hard on it till the chain broke. "For one very definite reason, Mr. Leitner. It was the simplest way to bring it here, and I mean to give it to you." She reached out and dropped it in my hand. I looked down at it, scarce believing that I was holding the thing. Off the top of my head I said, "He'll kill me, you know. He'll kill me and he'll take it back." "No, he can't do that," she said. She stared at me blankly, in shock. "Of course he can," I said. But I was ashamed that I'd made such a statement. "Deirdre, let me tell you what I know about this spirit. Let me tell you what I know about others who see such things. You are not alone in this. You needn't fight it alone." "Oh, God," she whispered. She closed her eyes for an instant. "He can't do that," she said again, but there was no conviction. "I don't believe he can do something like that." "I'll take my chances with him," I said. "I'll take the emerald. Some people have weapons of their own, so to speak. I can help you understand your weapons. Does your aunt do this? Tell me what you want of me." That you go away, she said miserably. That you never speak to me about these things again. Deirdre, can he make you see him when you don't want him to come? I want you to stop it, Mr. Lightner. If I don't think of him, if I don't speak of him. She raised her hands to her temples. If I refuse to look at him, maybe. What do you want? For yourself? Life, Mr. Lightner. Normal life. You can't imagine what the words mean to me. Normal life. Life like they have, the girls over there in the dormitory, life with teddy bears and boyfriends and kissing in the back of cars. Just life. She was now so upset that I was fast becoming upset, and all this was so unforgivably dangerous. And yet she'd put this thing in my hand. I felt of it, rubbing my thumb across it. It was so cold, so hard. I'm sorry, Deirdre. I'm so sorry I disturbed you. I'm so sorry. Mr. Lightner, can't you make him go away? Can't you people do that? My aunt says no, only the priest can do it. But the priest doesn't believe in him, Mr. Lightner. And you can't exorcise a demon when you have no faith. He doesn't show himself to the priest, does he, Deirdre? No, she said bitterly, with a trace of a smile. What good would it do if he did? He's no lowly spirit who can be driven off with holy water and Hail Marys. He makes fools of them. She had begun to cry. She reached for the emerald and pulled it by its chain from my fingers, and then flung it as far as she could through the underbrush. I heard it strike water with a dull, short sound. She was shaking violently. It'll come back, she said. It will come back. It always comes back. Maybe you can exorcise him, I said. You and only you. Oh, yes, that's what she says. That's what she always said. Don't look at him. Don't speak to him. Don't let him touch you. But he always comes back. He doesn't ask my permission. And, yes, when I'm lonely, when I'm miserable, he's there. Yes, he's there. This girl was in agony. Something had to be done. And what if he does come, Deirdre? What I am saying is, what if you do not fight him and you let him come, let him be visible? What then? Stunned and hurt, she looked at me. You don't know what you're saying. I know it's driving you mad to fight him. What happens if you don't fight him? I die, she answered, and the world dies around me, and there's only him. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. How long she has lived with this misery, I thought, and how strong she is, and so helpless, and so afraid. Yes, Mr. Lightner, that's true, she said. I am afraid, but I am not going to die. I'm going to fight him, and I'm going to win. You're going to leave me. You're never going to come near me again, and I'm never going to say his name again, or look at him, or invite him to come. And he'll leave me. He'll go away. He'll find someone else to see him, someone to love. Does he love you, Deirdre? Yes, she whispered. It was growing dark. I could no longer see her features clearly. What does he want, Deirdre? I asked. You know what he wants, she answered. He wants me, Mr. Lightner. The same thing you want. Because I make him come true. She took a little knot of handkerchief out of her pocket and wiped at her nose. He told me you were coming, she said. He said something strange, something I can't remember. It was like a curse, what he said. It was, I shall eat the meat and drink the wine and have the woman when he is mouldering in the grave. I've heard those words before, I answered. I want you to go away, she said. You're a nice man. I like you. I don't want him to hurt you. I'll tell him that he mustn't. She stopped, confused. Deirdre, I believe I can help you. No! I can help you fight him if that's your decision. I know people in England who—
No!
I waited, then said softly, "If you ever need my help, call me." She didn't answer. I could feel her utter exhaustion, her near despair. I told her where I was staying in Denton, that I would be there until tomorrow, and that if I didn't hear from her I would go. I felt an utter failure, but I could not hurt her any more. I gazed off into the whispering bamboo. It was getting darker and darker, and there were no lights in this rank garden. "But your aunt is wrong about us," I said, unsure of her attention. I stared up at the little bit of sky above, which was now quite white. "We want to tell you what we know. We want to give you what we have. It's true we care about you because you are a special person, but we care far more about you than we care about him. You could come to our house in London. Stay there as long as you like. We'll introduce you to others who've seen such things, battled them. We'll help you. And who knows, perhaps we can somehow make him go away. And any time you want to go, we'll help you to go." She didn't answer. "You know I'm speaking the truth," I said. "And I know that you know." I looked at her, quite afraid to see the pain in her face. She was staring at me exactly the way she had been before, her eyes sad and glazed with tears, and her hands limp in her lap. And directly behind her, he stood, not even an inch from her, brilliantly realized, staring with his brown eyes at me. I cried out before I could stop myself. Like a fool, I leapt to my feet. "What is it?" she cried. She was terrified. She sprang up off the bench and threw herself in my arms. "Tell me, what is it?" He was gone. A gust of heated breeze moved the towering shoots of bamboo. Nothing but shadows there. Nothing but the rank closeness of the garden, and a gradual drop in temperature, as if the door to a furnace room had been swung shut. I closed my eyes, holding her as firmly as I could, trying not to shake right out of my shoes, and to comfort her while I memorized what I had seen. A malicious young man, smiling coldly as he stood behind her, clothed prim and dark and without detail, as if the entire energy of the being were absorbed in the lustrous eyes and the white teeth and the gleaming skin. Otherwise he had been the man whom so many others had described. She was now quite hysterical. Her hand was clamped over her mouth, and she was swallowing her sobs. She pushed away from me roughly, and ran up the small overgrown stairs to the path. "Deirdre!" I called out, but she was already out of sight in the darkness. I glimpsed a smear of white through the distant trees, and then I did not even hear her footfall any longer. I was alone in the old botanical garden, and it was dark, and I was mortally afraid for the first time in my life. I was so afraid that I became angry. I started to follow her, or rather the path she had taken, and I forced myself not to run, but to take one firm step after another until at last I saw the distant lights of the dormitories and the service road behind them, and heard the traffic, and felt once again that I was safe. Entering the freshman dormitory, I inquired of the gray-haired woman at the desk as to whether Deirdre Mayfair had just come in. She had. Safe and sound, I thought. "It's supper now, sir. You can leave a message if you like." "Yes, of course. I'll call her later." I took out a small plain envelope, wrote Deirdre's name on it, then wrote a note explaining once more that I was at the hotel if she wished to contact me, and placing my card in the envelope with the note, I sealed the envelope and gave it to the woman for delivery, and went out. Without mishap I reached the hotel, went to my room, and rang London. It was an hour before my call could be put through, during which time I lay there on the bed with the phone beside me, and all I could think was, I've seen him. I've seen the man. I've seen the man for myself. I've seen what Pater saw and what Arthur saw. I've seen Lasher with my own eyes. Scott Reynolds, our director, was calm but adamant when I finally made the connection. "Get the hell out of there. Come home." Take a deep breath, Scott. I haven't come this far to be frightened off by a spirit we have studied from afar for 300 years. This is how you use your own judgment, Aaron? You, who know the history of the Mayfair witches from beginning to end. The thing isn't trying to frighten you, it's trying to entice you. It wants you to torment the girl with your inquiries. It's losing her, and you're its hope of getting her back. The aunt, whatever else she may be, is onto the truth. You make that girl talk to you about what she's been through, and you'll give that spirit the energy it wants. I'm not trying to make her do anything, Scott, but I don't think she is winning her battle. I'm going back to New Orleans. I want to be near at hand. Scott was on the verge of ordering me to leave when I pulled rank. I was older than he was. I had declined the appointment as director. Hence, he'd received it. I was not going to be ordered off this case. Well, this is like offering a bromide to a person who's burning to death, but don't drive back to New Orleans. Take the train. That was a surprisingly welcome suggestion. No dark, dismal, shoulderless roads through the Louisiana swamplands, but a nice, cheerful, crowded train. The following day I left a note for Deirdre that I would be at the Royal Court in New Orleans. I drove the rental car to Dallas and took the train back to New Orleans from there. It was only an 8-hour trip, and I was able to write in my diary the entire way. At length I considered what had happened. The girl had renounced her history and her psychic powers. Her aunt had reared her to reject the spirit Lasher, but for years she'd been losing the battle, quite obviously. But what if we gave her our assistance? Might the hereditary chain be broken? Might the spirit depart the family like a spirit fleeing a burning house which it has haunted for years? Even as I wrote out these thoughts, I was dogged by my remembrance of the apparition. The thing was so powerful. It was more seemingly incarnate and powerful than any such phantom I had ever beheld. Yet it had been a fragmentary image. In my experience, only the ghosts of people who have very recently died appear with such seeming substance. For example, the ghost of a pilot killed in action may appear on the very day of his death in his sister's parlor, and she will say after, "Why, he was so real I could see the mud on his shoes." Ghosts of the long departed almost never had such density or vividness. And discarnate entities? They could possess bodies of the living and of the dead, yes, but appear on their own with such solidity and such intensity? This thing liked to appear, didn't it? Of course it did. That was why so many people saw it. It liked to have a body, if only for a split second. So it didn't just speak with a soundless voice to the witch, or make an image which existed entirely in her mind. No, it made itself somehow material, so that others saw it and even heard it, and with great effort, perhaps very great effort, it could make itself appear to cry or smile. So what was the agenda of this being? To gain strength so that it might make appearances of greater and greater duration and perfection? And above all, what was the meaning of the curse, which in Pater's letter had read, "I shall drink the wine and eat the meat and know the warmth of the woman when you are no longer even bones"? Lastly, why was it not tormenting me, or enticing me now? Had it used the energy of Deirdre to make this appearance? Or my energy? I had seen very few spirits in my life. I was not a strong medium. In fact, at that point I had never seen an apparition which could not have been explained as some sort of illusion created by light and shadow, or an overactive mind. Perhaps foolishly I had the feeling that as long as I was away from Deirdre, it couldn't do me harm. What had happened with Peter Van Abel had to do with his powers of mediumship and how the thing manipulated them. I had very little of that sort of power. But it would be a very bad mistake to underestimate the being. I needed to be on guard from here on out. I arrived in New Orleans at 8 in the evening, and strange, unpleasant little things began to happen at once. I was nearly run down by a taxi outside Union Station. Then the taxi which took me to my hotel nearly collided with another car as we pulled up to the curb. In the small lobby of the Royal Court, a drunken tourist bumped into me and then tried to start a brawl. Fortunately, his wife diverted him, apologizing repeatedly as the bellhops assisted her in getting the man upstairs. But my shoulder was bruised from this small incident. I was shaken from the close calls in the cab. Imagination, I thought. Yet as I climbed the stairs to my first-floor room, a weak portion of the old wooden railing came loose in my hands. I almost lost my balance. The bellhop was immediately apologetic. An hour later, as I was noting all these things in my diary, a fire broke out on the third floor of the hotel. I stood in the cramped French Quarter street with other uncomfortable guests for the better part of an hour before it was determined that the small blaze had been put out without smoke or water damage to any other rooms. What was the cause? I asked. An embarrassed employee murmured something about rubbish in a storage closet and assured me that everything was all right. For a long time I considered the situation. Really, all this might have been coincidence. I was unharmed, and so was everyone else involved in these little incidents, and what was required of me now was a stalwart frame of mind. I resolved to move just a little bit more slowly through the world, to look around myself with greater care, and to try to remain conscious of all that was going on around me at all times. The night passed without any further mishap, though I slept very uneasily and woke often, and the following morning after breakfast I called our investigative detectives in London, asked them to hire a Texas investigator, and to find out as discreetly as possible what he could about Deirdre Mayfair. I then sat down and wrote a long letter to Cortland. I explained who I was, what the Talamasca was, and how we had followed the history of the Mayfair family since the 17th century, during which one of our representatives had rescued Deborah Mayfair from serious jeopardy in her native Donleith. I explained about the Rembrandt of Deborah in Amsterdam. I went on to explain that we were interested in Deborah's descendants because they seemed to possess genuine psychic powers, manifesting in every generation, and we were desirous of making contact with the family, with a view to sharing our records with those who were interested, and in offering information to Deirdre Mayfair, who seemed to be a person deeply burdened by her ability to see a spirit who in former times was called Lasher, and might still be called Lasher to this day. Our representative, Peter Van Abel, first glimpsed this spirit in Donleith in the 1600s. It has been seen countless times since in the vicinity of your home on First Street. I have only just seen it in another location with my own eyes. I then copied out the identical letter to Carlotta Mayfair, and after much consideration put down the address and phone number of my hotel. After all, what was the point of hiding behind a post-office box? I drove up to First Street, placed Carlotta's letter in the mailbox, and then drove out to Metairie, where I put Cortland's letter through the slot in his door. After that, I found I was overcome by foreboding, and though I went back to my hotel, I did not go up to my room. Rather, I told the desk I should be in the first-floor bar, and there I remained all evening, slowly savoring a good sample of Kentucky sipping whiskey and writing in my diary about the whole affair. The bar was small and quiet, and opened onto a charming courtyard, and though I sat with my back to this view, facing the lobby doors, for reasons I cannot quite explain, I enjoyed the little place. The feeling of foreboding was slowly melting away. At about 8 o'clock, I looked up from my diary to realize that someone was standing very near my table. It was Cortland. I had only just completed my narrative of the Mayfair file, as indicated. I had studied countless photographs of Cortland, but it was not a photograph of Cortland which came to mind as our eyes met. The tall, black-haired man smiling down at me was the image of Julien Mayfair, who had died in 1914. The differences seemed unimportant. It was Julien with larger eyes, darker hair, and perhaps a more generous mouth, but Julien nevertheless. And quite suddenly the smile appeared grotesque, a mask. I made a mental note of these odd thoughts, even as I invited the man to sit down. He was wearing a linen suit, much like my own, with a pale lemon-colored shirt and pale tie. Thank God it's not Carlotta, I thought, at which point he said, "I don't think you will hear from my cousin Carlotta, but I think it's time you and I had a talk." very pleasant and completely insincere voice. Deeply Southern, but in a unique New Orleans way. The gleam in the dark eyes was charming and faintly awful. This man either hated me or regarded me as a damnable nuisance. He turned and signaled the bartender. "Another drink for Mr. Lightner, please, and a sherry for me." He sat opposite me across the little marble table, his long legs crossed and turned to one side. "You don't mind if I smoke, do you, Mr. Lightner?" "Thank you." He withdrew a beautiful gold cigarette case from his pocket, laid it down, offered me a cigarette, and when I refused, lit one for himself. Again his cheerful demeanor struck me as entirely contrived. I wondered how it might appear to a normal person. "I'm so glad you've come, Mr. Mayfair," I said. "Oh, do call me Cortland," he said. "There are so many Mr. Mayfairs, after all." I felt danger emanating from him, and made a conscious effort to veil my thoughts. "If you will call me Aaron," I said, "I shall call you Cortland with pleasure." He gave a little nod. Then he threw an off-handed smile at the young woman who set down our drinks, and at once he took a sip of his sherry. He was a compellingly attractive person. His black hair was lustrous, and there was a touch of thin moustache dappled with gray above his lips. It seemed the lines in his face were an embellishment. I thought of Llewellyn and his descriptions of Julien, which I had heard only a few days before. But I had to put all this out of my mind completely. I was in danger. That was the overriding intuition, and the man's subdued charm was part of it. He thought himself very attractive and very clever, and both of these things he was. I stared at the fresh bourbon and water, and was suddenly struck by the position of his hand on his gold cigarette case only an inch from the glass. I knew, absolutely knew, this man meant to do me harm. How unexpected. I had thought it was Carlotta all along. "Oh, excuse me," he said, with a sudden look of surprise, as though he had just remembered something. "A medicine I have to take, that is, if I can find it." He felt of his pockets, then drew something out of his coat, a small bottle of tablets. "What a nuisance," he said, shaking his head. "Have you enjoyed your stay in New Orleans?" He turned and asked for a glass of water. "Of course you've been to Texas to see my niece, I know that. But you've been touring the city as well, no doubt. What do you think of this garden here?" He pointed to the courtyard behind him. "Quite a story about that garden. Did they tell you?" I turned in my chair and glanced over my shoulder at the garden. I saw the uneven flagstones, a weathered fountain, and beyond, in the shadows, a man standing before the fanlight door. Tall, thin man with the light behind him, faceless, motionless. Chill which ran down my back was almost delicious. I continued to look at the man, and slowly the figure melted completely away. I waited for a draught of warm air, but I felt nothing. Perhaps I was too far from the being, or perhaps I was altogether wrong about who or what it had been. It seemed an age past. Then, as I turned around, Cortland said, "A woman committed suicide in that little garden. They say that the fountain turns red with her blood once a year." "Charming," I said under my breath. I watched him lift his glass of water and drink half the contents. Was he swallowing his tablets? The little bottle had disappeared. I glanced at my bourbon and water. I would not have touched it for anything in this world. I looked absently at my pen, lying there beside my diary, and then placed it in my pocket. I was so utterly absorbed in everything that I saw and heard that I felt not the slightest urge to speak a word. "Well, then, Mr. Lightner, let's get to the point." Again that smile, that radiant smile. "Of course," I said. What was I feeling? I was curiously excited. I was sitting here with Julien's son, Cortland, and he had just slipped a drug, no doubt lethal, into my drink. He thought he was going to get away with this. The whole dark history glittered suddenly in my mind. I was in it. I wasn't reading about it in England. I was here. Perhaps I smiled at him. I knew that a crushing misery would follow this curious peak of emotion. The damned son of a bitch was trying to kill me. "I've looked into this matter, the Talamasca, etc.," he said in a bright artificial voice. "There's nothing we can do about you people. We can't force you to disclose your information about our family, because apparently it's entirely private and not intended for publication or for any malicious use. We can't force you to stop collecting it either, as long as you break no laws." Yes, I suppose that's all true. However, we can make you and your representatives uncomfortable, very uncomfortable, and we can make it legally impossible for you to come within so many feet of us and our property. But that would be costly to us and wouldn't really stop you, at least not if you are what you say you are. He paused, took a draw off his thin, dark cigarette, and glanced at the bourbon and water. "Did I order the wrong drink for you, Mr. Lightner?" "You didn't order any drink," I said. "The waiter brought another of what I had been drinking all afternoon. I should have stopped you. I've had quite enough." His eyes hardened for a moment as he looked at me. In fact, his mask of a smile vanished completely, and in a moment of blankness and lack of contrivance, he looked almost young. "You shouldn't have made that trip to Texas, Mr. Lightner," he said coldly. "You should never have upset my niece." "I agree with you. I shouldn't have upset her. I was concerned about her. I wanted to offer my help." "That's very presumptuous of you, you and your London friends." Touch of anger. Or was it simply annoyance that I wasn't going to drink the bourbon? I looked at him for a long moment, my mind emptying itself until there was no sound intruding, no movement, no color, only his face there and a small voice in my head telling me what I wanted to know. "Yes, it is presumptuous, isn't it?" I said. "But you see, it was our representative, Peter Van Abel, who was the father of Charlotte Mayfair, born in France in 1664. When he later journeyed to Saint-Domingue to see his daughter, he was imprisoned by her, and before your spirit Lasher drove him to his death on a lonely road outside of Port-au-Prince, he coupled with his own daughter Charlotte, and thereby became the father of her daughter Jeanne-Louise. That means he was grandfather of Angelique, and the great-grandfather of Marie Claudette, who built Riverbend, and created the legacy which you administer for Deirdre now. Do you follow my tale?" Clearly he was utterly incapable of a response. He sat still looking at me, the cigarette smoking in his hand. I caught no emanation of malice or anger. Watching him keenly, I went on. "Your ancestors are the descendants of our representative, Peter Van Abel. We are linked, the Mayfair witches and the Talamasca. And then there are other matters which bring us together after all these years. Stuart Townsend, our representative who disappeared here in New Orleans after he visited Stella in 1929. Do you remember Stuart Townsend? The case of his disappearance was never solved." "You are mad, Mr. Lightner," he said, with no perceptible change of expression. He drew on his cigarette and crushed it out, though it was not half spent. "That spirit of yours, Lasher, he killed Peter Van Abel," I said calmly. "Was it Lasher whom I saw only a moment ago? Over there?" I gestured to the distant garden. "He is driving your niece out of her mind, isn't he?" I asked. A remarkable change had now come over Cortlandt. His face, beautifully framed by his dark hair, looked totally innocent in its bewilderment. "You're perfectly serious, aren't you?" he asked. These were the first honest words he'd spoken since he came into the bar. "Of course I am," I said. "Why would I try to deceive people who can read other people's thoughts? That would be stupid, wouldn't it? I looked at the glass. Rather like you expecting me to drink this bourbon and succumb to the drug you put into it, the way Stuart Townsend did, or Cornell Mayfair after that. He tried to shroud his shock behind a blank, dull look. "You are making a very serious accusation," he said under his breath. "All this time I thought it was Carlotta. It was never Carlotta, was it? It was you." "Who cares what you think?" he whispered. "How dare you say such things to me?" Then he checked his anger. He shifted slightly in his chair, his eyes holding me as he opened the cigarette case and withdrew another cigarette. His whole demeanor changed suddenly to one of honest inquiry. "What the hell do you want, Mr. Lightner?" he asked, dropping his voice earnestly. "Seriously now, sir, what do you want?" I reflected for a moment. I had been asking myself this very question for weeks on end. What did I mean to accomplish when I went to New Orleans? What did we, and what did I, really want? "We want to know you," I said, rather surprised myself to hear it come out. "To know you, because we know so much about you, and yet we don't know anything at all. We want to tell you what we know about you, all the bits and pieces of information we've collected, what we know about the deep past. We want to tell you all we know about the whole mystery of who you are and what he is. And we wish you would talk to us. We wish you would trust us and let us in. And lastly, we want to reach out to Deirdre Mayfair and say there are others like you, others who see spirits. We know you're suffering and we can help you. You aren't alone." He studied me, eyes seemingly open, his face quite beyond dissembling. Then, pulling back and glancing away, he tapped off the ash of his cigarette and motioned for another drink. "Why don't you drink the bourbon?" I asked. "I haven't touched it." Again I had surprised myself, but I let the question stand. He looked at me. "I don't like bourbon," he said. "Thank you." "What did you put in it?" I asked. He shrank back into his thoughts. He appeared just a little miserable. He watched as the boy set down his drink. Sherry, as before, in a crystal glass. "This is true?" he asked, looking up at me. "What you wrote in your letter about the portrait of Deborah Mayfair in Amsterdam?" I nodded. "We have portraits of Charlotte, Jeanne-Louise, Angélique, Marie Claudette, Marguerite, Catherine, Mary Beth, Julien, Stella, Antha, and Deirdre." He made a sudden impatient motion for me to stop. "Look, I came here because of Deirdre," I said. "I came because she's going mad. The girl I spoke to in Texas is on the edge of breakdown." "Do you think you helped her?" "No, and I deeply regret that I didn't. If you don't want contact with us, I understand. Why the hell should you? But we can help Deirdre. We really can." No answer. He drank the sherry. I tried to see this from his point of view. I couldn't. I'd never tried to poison someone. I didn't have the faintest idea of who he really was. The man I'd known in the history wasn't this man. "Would your father, Julien, have spoken to me?" I asked. "Not a chance of it," he said, looking up as though awakening from his thoughts. For a moment he looked deeply distressed. "But don't you know from all your observations," he asked, "that he was one of them?" Again he seemed completely earnest, his eyes searching my face as if to assure himself that I was earnest too. "And you're not one of them?" I asked. "No," he said, with great quiet emphasis, slowly shaking his head. "Not really. Not ever." He looked sad suddenly, and when he did, he looked old. "Look, spy on us if you wish. Treat us as if we were a royal family." "Exactly." "You're historians. That's what my contacts in London tell me. Historians, scholars, utterly harmless, completely respectable." "I'm honored," But leave my niece alone. My niece has a chance for happiness now. And this thing must come to an end, you see. It must. And perhaps she can see to it that it does.
Is she one of them? I asked, echoing his early intonation.
Of course she isn't, he said. That's just the point. There is no one of them now. Don't you see that? What's been the theme of your study of us? Haven't you seen the disintegration of the power? Stella wasn't one of them either. The last one was Maribeth. Julien, my father, that is, and then Maribeth. I've seen it, but what about your spectral friend? Will he allow it to come to a finish? You believe in him? He cocked his head with a faint smile, his dark eyes creasing at the edges with silent laughter. Really now, Mr. Leitner, do you believe in Lasher yourself? I saw him, I said simply. Imagination, sir. My niece told me it was a very dark garden. Oh, please, have we come this far to say such things to each other? I saw him, Cortland. He smiled when I saw him. He made himself very substantial and vivid indeed. Cortland's smile became smaller, more ironic. He raised his eyebrows and gave a little sigh. Oh, he would like your choice of words, Mr. Leitner. Can Deirdre make him go away and leave her alone? Of course she can't. But she can ignore him. She can live her life as if he weren't there. Antha couldn't. Stella didn't want to. But Deirdre's stronger than Antha and stronger than Stella, too. Deirdre has a lot of Maribeth in her. That's what the others often don't realize. He appeared to catch himself suddenly in the act of saying more than he had ever intended to say. He stared at me for a long moment, and then he gathered up his cigarette case and his lighter and slowly rose to his feet. Don't go yet, I said imploringly. Send me your history. Send it to me, and I'll read it. And then maybe we can talk again. But don't ever approach my niece again, Mr. Leitner. Understand that I will do anything to protect her from those who mean to exploit her or hurt her. Anything at all. He turned to go. What about the drink? I asked, rising. I gestured to the bourbon. Suppose I call the police and I offer the contaminated drink in evidence. Mr. Leitner, this is New Orleans. He smiled and winked at me in the most charming fashion. Now, please, go home to your watchtower and your telescope and gaze at us from afar. I watched him leave. He walked gracefully, with very long, easy steps. He glanced back when he reached the doorway and gave me a quick, agreeable wave of his hand. I sat down, ignoring the drugged bourbon, and wrote an account of the whole affair in my diary. I then took a small bottle of aspirin out of my pocket, emptied out the tablets, and poured some of the drugged bourbon into it, and capped it, and put it away. I was about to collect my diary and pen and make for the stairs, when I looked up and saw the bellhop standing in the lobby just beyond the door. He came forward. Your bags are ready, Mr. Leitner. Your car is here. Bright, agreeable face. Nobody had told him he was personally throwing me out of town. Is that so? I said. Well, and you've packed everything. I surveyed the 2 bags. My diary I had with me, of course. I went into the lobby. I could see a large old black limousine stopping up the narrow French Quarter street like a giant cork. That's my car? Yes, sir. Mr. Cortland said to see you made the 10 o'clock flight to New York. Said he'd have someone meet you at the airport with the ticket. You ought to have plenty of time. Isn't that thoughtful? I fished in my pocket for a couple of bills, but the boy refused them. Mr. Cortland's taking care of everything, sir. You'd better hurry. You don't want to miss your plane. That's true. But I have a superstition about big black cars. Get me a taxi, and do take this for it, please. The taxi took me not to the airport, but to the train. I managed to get a sleeper for St. Louis and went on to New York from there. When I spoke to Scott, he was adamant. This data required a reevaluation. Don't do any more research in New York. Come home. Halfway across the Atlantic, I became ill. By the time I reached London, I was running a high fever. An ambulance was waiting to take me to hospital, and Scott was there to ride with me. I was going in and out of consciousness. "Look for poison," I said. Those were my last words for 8 hours. When I finally came around, I was still feverish and uncomfortable, but much reassured to be alive and to discover Scott and 2 other good friends in the room. "You've been poisoned, all right, but the worst is over. Can you remember your last drink before you boarded the plane?" "That woman," I said. "Tell me." "I was in the bar at the New York airport, had a scotch and soda. She was stumbling along with an impossible bag, then asked me if I'd fetch the skycap for her. She was coughing as if she were tubercular. Very unhealthy-looking creature. She sat at my table while I went for the skycap, probably a hireling off the streets. She slipped you a poison called ricin. It's from the castor bean. Very powerful and extremely common. Same thing Cortland put in your bourbon. You're out of the woods, but you're going to be sick for 2 more days." "Good Lord." My stomach was cramping again. "They aren't ever going to talk to us, Aaron," Scott said. "How could they? They kill people. It's over, at least for now." "They always killed people, Scott," I said weakly. "But Deirdre Mayfair doesn't kill people. I want my diary." The cramps became unbearable. The doctor came in and started to prepare me for an injection. I refused. "Aaron, he's the head of toxicology here. Impeccable reputation. We've checked out the nurses. Our people are here in the room." It was the end of the week before I could return to the mother house. I could scarcely bring myself to take any nourishment. I was convinced that the entire mother house might soon be poisoned. What was to stop them from hiring people to put commonplace toxins in our food? The food might be poisoned before it even reached our kitchen. And though no such thing happened, it was a year before such thoughts left me, so shaken was I by what had occurred. A great deal of shocking news came to us from New Orleans during that year. During my convalescence, I reviewed the entire Mayfair history. I revised some of it, including the testimony of Richard Llewellyn and a few other persons I'd seen before I went to Texas to see Deirdre. I concluded that Cortland had done away with Stewart and probably with Cornell. It all made sense. Yet so many mysteries remained. What was Cortland protecting when he committed these crimes? And why was he engaged in constant battle with Carlotta? We had, in the meantime, heard from Carlotta Mayfair, a barrage of threatening legal letters from her law firm to ours in London, demanding that we cease and desist with our invasion of her privacy, that we make full disclosure of any personal information we had obtained about her and her family, that we restrict ourselves to a safe distance of 100 yards from any person in her family and any piece of family property, and that we make no effort whatsoever to contact in any way, shape, or form Deirdre Mayfair, etc., and so forth and so on ad nauseum. None of these legal threats or demands having the slightest validity. Our legal representatives were instructed to make no response. We discussed the matter with the full council. Once again we had tried to make contact, and we had been pushed back. We would continue to investigate, and for this purpose I might have a carte blanche, but no one was going near the family in the foreseeable future. If ever again, Reynolds added with great emphasis. I did not argue. I could not drink a glass of milk at the time without wondering if I was going to die from it, and I could not get the memory of Cortland's artificial smile out of my mind. I doubled the number of investigators in New Orleans and in Texas, but I also warned these people, personally by phone, that the objects of their surveillance were hostile and potentially very dangerous. I gave each and every one of our investigators full opportunity to refuse the job. As it turned out, I lost no investigators whatsoever, but several raised their price. As for Juliet Milton, our socialite undercover gossip, we retired her with an unofficial pension over her protest. We did everything we could to make her sensible that certain members of this family were capable of violence. Reluctantly, she stopped writing to us, pleading in her letter of December 10th, 1958, to understand what she had done wrong. We were to hear from her again several times over the years, however. She is still living, as of 1989, in an expensive boarding house for elderly people in Mobile, Alabama. Deirdre's story continues. My investigators in Texas were 3 highly professional detectives, 2 of whom had once worked for the United States government, and all 3 were cautioned that Deirdre was never to be disturbed or frightened by what we were doing in any way. I am very concerned for this girl's happiness and for her peace of mind, but understand she is telepathic. If you come within 50 feet of her, she is likely to know you are watching her. Please take care. Whether they believed me or not, they followed my instructions. They kept a safe distance, gathering information about her through the school offices and from gossiping students, from old women who worked the desk in her dormitory, and from teachers who talked freely about her over coffee. If Deirdre ever knew she was being watched, we never found out. Deirdre did well in the fall semester at Texas Woman's University. She made excellent grades. The girls liked her. Her teachers liked her. About every 6 weeks or so, she signed out of the dormitory for dinner with her cousin Rowan Mayfair and Rhonda's husband, Professor Ellis Clement, who was Deirdre's English teacher at this time. There is also a record of one date on December 10th with a boy named Joey Dawson, but it lasted 1 hour if the register is to be believed. The same register indicates that Cortland visited Deirdre often, frequently signing her out for a Friday or Saturday night in Dallas, from which she returned before the late check-in time of 1 a.m. We know that Deirdre went home to Metairie, to Cortland's house for Christmas, and family gossip declared that she would not even see Carlotta when Carlotta came to call. Legal gossip supports the idea that Carlotta and Cortland were still not speaking. Carlotta would not return Cortland's routine business calls. Acrimonious letters went back and forth between the two over the smallest financial matters concerning Deirdre. "He's trying to get complete control of her for her own sake," said one secretary to a friend, "but that old woman won't have it. She's threatening to take him to court." Whatever the particulars of that struggle, we know that Deirdre began to deteriorate during the spring term. She began to miss classes. Dorm mates said she cried all night sometimes, but would not answer their knocks on her door. One evening she was picked up by the campus police in a small downtown park, apparently confused as to where she was. Finally, she was called to the dean's office for disciplinary action. She had missed too many classes. She was put on compulsory attendance, and though she did manage to appear in the classroom, teachers reported her as inattentive and possibly ill. Finally, in April, Deirdre began to suffer nausea every morning. Girls up and down the hallway could hear her struggling with her sickness in the communal washroom. The girls went to the dorm mother. "Nobody wanted to squeal on her. We were afraid. What if she tried to hurt herself?" When the dorm mother finally suggested she might be pregnant, Deirdre broke down sobbing and had to be hospitalized until Cortland could come and get her, which he did on May 1st. What happened afterwards has remained a mystery to this day. The records at the New Mercy Hospital in New Orleans indicate that Deirdre was probably taken there directly upon arrival from Texas, and that she was given a private room. Gossip among the old nuns, many of whom were retired teachers from St. Alphonsus School, who remembered Deirdre, quickly verified that it was Carlotta's attending physician, Dr. Gallagher, who visited Deirdre and ascertained that, yes, she was going to have a child. "Now, this girl is going to be married," he told the sisters, "and I don't want anything mean being said. The father is a college professor from Denton, Texas, and he is on his way to New Orleans now." By the time Deirdre was taken by ambulance to First Street 3 weeks later, heavily sedated and with a registered nurse in attendance, the gossip was all over the Redemptorist parish that she was pregnant and soon to be married, and that her husband, the college professor, was a married man. Quite the scandal it was to those who had watched the family for generations. Old ladies whispered about it on the church steps. Deirdre Mayfair and a married man. People glanced furtively at Miss Millie and Miss Bell as they passed. Some said that Carlotta would have no part of it. But then Miss Bell and Miss Millie took Deirdre with them to Gus Mayer and there they bought her a lovely blue dress and blue satin shoes for the wedding, and a new white purse and hat. "She was so drugged I don't think she knew where she was," said one of the salesgirls. "Miss Millie made all the choices for her. She just sat there, white as a sheet, and saying, 'Yes, Aunt Millie,' in a slurred voice." Juliet Milton could not resist writing to us. We received a long letter from her detailing how Beatrice Mayfair had been to First Street to see Deirdre, and brought her a whole shopping bag of gifts. "Why ever did she go home to that house instead of Cortland's?" wrote Juliet. There is some indication that Deirdre had little choice in the matter. Medical science in those days believed the placenta of the baby protected it from drugs injected into the mother, and nurses said that Deirdre was so heavily drugged when she left the hospital that she did not even know what was happening to her. Carlotta had come in the early afternoon on a weekday and obtained her release. Now Cortland Mayfair came looking for her that very evening, Sister Bridget Marie told me later in strictest confidence. And was he ever fit to be tied when he discovered that child was gone? Legal gossip deepened the mystery. Cortland and Carlotta were screaming at each other over the phone behind the office doors. Cortland told his secretary in a rage that Carlotta thought she could keep him out of the house where he was born. Well, she was out of her mind if she thought so. Years later, Rowan Mayfair talked about it. "They said my grandfather was simply locked out. He went up to First Street, and Carlotta met him at the gate and threatened him. She said, 'You come in here and I'll call the police.'" On the 1st of July, another volley of information rocked the parish gossip. Deirdre's future husband, the college professor who was leaving his wife to marry her, had been killed driving to New Orleans on the River Road. His car had suffered a broken tie rod and veered to the right at great speed, striking an oak tree, whereupon it exploded into flames. Deirdre Mayfair, unmarried and not yet 18, was going to be giving up her baby. It was to be a family adoption, and Miss Carlotta was arranging the whole thing. "My grandfather was outraged when he heard about the adoption," said Rowan Mayfair many years later. "He wanted to talk to Deirdre, hear it from her own lips that she wanted to give up this child, but he still couldn't get in the house on First Street. Finally, he went to Father Lafferty, the parish priest, but Carlotta had him in her pocket. The priest was squarely on Carlotta's side." All this sounds extremely tragic. It sounds as if Deirdre almost escaped the curse of First Street, if only the father of her baby, driving from Texas to marry her, had not died. For years this sad, scandalous story has been repeated throughout the Redemptorist parish. It was repeated to me as late as 1988 by Rita Mae Lonergan. There is every indication that Father Lafferty believed the story of the Texas father of the baby, and countless reports indicate that the Mayfair cousins believed it. Beatrice Mayfair believed it. Pierce Mayfair believed it. Even Rhonda Mayfair and her husband Ellis Clement in Denton, Texas, seemed to have believed it, or at least the vague version which they were eventually told. But the story wasn't true. Almost from the beginning our investigators shook their heads in puzzlement. College professor with Deirdre Mayfair? Who? Constant surveillance ruled out completely the possibility of Rhonda Mayfair's husband, Ellis Clement. He scarcely knew Deirdre. Indeed, there never was any such man in Denton, Texas, who dated Deirdre Mayfair or was ever observed by anyone in her company. And there was no college professor employed at that university or any other school in the vicinity who died in a car crash on the Louisiana River Road. Indeed, no one died in such a crash on the River Road in 1959, as far as we know. Did an even more scandalous and tragic story lie behind this fabrication? We were slow in putting the pieces together. Indeed, by the time we learned of the River Road car accident, the adoption of Deirdre's baby was already being legally arranged. By the time we learned that there had been no River Road accident, the adoption was a fait accompli. Later court records indicate that sometime during August, Ellie Mayfair flew to New Orleans to sign adoption papers in the office of Carlotta Mayfair, though no one in the family seems to have known at the time that Ellie was there. Graham Franklin, Ellie's husband, told one of his business associates years later that the adoption had been a real kettle of fish. "My wife stopped speaking to her grandfather altogether. He didn't want us to adopt Rowan. Fortunately, the old bastard died before the baby was even born. Father Lafferty told his aging sister in the Irish Channel that the whole thing was a nightmare, but that Ellie Mayfair was a good woman, and she would take the child to California, where it would have a chance at a new life. All of Cortland's grandchildren approved of the decision. It was only Cortland who was carrying on. "That girl can't keep that baby. She's crazy," said the old priest. He sat at his sister's kitchen table, eating his red beans and rice and drinking his small glass of beer. "I mean it. She's crazy. It's just got to be done." "It won't work," the old woman later told our representative. "You can't escape a family curse by moving away." Miss Millie and Miss Bell bought beautiful bed jackets and nightgowns for Deirdre at Gusmere. The salesgirls asked about poor Deirdre. "Oh, she is doing the best she can," said Miss Millie. "It was a terrible, terrible thing." Miss Bell told a woman at the chapel that Deirdre was having those bad spells again. "She doesn't even know where she is half the time," said a grumpy Nancy, who was sweeping the walk when one of the Garden District matrons passed the gate. What did happen behind the scenes all those months at First Street? We pressed our investigators to find out everything that they could. Only one person of whom we know saw Deirdre during the last months of her confinement, to use the old-fashioned term for it, which in this instance may be the correct one. But we did not interview that person until 1988. At the time, the attending physician came and went in silence. So did the nurse who assisted Deirdre for 8 hours each day. Father Lafferty said the girl was resigned to the adoption. Beatrice Mayfair was told she couldn't see Deirdre when she came to call, but she had a glass of wine with Millie Dear, who said the whole thing was heartbreaking indeed. But by October 1st, Cortland was desperate with worry over the situation. His secretaries report that he made continuous calls to Carlotta, that he took a taxi to First Street and was turned away over and over again. Finally, on the afternoon of October 20th, he told his secretary he would get into that house and see his niece, even if he had to break down the door. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, a neighbor spotted Cortland sitting on the curbstone at First and Chestnut Street, his clothes disheveled and blood flowing from a cut on his head. "Get me an ambulance," he said. "He pushed me down the stairs." Though the neighbor woman sat with him until the ambulance arrived, he would say nothing more. He was rushed from First Street to nearby Truro Infirmary. The intern on duty quickly ascertained that Cortland was covered with severe bruises, that his wrist was broken, and that he was bleeding from the mouth. "This man has internal injuries," he said. He called for immediate assistance. Cortland then grabbed the intern's hand and told him to listen, that it was very important that he help Deirdre Mayfair, who was being held prisoner in her own home. "They're taking her baby away from her against her will. Help her." Then Cortland died. A superficial post-mortem indicated massive internal bleeding and severe blows to the head. When the young intern pressed for some sort of police investigation, Cortland's sons immediately quieted him. They had talked to their cousin, Carlotta Mayfair. Their father fell down the steps and then refused medical assistance, leaving the house on his own. Carlotta had never dreamed he was so badly hurt. She had not known he was sitting on the curb. She was beside herself with grief. The neighbors should have rung the bell. At Cortland's funeral, a huge affair out in Metairie, the family was told the same story. While Miss Bell and Miss Millie sat quietly in the background, Cortland's son Pierce told everyone that Cortland had been confused when he made some vague statement to the neighbor about a man pushing him down the steps. In fact, there had been no man in the First Street house who could have done such a thing. Carlotta herself saw him fall. So did Nancy, who rushed to try to catch him, but failed. As for the adoption, Pierce was firmly behind it. His niece Ellie would give the baby exactly the environment it needed to have every chance. It was tragic that Cortland had been against the adoption, but Cortland had been 80 years old. His judgment had been impaired for some time. The funeral proceeded, grandly and without incident, though the undertaker remembered years later that several of the cousins, older men, standing in the very rear of the room during Pierce's little speech, had joked bitterly and sarcastically amongst themselves. "Sure, there's no man in that house," one of them said. "No, no man at all. Just those nice ladies." "I've never seen a man there, have you?" And so on it went. "Nope, no man at First Street. No, sir." When cousins came to call on Deirdre, they were told pretty much the same story that Pierce had told at the funeral. Deirdre was too sick to see them. She hadn't even wanted to see Cortland, she was so sick. And she didn't know and mustn't know that Cortland was dead. "And look at that dark stairs," said Milly Dear to Beatrice. "Cortland should have used the elevator, but he never would use the elevator. If he had just used the elevator, he would never have taken such a fall." Family legend today indicates that everyone agreed the adoption was for the best. Cortland should have stayed out of it. As Rowan Mayfair, Cortland's grandson, said, "Poor Deirdre was no more fit to be a mother than the madwoman of Shiloh. But I think my grandfather felt responsible. He had taken Deirdre to Texas. I think he blamed himself. He wanted to be sure she wanted to give up the baby, but maybe what Deirdre wanted wasn't the important thing." At the time, I dreaded each new piece of news from Louisiana. I lay in bed at night in the mother house, thinking ceaselessly of Deirdre, wondering if there were not some way that we could discover what she truly wanted or felt. Scott Reynolds was more adamant than ever that we could not intervene further. Deirdre knew how to reach us. So did Cortland. So did Carlotta Mayfair, for what that was worth. There was nothing further that we could do. Only in January of 1988, nearly 30 years later, did I learn in an interview with Deirdre's old school friend Rita Mae Dwyer Lonergan that Deirdre had tried desperately to reach me and failed. In 1959, Rita Mae had only just married Jerry Lonergan of Lonergan & Sons Funeral Home, and when she heard that Deirdre was at home, pregnant, and had already lost the father of her baby, Rita Mae screwed up her courage and went to call. As so many others have been, she was turned away at the door, but not before she saw Deirdre at the top of the stairs. Deirdre called out to Rita Mae desperately, "Rita Mae, they're going to take my baby. Rita Mae, help me." As Miss Nancy sought to force Deirdre back up to the second floor, Deirdre threw a small white card down to Rita Mae. "Contact this man. Get him to help me. Tell him they're going to take my baby away." Carlotta Mayfair physically attacked Rita Mae and tried to get the card away from her. But Rita, even though her hair was being pulled and her face scratched, held it tight as she ran through a hail of leaves out the gate. When she got home, she discovered the card was almost unreadable. Carlotta had torn part of it, and Rita had inadvertently clenched the little card in the moist palm of her hand. Only the word Talamasca and my name, handwritten on the back, could be made out. Only in 1988, when I encountered Rita Mae at the funeral of Nancy Mayfair, and gave her a card identical to the one destroyed in 1959, did she recognize the names and call me at my hotel to report what she remembered from that long-ago day. It was heartbreaking to this investigator to learn of Deirdre's vain plea for help. It was heartbreaking to remember those nights 30 years before when I lay in bed in London thinking, I cannot help her, but I have to try to help her. But how do I dare to do it? And how could I possibly succeed? The fact is, I probably could not have done anything to help Deirdre, no matter how hard I might have tried. If Cortland couldn't stop the adoption, it is sensible to assume that I couldn't have stopped it either. Yet, in my dreams, I see myself taking Deirdre out of the First Street house to London. I see her a healthy, normal woman today. The reality is utterly different. On November 7th, 1959, Deirdre gave birth at 5 o'clock in the morning to Rowan Mayfair, 9 pounds, 8 ounces, a healthy, fair-haired baby girl. Hours afterwards, emerging from the general anesthesia, Deirdre found her bed surrounded by Ellie Mayfair, Father Lafferty, and Carlotta Mayfair, and 2 of the Sisters of Mercy, who later described the scene in detail to Sister Bridget Marie. Father Lafferty held the baby in his arms. He explained that he had just baptized it in the Mercy Hospital chapel, naming it Rowan Mayfair. He showed her the signed baptismal certificate. "Now kiss your baby, Deirdre," said Father Lafferty, "and give her to Ellie. Ellie is ready to go." Parish gossip says that Deirdre did as she was told. She had insisted that the child have the name Mayfair, and once that condition was met, she let her baby go. Crying so as she could scarce see, she kissed the baby and let Ellie Mayfair take it from her arms. Then she turned her head, sobbing, into the pillow. Father Lafferty said, "Best leave her alone." Over a decade later, Sister Bridget Marie explained the meaning of Rowan's name. "Carlotta stood godmother to the child. I believe they got some doctor off the ward to be its godfather, so determined were they to have the baptism done. And Carlotta said to Father Lafferty, the child's to be named Rowan. And he said to her, 'Now, you know, Carlotta Mayfair, that is not a saint's name. It sounds like a pagan name to me.' And she to him, in her manner, you know the way she was, she says, 'Father, don't you know what the rowan tree was, and that it was used to ward off witches and all manner of evil? There's not a hut in Ireland where the woman of the house did not put up the rowan branch over the door to protect her family from witches and witchcraft, and that has been true throughout Christian times. Rowan is to be the name of this child.' And Ellie Mayfair, the little mealy mouth that she always was, just nodded her head." "Was it true?" I asked. "Did they put the rowan over the door in Ireland?" Gravely, Sister Bridget Marie nodded. "Lot of good that it did." "Who is the father of Rowan Mayfair?" Routine blood typing done at the hospital indicates that the baby's blood type matched that of Cortland Mayfair, who had died less than a month before. Allow us to repeat here that Cortland may also have been the father of Stella Mayfair, and that recent information obtained from Bellevue Hospital has at last confirmed that Antha Mayfair may have been his daughter as well. Deirdre went mad before she ever left Mercy Hospital after Rowan's birth. The nuns said she cried by the hour, then screamed in an empty room, "You killed him!" Then, wandering into the hospital chapel during Mass, she shouted once more, "You killed him! You left me alone among my enemies! You betrayed me!" She had to be taken out by force and was quickly committed to St. Anne's Asylum, where she became catatonic by the end of the month. It was the invisible lover, Sister Bridget Marie believes to this day. She was shouting and cursing at him, don't you know it, for he'd killed her college professor. He'd done it because the devil wanted her for himself. The demon lover, that's what he was. Right here in the city of New Orleans, walking the streets of the Garden District by night. That is a very lovely and eloquent statement, but since it is more than highly likely that the college professor never existed, what other meaning can we attach to Deirdre's words? Was it Lasher who pushed Cortland down the staircase, or startled him so badly that he fell? And if so, why? This is the end of the life of Deirdre Mayfair, really. For 17 years she was incarcerated in various mental institutions, given massive doses of drugs and ruthless courses of electric shock treatment, with only brief respite when she returned home, a ghost of the girl she had once been. At last, in 1976, she was brought back to First Street forever, a wide-eyed and mute invalid, in a perpetual state of alertness, yet with no connected memory at all. The side porch downstairs was screened in for her. For years she has been led out every day, rain or shine, to sit motionless in a rocking chair, her face turned ever so slightly towards the distant street. "She cannot even remember from moment to moment," said one physician. "She lives entirely in the present, in a way we simply cannot imagine. You might say there is no mind there at all." It is a condition described in some very old people who reach the same state in advanced senility, and sit staring in geriatric hospitals throughout the world. Regardless, she is drugged heavily to prevent bouts of agitation, or so her various doctors and nurses have been told. How did Deirdre Mayfair become this mindless idiot, as the Irish Channel gossips call her, this nice bunch of carrots sitting in her chair? Shock treatments certainly contributed to it, course after course of them, given by every hospital in which she had ever stayed since 1959. Then there were the drugs, massive doses of near-paralytic tranquilizers, given to her in astonishing combinations, or so the records, as we continue to gain access to them, reveal. How does one justify such treatment? Deirdre Mayfair ceased to speak coherently as early as 1962. When not tranquilized, she screamed or cried incessantly. Now and then she broke things. Sometimes she simply lay back with her eyes rolling up in her head and howled. As the years have passed, we have continued to collect information about Deirdre Mayfair. Every month or so we manage to interview some doctor or nurse or other person who has been in the First Street house, but our record of what really happened remains fragmentary. Hospital files are naturally confidential and extremely difficult to obtain, but in at least 2 of the sanitariums where Deirdre was treated, we now know that no record of her treatment exists. One of her doctors has clearly, and by his own admission to an inquiring stranger, destroyed his records of Deirdre's case. Another physician retired shortly after he had treated Deirdre, leaving only a few cryptic notes in his brief file. Incurable, tragic, Aunt demands continued medication, yet Aunt's descriptions of behavior not credible. We continue, for obvious reasons, to rely upon anecdotal evidence for our assessment of Deirdre's history. Though Deirdre has slumbered in a twilight induced by drugs all of her adult life, there have been countless sightings by those around her of a mysterious brown-haired man. Nurses in St. Anne's Asylum claimed to have seen him. Some man going into her room. Now I know I saw that. At a Texas hospital where she was incarcerated briefly, a doctor claimed to have seen a mysterious visitor who always seemed somehow to just disappear when I wanted to question him or ask him who he was. At least one nurse in a northern Louisiana sanitarium insisted to her superiors that she had seen a ghost. Black orderlies in the various hospitals saw that man all the time. One woman told us, "He not human. I know him when I see him. I see spirits. I call them up. I know him, and he know me, and he don't come near me at all." Most workmen cannot work on the First Street house any more today than they could in the days when Deirdre was a girl. There are the same old stories. There is even some talk of a man around there who doesn't want things done. Nevertheless, some repairs are completed. Air conditioning units have been installed in some rooms, and some upgrading of the electricity has been carried out. These tasks almost invariably being done under Carlotta Mayfair's on-site supervision. The old gardener still comes, and he occasionally paints the rusted fence. Otherwise, First Street slumbers beneath the oak branches. The frogs sing in the night around Stella's pool with its lily pads and wild irises. Deirdre's wooden swing has long ago fallen from the oak at the far end of the property. The wooden seat, a mere slat of wood, lies bleached and warping in the high grass. Many a person stopping to look at Deirdre in her rocking chair on the side porch has glimpsed a handsome cousin visiting her. Nurses have sometimes quit because of that man who comes and goes like some kind of spook, or because they kept seeing things out of the corner of their eye, or thought they were being watched. "There's some kind of ghost hovering near her," said one young practical nurse who told the agency she would never go back to that house. "I saw him once, in the bright sunlight. Scariest thing I've ever seen." When I asked this nurse about it over lunch, she had few details to add to the story. "Just a man with brown hair and brown eyes and a nice-looking coat and white shirt. But, dear God, if I have ever seen anything more terrifying than that. He was just standing there in the sunlight beside her, looking at me. I dropped the tray and just screamed and screamed." Numerous other medical persons left the service of the family abruptly. One doctor was fired off the case in 1976. We continue to track down these people, to take their testimony and record it. We try to tell them as little as we can of why we want to know what they saw and when. What emerges from this data is a frightening possibility. That Deirdre's mind has been destroyed to the point where she cannot control her evocation of Lasher. That is, she subconsciously gives him the power to appear near her in very convincing form, yet she is not conscious enough to control him further, or indeed to drive him away, if on some level she does not want him there. In sum, she is a mindless medium, a witch rendered inoperative and at the mercy, perhaps, of her familiar who is ever at hand. There is another very distinct possibility, that Lasher is there to comfort her, to look out for her, and to keep her happy in ways perhaps that we do not understand. In 1980, over 8 years ago, I managed to obtain an article of Deirdre's clothing, a cotton duster or loose-fitting garment, which had been put in the dustbin in back of the house. I took this garment back with me to England and placed it in the hands of Lauren Grant, the most powerful psychometric in the Order today.
Lauren knew nothing per se about the Mayfair witches, but one cannot rule out telepathy in such situations. I tried to keep out of it with my own thoughts as much as I could. "I see happiness," she said. "This is the garment of someone who is blissfully happy. She lives in dreams, dreams of green gardens and twilight skies and exquisite sunsets. There are low-hanging branches there. There is a swing hanging from a beautiful tree. Is this a child? No, this is a woman. There is a warm breeze." Lauren massaged the garment ever more tightly, pressing its fabric to her cheek. "Oh, and she has the most beautiful lover. Oh, such a lover. He looks like a picture. Steerforth, out of David Copperfield, that sort of man. He's so gentle, and when he touches her, she yields to him utterly. Who is this woman? All the world would like to be this woman, at least for a little while." Is that the subconscious life of Deirdre Mayfair? Deirdre herself will never tell. In closing, allow me to add a few details. Since 1976, Deirdre Mayfair, whether clothed in a white flannel nightgown or a cotton duster, has always worn the Mayfair emerald around her neck. I have seen Deirdre myself several times from a distance since 1976. By that time I had made 3 visits to New Orleans to gather information. I have returned numerous times since. I invariably spend some time walking in the Garden District on these return visits. I have attended the funerals over the years of Miss Bell, Miss Millie, and Miss Nancy, as well as Pierce, the last of Cortland's sons, who died of a heart attack in 1984. At each funeral I have seen Carlotta Mayfair. Our eyes have met. I have 3 times during this decade placed my card in her hand as I passed her. She has never contacted me. She has never made any more legal threats. She is very old now, white-haired, painfully thin. Yet she still goes to work every day. She can no longer climb up on the step of the St. Charles car, so she is taken by a regular taxi. Only one black servant works in the house regularly, with the exception of Deirdre's devoted nurse. With each visit I encounter some new witness who can tell me more about the brown-haired man and the mysteries surrounding First Street. The stories are all much the same. But we have indeed come to the end of Deirdre's history, though she herself is not yet dead. It is time to examine in detail her only child and heir, Rowan Mayfair, who has never set foot in her native city since the day she was taken away from it, 6 hours after her birth, on a cross-continental jet flight. And though it is much too soon to attempt to put the information on Rowan into a coherent narrative, we have made some critically important notes from our random material, and there is considerable indication that Rowan Mayfair, who knows nothing of her family, her history, or her inheritance, may be the strongest witch the Mayfair family has ever produced. 24. The air conditioning felt good after the hot streets. But as she stood quietly for a moment in the foyer of Lonergan and Sons, unobserved and therefore anonymous, she realized the heat had already made her faintly sick. The icy stream of air was now shocking her. She felt the kind of chill you have when you have fever. The enormous crowd milling only a few feet away took on a curious, dreamlike quality. When she'd first left the hotel, the humid summer afternoon had seemed manageable, but by the time she'd reached the dark house on Chestnut and First, she was feeling weak and already feeling the chill, though the air itself had been moist and warm and close, full of the raw smell of earth and green things. Yes, dreamlike, all of this. This room now, with its white damask walls and small new crystal chandeliers, and the noisy, well-dressed people in ever-shifting clusters. Dreamlike as the shaded world of old houses and iron fences through which she had just walked. From where she stood, she could not see into the coffin. It was mounted against the far wall of the second room. As the noisy gathering shifted here and there, she caught glimpses of the deeply polished wood and the silver handles, and of the tufted satin inside the open lid. She felt an involuntary tightening of her facial muscles. In that coffin, she thought, you have to go through this room, and through the next room, and look. Her face felt so curiously rigid. Her body felt rigid, too. Just go up to the coffin. Isn't that what people do? She could see them doing it. She could see one person after another stepping up close to the coffin and looking down at the woman inside. And sooner or later someone would notice her anyway. Someone would ask, perhaps, who she was. You tell me. Who are all these people? Do they know? Who is Rowan Mayfair? But for this moment she was invisible, watching the rest of them, the men in their pale suits, the women in pretty dresses, and so many of the women wearing hats and even gloves. It had been years since she had seen women in gaily colored dresses with belted waists and soft full skirts. There must have been 200 people roaming about, and they were people of all ages. She saw bald, pink-scalped old men in white linen with canes, and young boys slightly uncomfortable in their tight collars and ties. The backs of the necks of old men and young boys looked equally naked and vulnerable. There were even little children playing around the adults, babies in white lace being bounced on laps, toddlers crawling on the dark red carpet. And there a girl, perhaps 12 years old, staring at her with a ribbon in her red hair. Never in all her years in California had she seen a girl of that age, or any child for that matter, with a real ribbon in her hair. And this was a big bow of peach-colored satin. Everyone in their Sunday best, she thought. Was that the expression? And the conversation was almost festive. Like a wedding, it seemed suddenly, though she had never been to such a wedding, she had to admit. Windowless, this room, though there were white damask draperies hung here and there, utterly concealing what might have been windows. The crowd shifted, broke again, so that she could see the coffin almost completely. A fragile little old man in a gray seersucker suit was standing alone looking down at the dead woman. With great effort, he lowered himself onto the velvet kneeler. What had Ellie called such things? I want there to be a prie-dieu by my coffin. Rowan